At 8:30 in the morning, at the main entrance of the Ling family's ancestral house. It was the rush hour for going to work at this time, and the wide road outside the door was full of traffic, constantly flowing, and it was a busy scene. However, many vehicles and pedestrians would involuntarily slow down when passing the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, turning their heads to look at the gate, pointing and talking from time to time. Because outside the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, there were more than a dozen people, all wearing suits and leather shoes, lined up with their backs facing the road, kneeling there obediently, not moving a single step. Moreover, 2 of them were the worst. Their legs were still covered with plaster and bandages. Instead of kneeling, they lay on the ground directly, allowing pedestrians standing behind them to point and poke. No wonder the pedestrians stopped, because such a scene looked like people shouting grievances and blocking the road to visit, and also like migrant workers asking for wages. It was really strange to be at the feet of the emperor in a bustling capital city. However, looking at the clothes of these people, they are not migrant workers at all, and they neither hang up banners to block the way, nor cry or make noise, but just kneel down obediently, so it is very curious. "Master, stop the car, what's the matter?" Someone passed by in a taxi. After seeing this scene, he became curious and couldn't help asking the driver to stop. He asked, curiously, "Hey, don't mention it, I drive by here every day, and I've seen them for 3 or 4 days, and they've been kneeling here every day." The driver, with a Beijing accent, smiled and looked at the backs of those kneeling people and said, as if he had been used to it for a long time. The taxi driver asked, "Are they wronged? This one looks like a good thing." The master driver sneered, "Does it look like that to you? Is there really a wronged person who can kneel here so honestly? Not even a banner? Ask for salary? Cut, you look over there." The driver looked a little disdainful, turned his head to look at the nearby roadside, and pouted at the dozen or so luxury cars parked there. Those cars belong to them. Will such a person ask for wages? The person who took the taxi was stunned. Then why are these people kneeling here? Isn't it embarrassing? The driver master smiled. Quietly raised his hand and pointed at the plaque on the gate of Ling's house. "Dude, do you know how big this house is?" The driver made a fool of himself, and soon smiled triumphantly, asking himself and answering, "Tell you, it occupies at least 20 mu of land, at least more than 10,000 square meters. Although this is outside the 5th Ring Road, there are really not many such big houses in the capital." Looking at the appearance of these people, they must have offended this family. They are kneeling here, maybe they are apologizing. The master driver patted the arm of the good guy, and said mysteriously, "Dude, don't look, I will tell you one thing, these people have been kneeling here for so many days, it is said that the major media reported it already?" "Guess what?" The good man asked, "What's the matter?" "Hey, what's the matter?" Look for the major news, search WeChat and Weibo, and browse various newspapers. If you can find a photo or a report about this incident, I won't charge you for this trip, by Polio. The good person was horrified immediately, and said dumbfounded, "So powerful? Haha, stop asking, let's go." After finishing speaking, the driver stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Not to mention, although the driver master guessed, he accidentally guessed the truth. Of course, these kneeling people are not wronged, let alone begging for wages, but that they really offended the Ling family. Because these people are the representatives of the dozen or so small families who came to the Ling family to make trouble before the decisive battle of life and death. The 2 with plaster casts and bandages on their legs were undoubtedly Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. The other 10 people, after hearing the news of the collapse of the Sun and Chen families and the victory of the Ling family on September 1st, they all regretted it. They gritted their teeth and hated these 2 in their hearts. These people met to discuss it, simply went directly to the hospital where the 2 lived, dragged them from the hospital bed to the door of the Ling family, and asked them to kneel here to apologize to the Ling family. Today is already the 5th day. The loss of tens of billions, plus the future of these 10 small families, made them have to do this. However, so far, they have not seen any of the important figures of the Ling family, and no one has come out to talk to them, so they can only continue to kneel here. Hey, I really regret it. If there is anyone selling regret medicine in this world, I will buy it even if I lose my fortune. The person who spoke was the representative of the Lu family, Lu Jinlong. These 2 grandsons are really screwed. If I don't see anyone from the Ling family today, I will order the house of Han Tai's new family tonight. Kneeling on the ground, Zhang Ganfu felt his legs sore and completely numb. He looked at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, who were lying on the ground. His eyes were about to burst into flames. Hearing what these 2 people said, the other kneeling people also echoed and sighed. Now they can't wait to scratch their skins and cramps at the 2 of them, and they can't understand their hatred even if they light up the sky lanterns. Hey, look quickly, someone from the Ling family has come out. So many people. Oh, it's true, it finally came out, I saw the second master. Kneel fast. Kneel fast. Han Tianxin, don't lie there, kneel straight for me. Someone from the Ling family did come out, and there were a lot of them. Ling Lai took the lead, followed by Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiu, Ling Shui and other juniors of the Ling family, of course, Chao Shanshan, Cui Lao, Qing Miao, Mo Wudao and others, as well as Ling Ye Ling Qi and others, more than a dozen dead soldiers of the Ling family. It turned out that Ling Yu and Cui Lao received the news that Ling Yun was going home almost at the same time. They immediately notified everyone in the Ling family. After a brief discussion, they decided to send out the whole family to meet Ling Yun together. The current Ling Yun is not only the head of the Ling family, but also a great hero of the Ling family. After winning the life and death decisive battle, this guy went out and hid for 4 or 5 days. Let alone Ling Yu, Cui Lao, and others, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao were the ones who were most worried. Because after Ling Zhen's matter was uncovered, it was they who felt embarrassed, it was they who were embarrassed to see Ling Yun, not Ling Yun who was embarrassed to see them. Both Ling Lai and Ling Xiao knew in their hearts that Ling Yun would go out for 4 or 5 days, in fact, to give them time to calm down and give them a psychological buffer period. 4 or 5 days have passed, no matter how big it is, Ling Lai and Ling Xiao have long been able to accept it, and have made their own decisions. Now that they heard that Ling Yun was going home, how could they avoid it? Soon, a large group of people from the Ling family arrived outside the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. Second, why are these people still kneeling here? As soon as Ling Lai came out, he saw the dozen or so people kneeling at the door. He immediately became angry and asked with a gloomy face. Ling Yu spread his arms and said with a wry smile, I can't drive you away, that guy Ling Yun won't come back, I don't know how to deal with these people for a while. Ling Yu has controlled the financial power of the Ling family for many years. He is the one who deals with these people, and the relationship is established by him. There is still some affection in it. Now he is kneeling outside the gate. His character, of course I'm embarrassed to put my face down to drive people away. Humph. A group of weeds. Ling Lai glanced at these people coldly, and suddenly shouted, come on. Ling Yi and Ling Qi stepped forward at the same time, yes. Throw these people aside for me. Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Yes. After Ling Yi and Ling Qi received the order, they immediately winked at the dozen or so dead soldiers of the Ling family behind them. The dozens of Ling family dead men were ordered to catch up without hesitation, one by one, without any explanation, they dragged the dozen people and threw them aside. Seeing that someone wanted to speak, Ling Yi said coldly, if you want to die, you all have to be honest. Immediately, no one dared to speak. The prince who is the winner, no one in the Ling family dares to mess with him now. both the Sun and Qin families were wiped out overnight by the Ling family. What kind of fart are these dozen or so small families coming? At this moment, Ling Lai, Qingniao, and Chao Shanshan suddenly turned their heads to look east of the road. There, a 7-seater black luxury business car suddenly entered everyone's field of vision, and drove towards the Ling family's ancestral house without any haste. The driver was none other than Ling Yun. Second uncle is also true. Didn't you say that I went home quietly? How did you make such a big scene? Hey! Isn't that the people from the dozen or so small families? They are all kneeling at the door of my house? Ling Yun let go of his consciousness all the way, and he had already seen the scene at the door of Ling's house. He couldn't help being a little surprised, and suddenly a little funny. Do you regret it? It's late. However, seeing Ling Lai and Ling Xiao came to the door to welcome him, Ling Yun was instantly relieved, knowing that after a few days of calmness, his grandfather and father now had the courage to face him. Ling Yun was afraid that Ling Lai and Ling Xiao would still avoid him, otherwise things would be very troublesome. It seems that Ling Yong still hasn't turned the corner in his heart. Ling Yun noticed that only Ling Yong was not present, and couldn't help sighing inwardly, while speeding up suddenly. Laugh. The commercial vehicle soon stopped at the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house, and Ling Yun got out of the car. Grandpa, father, second uncle, Aunt Qingyao, eldest sister. Shanshan. Old Shui. When Ling Yun got out of the car, he immediately smiled and greeted everyone at the door one by one. His face was full of joy. He didn't mention anything about Ling Zhen, as if he had already forgotten about it. Because this is not the place to talk, let alone mention it now. Yuner, why did you stay outside for so long? Ling Xiao looked at his son with heavy and complicated eyes, but his eyes showed endless concern. Ahem, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Ling Lai stepped forward and raised his hand to pat Ling Yun's shoulder, but when he reached mid-air, he lowered it slowly. His eyes were full of tears, and his voice was obviously choked up. When the others saw this, they were afraid that the old man would feel embarrassed, so they immediately came forward, almost surrounded Ling Yun, and rushed to say hello to Ling Yun, instantly diluting the embarrassing atmosphere. What's the matter with these people? After Ling Yun greeted everyone with a smile, he immediately turned his head, looked at the dozen or so small family representatives and asked. To be continued. Do you still need to ask? They saw that we really wiped out the Sun and Qin families. Now they regret it and know they are afraid. Come and make amends to our Ling family. Ling Li spoke quickly, with a sneer in his eyes, glanced at the dozen or so small family representatives with disdain, and rushed to explain to Ling Yun. Of course, the expressions on the faces of the other members of the Ling family were similar. They were all full of contempt and disgust. These people are, indeed, scumbags. They have dealt with the Ling family for so many years. It can be said that they have made a lot of money by relying on the power of the Ling family for so many years. Blatantly tearing up the contract and collectively withdrawing capital almost caused the Ling family to collapse before the decisive battle of life and death. Now that they see Sun Chen destroyed and the Ling family won, they come to their knees and beg for forgiveness, trying to restore the relationship, and continue to rely on the power of the Ling family to make money. Such a person deserves no sympathy at all. Because if you are in trouble again, if you encounter the same situation again, they will still choose to break their promises, add insult to injury, or stab you severely, and then turn around and walk away with vicious curses and disdain. Ling Yun has seen too many people like this in 2 lifetimes. Seeing Ling Yun's gaze looking over, the representatives of the dozen or so small families immediately trembled all over. It wasn't hot, but cold sweat poured down their bodies frequently. Looking at Ling Yun, everyone lowered their heads in fright. It wasn't until now that they finally understood that the members of the Ling family came out together, not for them at all, but to meet Ling Yun. The patriarch of the Ling family once signed a huge sum of more than 10 billion for them within half an hour, and at the same time earned them more than 10 billion in principal, and broke the legs of Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming. Such evil stars, who dares to provoke them? Ling Yun casually glanced at these people, smiled faintly, and then turned to look at Ling Yu. Second uncle, how do you think this matter will be handled? Ling Yu smiled wryly and said, Yuner, second uncle is in a hurry to let you go home, isn't it just to let you settle this matter first? Anyway, these people are all famous figures in the capital, and they just kneel here, can't be driven away, it's not an option after a long time. Ling Yu finished speaking clearly, and then used voice transmission to enter the secret. Yuner, our Ling family is in the limelight now, and all parties in the capital have given us face. They are all secretly suppressing this matter, waiting to see how we handle it. However, I think that this matter has already spread among the people, and the media can no longer suppress it, so you should find a way as soon as possible to resolve this matter satisfactorily. Ling Yun nodded. Said to everyone, you wait for me. After speaking, he quickly walked in front of the dozens of small family representatives, first looked down at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming who were lying on the ground, then raised his head, and glanced at Zheng Ganfu, Lu Jinlong and others one by one. Then Ling Yun smiled slightly and asked, how about it, the checks I signed for you are not bad checks, are they? However, before Ling Yun finished speaking, he immediately frowned, raised his hand to cover his nostrils, and suddenly took 3 or 4 steps back. It turned out that as soon as he opened his mouth to speak, someone peed their pants in fright. No. No. Ling. Master Ling, the bank has cashed all the checks you wrote. Zhang Qianfu, the representative of the Zheng family, was quite timid at the moment, although he was trembling with fear. He knelt straight and said hastily, Oh. Ling Yun elongated his voice, first let out an oh, and then said, that means the account has been settled. If that's the case, what are you still kneeling here for? Are you trying to win sympathy, or do you want to embarrass my Ling family? Kindness? Ling Yun suddenly accentuated his tone. No, no, no. We definitely didn't mean that, Lord Ling, please don't get me wrong. As soon as Ling Yun said this, everyone trembled in fright. Lu Jinlong quickly raised his head and said in a trembling voice, Master Ling, we were really wrong about what happened that night. We are kneeling here now to give you have come to make amends, and I hope to ask for the forgiveness of the Ling family. Please don't forget the villain's mistakes. The Prime Minister can hold a boat in his belly, and can let us go. Then, give us another reformation opportunity? Under Ling Yan's intimidating gaze, Lu Jinlong's last few words were squeezed out between his teeth almost with all his strength. Let you go? Why, now I know I'm afraid? Give you a chance to reform yourself? Ha 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 ha. Ling Yan was happy, but his tone became more and more indifferent. If I remember correctly, before you withdraw your capital, I remember that I reminded you repeatedly, you must think clearly, don't stand on the wrong team. What if our Ling family wins? Did I tell you a long time ago that if you insist on withdrawing your capital, if my Ling family wins, you will have no chance to cooperate with us in the future? These are the exact words Ling Yun said. That's right, he was slapping the face hard and firmly. Zhang Qianfu and Lu Jinlong listened, and at the same time showed shame, and buried their heads deeply. Not only did they suffer a great loss, but they also lost their lives. Knocked out teeth and swallowed blood, deserved it. They all think they deserve it. Do you know that if that night, after listening to my advice, no matter who, even if there is only one, who dares to stand up and refuse to withdraw the capital and settle accounts with the Ling family, I will definitely treat him as the guest of the Ling family now. Those businesses that will be vacated by those who withdraw capital will be let him take over? Ling Yan spoke again. It was no different from picking out the hearts of these people with a knife, and while cutting out the hearts, he sprinkled salt on them. What? Everyone looked up, all dumbfounded, the regret in their hearts, the depression, simply don't mention it. Especially Lu Jinlong, not to mention Ling Yun. Even Ling Yu reminded him before he made a decision, advising him not to follow others blindly, and it is best not to withdraw his capital. But he didn't listen. Unfortunately, none. There was obviously a trace of regret in Ling Yun's tone, and then he said coldly, "It is absolutely impossible for my Ling family to forgive you now. However, you can also rest assured that, although my Ling family will not forgive you, I will definitely not suppress you, because there is no need for that. That's all I've said. Now, you people, one counts as one, immediately disappear from my sight. I only give you 3 minutes, after 3 minutes, if you are still within my sight." Ling Yan stretched out his finger, pointing at Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming lying on the ground. "These two are your role models. Roll." After finishing speaking, Ling Yan gave a disdainful smile, turned his head and walked towards the members of the Ling family. Let's go, let's go." Hearing Ling Yan telling them to get out, the representatives of the 10 small families were so frightened that they immediately stood up from the ground, scrambling and scrambling. They didn't care about anything, and ran away with their heads in their hands, stumbling towards their car. These people knew in their hearts that Ling Yun had already stated that he would suppress them in the future. This was already the limit they could beg for, and they didn't even think about anything else. It's just that Han Tianxin and Zhao Jingming, who still have plaster casts on their legs, can't stand up at all. They can only use their hands and feet to crawl desperately on the ground. The posture of crawling forward is much more standard than the posture of soldiers bombing bunkers. And the speed is amazing. Ha 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 ha. Seeing how the two of them were pissing off, everyone in the Ling family, as well as passers-by watching, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Back in front of everyone, Ling Yun smiled and spread his hands. "The matter is settled." For Ling Yun, this was just a small episode. If he hadn't come home just in time, he wouldn't even bother to pay attention to such rubbish. "Grandpa, Father, let's all go in, let's talk about everything at home." So the crowd, led by Ling Lai, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, quickly entered the Ling family's ancestral house. After entering the house, Ling Yun asked everyone to go back to the house to get busy on the grounds that they needed to change clothes, and then took Chao Shanshan straight back to his owner's courtyard. Although after the meeting, the incident at the door made everyone less uncomfortable, but Ling Yun could still feel that Ling Lai hesitated to speak, and Ling Xiao was heavy and complicated. Embarrassment is inevitable. The matter of Ling Zhen cannot be mentioned for the time being. As soon as he entered his room, Ling Yun suddenly picked up Chao Shanshan beside him, and spun her around 5 or 6 times before putting her back on the ground. "Shanshan, look, I'm back, intact. Well, go change your clothes first." Chao Shanshan's pretty face was flushed. She obediently didn't ask where Ling Yun had been these days, but took Ling Yun to change clothes first. Under Chao Shanshan's service, Ling Yun quickly changed into a new suit. Then he returned to the living room, sat on the large and comfortable sofa, and meditated for a while. He just got home and met his family. Ling Yun has too many things to deal with, but there are so many things to deal with, one by one. Chao Shanshan knew that Ling Yun had important matters to deal with, so she didn't bother him, but told him not to be too tired, and went to busy with her own affairs. "Old Chui, come to my place first." After pondering for a long while, Ling Yun first sent a secret voice transmission to Chui Lao, asking him to come and find him. Now, Ling Yun doesn't need to make a phone call, he can directly send voice transmission to anyone in the Ling family's ancestral house. Chui Lao came immediately. "Patriarch, you are back. You don't know, these few days have made me, and your second uncle, very anxious." As soon as Mr. Chui entered the room, he couldn't wait to say, "Mr. Chui, there is no need to say these words. I am looking for you this time because I have something urgent to ask you to do." Elder Chui immediately looked serious. "Please tell the master." Ling Yin smiled and said, I have told you about this matter a long time ago. It is the matter of our Ling family establishing a complete intelligence system. You take Ling Yi and Ling Qi, and get in touch with Yi Xingchen immediately, and then go directly to find her. For other things, just follow her arrangement. Yes. Cui Lao immediately took the order and left. After Elder Cui left, Ling Yun stood up straight away and said to Chao Shanshan, Shanshan, I'll go to Herbwas. For Ling Yun, to handle family affairs, the most important person must of course be the brains of the Ling family, Ling Yu. To be continued. The smell of tea in Ling Yu's room was savory. It seemed that he had guessed that Ling Yun would come. As soon as Ling Yu returned to his room, he had already made tea and waited for him. On the coffee table, the tea is bright orange and yellow, the leaves are red and green, the fragrance is strong, there is a slight orchid fragrance, the fragrance is high and long-lasting, lingering for a long time, with a kind of rocky rime. Ling Yin sat on the sofa, picked up the teacup, sniffed it under the tip of his nose, and drank it down. What a great tea! The best de Hongpo is really picked from a few tea trees in the Jiolong nest of Tianqing Rock in Wui Mountain. For so many years, the second uncle has only hidden one or two. Let us taste it today. Seeing Ling Yin drinking a cup of tea like this, Ling Yu's heart twitched slightly, but he explained with a smile. Although de Hongpo is a famous tea, it is very common, but the few tea trees in Tianxinyan Nine Dragons Nest, in the best years, the tea output is only a few hundred grams. Ling Yu can snatch one or two, which is really a lot. Hey, it seems that drinking tea like this is reckless. Ling Yin put down the teacup, he could clearly feel Ling Yu's change at that moment, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, that's not true. Since the second uncle brought out this tea, it's for you to drink. You can drink it however you like. Ling Yu leaned over, poured another glass for Ling Yun, and said with a calm smile. The father and father chatted for a few words, quickly finished a pot of tea, Ling Yu refilled another pot, and then sipped slowly, and then the chat quickly entered the topic. Yunner, Edward, and Jester told everyone about the process of the life and death battle, but they don't understand our Chinese ancient martial arts, so they didn't explain it very clearly. Can you tell me in detail? Ling Yu avoided talking about Ling Zhen's matter, and asked about the decisive battle of life and death when he came up. So Ling Yun opened up the chatterbox. He drank tea and described the entire process of the life and death battle in detail. Ling Yun was a personal participant in the decisive battle of life and death, and his eloquence was excellent, so even though Ling Yu already knew the general idea after describing it, he was still shocked and amazed from time to time. Thrilling. It's really thrilling. I never imagined that the Sun Chen family's dying fight would be so terrifying. After listening to Ling Yun. After a while, Ling Yu couldn't help feeling lingering in his heart, shaking his head and sighing. That's right. So, even though we already know that the Long family and the Yi family were behind the scenes and fueled the flames, but for a while, we can't do anything to them. For the time being, everyone can only live in peace. Ling Yin spoke directly from his heart. This was a decision he made after several days of deliberation. Even if the Sun and Chen families are like this, once the true background of the Long family and the Yi family is revealed, if the current Ling family chooses to fight hard with any of them, the best result will only be a mutual loss. Significance. Ling Yu was sipping tea, when he heard Ling Yun take the initiative to bring up the events of the year. His hand holding the tea suddenly froze in the air, and remained motionless for a long time, before he sighed slightly and put down the teacup. Yunner, at this point, the second uncle will tell you the truth. In fact, the incident 18 years ago, the second uncle, your grandfather, and your father, have already guessed in their hearts that it really hurt your father, and then harmed our Ling family. It was Ling Zhen. Ling Yu was open and honest. Ling Yin keenly noticed that when Ling Yu mentioned Ling Zhen this time, he did not add the words your uncle in front of it. He immediately understood in his heart that the Ling family must have reached a consensus on this matter. So Ling Yan chuckled, "Hey, second uncle, thank you for being willing to tell me the truth, but when I heard Qin Jing Tian reveal what happened back then, I actually already thought of all of this." Who is Ling Yu? It's the think tank of the Ling family. If even Ling Lai could guess that the tragedy of the Ling family had a lot to do with Ling Zhen, then Ling Yu must have guessed it long ago. The only difference is whether to say it or not. "Hey, I know I can't hide anything from you." Ling Yu sighed again, and then said, "I see that after you returned to Ling's house, from the first time you met your uncle, you have always been lukewarm to him, and even kept on guard at all times. Has it since then? Since then, you already feel something is wrong?" Ling Yan's heart was shocked when he heard this, and he said that the second uncle is indeed the brains of the Ling family. Although he usually doesn't talk much, his skill in observing words and expressions is top-notch. First of all, because of what Ling Hao did. After all, he is Ling Zhen's own son. As the saying goes, a son is not the fault of his father. Ling Hao dared to deal with me so viciously. I don't believe that Ling Zhen, as the head of the family, would do nothing. No. Secondly, the second uncle now knows that I actually have spiritual consciousness. As long as I am within my spiritual consciousness, no matter whether he is in front of me or behind me, whether he is facing me or his back is facing me, I can make any expression. You can see it clearly. Ling Yan is now frankly telling the truth that the most important thing he has to do when he returns to the Ling family this time is to completely remove Ling Zhen, the biggest scourge that has affected the 3 generations of the Ling family, and he has no intention of giving Ling Zhen leave no room. No matter what other people think about this matter, no matter whether other people support or block it, Ling Yan will carry it out to the end. Ling Yan will kill Ling Zhen. This rotten sore in the hearts of 3 generations of the Ling family must be eradicated. What he has to do now is to gather the will of everyone in the Ling family together to achieve a consensus, and then the rest is to find Ling Zhen and kill him. As for Ling Zhen's death, the pain of Ling Lai's bereavement, the pain of Ling Xiao and others' bereavement of his brother, and even the pain of Ling Yang's bereavement of his father, these emotional problems can only be appeased slowly and rely on time to soothe them. Draw. Second uncle, to tell you the truth, when I was in Ling's house, I felt Ling Zhen showing murderous intent towards me more than once from behind. How can I not guard against such a person? Ling Yu nodded. Well, I knew you were guarding against him at the time. The second uncle actually had a clue in his heart at that time. He knew that Ling Zhen's affairs back then would be revealed sooner or later, and today's situation would appear. It's just that although the third brother is a genius, he has a kind heart from Xiaozhai. I didn't expect that he would rather endure the suffering by himself and bury this matter in his heart forever. But God never hides traitors. Ling Zhen's matter, the family has not pursued it, but was exposed by an outsider. After Ling Yu finished speaking in one breath, he stopped talking and picked up the teacup to drink tea while observing Ling Yan's reaction. Ling Yan just smiled faintly. Yuner, for this matter, you must not blame your grandfather and your father. Our Ling family values family affection the most. After your grandfather regains his skills, even if he wants to ask Ling Zhen what he did back then, but he cared about the relationship between father and son, so he really couldn't make up his mind. What happened 18 years ago is a thorn in everyone's heart in my Ling family. If it is not helpless, no one is willing to expose their scars and bring up old things again. Including your father, I think so in my heart. Ling Yan laughed and said, Second uncle, you don't need to tell me if that's the case. I understand very well in my heart that the person who harmed our Ling family is Ling Zhen. How could I blame grandpa and father? Ling Yu smiled and nodded. If you can say that, second uncle can rest assured. Immediately afterwards, he changed the topic. On the night when Sun Chen was destroyed, after your grandfather came back, he went directly to the ancestral hall, and closed the door for 3 days and 3 nights without water or rice. The night before last, he finally spoke and sent the Ling family. Everyone, including Ling Yong, was summoned to the ancestral hall, and then in front of the ancestors, they stated all the crimes of Ling Zhen, announced that Ling Zhen was removed from the Ling family, and even did not recognize his surname as Ling. Anyone who sees him in the future, everyone can kill him. Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded, so Grandpa had already made a decision in advance. Since the night before yesterday, the dead men of the Ling family have started searching for Ling Zhen's whereabouts. Now that you go home and see your grandfather again, he will let you issue a hunting order for Ling Zhen. Ling Yu directly told Ling Yun about Ling Lai's decision to Ling Zhen in advance. Ling Yun was silent for a while, then asked, "Then, where's my father? Where's brother Ling Yong? Your father hasn't expressed his position on this matter. As for your elder brother Ling Yong, he follows your grandfather, his temper is like a fire, and he goes straight. Naturally, he understands righteousness. But during this period of time, Ling Hao and Ling Zhen have had accidents one after another, and he is his closest relative. It is certain that he will not be able to accept it psychologically for a while, and we still need to enlighten him slowly to heal the pain in his heart." When Ling Yu said this, he had already told Ling Yun about the most important matters of the Ling family. The 4 most important people related to that incident: Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yong. Ling Lai, the old patriarch, chose righteousness to kill his relatives. Ling Xiao has not made a public statement yet. Ling Yong had already agreed with Ling Lai's decision in his heart, but the pain in his heart was unavoidable. He had to bear the result alone and heal the wound slowly. As for Ling Yu, you don't need to think about it at all, just look at him talking to Ling Yun calmly here, and you can know what's on his mind. Compared to what happened to Ling Zhen 18 years ago, the rise of our Ling family is the most important thing. The Ling family can't rise again, our grandparents and grandchildren are sorry for the dead ancestors. Ling Yu's eyes flickered with a sharpness that had never been seen before. When he spoke, the teacup in his hand was squeezed to pieces. "Yuner, you single-handedly won the life and death battle for our Ling family, and led our Ling family to re-enter the top 3 secular families in China. You have created this 3-legged situation, and you are the biggest contributor to our Ling family. So, now, from top to bottom in the Ling family, no one refuses to accept you, and everyone supports any decision you make. No matter what you want to do in the future, don't have any worries. Our Ling family will do our best, and we will do it for you. In the future, the burden on your shoulders will be even heavier." Ling Yu spoke from his heart. To be continued. The second update, the third update today, will be updated after midnight. Ling Yun was shocked. "Hee, look at me, I was so excited that I broke the teacup." Ling Yu took the opportunity to get up, went to wipe the tea flowing on the coffee table with a towel, and at the same time said leisurely, "Yuner, therefore, you don't have to worry about Ling Zhen's matter at all. The second uncle has told you everything that needs to be said. What to do in the future is up to you at home." After Ling Yu cleaned up the coffee table, he changed another cup, poured tea for himself again, took a sip, and said to Ling Yun, "Well, I know, Bo, thank you. Have you been exhausted these days?" Ling Yun knew that he hadn't been home for 4 or 5 days. Ling Yu was not only busy finishing the life and death battle, dealing with matters related to the Sun and Chen families, but also receiving important guests, and at the same time taking care of the family, especially educating the family. Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yong and the others must have been too busy. "You boy." Ling Yu glared, pretending to be angry and said, "You are not allowed to go missing in the future, you are now the head of our Ling family, the backbone of our Ling family, you can't be contacted when you go missing, I can't make decisions on many things." "Haha, second uncle, can handle all the matters of the Ling family. I know that second uncle must be thoughtful and handle it better than me." Ling Yun hurriedly flattered him wildly. Ling Yu also smiled slightly. He was too lazy to argue with Ling Yun, but he said, Yuner, since you're back, I don't have to worry about family affairs. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Ling Yu began to ask about Ling Yun's plan. Now that Ling Zhen's matter has been resolved, Ling Yun's embarrassment when facing his family will naturally disappear, so the rest, of course, is to do things. Well, I do have a lot of ideas, but I just don't know where to start. Ling Yun said in a deep voice. Ling Yu smiled, hey, what else do you and uncle need to be particular about? You don't need to choose every word. Say whatever comes to your mind, let's do whatever comes to mind. This will be the case in the future, don't have any scruples. Let's talk about the immediate matter first. It is good. What Ling Yun wanted was Ling Yu's words. The first thing I have just arranged for Mr. Cui to do is to establish a perfect intelligence system for our Ling family, at least not to lose to the Long family and Yi family, so that others can receive the news immediately. Our Ling family must and can guarantee to receive it earlier and faster. As soon as Ling Yun came up, he said the most important thing. Ling Yu asked directly, we want to cooperate with Tiansha and let them train our Ling family dead soldiers, right? Ling Yin replied, exactly. Ling Yu smiled and said, okay, then this matter is settled like this. As for the specific matters, Mr. Cui and I will arrange them, so you don't have to worry about this matter. The second thing is that after the 12 small families withdrew their capital, the vacated properties, our Ling family is inconvenient to come forward in person, and we must hand them over to someone who can be trusted to take care of them. I don't know if there is a suitable candidate for the second uncle. At Yi Xingchen's place these past few days, Ling Yun didn't just think about cultivating. Whenever he had a rest, he was also thinking about various matters of the Ling family and making plans for the Ling family. Ling Yu's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, Yuner, you just slapped those villains in the face, so don't slap your second uncle in the face again. Over the years, those people I have come into contact with have been beaten by you just now. Have you been chased away? Is there any suitable candidate? Ling Yu is so smart. When he saw Ling Yun mentioning this matter, he knew that he already had a suitable candidate in his mind. Dong family, Dong Xuanhuan, Dong Lao. Ling Yun didn't show off, but directly said a person's name. Ha 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 ha, good boy. Ling Yu suddenly laughed, pointed at Ling Yun and said cheerfully, we really deserve to be father and son, we both want to go together. I was thinking just now, if you don't mention him, I have to give you something, but it was him. Ling Yun scratched his head embarrassingly, second uncle, the day after those villains withdrew their capital, Dong Xuanhuan came and took the initiative to come to the door and offered to give my Ling family 700 million. As far as I know, the 700 million, the Dong family has to sell all their assets in order to pay off. Ling Yin explained, and finally said solemnly, this is a timely gift. We, the Ling family, have to repay this kindness. Yes, it must be paid back. It must be paid back. Ling Yu also nodded seriously, but hesitated and said, it's just. As far as I know about Mr. Dong's temper, I am afraid that even if we want to hand over these properties to him, he will definitely not accept it. Ling Yu showed a you understand expression on his face. Of course Ling Yun understood that although Dong Xuanhuan married his daughter to Ling Xiao, she had never relied on the influence of the Ling family for so many years. This kind of person has a lot of pride, and he doesn't care for any benefits from the Ling family. Hey, so, second uncle, I have to rely on your good tongue. Ling Yun chuckled, and then said in a low voice, you can make a stand for me first. If Mr. Dong still refuses to accept it, how about I come forward to resolve this matter? Okay. Let's do it. Ling Yu nodded immediately, and agreed to the matter very simply. Then he asked, what else? The rest are trivial matters, but they are all important. Ling Yun pondered slightly, and then said, second uncle, you know that I have some influence and property in Qingshui City. Ling Yu smiled and said, well, I know, your Tiandi Group. Tiandi Group, the person in charge now is Tang Meng, but he is too young after all, both in terms of knowledge and vision. He has been in charge of Tiandi Group for a month now, and in the end he blew up on me. Said he couldn't handle it. Ling Yu said with a chuckle, Yuner, Huaxia executives, everyone knows that the Tiandi Group belongs to you, even if you are the big shopkeeper, it is still yours. Every action you make in the capital, and every news about our Ling family, can instantly trigger countless shocks in Qingshui City. Although Tang Meng has many extraordinary figures around him who are doing their best to help him, it's okay without waves, but once there are shocking news, such as the destruction of the Sun and Chen family by you, Qingshui City Tiandi Group is bound to undergo drastic changes, and they will definitely not be able to cope with it. At this time, Ling Yu's vision and structure as one of the 8 major families in China were fully reflected, and he meant it right. Of course, now we can only talk about the 6 major families. Yuner, do you know that on the second day after Sun Chen was destroyed, the Li family sent someone over? He was a very important person in their family and talked to me about a lot of things in the capital, but they also suggested to me that to inject capital into your Tiandi Group in Qingshui City, you have shown a strong willingness to cooperate. Ling Yun. Ling Yu smiled slightly. Do you think Tang Meng can handle such a thing? Besides, this is just the Li family. Those other families have such a keen sense of smell, they are also moving in the open and in the dark, trying to use various methods to climb up the big tree of our Ling family. What? Ling Yin suddenly leaned back on the sofa. I said, why is that boy Tang Meng suddenly acting like a frying pan, sending me so many messages every day, saying that he is going crazy, that's why. Seeing this, Ling Yu laughed and said, this is just the beginning. Our Ling family has risen, and there are still many things to come. What does the second uncle mean? What I mean is, since the Longye family hardly obstructed Sun Chen's destruction, and there was no sound after the incident, there will not be too much turmoil in the capital for the time being. That is to say, the big 3-legged structure has been temporarily formed, and the next period of time will be very precious and extremely important to our Ling family. The key to Qingshui's matter today is not Qingshui, but the capital. During this time, I want you to call Tang Meng to the capital, let him follow me, and I will take him for a while. Anyway, the communication is now developed, so you can hold a video conference. Whether he is in the capital or in Qingshui, there is actually not much difference. What do you think? After Ling Yu finished speaking, he looked at Ling Yun with a smile. Just what I want. After hearing this, Ling Yun slapped his thigh fiercely, and said excitedly, second uncle, that's what I meant. Ling Yu smiled and said, you boy, if you have any other matters, please tell me all of them, and the second uncle will share your worries. Hey, I have another person in Qingshui City who is also very important to me. His name is Tai Xiaohu. Seeing that Ling Yu was so happy, Ling Yin simply opened his mouth like a lion. According to the time, this guy should break through the innate realm, and he helped me bring 72 people. I want to take advantage of the stability of the capital and let him take these 72 people have all been brought to the capital, so it is convenient for me to train them. Ling Yu smiled and said, your power is of course the power of our Ling family. I know all about it, and I have already prepared for it. Yuner, there is something that I have never told you. After you came to the capital this time, during the time when you were busy dealing with the life and death battle of the Sunchen Alliance, the second uncle took the initiative and bought a martial arts school for you. When you want to call these people someday, there is a place to go. Ling Yun was completely speechless. It seemed that Ling Yu had already thought of what he thought of, and Ling Yu had already planned for him what he didn't think of. Ling family think tank, well-deserved reputation. It's perfect, let's do it. Ling Yun immediately said with a happy smile, working with smart people is really very worry-free. Second uncle, in 5 or 6 days, I'm going to go through the enrollment procedures. In the past few days, my sister Lingyu and some classmates from Qingshui City may all come to the capital. Ning Lingyu had already reminded Ling Yun that in a few days, around September 10th, they would go to Yanqing University to go through the admission procedures. Ling Yun naturally took this matter to heart. These are trivial things. I will arrange them. When they come, they can stay in a hotel if they want to. If they don't want to stay in a hotel, they can live in our courtyard. The place is big enough for them to stay for as long as they want. Yuner, is there anything else? To be continued. No more. The second uncle is really thoughtful. You help me think about all the things I think about. Ling Yun couldn't think of anything else for a moment. He shook his head and said. This time, he really didn't flatter him, but admired Ling Yu from the bottom of his heart. Okay. You have nothing to do, but the second uncle has some things here, but you can only handle them yourself. Ling Yu took a sip of tea and said to Ling Yun with a smile. Second uncle, please tell me. Of course Ling Yun knew that Ling Yu must have something to deal with, so he listened attentively. Ling Yu smiled mysteriously, stretched out an index finger, and pointed to the ceiling. Yuner, because of Qin Jingshuan's relationship with this life and death battle, the Tianzu was implicated. Uncle, according to what you said, this time the Sunchen Alliance recruited a total of 5 people from Tianzu to participate in the battle. Including Qin Jingxian, there are 6 people in total, right? Ling Yun nodded and said, that's right. 6 people. Master Lu Mingju left halfway and left one. You captured Di Yutong of the Tianjian sect of Tianshan and captured one alive. The other 4 were all beheaded by your own hands. Although we haven't received any news from the Tianzu yet, according to the style of the Tianzu, even though it's a life and death battle, and our Ling family takes the right, they will still come to our Ling family to inquire about this matter. Bo hopes she will take it to heart and deal with it carefully. What Ling Yu said now was all about the vital interests of the Ling family, and his face was very serious. Ling Yun naturally didn't dare to neglect after hearing this. Second uncle, I understand that if people from the Tianzu come to trouble our Ling family, I will personally deal with it, don't worry. Kindness. Ling Yu nodded, and then asked softly, Yuner, you captured Di Yutong of Tianshan Tianjianzong, but for your adoptive mother, Qin Shuyue? It seems that Ling Yu is very concerned about what happened to the Qin family back then. Also understand, probably. Ling Yun frowned, and said in a deep voice, second uncle is absolutely right, exactly. To tell you the truth, I tried my best to capture Di Yutong alive just to exchange my mother with Tianjianzong of Tianshan Mountain. There's nothing wrong with doing this. Ling Yu affirmed Ling Yun's actions, and after thinking for a while, he said, however, this matter has a lot to do with the Qin family. You must first communicate with the Qin family to properly handle this matter. Ling Yun smiled and said, thank you, Uncle Heir, for reminding me. After I've been busy for a couple of days, I will go to my aunt and discuss with her how to save my mother. Well, but now your matter is the matter of our Ling family. If there is a need for the Ling family to take action, you should tell the second uncle, and you must say it. Don't solve the matter alone. Ling Yun felt hot in his heart. Thank you, second uncle. Another thing. Ling Yu pondered and said, Yuner, didn't you say you want to build Ling's other courtyard? There are a few places that Erbwa has already selected for you, but you were too busy a while ago, so you put it aside, and now you also there is no other important matter, so let's go to the site as soon as possible to investigate and determine the specific location for the construction of the Ling family courtyard. The Ling family house was proposed by Ling Yun the first time he came to the Ling house. Ling Yu had already made arrangements, but this Ling family house was built by Ling Yun himself, so the specific location has to be determined. He made his own choice, Ling Yu couldn't make the decision. Okay, second uncle, when I have time these few days, I'll take Mo Wudao to have a look around. Ling Yun is not too concerned about this matter, because according to his plan to build the Ling family courtyard, even if he tries his best to rush the work, it will not be completed in 2 or 3 years. This is not an urgent matter. However, Ling Yu was still able to keep this matter in his heart. Despite his busy schedule, Ling Yun was still very touched. There is a place. Ling Yu pointed to the north direction again, beyond the 6th Ring Road. Bo thinks it's very good, you can focus on going there to see. Ro. Ling Yun laughed happily, knowing that since Ling Yu would highlight it, it must be something he likes. Second uncle, you don't have to worry about me anymore, Yuner can't afford it. Ling Yu laughed aloud, boy, you don't need to be polite to your second uncle, as long as you don't play with me and run away from home. After saying a few off-topic words, Ling Yu suddenly looked serious, and said through sound transmission, Yuner, I have heard that someone has already made a decision and wants to see you. Ling Yan's heart moved, but he didn't guess, but directly asked through voice transmission, who? Ling Yu smiled mysteriously, and pointed to the direction with his finger, which was the direction of the Forbidden City. Who else can it be? It's that one. Of course Ling Yun immediately knew who wanted to see him, and was a little taken aback. What should come will always come, this cannot be avoided. Ling Yun rose against the sky all the way in Qingshui City. Although that person remained calm, he opened the door for him invisibly. Now that Sun Chen has fallen, the Ling family has risen, and the situation in the capital has undergone earth-shaking changes, the old man who chose to meet him at this time must have something to say. Meeting is inevitable, but Ling Yun didn't expect that it would be so soon. After a short moment of astonishment, Ling Yun immediately asked, when? Ling Yu smiled and said, that's a secret, Bo doesn't know yet, but it must be this month, it won't be too long, you have to be mentally prepared. All right. Ling Yun knew that he couldn't avoid it, so he could only nod his head to express his understanding. Yuner, you are now the head of the Ling family. Among the 8 major families in China, any head of the family should meet with that person. This is a must. Therefore, you don't have to think too much in your heart, let alone put too much pressure on it. Just a normal meeting. Ling Yu seemed to be worried that Ling Yun might not handle it properly, so he quickly explained to him. Don't worry, Bo, I will take this matter seriously. Ling Yun smiled brightly, taking this important matter to heart, and was ready to wait for that person's interview at any time. That puts my mind at ease. Ling Yu smiled slightly, then murmured, as for the Long family and the Yi family. Although it seems that they are not in a hurry at the moment, second uncle still wants to confirm, what is your plan for these 2 families in your heart? Then it's good that the Ling family has a general idea when they start to do things. Ling Yu put this matter last, because in his opinion, this is the most important thing for the Ling family. The Long family, the Yi family, and the Ling family are all in the capital, and now it is a 3-legged situation. As the saying goes, if you look up, you can't see down, and the spoon will always touch the edge of the pot. The relationship between these 3 families is definitely not friends, but for the time being, it cannot be called a sworn enemy. Unlike the Sun and Chen families, since none of the 3 families can do anything to each other for a while, they naturally have to talk about strategies, play tricks, and engage in various games overtly and secretly. In a word, weaken the opponent and strengthen yourself. Of course, Ling Yun and Ling Yu understood this truth in their hearts, and what they said was the specific countermeasures for the next step. Ling Yun pondered for a while, second uncle, regarding the Longye family, for the time being, I would like to keep things unchanged. Respond to all changes with the same, break with static. With this sentence, Ling Yun has clarified his thoughts. The Ling family and the Sun Chen alliance engaged in a life-and-death battle, and both the Long family and the Yi family chose not to cause trouble, as if they had acquiesced in this matter. Although this was reasonable, it was beyond Ling Yun's expectation. Of course, before the decisive battle of life and death, Long Haren once intervened, and used a letter to advise the Ling family to regard peace as the most important thing, kill people. But these two incidents are not really meddling by the Longye family, because after all, after Ling Yun broke Long Haoqiang's legs, the Long family did not respond, and who was the person who secretly killed Chen Jingtian in the end, Ling Yun didn't know yet. For such a big matter as the life and death of the big family in the capital, this is not a disturbance at all. The former wrote a letter just to express his attitude, while the latter killed and silenced it just to make peace. But it's that simple for the Ling family to be in charge? Ling Yun didn't believe it. With a glint in his eyes, he said again, however, even though there is no movement from the Longye family, our Ling family should still do what we should do. Ling Yun said this sentence firmly. Long Kuan and Long Wu's father and daughter were captured by the Long family, and there has been no news of them so far. Ling Yun must go to the Long family to ask for someone. It is imperative for Ling Yun to explore the underground palace with Mo Wudao when the time is right, but as long as he moves, the Long family will definitely be implicated. What's more, Ling Yun also wants to hold the Ling family's own ancient martial arts auction house to grab the business of the Longye family. Speaking of Guwu auction house. Second uncle, I have one more thing here. I thought the time was not ripe, so I didn't intend to mention it to you. But since you mentioned the Longye family, I'll just talk about it together. Ling Yu was taken aback, and asked, what's the matter? Ling Yun smiled and said, Second uncle, I want to set up our Ling family's own ancient martial arts auction house, before the end of this year. Hiss. When Ling Yu heard this, he immediately gasped. Set up your own Guwu auction house? This is to openly compete with the Longye family and grab the business of the Longye family. Wait. Yuner, please wait for a while. This matter is really too big, and Ling Yu couldn't react for a while. Ling Yun smiled. He knew that although Yi Xingchen didn't feel much about this decision, the Ling family had been in decline for 18 years. Now that he proposed to fight the Longye family suddenly, Ling Yu must be extremely shocked. Yuner, if you do this, it's tantamount to announcing that our Ling family will face-to-face with the Longye family. Because the ancient martial auction house is too involved. It supports both of them with one hand, and even the secular world and the ancient martial world with the other, and even the legendary cultivation world. Connections, resources, information, profits. There are too many things that an ancient martial arts auction house leverages. Yuner, have you made up your mind? Are you sure you want to do this? Ling Yun looked at the cautious and serious expression of the second uncle, and couldn't help laughing, thought it out earlier. Today on the 5th, the night after 4 days, I'm going to participate in the Yi family's auction to see how big they are. To be continued. Ling Yu was shocked on the spot when he heard this. What? On the night of September 9th, you are going to participate in the Yi family's ancient martial arts auction? Ling Yun said seriously, well, I went to the field to investigate, mainly to see how the Yi family is doing. Of course, I also want to take the opportunity to buy some things at the auction, such as Wu Jing Demon Silk. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun laughed again, and said relaxedly, as the saying goes, if you know yourself and your enemy, you can win 100 battles. After hearing Ling Yun's words, Ling Yu knew that it seemed that Ling Yun's establishment of an ancient martial arts auction house was already imperative, and there was absolutely no reason to change it. Ling Yu's eyes flickered, he pondered for a long time, and then slowly said after a while, Yuner, it seems that our Ling family is going to set up an ancient martial arts auction house, and you have already made a decision? He needed confirmation, so he asked again. Ling Yun nodded solemnly and said, yes. Second uncle, to tell you the truth, this is the most critical step in my plan for the rise of our Ling family, and it is imperative. It is good. After hearing this, Ling Yu stood up suddenly, since you have already made a decision, the second uncle will do his best to support you. Ling Yu made a statement, which was his agreement. Ling Yu is unparalleled in planning and wisdom, and considers the matter thoroughly, but he is not indecisive. As a mother-in-law, after he approved Ling Yun's decision, the expression on his face immediately became extremely excited. For the Ling family, the establishment of the Guwu auction house is definitely a major event. But Ling Yu sat down again, and he said seriously, "Yuner, this matter is very important, and second uncle still needs to plan carefully for this matter. After I have considered the details clearly, we will discuss the specific details." "You see how? Just do what the second uncle said." Ling Yun gave a bright smile and agreed wholeheartedly. He knew that his second uncle likes to make a decision before making a move, and he doesn't have full confidence in his heart, so he won't make a move. After reaching an agreement on this matter, the two of them chatted for more than half an hour about some important things that happened recently, until the color of the pot of tea was gone, and Ling Yun got up to leave. "Second uncle, brother Ling Yong. Where are you now?" Before going out, Ling Yun asked about Ling Yong. Mentioning Ling Yong, Ling Yu couldn't help but look worried. For the past few days, Ling Yong has been staying in his outer house. "If you want to find him, you can ask Ling Feng and Ling Li to take you there. However, the second uncle feels that we still need to give Ling Yong enough time to let him think about this matter in his heart. At this time, it is useless for any of us to persuade him." Ling Yun nodded heavily. "I understand, I will give him time, and I will look for him after a while." "Brat, we went to your house to look for you, but unexpectedly you came to my house." As soon as Ling Yun walked out of Ling Yu's courtyard, he met the eldest sister Ling Xiu. "Hey, big sister." Ling Yun hurriedly greeted Ling Xiu with a smile, and explained, "I just came home, and I have a lot of things to communicate with my uncle." "Brush." With a twist of Ling Xiu's delicate body, she came to Ling Yun's side. She took Ling Yun's arm at once, and she couldn't help but pull and leave. Ling Yun asked, "Sister, where are we going?" "Where else can I go?" "Go to my room. Now, Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others are waiting for you at my place. They just want to hear you tell about the wonderful process of the life and death battle." "What else can I do?" Ling Yun had no choice but to smile bitterly and follow Ling Xiu to the front yard, and went directly into Ling Xiu's room. "Hey, are you all here?" When Ling Yun entered the room, he was dumbfounded. It turned out that not only Ling Feng and Ling Li, but also Chao Shanshan and Mo Wudao, and even Ling Shui were sitting on the sofa waiting for him. "Ha, the great hero of our family, the great hero is here, sit down quickly." Seeing Ling Yun enter the house, all the younger generations of the Ling family stood up one after another, and Ling Feng took the lead in booing. "That posture is simply like the stars holding the moon." "Second brother, don't make fun of me." Ling Yun had no choice but to sit down. He leaned back on the sofa comfortably, then swept across the crowd with a smile, spread his hands and said, "Okay, you can ask any questions you want, I know everything, and I can say everything." Next, Ling Yun naturally received a lot of bombardment, so he had no choice but to explain the entire process of the life and death decisive battle to everyone in detail, which was more detailed than what he told Ling Yu alone. Ling Yun knew that these people in front of him represented the future of the Ling family, and he had to tell them the process of the life and death battle in detail, so that they could increase their knowledge and broaden their horizons, so that they would know that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Otherwise, now that the Ling family has risen suddenly, if these juniors of the Ling family have their eyes higher than the top and their nostrils upturned, and cause trouble outside, it will be a big trouble. The reason for the collapse of the Sun family, in the final analysis, was not because a dude, Sun Xing, accidentally provoked Ling Yun in Qingshui City. As a result, the enmity between Ling Yun and the Sun family became more and more serious, and finally got out of control, so he was arrested. Was Ling Yun destroyed? That's why, if you don't reach the first level of the supernatural powers, if you provoke some supermaster after you go out, it's easy to be killed by the opponent with one move. After Ling Yun finished talking about the process of the life and death battle, and answered the questions of these people one by one, he finally concluded that he was reminding everyone. It's a pity that no one would listen to what Ling Yun said at this time. Ling Feng, third brother, when will you show off your blazing fire thunder saber? Ling Li, third brother, is Qin Jingxian really possessed? Is their family's blood Yuanzhu really that powerful? Also, it seems that the Yamada no Orochi of Dongyang really has it. Ling Xiao, brat, are you saying you're biased or not? You've washed Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others, and even the dead soldiers of the Ling family. Why didn't you give it to Ling Feng and Ling Li on purpose? Washing the tendons and cutting the marrow? Another bombardment. Ling Yun had no choice but to answer everyone's questions one by one again. Finally, he glanced at Ling Xiao and Ling Shui and said with a smile, I have already thought about the question of you two washing your tendons and cutting your marrow. Now Aunt Jade Bird is already at the peak of the first level of the supernatural power. I will provide the elixir, and she will help you protect the law, and it can be done at any time. Before the life and death battle, apart from Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, the Ling family did not give Ling Xiao and Ling Shui a cleansing. Of course, they were concerned about the relatives in the same room, and the defense of men and women. Now that Qingmiao is already a peak master of the first level of the supernatural powers, and already possesses divine consciousness, she is completely competent for this matter. Ling Xiao and Ling Shui are both smart and clever, and when they heard Ling Yun's words, they understood what Ling Yun was thinking about. Ling Shui was slightly ashamed and lowered her head. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, gave Ling Yun an unceremonious look. Cut, brat, look at your narrow-mindedness, who cares, really? Ling Yun was sweating wildly, thinking that the eldest sister was really too tough. However, no matter what, Ling Yun managed to get this matter out of the way. Next, 7 or 8 young people chatted and made trouble here until noon, and when it was time for lunch, everyone let Ling Yun go and dispersed. Although most members of the Ling family usually live in the Ling family's ancestral house, because the Ling family's ancestral house is too large, and such a big family of ancient martial arts, everyone has their own affairs, so unless there are special circumstances, they usually eat alone. For example, Ling Lai usually cooks exclusively in the kitchen, while Ling Xiao and Ling Yu usually cook and eat in their own yard. These juniors, of course, eat more casually. There are almost all kinds of food, and they can eat anything. There are those who stay in the kitchen, some who occasionally cook by themselves, some who go out to eat out directly when they are hungry, and even those who are lazy like Ling Feng, who simply order takeaway and order whatever they want. Ling Yun is the head of the Ling family. Of course, his meals are specially prepared for him by the Ling family's kitchen. No matter what he wants to eat, the kitchen will open fire at any time. Of course, Ling Yun has now reached the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. He mainly focuses on cultivation and has sufficient spiritual energy in his body. He already faintly rejects the fireworks in the world. Once Ling Yun starts to cultivate, he will not have any problem if he does not eat for a day and a night, and he will not even feel hungry. However, he can do this, but now Chao Shanshan and Mo Wudao can't do it. Therefore, after Ling Yun separated from his brothers and sisters, he took the 2 of them back to his own room, and immediately arranged the kitchen according to the 3 people's tastes. Start preparing the meal. Finally willing to come back? After Mo Wudao came to Ling Yun's room, he sat down on the sofa unceremoniously, with an angry look on his face, glanced at Ling Yun and asked. In fact, when Ling Yun returned home today, Mo Wudao had already seen Ling Yun twice, but he knew that Ling Yun had just returned home, so he must be busy with family affairs first, so he endured not talking to Ling Yun. Why, looking at you like this, you still miss me? Ling Yun was amused in his heart, so he suppressed a smile and asked. Mo Wudao suddenly had a cold face. Cut. Don't put gold on your face. You are not in the Ling family for a few days, you don't know how much fun I am having. Ling Yun laughed out loud. Okay, there's no need to say anything. I specially invited you to drink to make amends at noon today. You know, just now my eldest sister and others tried their best to keep me for dinner, but I refused. While speaking, with a thought, Ling Yun took out 2 bottles of mitai from Taishu's ring, and put them directly on the table. One person, 1 bottle later, don't use your kung fu to force the wine out. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun chuckled and said to Mo Wudao in a low voice, I'll tell you something, this time I got a crow back. What? Crow? Mo Wudao almost jumped up, and he said with horror, Ling Yun, are you crazy? You also bring that kind of morning bird home, isn't it unlucky? Ling Yun frowned slightly. Don't worry, let me tell you slowly, the origin of this crow is extraordinary. So, Ling Yun started to tell Mo Wudao about the golden crow, and he was very excited when he told it, because this golden crow was his biggest achievement this time. While talking, food was delivered from the kitchen, accompanied by Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao started drinking and chatting while drinking. The drink lasted until 2:30 in the afternoon. After he was full of wine and food, Ling Yun took out his mobile phone and started making calls one by one while he was slightly tipsy. To be continued. Ling Yun's first call was of course to Ning Lingyu. One novel, less than or equal to 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 less than or equal to. The phone rang less than twice before Ning Lingyu picked it up. Hey, brother? Is it brother? Ning Lingyu's voice was obviously full of excitement and surprise. Spiritual rain. Hearing Ning Lingyu's voice, Ling Yun couldn't help smiling. After careful calculation, he has been in the capital for more than 20 days, and it has been nearly a month since he was separated from Lingyu. During this period, because he was too busy, because of this, the two barely spoke. Of course it's me. Besides me, who would dare to use my mobile phone to call you? Ling Yun laughed and teased. Elder brother. Ning Lingyu's brother called out, and the words seemed to be crying, Brother, you are lying, you said you would call me often, but you haven't called for a long time. Ling Yun was speechless. After he bought this mobile phone, he hardly used it except for making some necessary calls in Qingshui City. But since my sister is in a hurry, she should be coaxed or coaxed. Well, isn't my brother busy these days? There are too many trivial things, such as mobile phones and communicators, always put them in the ring and forget to take them out. Ning Lingyu said anxiously, there are too many trivial matters. After you arrived in the capital, you have been born and died several times. Don't think I don't know. It's really worrying to death. Although Ning Lingyu couldn't get in touch with Ling Yun, she was able to get in touch with Qin Dongxue and Ling Xiu. With these two people around, she actually had a very clear understanding of Ling Yun's various experiences after he came to the capital. Ling Yun looked straight, and he quickly reminded, Ling Yu, don't talk about these things on the phone. Then, Ling Yun said, Ling Yu, I have seen all the messages you sent me. My brother called you this time just to ask when you will come to the capital. Today is already September 5th, and I have to go to Yenqing University to enroll around the 10th, and there are only a few days left. Well, I've been thinking about it for the past 2 days, but I haven't been able to contact you. Ning Lingyu has been staying in the Qin family for nearly a month, and now she can't wait to see Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked again, do you want my brother to pick you up? After saying something, Ning Lingyu finally calmed down a little. She pondered and said, no brother, I know you have a lot of things to do right now. I'll go to the capital by myself. Grandpa will arrange it for me of. In the end, Ning Lingyu was afraid that Ling Yun would be worried, so she quickly added another sentence. Well, that's fine too, but remember to come here by plane, you know? Ling Yun exhorted and said. Because he knew that the Ning family had a so-called 18-year agreement with the Qin family, and this year happened to be the beginning of the new year, and now he had arrested cousin Di Xiaozhen again, for fear of any accidents. However, compared to other means of transportation, Huaxia's airports and airlines have very strict security checks. It is much safer for Ning Lingyu to come here by plane. Got it. Then I'll tell Grandpa now. Ning Lingyu's voice became visibly excited, almost cheering. Well, when your flight is booked, my brother will pick you up at the airport. We can talk about other things when we come to the capital. After explaining to Ning Lingyu, Ling Yun smiled and hung up the phone. Then he swiped his finger on the screen of the phone and immediately dialed another number. This call was of course to Tang Meng in Qingshui City. The other end of the phone answered in seconds, only to hear a rough voice shouting, "Hello, boss? Is it the boss?" Tang Meng was extremely excited. Ling Yun felt hot in his heart. "Hey, it's me." "Oh, boss, you called me again. I miss you so much." After Tang Meng confirmed that it was Ling Yun who was calling, his voice trembled, and his words were extremely nasty, but they were also crying. "Haha, miss me, don't you? Then you kid don't know to come to see me in the capital?" Instead, Ling Yun beat him up and made a joke with Tang Meng. "I rely on it." Tang Meng's voice immediately raised an octave. "Boss, you have so many things in the capital, how dare I go to the capital to disturb you? Besides, you don't know how busy I am every day." Next, Tang Meng poured out all kinds of bitterness, and he couldn't stop him, for fear that Ling Yun would say a few words to him in a hurry, and then hang up the phone again. But Ling Yun was listening with a smile. He has plenty of time now, and he made this call because he wanted Tang Meng to come to the capital. "Okay. You don't need to say it." Ling Yun listened for 5 minutes. Seeing that Tang Meng was chattering endlessly, he quickly interrupted, "If you have anything left to say, come to the capital and talk face to face." "Ah? What?" When Tang Meng heard Ling Yun's words, it was all right. He felt cold at the time, thinking that Ling Yun was going to hang up the phone, but when he heard that Ling Yun asked him to go to the capital, he couldn't believe it for a while. "Brother Yun, you want me to go to the capital? But, what about the jobs I have in hand?" Ling Yun laughed. "Haha, anyway, I told you, whether you like to come or not, you can decide for yourself. Go. Go." "Of course I'm going." Tang Meng immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes lit up and he asked, "Brother Yun, when do you think I'm coming out?" "Kindness." Ling Yun pondered and said, "Come here anytime. But this time, you have to bring some people with you. Tai Xiaohu, and the 72 guys he's training now. Also, I'm about to enroll in college now, so ask Qi Xiaoqing and Zhang Ling if they want to come with you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. When you come to the capital, you will play for a few days first, look around the capital, and then go to register for school." Tang Meng was overjoyed when he heard that, and shouted at the top of his voice, "I know, Brother Yun, just don't worry about these things, I promise to bring them all to you." After speaking, Tang Meng was so excited that he hung up Ling Yun's phone directly. This guy. Ling Yun originally wanted to give a few more instructions, but when he heard the busy tone from the other end of the phone, he smiled helplessly. "Finished?" Emma Wudao on the opposite side, holding a wine glass, asked with a smile. "Kindness." Ling Yun put down the phone and nodded slightly. Regarding the matter in Qingshui City, Ling Yun didn't need anyone else at all, he only needed to talk to Tang Meng alone. "Registration? Are you serious?" Emma Wudao looked at Ling Yun's eyes in disbelief. Ling Yun picked up the wine glass in front of him, touched Emma Wudao again, and drank it down in one gulp. "This is already the 4th bottle of Matai the two of them have drunk. Didn't I tell you already? Of course it's true." Ling Yun put down his wine glass, and said solemnly, since I have been admitted to the university, I still have to go through the admission process. There are all necessary procedures, but I don't need to stay in the school after I go through the admission process. Ling Yun was talking, but his eyes were full of memories. At this moment, he thought of Qin Shuiyue, a congenital master who kept his name in Qingshui City, doing mediocre or even humble jobs, insisting on supporting him and Ning Lingyu to go to school. 18 years. Up to now, Ling Yun really doesn't care whether he goes to Yenqing University or not, but he cares about Qin Shuiyue's 18 years of hard work for him. He wants to give Qin Shuiyue a perfect result. He wants to take Ning Lingyu, both as students of Yenqing University, to Tianshan Tianjianzong to rescue his mother, and then tell her personally about her original wishes. All achieved. When are you going to go through the admission procedures? When Mo Wudao heard that Ling Yun would not stay in the school, he felt as if a big stone fell in his heart, and couldn't help asking curiously. Probably around the 10th, it will only take 5 or 6 days. Ling Yun smiled and said, however, before that, we have a few important matters to deal with. The underground palace? Mo Wudao's eyes lit up immediately, unable to restrain his excitement. He lowered his voice and said, at the same time, he couldn't help but raised his finger and pointed in the direction of the Forbidden City. The underground palace. You know the underground palace? Ling Yun glared at Mo Wudao, frowned, and said, is there a place where you can go if you just say it? Even if you decide to go, you have to plan and prepare carefully in advance. Then, Ling Yun suddenly smiled. Before the decisive battle of life and death, I participated in a huge gambling game and severely cheated Yi Tianshui of the Yi family. Now, we should go collect the money. Haha, 15 billion. Every time Ling Yun thinks about it, his heart bursts into laughter. In addition, Ling Yun switched to voice transmission and said, on the night of the 9th, I will take you to a fun place. I guarantee you have never seen it before, and you will never miss it. When Mo Wudao heard that Ling Yun was going to take him to a fun place, he immediately became excited. Where? Haha, you'll know when you go. Ling Yun laughed, deliberately not to say anything, making it a bit of a joke. After speaking, Ling Yun stood up, said something to Chao Shanshan, and then walked out of the room. Mo Wudao was already full of wine and food. Of course he said goodbye to Chao Shanshan immediately, and also got up and chased out. The two quickly walked side by side and went straight to the 6th courtyard of the Ling family. Ling Yun came to the place where the ghost willow was planted, and with a thought, he took the ghost willow out of Taishu's ring and planted it in the same place again. Then Ling Yun performed the xuanhuan Earth Emperor, Kung Fu, to smooth the ground. Boom! With the planting of ghost willows, the Ling family's wood aura instantly soared. Quack, quack. Above the Ling family's ancestral house, a huge crow flew from nowhere. It was in the air. Its 2 golden eyes were like golden lamps, staring at the ghost willow below. It could not stop circling, croaking excitedly, several times, want to dive down. Mo Wudao raised his head suddenly. Fuck, it's so big? This is the one you were talking about. Ling Yun smiled and nodded. At the same time, he opened his mouth and said with a dragon roar, everyone in the Ling family obeys the order. This big bird in the sky now belongs to me. You must take care of it with all your heart, and no one is allowed to hurt it. Ling Yun's order spread throughout the entire courtyard of the Ling family in an instant. To be continued. After giving the order, Ling Yun raised his head with a smile, and beckoned to the golden crow in the air. Without his calling at all, the golden-threaded crow flapped its wings suddenly, swooped down from the sky, and landed directly on the ghost willow, burrowing into the thick branches and leaves. Heh, this guy is really good at finding places. Ling Yun raised his head and saw that the golden crow just landed on a 3-point branch at the top of Ghost God Willow, stepped on the thickest branch, and stopped there. Now, after continuous growth, Ghost Willow is 3 meters high, with a trunk diameter of about 20 centimeters, and there are already many arms-thick branches on it, like a weeping willow, with thousands of silk ribbons hanging down, very thick. The whole willow tree seems to be shrouded in a light yellow mist, from which radiates a green brilliance. The tree body is a little pale, giving people a feeling as if they are not in this time and space at all. Ling Yun knew that the light yellow mist was of course the mysterious yellow gas released by the ghost willow. As for the green brilliance, it was emitted by the whole tree, especially the countless willow leaves, like green fluorescence. Okay, since you like this tree, I'll spare you the trouble of making a nest for you. You can build your nest on this tree yourself. Ling Yun said with a smile. Quack, quack. The golden-threaded crow could indeed understand human speech. Seeing Ling Yun let him live in this tree, it flapped its wings and croaked one after another. It was very excited. It's a pity that I can't communicate with this ghost willow. If we can communicate, let's see if we can break a branch from the tree and refine it into a magic weapon. It must be awesome. Ling Yun muttered in his heart. Originally, in this life-and-death decisive battle, Ling Yun brought the Ling family's inheritance ghost willow to the past, just in case he needed it, but he never used it. He could barely grasp it with his hands, so he couldn't just hug this big tree and hit someone at a critical moment, right? Of course Ghost Willow didn't respond. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. I can only observe for a while longer to see what changes will happen to this Ghost Willow, let's see. At this moment, Ling Yun clearly felt three spiritual thoughts of varying strengths coming from him. His mind moved, and he immediately realized that the two powerful spiritual thoughts were released by Ling Lai and Blue Bird, respectively. And the other divine sense is relatively weak, that is Chao Shanshan's. Shanshan can control her divine thoughts so quickly? Ling Yun smiled approvingly, and said that Chao Shanshan's aptitude is indeed amazing. After she reached the late stage of Qi training, she was able to control her own spiritual thoughts without practicing any exercises. This understanding is really good. It seems that it's time to teach Chao Shanshan some cultivation skills and combat skills, otherwise, it will be a waste of time. After returning home this time, Ling Yun clearly felt that Chao Shanshan's temperament had undergone an earth-shaking change. Of course, this was a natural change after her realm rapidly improved. The most obvious manifestation is that Chao Shanshan's words have become less than before. No matter whether there are outsiders or not, she will not pull Ling Yun to ask questions. Ling Yun can always see her silently meditating. It must be that Chao Shanshan is constantly realizing herself. New frontier. It's just, what exercises should I teach Shanshan? Ling Yun was thinking about it, but he couldn't help but use the harmony with light and dust art, covering his spiritual thoughts towards Ling Lai and Qingyao. He secretly observed the state of the two of them. Now, these two people are both at the peak of the first level of the supernatural powers, their realms are comparable, and the strength of their spiritual thoughts is also similar. They are the strongest combat power of the Ling family except for Ling Yun. If it is divided according to the state of Qi training, Ling Yun is easy to confirm. Now Ling Lai and Qingyao are both at the peak of the second level of Qi training. It looks like Grandpa is about to break through again. Ling Yun carefully felt the strength of Ling Lai's divine thoughts, and couldn't help secretly rejoicing, knowing that after Ling Lai entered the supernatural power realm, the mysterious and yellow immortal aura absorbed in his body finally exerted its due effect. Ling Lai, Qingyao, and others. Their Dantian is different from Ling Yun's miraculous Dantian. They are not as powerful as Ling Yun's miraculous Dantian. As long as there is enough true energy in their bodies, they can quickly improve. Just comparing with Yi Xingchen. Grandpa and Aunt Qingyao are far behind. Ling Yun sighed secretly, but this is limited by each person's aptitude, and it cannot be changed by manpower. No matter how powerful he is, he has nothing to do. He can only let everyone achieve the greatest improvement according to their aptitude. Auntie Qingmiao, please take some time these 2 days to help me cleanse my elder sister Ling Xiu and my younger sister Ling Shui. I have already given them the marrow washing pill. Ling Yin used sound transmission to enter the secret and communicated directly with the blue bird. Jade Bird responded immediately, no problem, Yuner, just leave this matter to me. Ling Yin smiled, thank you, Aunt Qingmiao. You child, what kind of politeness do you have with your aunt? Qingmiao blamed Ling Yin, and then said, however, Yuner, your father's realm can no longer be suppressed, you have to help him break through as soon as possible. Ling Yin nodded, and secretly replied, I understand. After the communication between the two was over, Ling Yin carefully observed Ling Lai through his spiritual sense, and found that Ling Lai's face was haggard and his eyes were full of sadness, and he immediately knew that Grandpa needed him to comfort him. However, at this time it was obviously not the right time, so Ling Yin held back and did not go over immediately. Ling Yin withdrew his consciousness, stood where he was, thought for a while, waved his hand suddenly, and led Mo Wudao towards the front yard. Second brother, are you busy now? Ling Yin found Ling Feng and asked, straight to the point. When Ling Feng saw Ling Yin looking for him, he couldn't care less about his own cultivation, so he flew out immediately, and said with a smile, third brother, what do you need from me? Ling Yin smiled and said, well, the second uncle said that he chose the address of Ling's other courtyard and took you there. If you are free now, why don't you take me out to see those places? Huh, what's the matter? Let's go. When Ling Feng heard this, he immediately agreed, and he didn't need to pack his things, he just grabbed Ling Yin's shoulders and walked out. I'm going too. Ling Li heard the movement and appeared out of nowhere, clamoring to go out to play. This is going out with Ling Yin. Ling Yin has come to Beijing twice, and the brothers have not gone out to play together yet. Stinky boy, you want to go out to play, but you actually want to leave your eldest sister behind, do you still have a conscience? They were all in the front yard. Ling Xiu also rushed out at this time, and came up to question Ling Yunxing. Haha, okay, let's all go together. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin used sound transmission to enter the secret, and asked Chao Shanshan again. Chao Shanshan was worried that Ling Yin would not have time to accompany her. Now that she heard that Ling Yin was going out, of course she agreed to go without asking. So, Ling Yin, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Chao Shanshan, a group of 6 people quickly got together, got into a 7-seater luxury business car, and left the Ling family. Ling Xiu asked, where are you going first? This time Ling Yin didn't grab the opportunity to drive, and the driver was Ling Xiu, the elder sister of the Ling family. Ling Feng replied with a smile, sister, our father told me last time that the best place in his fancy is to the north of our Ling family's ancestral house, outside the 6th Ring Road, at Mongshan Mountain. Mongshan? Mo Wudao was shocked when he heard this, and asked, isn't Mang Mountain in Luoyang, Henan? Why did you go there? Ha ha. Ling Li laughed suddenly, brother Wudao, you don't understand now. The Mang Mountain my brother mentioned is a mountain range in the north of the capital. It is a python of a python, not the Baiman Mountain you mentioned. Ling Yin looked sideways, and he knew from the tone of Ling Li and Mo Wudao's conversation that Mo Wudao had been in the Ling family for so long, and he had already integrated into the Ling family and was very familiar with the Ling family. Oh, I see what I said. Mo Wudao was embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head to hide his embarrassment. Everyone sit still, let's go. Ling Xiu kicked the accelerator, and the commercial vehicle rushed out like a bullet, traveling at a very fast speed all the way. It was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the road was not congested, and they were going out from the 5th Ring Road of the capital, heading north all the way after leaving the city, so everything went smoothly, and it took only half an hour for the whole journey to reach the destination. Outside the North 6th Ring Road, near the Xingchan Temple. Probably the location is this area. As for the specific location, you have to choose it yourself, third brother. After the car stopped, Ling Feng sat in the car, pointed to a large field ahead, and said to Ling Yun with a smile, "Get off." Unexpectedly, Ling Yun did not respond to him, but after observing the surroundings quietly, he directly asked everyone to get out of the car. The one with the same expression as Ling Yun was Mo Wudao behind him. "Third brother, do you see that the mountain to the west is Meng Mountain, which is the National Forest Park, and the mountain to the east is called Daong Mountain, and further north, there are Calligraphy and Painting Mountain, Dafo Mountain, and Lianhua Mountain in sequence. Are all scenic spots around the capital. From here to the west in a straight line, the straight line distance is about 9 kilometers, and there is the famous Ming Tombs. There is the Ming Tombs Reservoir over there, the Huairou Reservoir to the east, and the Nanzhuang Reservoir about 1 kilometer to the south here, surrounded by mountains and rivers. The east, west, and north sides of this place are surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, and the south side has a wide view. Our Ling family's ancestral house is 25 kilometers away in a straight line. Moreover, this place is facing the Forbidden City." When Ling Feng got out of the car, he uttered all the words that Ling Yu had said when he took him to survey the terrain, eloquently. After Ling Yun got out of the car, he never spoke. He listened to Ling Feng's introduction, and at the same time put his consciousness to the maximum, observing the entire mountain and river terrain in this area. And Mo Wudao's eyes were already shining, his eyes were full of shock and horror, and there was a huge wave in his heart. After a while, the two looked at each other in agreement. Super Dragon Vein. Fengshui Treasure Land. This is the perfect pattern of the phoenix spreading its wings and the dragon and phoenix making auspiciousness. The same mountain and river terrain. From the perspective of a cultivator, Ling Yin saw that this is a super dragon vein. And Mo Wudao, as a feng shui master who is not doing business properly, saw that this place is an excellent feng shui treasure. It is a pattern of phoenix spreading its wings and dragon and phoenix in harmony. But in any case, the address of Ling's other courtyard, if you choose this place, you will definitely not be able to escape. Ling Yin saw that this place was extraordinary almost instantly, not only because it was a super dragon vein, but he also felt the strong dragon energy released from the ground veins in a spray state, gathered here, and then headed to the south go to rush. Where the dragon veins are located, of course there will be dragon aura. But the dragon aura here is so strong and powerful, but it is extremely hard to find. As for what Mo Wudao said about the spread of the phoenix's wings, the dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity, Ling Yun is also very clear about it. From where they are, looking to the north, there is a mountain protruding there, which is called Feng Tu, and there are 2 north-south mountains on the east and west sides, which are the 2 phoenix wings. Overlooking these mountains from a high altitude, it seems that a huge phoenix is flapping its wings and is about to fly towards the capital city in the south. What is this if it is not a phoenix spreading its wings? The overall combination of so many dragon veins forms the big terrain where the phoenix spreads its wings. Of course it is the dragon and the phoenix bringing prosperity. Third brother, third brother? When Ling Feng saw that Ling Yun got out of the car, he didn't speak for a while, so he stopped introducing, and waved his hand up and down in front of Ling Yun's eyes. "Why don't you speak? Is this place okay?" "Okay. It's really good. The second uncle is really awesome." Ling Yun recovered from his excitement, immediately nodded and said, he knew that this time he owed Ling Yu a huge favor invisibly. Ling Yu is worthy of being the brains of the Ling family. Maybe he doesn't know feng shui, but he can pick out such an excellent place with only his own wisdom and vision. No wonder in the morning when Ling Yu talked about this place with Ling Yun, his face was full of mystery, even showing off slightly. "There is no need to look at other places, this is here, it's settled." Excited, Ling Yun clenched his fist and waved his hand, said another sentence, and then looked at Mo Wudao, who kept walking beside him. "Indeed, there is no need to go anywhere else, there can be no other place better than this. Mo Wudao laughed and nodded. He looked around in high spirits, and he exuded an aura of pointing the country. Geomembrane geomancy can affect and change people's aura. Especially Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, they are well versed in this way. They only come here for a while, and once their aura is infected by the dragon aura here, there will be obvious changes. It settled so soon? Don't you really need to look elsewhere? Ling Li was dumbfounded for a moment. He didn't expect Ling Yun to fall in love with this place as soon as he arrived here. It's really unnecessary. Ling Yun smiled and nodded in confirmation. This place is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the scenery is beautiful. It is indeed a place of geomantic omen, especially when facing south. You can overlook the entire capital, and even the distance to the capital is less than 30 kilometers, not too far, not too close, just right. Ling Yun didn't tell others that this place is a super dragon vein, with a strong dragon spirit, and he has already started thinking in his heart, how can he buy this place as soon as possible? Mo Wudao and Ling Yun have such a tacit understanding now. Seeing what Ling Yun said, he immediately dispelled the urge to show off, and just observed the surrounding terrain and feng shui on his own. Looking for the dragon's acupuncture point, he wanted to find out the place where the dragon energy gathered here. Ling Xiu asked, "Boy, this is your own house, you have to think about it. Since you have chosen this place, what are you going to do next?" This is to inquire about Ling Yun's purchase. However, Ling Yun didn't have to worry about this at all. He immediately took out the communicator on his body and contacted Ling Yu. Now, for the convenience of contact, Ling Yun no longer puts the mobile phone and communicator in the Taishu ring, but carries it with him and always turns it on. "Second uncle, thank you, I like the place you chose for me. It's here, no change." After talking on the phone, Ling Yun spoke directly to Ling Yu. On the other end of the phone, Ling Yu laughed and said with a smile, "Okay, I understand, then I will start making arrangements now and buy that piece of land for you. Second uncle, I want the area surrounded by Mang Mountain and Daong Mountain." Ling Yun's tone was very loud, and there was no doubt about it. He knew that the current him was fully qualified and capable of successfully taking down this large area. For such an excellent feng shui treasure land, it is good to get more points. How could Ling Yun think too much? "Understood, the second uncle promises that it will be taken down for you within 3 days. Are you relieved now? Such a large area stretches 9 kilometers from east to west and 3 kilometers from north to south, covering a total of 27 square kilometers of land, more than 40,000 mu of land. Even if it is outside the 6th ring road of the capital, 1 mu of land would cost at least 2 million yuan. That is to say, if this large area is to be taken over completely, it would cost hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, there are 5 or 6 small mountain villages around, and the demolition cost of those villagers must be a huge sum of money. But Ling Yun doesn't care about these at all, because he is rich. Not only is Ling Yun himself rich, the current Ling family is not short of money, not to mention that even if the Ling family is not enough, there are Chao family, Shui family, Qin family. Moreover, to buy such land, money is not the main problem. The main problem is enough power. Without power, it is absolutely impossible to obtain such a large piece of land around the capital. But Ling Yun doesn't lack these two things now. It is rich and powerful. No way. Ling Yun made a phone call and didn't shy away from anyone at all. Sure enough, when Chao Shanshan heard it, she immediately took out her mobile phone and sent a simple message to his grandfather, Chao Juanxiong. "Grandpa, Ling Yun is going to buy land and build a house, please prepare some money." Chao Juanxiong replied quickly, with only 2 words, "How much?" "The more the better." "I see, I will arrange it. I heard that the kid is going home today. You tell him that if you have time, let him come over. I will drink with him." "Good grandpa." Chao Shanshan silently finished texting her grandfather, quickly settled everything, and then continued to look around with a smile. There is no doubt that she also likes this place very much, very much. Let's go. Seeing that everything was settled, Ling Yan no longer needed to stay here, so he proposed to get in the car and leave. Emma Wudao immediately said anxiously, "Hey, I haven't finished it yet, let me watch it for a while." "Second goods, let's take a look at them after we buy them, why are you wandering around now?" Ling Yan scolded Emma Wudao with a smile, and got into the car directly. Emma Wudao thought so, and immediately returned to the car. It was still Ling Xiu driving the car back home. On the way back, Ling Yan received calls from Ning Lingyu and Tang Meng successively. Both of them told him that tomorrow's plane would arrive in the capital before noon. After hanging up the phone, Ling Yan smiled and said to Ling Xiu and Chao Shanshan, "Sister, Shanshan, Lingyu and Tang Meng will come to the capital tomorrow morning. I think they will stay at our house for the time being, can you help me arrange it?" Chao Shanshan is naturally very familiar with Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng and others. Ling Xiu also went to Qingshui City for a few days and met them, so Ling Yan found the right person. "Don't worry, it's all on the eldest sister." Ling Xiu sneered coquettishly, and immediately took it all down. Originally, Ling Li wanted to find a scenic spot nearby to visit, but Ling Yan still had a lot of important things to do, so the six of them returned directly. On the way back, the capital city was a bit more congested, not so fast, and they didn't return to the Ling family's ancestral house until after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That night, after Ling Yan had dinner, he didn't go anywhere. In his yard, he began to teach Chao Shanshan the exercises. Chao Shanshan's physique is that the 5 elements belong to fire, and the attribute is partial to fire, so Ling Yan taught her the skill of the Red Emperor Fire and Phoenix transformation and asked her to concentrate on practicing this skill. Golden Emperor's Crazy Dragon Slash, Supreme Azure Emperor's Art, Wanshui Immortal's Art, Scarlet Emperor's Fire and Phoenix Transformation, Xuanhuan Earth Emperor's Art. These are the 5 powerful supernatural powers mastered by Ling Yan. They belong to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. They are not only cultivation methods, but also contain countless combat supernatural powers. If these 5 kinds of exercises are cultivated comprehensively, after all of them are cultivated to the extreme, they can destroy the world and kill gods and immortals. Of course, with such heaven-defying exercises, a person who can practice 1 or 2 of them to the extreme is already against the sky. If one wants to learn all 5 and practice them to the extreme, there is no one in hundreds of millions of people. But Ling Yan can, and not only Ling Yan, because Ning Lingyu is a fairy body, and her physical attributes are all 5 elements, so can she. Apart from these 2, there was no one else. Combining these 5 heaven-defying techniques into one is the 5 elements slaughtering god art. But so far, Ling Yan has not practiced specifically, because he has not yet reached the middle stage of qi training, and his spiritual power is not strong enough, so he first passed it on to Miao Xiaomiao, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Yao Rou, and others. Ling Yan had already planned to cut the mad dragon, and he wanted to teach it to Qin Dongxue, who has a strong metallic nature. After Chao Shanshan reached the first level of qi training, she finally obtained the cultivation method she had dreamed of, and it was incomparably compatible with her own attributes, so she was ecstatic, and began to practice under Ling Yan's guidance on the spot. Ling Yan is of course very attentive to Chao Shanshan. He taught Chao Shanshan carefully, pointed out all the difficulties and key points of cultivation to Chao Shanshan, and guided her to get started quickly. This teaching is just one night. In the early morning of the next day, Ling Yan came to the courtyard early, still practicing his Diyan Gathering Stars secret art. He didn't stop practicing until the sun was high, and called Emma Wudao to wait for him to have breakfast together. After the meal, Ling Yan took Emma Wudao, Chao Shanshan, Ling Xiu, Ling Feng and Ling Li, and took 2 buses from the Ling family to the capital international airport to meet Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng and others. The ancestral home of the Ling family. After Ling Yun left home, Ling Lai immediately called Ling Yu to his small courtyard via voice transmission. Ling Yu and Kuai came, went straight into the room, took out his communicator, and put it on the table of the 8 immortals. "Father, this is all the conversation between Yuner and I yesterday, including the battle of life and death. It was really thrilling. Listen to it." While talking, Ling Yu lightly pressed a button on the communicator to start the recording and playback function. It turned out that Ling Yu knew that Ling Lai was definitely concerned about Ling Yun's life and death battle. When he was talking with Ling Yun, he quietly recorded the whole process of their conversation with a communicator, and waited to play it for Ling Lai. Kindness. Ling Lai's expression was serious, and he didn't say any nonsense, just nodded his head and began to listen. Ling Yu knew that his father had something to say after listening, so he was not in a hurry, so he just sat down and listened with Ling Lai. About an hour and a half later, the recording was finally played. Ling Lai waited for a while, and when he heard no more movement in the communicator, he raised his hand, pressed the button again, and turned off the communicator. What followed was an unspeakable silence. "That's it?" After a full 3 minutes, Ling Lai asked softly. "Yes, father." Ling Yu stood up, put away the communicator, and said respectfully, "Yuner and I talked so much yesterday." "Hey." Ling Lai suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed, then lowered his head and said, "Yuner, it's really not easy." Ling Yu stood in awe and did not interrupt. After Ling Lai sighed, he pondered for a while, and then asked with a worried look, "Second brother, tell me, Yuner came back yesterday and has a lot of free time, why didn't he come to see me?" Ling Yu took a careful look at Ling Lai, and then told the truth, "Father, Yuner chose not to come to see you, probably because he was worried in his heart, for fear that you would be embarrassed if he saw him. And it's not just you. As far as I know, Yuner hasn't seen my third brother since he saw his father in the morning." Ling Yu added another sentence. Ling Lai closed his eyes slightly, and nodded, "That is to say, he didn't see me, the third child, and Ling Yu?" Ling Yu nodded and said, "That's right." "Hey." Ling Lai sighed again, and then said in a deep voice, "Because of the boss's matter, I said I was sorry for Yuner, but unexpectedly, it made this child feel embarrassed." Seeing his father like this, Ling Yu couldn't help feeling sour, but he forced a smile on his face and said in relief, "Father, don't think that way. You heard what Yuner told me just now. This kid Yuner is extremely smart, he is a sensible person, his heart is open." Ling Yu watched his words and expressions, and kept reassuring Ling Lai. "Humph." Ling Lai glared, "In that case, I am his grandfather, he hasn't come home for so many days, and he didn't know to come to greet me after he came back, do you think it's fair?" Ling Yu snickered inwardly when he heard this, knowing that the old man had a taste in his heart, and he wasn't really blaming Ling Yun. So he persuaded with a smile, "It's outrageous, but, father, don't forget that when Yuner came home in the morning, he had already seen you and greeted you. Also, he returned after arriving home, except for going out in the afternoon, you stayed in the yard all the time, didn't you go to look for him?" As soon as he said this, Ling Lai's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and he glared at Ling Yu again, and said, "Second brother, who the hell are you? Did you ask for a beating?" After hearing this, Ling Yu spread his arms out, with a helpless face, and stopped talking. Ling Lai waited for a long time, but he didn't hear anything, so he said angrily, "Why didn't you speak again? Don't you claim to be the brains of our Ling family? Come on, tell me today, what happened?" Thing. Hey. It was rare for Ling Yu to show such a grinning expression in front of his father. Then he said, "Father, if you are willing to reason, then I will." Humph. Ling Lai was amused by Ling Yu's appearance. At this time, he thought of Ling Yu's appearance when he was young, and couldn't help laughing and scolding, "Humph, that kid Ling Li has a sharp tongue since he was a child, but he looks very much like you." when I was a child. Let's talk about it, let's solve it, for the father. Ling Yu knew that now that Ling Lai was looking for him, he wasn't really asking him to explain the truth, but just to chat with him to relieve boredom, and at the same time, he also wanted to know about Ling Yun's movements. Father, about my elder brother. Ling Lai waved his hand suddenly. Even in front of me from now on, you don't need to call him big brother, just call him Ling Zhen. Yes. Ling Yu's heart trembled, he nodded in agreement, and then spoke again. Since the matter of Ling Zhen has been uncovered and you have made a decision, then our whole family should face it calmly. And there are actually two most important people among them, not our Yuner, but you and my third brother. As long as the knot between the two of you is resolved, our Ling family will immediately go back to business as usual. 18 years ago, in the final analysis, it was Ling Zhen's fault. Even if we are close relatives, right is right and wrong is wrong. If you are wrong, you have to pay the price, and the two of you can't take others' mistakes, to punish myself. You and my third brother, you are the most affectionate, and my third brother is Ibo Yun Tian, but your personalities are different from our Yuner. That's the crux of the embarrassment for everyone. Ling Yu finally spoke his mind. Ling Lai was listening quietly at first, but now when he heard Ling Yu's point, he suddenly raised his head. Oh? Ling Yu said with a smile, this kid, Yuner, has the heart of a real child. Since he returned to the Ling family, he has been sincere to our Ling family. I believe everyone in our Ling family can see this. Is that right? Ling Lai nodded and smiled, that's right. Ling Yu smiled, and suddenly changed the subject, but it is precisely because Yuner has the heart of a child that he can't rub a grain of sand in his eyes. He is the same to Ling Hao, and of course it is the same to Ling Zhen. Speaking of this, Ling Yu suddenly turned serious, and said in a tone that seemed to be a reminder, Father, don't forget that Yuner is very kind, but he was not raised by our Ling family after all. After hearing this, Ling Lai suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, second brother, what do you mean by that? Ling Yu smiled wryly. He took 2 steps forward and pushed Ling Lai back on the seat. Father, look at your temper. Listen to me first. Father, what I mean is that even though Yuner is trying his best to integrate into our Ling family, he gets along well with most of our Ling family. Our Ling family has no emotional basis. In the final analysis, counting from the night when Yuner saved me, the first time we saved our Ling family, to today, the total time is only 2 months. Ling Yu's meaning is obvious. Even if there is a blood relationship, a child who has grown up outside for 18 years should suddenly integrate into a new family in just 2 months. How deep a relationship can be established? Ling Lai listened quietly, not speaking, just meditating. So, Yuner's view of Ling Hao and Ling Zhen is completely different from that of you and my third brother. Ling Lai frowned, and suddenly said, second brother, you mean? What I mean to say is that Yuner can treat our Ling family like this in 2 months, which is the ultimate. However, that's only for people who are harmless to him. Once Yuner has someone who wants to harm him, such as Ling Hao and Ling Zhen, in Yuner's eyes, whether Ling Hao or Ling Zhen, they are no different from the Sun and Chen families. After finishing speaking, Ling Yu couldn't help reminding in a low voice, Father, don't forget, once Yuner has determined who is his enemy, he never holds back. As he spoke, Ling Yu pouted in the direction of Ling's dungeon, reminding Ling Lai that those who were locked up there or those who died were role models. Ling Lai nodded frequently, indeed. In our eyes, no matter how you say it, there is affection for Ling Zhen and Ling Hao. This is human nature. But for Yuner, that is his sworn enemy. He has to kill these 2 people, but he has to take our feelings into consideration. This is the embarrassment. Ling Yu said everything he wanted to say in one breath, pointing out the key to the biggest problem of the Ling family. Especially when Ling Hao and Ling Zhen had accidents one after another, the time interval was only half a month. Yuner considered that you were heartbroken. He didn't need to consider others, but he had to consider the feelings of you, a grandfather, and his father. what about an 8-year-old? Hey. Ling Lai sighed again, shook his head and said, so Yuner can only choose to escape. Ling Yu smiled and said, hey, actually, you, father, and my third brother understand all this in your heart, and you just want me to say it for you. Ling Lai glanced at Ling Yu, cut, don't you brat flatter me there, who has so many twists and turns in your heart. Seeing Ling Lai talking like this, Ling Yu knew that Ling Lai's worries had been resolved by him, so he took the opportunity to say, Father, Yuner doesn't rub the sand in his eyes, and what's even more heaven-defying is that Yuner's ability it can fully support him to do this. Whether it's to Sun Chen, or to the Long family, to the Yi family, or to the Tianzu, when did Yuner bend his knees, and on what matter did we evade or compromise? So, Yuner took the initiative to go out for 4 or 5 days this time, which is actually a compromise with his blood and family. This is already very difficult for him. Father, as a junior, Yuner can understand us, so we should consider him more. Ling Lai suddenly stood up, that makes sense. Then tell me, what should the third child and I do next? Do whatever you say. Ling Yu smiled and said, Father, you and the third brother don't need to do anything at all, as long as it is the same as before, do what you want, and find a way to make this matter go away as soon as possible, so that it doesn't affect the good situation of our Ling family. Before that old man Chen Jingtian was about to die, he exposed Ling Zhen's background. He just wanted to plunge our Ling family into civil strife. We just couldn't let him do what he wanted. Well, it seems that I've been foolish, I might not be as thoughtful as Yuner. Ling Lai blamed himself calmly, and at the same time he waved his hand, okay, I know what's in my mind, before Yuner and the others go out to pick up people and haven't come back, you should also go to the third child's place and explain these principles to him too. Listen. To be continued. Capital International Airport. After Ling Yun and others arrived at the airport, they first went to the parking lot to find a place to park the car, then he asked the 2 bus drivers to stand by, and then he, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and Ling Xiu went straight to the airport hall. Ling Yun, here it is. As soon as Ling Yun entered the airport lobby, he saw Qin Dongxue. Because Ning Lingyu was coming today, and her plane arrived half an hour earlier than Tang Ming's, Qin Dongxue would of course come to the airport to pick her up, and she arrived at the airport earlier than Ling Yun. Auntie. Ling Yun immediately stepped forward and greeted Qin Dongxue with a smile. Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and Ling Xiu, Ling Feng and Ling Li all followed naturally and greeted Qin Dongxue one after another. Stinky boy, it's alright, I didn't expect you to wipe out the Sun and Chen families by yourself. Qin Dongxue nodded to everyone, and after saying hello, her beautiful eyes rolled around, full of approval, and she said specifically to Ling Yun. Haha, that is necessary, I have already said that I want to destroy them. Ling Yun has no modesty now, and said with a stinky face, causing everyone around to burst into laughter. Qin Dongxue couldn't help but give Ling Yun a blank look, I'm so embarrassed. Then everyone started chatting in a hurry, and they quickly and naturally divided into 2 groups, a group of 4 men and a group of 3 women, with clear distinctions. There is no way, Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, and Ling Xiu are the most outstanding women from the 3 big families of Huaxia, the Qin family, the Chao family, and the Ling family. Ling Yun chatted casually with his brothers. At the same time, he let go of his consciousness and enveloped the entire airport area. While watching the flight information, he observed the bustling passengers in the airport. Now, with Ling Yun's spiritual sense released, he can reach a distance of 3 kilometers, and he can even observe the takeoff and landing of planes on the entire tarmac of the capital airport. Human technology is really powerful, amazing. Ling Yun carefully observed those planes taking off and landing, listening to the roar of the engine when the plane took off, and the huge friction sound on the runway when the plane landed. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Now, Ling Yun no longer rejects human high technology from the bottom of his heart, he is trying to accept and adapt to it. As a cultivator, he has just been able to fly with the sword now, and if he doesn't use xuanhuan, he can only fly about 50 kilometers in one breath. However, human beings have airplanes, and ordinary people only need about 3 hours to travel from Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, to the capital city, by plane. Not to mention anything else, but in terms of speed and effect, the result is actually the same. Ling Yun can fly with a sword, but he needs to practice constantly, while ordinary people, although they can't fly, they don't need to practice, they only need a ticket. Traffic is like this, so is communication. If a cultivator is strong enough, he can transmit voices thousands of miles away, but humans can do the same with telephones. The only difference between comprehension and technology is that cultivators do not need external force, while ordinary people need high-tech products. What if human beings' technological level reaches a certain level and is used to develop their own potential? Soon, Ling Yun thought of this level and murmured in his heart. Ling Yun was thinking like this, and at the same time he did not forget to chat with Ling Feng, Ling Li, and the others. Before he knew it, half an hour passed. Boy, Ling Yu's plane is coming soon, shall we go to the VIP passage and wait for her? At this time, Qing Dongxue suddenly stopped talking, came over and patted Ling Yun on the shoulder and said. This time, the Qing family made a big deal and chartered a plane, specially for Ning Yu. Qing Dongxue already knew about it, so she saw that the time was almost up, so she came to remind Ling Yun. It is good. Ling Yun hadn't seen Ning Yu for a month. After more than a month, he had already reached the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training. He really wanted to know what level Ning Yu had cultivated to now. A group of 7 people soon came to the exit of a special passage for VIPs, where they waited for Ning Yu to come out. Ling Yun still maximized his spiritual consciousness, and he began to focus on observing every plane that had just landed on the airport runway, wanting to see his sister as soon as possible. After another 5 or 6 minutes, a medium-sized plane landed on the runway of the airport and entered Ling Yun's consciousness. Then Ling Yun saw Ning Yu in the cabin. Ning Yu was sitting in the first-class cabin, by the window. She was wearing a snow-white shirt and a pair of sky-blue jeans. She was looking out through the window, observing the scenery of the entire airport, her eyes full of novelty. It is the first time for Ning Yu to come to the capital after growing so big. Today's weather is very good, the sun is shining brightly, the dazzling sunlight shines through the window on Ning Yu's dreamy and pretty face, exuding a holy halo, like an angel who descended into the world. The peak of the 3rd level of Qi training reads, "They are not wolves." Ning Yu was enveloped by Ling Yun's divine sense, and she could see Ning Yu's current state at a glance, and she shouted excitedly from her heart. As expected of a fairy body, for Ning Yu, as long as she reached the stage of refining Qi, and started to practice again, there was almost no such thing as a 1st level or a 2nd level. These small realms, such as the 1st level of Qi training and the 2nd level of Qi training, belong to the early stage of Qi training. In the early stage of Qi training, the division of these small realms is not an obstacle for Ning Yu at all. For her, there are only the early stage of Qi training, the middle stage of Qi training, and the late stage of Qi training. Spiritual reign. Under Ling Yun's excitement, he didn't bother to wait for Ning Yu to get off the plane. He directly used the technique of sound transmission into secrets, and sent the sound of spiritual reign to Ning Yu's ears at a distance of more than 1,000 meters. Elder brother? Ning Yu's tender body trembled, and with a movement of her divine sense, she immediately released her powerful spiritual consciousness, covering the entire airport in an instant. Then, Ning Yu saw Ling Yun, Qing Dongxue, and others waiting at the exit of the VIP passage. Brother? It's really you. Ning Yu was very excited when she saw Ling Yun for the first time. She said to Ling Yun with the technique of sound transmission. This is a cultivator, who possesses powerful spiritual thoughts and can transmit sound into secrets. Although they are thousands of meters away, under the cover of spiritual thoughts, it is not much different from talking face to face. Haha, Lingyu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Your elder brother told you that the peak of the third level of Qi training will soon enter the middle stage of Qi training, faster than your brother. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun said to Ning Lingyu, who had already stood up. The plane is still taxiing, but this is not a problem for Ning Lingyu now, she stands very firmly. Brother, wait for me, Aunt May and I will get off the plane soon. Accompanying Ning Lingyu this time was also Aunt May of the Qin family and a dozen dead men of the Qin family. Those dead men of the Qin family were all dressed in black suits, looking very cool. Okay. Ling Yun agreed, and immediately withdrew his divine thoughts, and then said to Qin Dongxue via voice transmission, Lingyu's plane has landed, and they will come out immediately. Stinky boy, what state are you in now, that your divine sense is so powerful? Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yun must have been observing the entire airport with his spiritual sense just now, so he asked with a smile. In the late stage of the third level of Qi training, Auntie, I can fly with the sword now. I will take you to the sky for a circle later. Ling Yun said proudly. Qin Dongxue was dumbfounded. At the beginning of April, Qin Dongxue met Ling Yun for the first time at the Zhuang's house. At that time, Ling Yun needed her to protect her, but now, Ling Yun personally told her that she could fly with a sword. It's only been 5 months since Reed's, AI's love, land's righteousness. Brother. Auntie. 10 minutes later, Ning Lingyu walked out of the VIP passage, and she immediately ran towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun opened his arms, strode forward, immediately hugged Ning Lingyu in his arms, hugged her tightly, patted her on the back lightly and said, Lingyu, do you miss your brother? What do you say? Ning Lingyu's eyes were a little red, and she said in a choked voice. She was blaming Ling Yun for not contacting her for so long. Blame me, I won't do it in the future. Ling Yun quickly blamed himself, and at the same time let go of his arms, then took Ning Lingyu's little hand, and walked towards the crowd. Lingyu, let me introduce you. This is my second brother, Ling Feng, and this is my younger brother, Ling Li. They are both elder sister Ling Xiu's biological brothers. Qin Dongxue, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and even Ling Xiu, these 4, Ning Lingyu has known each other for a long time. Ling Yun of course needs no introduction. Hi, I'm Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu tried her best to calm down her excited emotions, and greeted Ling Feng and Ling Li with a smile. Wow. Sister Lingyu is so beautiful. These were Ling Li's first words after seeing Ning Lingyu. But Ling Yun turned back and went to say hello to Aunt May, who was behind her. Aunt May looked at Ling Yun with a smile and nodded at him with a smile. The last ones to come out were those dead soldiers of the Qin family. Many of them were carrying a big box. Obviously it was the luggage prepared by the Qin family for Ning Lingyu. Ling Yun naturally nodded to them, as if he was greeting them. As soon as Ning Lingyu and Aunt May arrived, they immediately chatted with Qin Dongxue and the others could only listen from the sidelines. Half an hour later, Tang Meng's plane also landed. There were too many people in their group, so this guy also directly chartered a plane. Brother Yun. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were the first to come out. As soon as they saw Ling Yun, they immediately gave up everything and rushed towards Ling Yun. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun laughed loudly, strode forward to meet the 2 good brothers, and immediately embraced the 2 good brothers. I haven't seen you for 3 weeks, miss me? From when Ling Yun left Qingshui on August 16 to today's September 6 when the 3 brothers gathered again, 3 weeks have indeed passed. Ling Yu, Shanshan, wow, you are all here. At this moment, 2 more girls came out from the VIP passage, and the one in front was busy saying hello to Ling Yun and the others as soon as he showed up. It was none other than Zhang Ling and Qi Shaoqing. To be continued. Zhang Ling, Qi Shaoqing, you guys are here, I miss you so much. When Chao Shanshan saw these two people coming out, she immediately came forward to greet them very warmly. Greater than or equal to greater than or equal to less 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 than or equal to. Zhang Ling is Chao Shanshan's high school classmate and best friend, and Qi Shaoqing is now living in Chao Shanshan's villa. They are the most familiar. When there are too many people, the situation becomes complicated in an instant. Due to Ling Yan's relationship, the relationship between many people is actually very delicate, but at this time, they are picking up people at the airport, and everyone is busy talking and can't take care of other things. After Ling Yan greeted Zhang Ling and Qi Shaoqing, he asked Chao Shanshan to take them there to get to know everyone. He was standing with Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and at this time Mo Wu Dao had already stepped forward, and the four of them looked at the large group of people coming out of the passage together. A total of 72 people, all aged between 16 and 19, dressed in all kinds of clothes, each carrying one or two huge suitcases, with excited faces and wild eyes, walked from the aisle one by one. Walked out. Of course, these are the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect carefully selected by Ling Yun himself in Qingshui City. Brother Yun. Brother Yun. These people, when they came out, when they saw Ling Yun, their eyes were wild, but they were respectful, and they greeted Ling Yun honestly. Kindness. Ling Yun glanced at the crowd and observed them one by one. He found that after more than a month of tempering, these 72 people had already possessed cultivation bases above the middle stage of Hotian. Their aptitudes are all top-notch, and they have all taken Ling Yun's marrow washing pills, and they have all been washed and cut, so they have entered the realm of gods through cultivation. Ling Yun also saw two people. They were not dragging suitcases, but each of them was leading a big black dog, walking at the end of the line. Seeing these two big black dogs, Ling Yun was immediately happy. Of course he knew them, because they were the two dogs in number 1 villa in Qingshui City. Those two big black dogs are huge now, their jet black fur is as shiny as satin, just like two little calves. When they saw Ling Yun, they were so excited that they shook their heads and threw themselves on Ling Yun. Individuals can't pull it at all. Tang Meng, why did you get them here too? Ling Yun knew that these two big black dogs stayed in Villa number 1 in Qingshui City for half a year, bathed in spiritual energy all day long, and now they are psychic, and their IQ is close to that of a 4 or 5-year-old child, so he didn't mind, he just turned his head and asked. Hey, Brother Yun, Miao Xiaomiao asked me to bring it for you. I thought about it, and Qingshui City doesn't need them to guard the home, so I brought them too. Oh, so that's the case, then bring it and bring it. Ling Yun thought about it, although he no longer needs the blood of the big black dog for drawing talismans, but anyway, he raised these two big black dogs, and it doesn't matter where they are raised. Is everyone here? Then let's go, let's leave the airport first. It's too eye-catching for so many of us to gather here. After all the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect came out, there were more than 100 people in the place where Ling Yun was, and they had already attracted the attention of the airport staff. So, these 100 people walked out of the airport hall in a mighty manner, and soon came to the parking place, directly boarded 2 luxury buses, and then left the Capital International Airport. All the way without words. After entering the capital, under Qin Dongshua's instruction, more than a dozen dead soldiers of the Qin family found a secluded place to get off early and left alone. They are dead men of the Qin family, so of course it is impossible for them to go to the ancestral house of the Ling family. After walking a certain distance, Qin Dongxue and Aunt Mei got out of the car after crossing a crossroad. Ling Yun, Ming Lingyu, and others naturally got out of the car one after another. Stinky boy, you can remember this time, after finishing the work at hand. Hurry up and find me, I have something to tell you. Before parting, Qin Dongxue said to Ling Yun. Okay, Auntie, I'll go find you in just a few days. Ling Yun knew in his heart that what Qin Dongxue wanted to tell him must have something to do with Qin Qiuyue or the demon subduing conference, so he immediately agreed with a smile. Take care of Ling Yu. Qin Dongxue gave Ling Yun a last word and said a few words to Ning Lingyu before leaving in peace. After seeing Qin Dongxue off, Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, and others got back into the car. This time, there was nothing else on the road, and they returned to the Ling family's ancestral house all the way. Wow, such a big house. When the two buses entered the Ling family's ancestral house, there were bursts of exclamation in the car, not only from the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect, but also from Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and others. However, for these people, it is quite normal to have this kind of reaction, so Ling Yun didn't care about it, but let them accept these things by themselves. What he is more concerned about at the moment is the reaction of the Ling family. After all, Ling Yun thought that if he brought so many strangers to his home at once, the Ling family would inevitably be in a hurry even though the family was big and successful. However, as soon as he entered the house, the worries in Ling Yun's heart dissipated instantly, because he saw Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, and Ling Yu. The three of them were standing in the front yard with all the important people of the Ling family, waiting for them to come back. Grandpa. Father. They. Ling Yun was very moved. Ling Yu, do you see that? That's my grandfather, that's my father, that's my second uncle. Before getting out of the car, Ling Yun immediately introduced the relatives at home to Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu possessed divine consciousness, and had already seen these important figures of the Ling family. She listened to Ling Yun's introduction and nodded slightly. Soon, Ling Yun took everyone out of the car, then pulled Ning Lingyu, and ran directly in front of Ling Lai. Grandpa, father, why do you? Ling Yun greeted Ling Lai and Ling Xiao first, and asked excitedly at the same time. But Ling Lai waved his hand and said with a kind smile, Yuner, there's no need to say anything now, hurry up and introduce these young people to us. Ling Yun clearly felt the changes in Ling Lai and Ling Xiao. Although he was a little confused, he knew that now was not the time to ask these questions, so he began to introduce them. Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Zhang Ling, Qi Xiaoqing. Ling Yun focused on introducing these people to the elders of Ling's family, let them know each other, and finally said to Ling Lai, Grandpa, those are the 72 disciples I selected in Qingshui City. Okay. Ling Lai looked at those people, his consciousness swept away, his eyes immediately showed approval, and he said 3 good ones in succession. He was very happy. Ling Lai could tell at a glance that, just looking at these people's physical fitness and current cultivation, one could tell that their foundation was very solid. Once these people grew up, they would definitely be a tyrannical force of the Ling family. Because there were too many people on both sides, it took a lot of time just for the two sides to get to know each other. After everyone had seen each other, it was already close to noon. With so many people, just eating is a problem. Fortunately, Ling Yu had already made arrangements. He told Ling Yun that he had reserved the best big hotel in the vicinity yesterday and was waiting to receive these people. So, all of the Ling family, together with the people brought by Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu from Qingshui City, a total of more than 100 people, all went to that restaurant and held a big feast, which was regarded as a welcome for these people. Gossip less, after lunch, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yuner, how do you plan to arrange these people? On the way back, Ling Yu sat with Ling Yun and discussed with him. This is easy. Ling Yun smiled slightly, second uncle, haven't you already bought a martial arts school? Those 72 guys, just beat them and report to the school. If there are too many people, it will be troublesome. But these 72 people only seem to be troublesome, but in fact they are not troublesome at all. Let them live in the martial arts school first, and Ling Yun will arrange other things by himself. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu will live in our Ling family's ancestral house for the time being, and Ling Yu is of course the same. As for Zhang Ling and Qi Shaoqing, I'll talk about it after I go back and ask them. Ling Yun quickly expressed his decision. Okay, then do as you say. So, this afternoon, Ling Yu asked Ling Feng and Ling Li to take the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor School directly to the martial arts school of the Ling family, and arrange for them to stay first. But Ning Lingyu, Qi Shaoqing, and Zhang Ling were dragged into her boudoir by Ling Xiao as soon as they got home, saying that she was the one who arranged it. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, of course, went to the 7th courtyard of the Ling family, and stayed in a guest room each, just like Mo Wudao. The 2 big black dogs were tied up by Ling Yun in the Ling family's 6th courtyard, and they stayed there. In this way, it only took half an afternoon for the Ling family to arrange everything neatly, without being busy. Phew, they're all here, this feels really cool. After Ling Yun settled down one by one, no one was looking for him for a while. He returned to his room, sat on the sofa, and let out a long breath. Chao Shanshan brought him a glass of water and said with a smile, "Drink first, so many people came all at once, look how busy you are this day." After Ling Yun finished drinking the water, Chao Shanshan asked with a smile, "Ling Yun, there are still 3 or 4 days before entering school. How do you plan to arrange for the next few days?" Ling Yun smiled slightly, "What else can I do? Let them come a few days in advance, just for everyone to visit the capital together. Besides, I have been in the capital for so long, and I haven't been to those famous scenic spots in the capital yet." Kindness. Chao Shanshan's eyes were a little ambiguous, and she asked quietly, "Then, where is Zhang Ling?" Ling Yin couldn't help scratching his head. "Zhang Ling is your best friend, and you will make arrangements for these few days." He pretended to be stupid and kicked the ball back. Pfft. Chao Shanshan chuckled and said, "In that case, we won't be able to live together for a few days? It's up to you." Ling Yin couldn't resist Chao Shanshan's attack. He got up quickly and said, "Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu have gone to Mo Wudao's house, I'll go and have a look." He quickly fled. To be continued. Mo Wudao's room in the 7th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. Hey, I didn't expect Brother Yan's house to be so big. Why does this yard have to be more than 1,000 square meters? This 9-in-1 yard is more than 10,000 square meters. It will be sold out at the current housing prices in the capital. If so, how much do you want to sell it for? Tang Meng was sitting on the sofa in all directions, with a cigarette in his hand, and he was puffing. His face was full of excitement, his eyes were shining, and he spit flying all over the place. Mo Wudao squinted at him, needless to say the contempt in his eyes. "Look at you who have never seen the world. You just came here, and you want to sell the Ling family's ancestral house?" Tang Meng was taken aback when he heard this, and directly yelled, strangely, "Who said it was going to be sold? I mean, this house is worth a lot. It's worth a lot, do you understand?" Mo Wudao didn't bother to talk to him at all. The topic of these two people is not on the same channel at all. The aura in this courtyard is very strong, at least 10 times stronger than that of Villa Number 1. If you can practice here. Next to him, Tai Xiaohu, who hadn't spoken much since he entered the room, also said excitedly with his eyes shining. "Cut." Tai Xiaohu's words immediately aroused the other two's eyes. With his focus, the distance from the other two was even further. However, after being contemptuous, Mo Wudao's eyes suddenly brightened. "Hey, Huzi, I think you are about to break through the innate realm. Do you want me to help you?" With the help of Ling Yun, Mo Wudao has already reached the peak of the 4th level of innate, and possessed real spiritual consciousness. Now his vision is very vicious, and he can see at a glance that Tai Xiaohu's inner dantian is full of true energy, and there has been a breakthrough sign. The fact is indeed so. When Ning Lingyu advanced to the realm of Qi training, it caused the Qingshui River to flow backwards, and Tai Xiaohu reached the peak of the 9th floor of Hotian in one fell swoop. It has been a month and a half since then. After that, Tai Xiaohu competed day and night. It has already been stabilized, and it is only necessary to get through the 2 lines of Ren and Du to advance to the innate realm. Go away. Who knows, Mo Wudao pretended to be coercive, in exchange for Tai Xiaohu's wide eyes, breaking through the innate realm. If he really wanted to break through, Tai Xiaohu would have broken through long ago, but Ling Yun had already explained to him that if he wanted to break through, it must be done in the presence of Ling Yun. How could Mo Wudao's help be needed? Grass. Huzi, who is Huzi? Call me Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu's eyes widened with anger. He stood up abruptly, clenched his hands into fists, and roared loudly at Mo Wudao. Of course, Tai Xiaohu told Mo Wudao to go away, not because Mo Wudao said he wanted to help him, but because Mo Wudao called him a tiger without authorization. Damn, do you still want to fight? It's just too uncomfortable. Mo Wudao's current level of cultivation, he saw that Tai Xiaohu dared to roar at him, and his heart suddenly rose to fight. In his opinion, under the gap of 4 levels, he didn't need to move, just a finger can easily crush Tai Xiaohu. Old man. This kid Mo Wudao has been with Brother Yun for less than a month, look at him. Tang Meng was sitting across from each other, still puffing away calmly, but couldn't help laughing happily. He wished that these 2 guys would fight immediately. He looked lively. Okay, stop making trouble, are you ashamed? At this time, Ling Yun strode in. He saw the 3 guys in the room arguing as soon as they met, and couldn't help but feel a little funny. It was he who wanted to fight with me. When Mo Wudao saw Ling Yun coming in, the villain immediately filed a complaint. Brother Yun, he called me Huzi. Tai Xiaohu confronted each other without giving in. Mo Wudao stared and retorted, look at you, you have a tiger head and a tiger brain, what's wrong with calling you a tiger? Tai Xiaohu has a black line, a tiger head and a tiger brain? Obviously tall and mighty. That's why he was angry. I won't stop you if you want to fight. There is a practice room in Ye Courtyard. If you want to fight, go there. Ling Yun just didn't bother to pay attention to the pinching between the 2 of them. He said something lightly, and then looked at Tang Meng who was smoking there as if no one else was there. Can't hold it anymore? Tang Meng quickly snuffed out the cigarette but in his hand, hey, Brother Yun, I'm so nervous this day, take a puff. I haven't seen the world. Pollution of aura. Tang Meng's explanation attracted a collective attack from the other 2. But Ling Yun chuckled, it's okay, just smoke if you want. Of course, the spirit-gathering formation has the effect of purifying the breath. Otherwise, how can the Ling family cook, as well as all kinds of messy breaths, created by so many ordinary people eating, drinking, and lassing? Oh, then I'll have another one. Tang Meng wasn't too polite, he smiled, lit another cigarette, and then smoked it. With Ling Yan's arrival, the quarrel between the 3 bad friends finally came to an end. Of course, they couldn't really fight. Why did you come to my house? Mo Wudao calmed down, immediately realized something was wrong, and turned to ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun sat down very calmly, raised his hand and pointed to the front yard, and said truthfully, hide away. Hey. Tang Meng and Mo Wudao both laughed ambiguously. Hide what? Only Tai Xiaohu didn't react and asked in a daze. Ling Yun sighed, he slapped his forehead, and thought that Tang Meng was right. Tai Xiaohu, he was going to be so stupid in practice. Next, the 4 brothers started chatting. We're in Qingshui City, can you still hold on? Ling Yun was the first to ask Tang Meng, and the question was of course about the Tiandi group. This time it was finally Tang Meng's turn to be troubled. He was a happy trouble. From this week on, I can't handle it. Well, don't worry, take your time. Tang Meng had just arrived. Ling Yun didn't say much. He wanted Tang Meng to talk to Ling Yu for a while, with the second uncle around, the problems of Tiandi group were not a problem. The four chatted for more than an hour, and it seemed that it was time for dinner. I still have something to do, the three of you can have dinner together. Oh, by the way, my eldest sister is entertaining Lingyu and the others, you can also go over to have dinner. When it was approaching 7 o'clock, Lingyan said something along with, and left. The other three people left behind, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, looked at each other blankly. Because Lingyan really just chatted this time, neither asked too much about the Tiandi group in Qingshui City, nor asked about Tai Xiaohu's cultivation progress, just chatting casually, relaxed and natural. Tang Meng scratched his head, stroked his long hair, and muttered, "Why do I feel that Brother Yun has changed so much? Have you noticed it?" Mo Wudao laughed. Tai Xiaohu thought about it seriously, and suddenly said, "Brother Yun, don't be in a hurry. Ling Yun did have something to do tonight." After he left Mo Wudao's room, he went straight to the fourth courtyard of the Ling family, and came to the courtyard of his father Ling Xiao. "Father." When Ling Yun entered the room, Ling Xiao was sitting on the sofa. The hot food had just been brought to the table. Ling Yun could clearly see that every dish was extremely delicate, full of color, fragrance, and taste. This was Dong Rulan's handicraft. "Oh? Yunner is here? Come and sit down, we just happened to have dinner together." When Ling Xiao saw Ling Yun coming in, he was slightly shaken imperceptibly, but immediately took the opportunity to stand up, beckon Ling Yun to sit down, and at the same time took steps to add a pair of bowls and chopsticks to Ling Yun. "Oh, Ling Yun is here? Sit down." Dong Rulan was still cooking in the kitchen. When she heard the noise, she ran out immediately. When she saw that it was Ling Yun, she was a little excited and said at the same time, "Brother Xiao, what's going on in the kitchen? There's a lot of oily smoke, you don't have to move, just talk to Ling Yun, I'll get the bowls and chopsticks." Ling Xiao nodded slightly, didn't say much, and sat back in his original position. "Thank you, Aunt Dong, I'll get it myself." Ling Yun didn't sit down yet, but greeted Dong Rulan very politely, then walked into the kitchen with a flash, and came back with a pair of bowls and chopsticks. This child. As soon as Dong Rulan turned around, she felt that Ling Yun was still in the same place, but she had an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks in her hand, and she was a little dumbfounded. Holding a bowl and chopsticks in the room and performing lightness kung fu, this behavior is exactly the same as that girl Ling Shui. "You two, eat first, and I'll make some special dishes." After being dazed, Dong Rulan said excitedly, and immediately turned and went back to the kitchen. Of course Dong Rulan was excited, although she lived in a big house, but because of various complicated relationships, everyone tacitly knew that this was the first time Ling Yun came to Ling Zhao's yard since Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family's ancestral house. This is a pair of biological father and son. Ling Yun's initiative to come this time is undoubtedly a real icebreaker between the father and son in the heart. If these three people in the room can handle all the chaotic problems properly through Ling Yun's visit this time, what a beautiful and harmonious picture it will be. Covered by Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness, he glanced at Dong Rulan's quick work in the kitchen, sighed inwardly, and sat opposite Ling Xiao. "Father, where is Sister Ling Shui?" Although he already knew that Ling Shui was in the front yard at the moment, with Ling Xiu and Ming Lingyu, he still used this as an opening remark. "Oh, Shui went to the front yard. You brought so many friends here at once. She is very happy. Go and join in the fun and get acquainted with everyone." Ling Xiao watched Ling Yun sit down and explained casually. He was very relieved at the moment, since Ling Yun rescued him back to Ling's house. This was actually the first time his son visited the house. You must know that Ling Yun went to his second uncle Ling Yu's yard for countless times. Moreover, as soon as Ling Yun came, he took the initiative to take the bowls and chopsticks, which showed that Ling Yun did not regard himself as an outsider. As soon as the father and son opened their mouths, Dong Rulan, who was busy in the kitchen, turned her ears up. She really wanted to hear what the father and son were trying to say when Ling Yun came this time, and the father and son did not carry her behind their backs. "Oh, that's a good thing," Ling Yun responded casually, and he could feel that even today, Ling Shue's attitude towards him was still lukewarm, and she was even deliberately avoiding him. Now that Ling Yu and others came, Ling Shue took the initiative to move forward. This is of course a good thing for Ling Yun. Ling Xiao nodded and said with a smile, "Yuner, let's eat first, and try your Aunt Dong's cooking." But Ling Yun said, "That's outrageous, why don't we wait for Aunt Dong to come out and eat together?" To be continued. Remember genius in 1 second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Ling Yun came here specifically to pick out a meal. Of course, he couldn't just eat with his father outside when Dong Rulan was busy with work. Of course, as a family habit, Ling Shue can do it, but Ling Yun can't, as he said, "That's outrageous." Since that's the case, that's fine, let's wait for Aunt Dong to finish cooking and come out to eat together. Seeing that Ling Yun insisted on waiting for Dong Rulan to come out for dinner, Ling Xiao froze again. After being silent for a while, he nodded in agreement. At the same time, he also realized that Ling Yun had to deal with far more things than he had guessed when he took the initiative to visit the door this time. "Hey, you two can just eat, don't wait for me, the food will be cold in a while." Dong Rulan heard it clearly in the kitchen. After hearing what Ling Yun said, she felt hot in her heart, and immediately said loudly that the two of them should eat first. See people's hearts in the subtleties. Ling Yun's respect for Dong Rulan was enough to move Dong Rulan's heart. "Aunt Dong, don't be in a hurry to eat. I will accompany my father and wait for you. You don't need to cook too many dishes. If you can't eat enough, you can leave the rest." Ling Yun is very relaxed now. He has already entered this door, and since he has entered, he will treat this place as his home, his father's house. Even if he lives here, there is no problem. How can he meet outsiders? And he came this time to solve this problem, of course not to live here, but so that he can come at any time from now on. No embarrassment, no scruples, come and eat when you want. This is what a family should be like. After Ling Yun finished shouting to Dong Rulan, he smelled the aroma of the steaming food and looked at Ling Xiao opposite. The father and son stared at each other in silence and didn't speak for a while. In the end, it was Ling Xiao who broke the silence first. "Yuner, it's just me and my father today. If you want to say something, just say it. You don't need to think too much." "Kindness." Ling Yun nodded. He said directly, "I always thought that Sikon Tu was my father's inner demon, so I captured Sikon Tu just to get revenge by killing him with your own hands." Ling Zhao's heart shook wildly. Ling Yun cut straight to the point, and was a bit too ruthless in going straight to the point. He didn't give Ling Xiao any foreshadowing and psychological preparation at all. "But now I know that Sikon Tu is just one of my father's demons. Your real demon is your elder brother, Ling Zhen." As soon as Ling Yun said this, Ling Xiao bowed his head instantly. He remained silent for a long time and then his eyes turned red. From Ling Yun's weird address to Ling Zhen, it is known that Ling Yun no longer recognizes Ling Zhen as his uncle, but he just said your big brother Ling Zhen. Such a sharp knife really hurt Ling Xiao very much. Pain. Even if he had buried this painful secret in his heart for 18 years, he had secretly digested it for 18 years. Even after Chen Jingtian revealed this secret, he had been struggling hard for another 6 days. "Father, you have a benevolent heart, your righteousness is as high as the sky, and you cherish the brotherhood. These things, as a son, I admire in my heart. However, even so, we can't take other people's mistakes to punish ourselves." Ling Yun had a serious face, and he was not polite, pointing out Ling Zhao's hesitation and struggle in the face of the tragedy that year. "This is the problem, it is really very simple, Ling Yan's few short sentences can be said to hit the nail on the head. Don't punish yourself for the mistakes of others. No matter how close the brotherhood is, it is not oneself, it is still someone else. After Ling Yan finished speaking, he stared at the silent Ling Xiao closely, and said nothing more. Ling Xiao's eyes were red, he clenched his fists tightly, the nails of his 10 fingers were tightly pinched into his palm. The palm had already been pierced, but he didn't feel any pain, his body began to tremble. Ling Yan's voice was not low, Dong Rulan in the kitchen could hear it clearly. She also stopped the movement of her hands, listening quietly to what Ling Xiao had to say. The husband and wife have lived together for 18 years. Even if Ling Xiao never told her about the pain that Ling Xiao has endured these years, how could she not understand it? In the living room, father and son sat facing each other. Ling Xiao's scars of 18 years were ruthlessly uncovered by his own son at this moment. It was really hard to describe the bloody pain in words. Ling Yun was waiting, Dong Rulan was waiting too, the whole room was silent, and a needle could be heard. Ugh! Ling Xiao finally looked up to the sky and sighed deeply. After a deep sigh, his trembling body gradually calmed down, and his clenched hands were loosened, but there was a trace of blood flowing from his palm. Yuner, it's all my father's fault. It's my father who's sorry for you and your mother. Ling Xiao looked directly at Ling Yun again, with guilt and tears rolling down his face. Really? I don't think so. I don't think you have done anything wrong to anyone. You are the biggest victim of the whole incident 18 years ago. Ling Yun didn't let Ling Xiao continue, he directly interrupted Ling Xiao's words, and expressed his point of view frankly. It is calm, but what Ling Yun said was very serious. Because he felt that Ling Xiao's idea was wrong, and it was a big mistake, even completely reversed. Whenever something happens, he thinks about his own mistakes first, and thinks that he is sorry for others. This kind of thinking, in Ling Yan's view, is too stupid. You have a kind heart, and others think you are easy to bully, you are so righteous, but others want to deal with you, you cherish brotherhood, but others want to step you into the abyss, so that you will never recover. Brothers can't do it either. If it was Ling Yun, let alone a brother, no one would do. Back then, you and your mother fell in love, what's wrong? You and your mother had me, what's wrong? In order to become the head of the Ling family, Ling Zhen did not hesitate to harm you, regardless of the entire Ling family, and stab this matter go out, what's wrong with you? In order to keep our Ling family, you were forced to abolish your martial arts. Not only did you take a solemn vow to separate from your mother, but you also married my Aunt Dong. What's wrong with that? My mother gave birth to me. She knew that the demon sect would not allow me to survive, so she asked Aunt Qingniao to send me out of the demon sect general altar at all costs. What's wrong? Since you are not wrong about these things, why are you sorry? Ling Yan's tone was sonorous and forceful, every word was like a sledgehammer hitting Ling Zhao's ear and heart, it was deafening. This is the truth of Ling Yun. As the saying goes, character determines destiny. In Ling Yan's view, those things are the faults of others. What he thinks of at the moment is to kill the enemy and take revenge, but Ling Xiao thinks about taking care of everything. He simply wants to take over other people's mistakes. It came to me. How can there still be pain? You want to be a saint. Ling Yun finally clicked on the question, and he smiled and said, but I can tell you now, neither my mother nor I will agree. Even if my mother can agree, I will not agree. No one is perfect. In the end, Ling Yun strengthened his tone and added a knife, and then said, the most important thing in a person's life is to be happy, not sad. Ling Yun, how do you talk to your father? If you have something to say, you have to say it well. At some point, Dong Rulan had already come out of the kitchen. Seeing that Ling Yan's words were like knives, every knife pierced Ling Zhao's heart, her heart ached, so she couldn't care less. Aunt Dong, what can't be broken, can't be built. My father has been suffering for 18 years. Isn't it enough? Today, as a son, I have committed a crime, and it is considered unfilial once. Ling Yan turned his head and said calmly to Dong Rulan, who was anxious at the side. Dong Rulan was silent, she was speechless. Because although what Ling Yan said was cruel, it was all right. This is simply the most normal way of thinking for ordinary people. No one is perfect. If you can't break it, you can't stand it. If you can't break it, you can't stand it. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, and suddenly felt his whole body churn with blood, and a lump of blood rushed to his throat. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and immediately turned his head forcibly. Puff! A mouthful of purple-black blood was sprayed onto the ground. What? Dong Rulan was shocked. Seeing Ling Xiao vomiting blood, she ran forward desperately, came behind Ling Xiao, and patted his back. Brother Xiao, are you okay? Don't be angry, although Ling Yan speaks harshly, it's for your own good. Then she turned her head and gave Ling Yan a quick wink, which meant to ask Ling Yan to apologize to his father. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan was smiling all over his face at this moment, with a completely happy expression. Ling Xiao endured the humiliation for 18 years, this is the blood of his heart that has been pent up, and the spout of blood shows that Ling Xiao's demons are gone. Ling Yun, you. Dong Rulan is an ordinary person, of course she doesn't understand these things, she only saw Ling Xiao spitting blood, and thought it was because of Ling Yan's anger, so after seeing Ling Yan's appearance, her face became a little ugly. I'm fine. Ling Xiao had completely relaxed at this moment, staring at the ball of purple-black blood for a while, then suddenly turned around, waved his hands and said. Ling Xiao smiled lightly, and he explained to Dong Rulan, what Yuner said just now was not to anger me, but to help me get rid of the demons that have tortured me for many years. What? Dong Rulan exclaimed, knowing that Ling Yan had been wronged, she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. But Ling Yan just blinked at her and smiled. Aunt Dong's feelings for her father are really sincere and deep, Ling Yan was very moved. Father, look at Aunt Dong. In order to protect you, she can criticize me recklessly, even if I am your biological son. This is the correct way to deal with things. The counterexample was right in front of him, and Ling Yan took it and used it half-jokingly. Oh. Dong Rulan blushed immediately. Hee, you kid, it's not over yet, is it? After Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, he felt comfortable all over his body, his energy and blood flowed smoothly, his energy and energy were completely different, and his speech became easier. Ling Yan chuckled, and with a thought, he took out 2 healing talismans and handed them to Ling Xiao, whose hands were still bleeding. Ling Xiao hesitated, is it a waste? This kind of wound doesn't even need to be bandaged, just apply some medicine. Use it, don't make Aunt Dong feel bad, I have a lot here. Ling Yan looked relaxed, and joked with a smile. You child. Dong Rulan was repeatedly teased by Ling Yan, she couldn't stay here any longer, and wanted to flee back to the kitchen immediately, but looked at the bruise on the ground, and hesitated. Aunt Dong, go get busy, I'll take care of it here. Ling Yan knew the trick, and immediately stood up to clean up the lump of blood on the ground. How could he look like he had repeatedly stimulated Ling Xiao just now? Ling Xiao's inner demons were gone, and the days when the Ling family got on the right track began. Thinking of this, Ling Yan used his supernatural powers to quickly remove the lump of blood. To be continued. For mobile phone users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. With a soft cum, Ling Xiao's hand shone with 2 groups of white light, and the wound on his palm healed instantly, and even the blood flowing on his palm was washed away without a trace. No pop-up novel network. This Taoist fairy method is really miraculous. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and palms, looked at his own hands, couldn't help but marvel, his eyes flashed with anticipation and fascination, and asked Ling Yan, is it Taoist fairy art? Ling Yan pondered and said, this cultivation technique is not necessarily Taoist, but if you want to talk about the technique of talisman, it is considered. Of course, Ling Yan had nothing to hide about his father. Brother Xiao, rinse your mouth first. Dong Rulan went to fetch a glass of water, handed it to Ling Xiao, and told him to rinse his mouth with water, then walked to the door, brought a clean water basin, and stood in front of Ling Xiao holding it with both hands. Seeing this, Ling Yan giggled and said, ahem, father, look at Aunt Dong, she really takes care of you meticulously. Dong Rulan was embarrassed again when she heard this, her face turned hot, and she quietly turned her body to cover her face, so that Ling Yan could not see it. Ling Zhao's body trembled slightly, and when he rinsed his mouth, he raised his head slightly, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Dong Rulan's eyes, and at some point, he had already added a few wrinkles, his eyes were complicated, and he sighed again in his heart. It's not big or small, it's an adult's business, children don't talk too much. Ling Xiao finished rinsing his mouth, glared at Ling Yan, and blamed him. In his words, there was an obvious intention of defending Dong Rulan. Well, I can't see it myself, and I don't allow others to say it, so why don't I say it? Ling Yan spread his hands, pretending to be helpless, and said. Ling Xiao showed the dignity of his elders, and sacrificed such a super killer weapon. Ling Yan didn't dare to mess around. Dong Rulan watched the father and son bickering for her. Her face was embarrassed, but her heart was filled with joy. Of course Dong Rulan knew in her heart that Ling Yan's repeated emphasis on her kindness to Ling Xiao was to match her and Ling Xiao, so she was extremely grateful to Ling Yan at this moment. Ling Yan finally came to our house for a meal. Why are you training the child? In order to defend Ling Yan, Dong Rulan refuted Ling Zhao's sentence for the first time. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. I didn't know what to say for a moment. Ling Yan, however, kept laughing and laughing. Dong Rulan went out and poured out Ling Zhao's mouthwash, and when she came back, she looked at the table of food that had just been prepared, and hesitated again. You two are chatting, and I will make a table for you again. Ling Xiao vomited that heartache, although he turned his head and vomited on the ground in time, but who knows if there was any blood splashed into the food. Dong Rulan said to make a new table, because he was afraid that Ling Yan would have resistance in his heart and would not want to eat again. No, Aunt Dong, don't worry, the food on this table is good, there is no problem at all, I blocked it just now. Ling Yan hurriedly stopped him. Before Ling Xiao vomited blood, he had already prepared himself. He released his true energy and formed an invisible barrier in front of the dining table. Even a drop of blood could not fall on the dining table. Dong Rulan was taken aback for a moment. She looked at where Ling Yan was, and asked in surprise, You're blocking it? Hey, Aunt Dong doesn't believe it, right? Be careful and stand firm. As he spoke, Ling Yan let out his zhenqi again, allowing the yin and yang zhenqi to form an invisible wall of energy in front of him, and then activated with his spiritual thoughts, causing the wall of energy to gently push towards Dong Rulan's body. Dong Rulan felt a gentle push, and she was pushed back 3 steps in a row. When she was shocked, she suddenly felt a strong pull in front of her. It's amazing. Dong Rulan was amazed. However, in an instant, Dong Rulan thought of the platinum ring that her daughter Ling Shui had on her hand these days, and when she thought of the magical power of that ring, she quickly felt relieved. Ling Yan's ability is beyond what an ordinary person like her can imagine. Brother Xiao, why don't you and Ling Yan eat first? The food won't taste good when it's cold. Ling Yan said he would wait for me to eat together. I accept the child's kindness, but our family doesn't need these things. Ling Xiao nodded, yes. Ling Yan and Ling Shui are both the same. You don't have to be polite to me. Dong Rulan blushed again. She hesitated for a long time before forcing the words out between her teeth, and then ran back to the kitchen as if fleeing. This time it was finally Ling Zhao's turn to be embarrassed. Ling Yun, on the other hand, was completely indifferent. Although Dong Rulan still had a few words and did not say them, Ling Yun is so smart. He knew from Dong Rulan's last sentence that her last sentence meant that Ling Yun and Ling Shui, in Dong Rulan's eyes, they are all the same, there is no difference. Treat it as your own. Although Ling Yun is not my own, but your child is my child and will not be treated differently. Of course, with Ling Yun's current ability and his status in the Ling family, Ling Yun doesn't care what Dong Rulan's attitude towards him is, but now that Dong Rulan can say this, there is no doubt that the biggest relationship between Ling Xiao and his son, the embarrassment, was completely eliminated. It only took about half an hour for Ling Yun to break the ice, and he and Ling Xiao, between him and Dong Rulan, and even between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan, all the unspoken embarrassments between the three of them were broken. Clean it up. Ling Xiao succeeded in getting rid of the inner demons, and the communication between Ling Xiao and Ling Yun's father and son has been seamless since then, and because of Ling Yun's obvious kindness towards Dong Rulan has completely recognized Ling Yun, and by the way, it has also improved the relationship between Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan in name only. The relationship between husband and wife. So far, Ling Yun's mission here has been overfulfilled, it can be described as perfect. In the past, Ling Yun didn't come because he felt that the time was not enough, but now he thought the time had come, so he came decisively. His success in breaking the ice this time, of course, has a lot to do with his stand and attitude, but there is also a very important point, because Ling Xiao and Dong Rulan are good people, and they are rare good people in the world. This family is silently thinking about each other in their hearts, and they are all enduring themselves. They would rather make the other party happy than the pain in their own hearts. At critical times, they can protect each other regardless of everything. Ling Xiao was like this, and so was Dong Rulan. Such a person, no matter how big the misunderstanding and embarrassment, as long as someone pierced the window paper on everyone's heart, they will instantly become a harmonious family. Have a meal. After Ling Xiao heard Dong Rulan's words, he was alone in a daze for a long time, and finally came back to his senses, and said directly to eat. His tone was unquestionable. Aren't you waiting for Aunt Dong? Now that Dong Rulan had said all that, Ling Yun certainly didn't need to be polite, but he still asked one more question. It seems sensible. It's her kindness that Aunt Dong cooks for you. If she wants to eat with us, how easy is it to have the kitchen deliver it? Ling Xiao had already picked up the chopsticks at this time, and said to Ling Yun with a smile. The ice was broken, the embarrassment was eliminated, and the father and son spoke more calmly. At the late stage of Ling Yun's third-level qi training, Ling Xiao is now at the peak of the sixth-level congenital. With the realm of these two people, it doesn't matter whether they eat or not, so they still focus on talking. What's more, Ling Yun didn't come here for dinner at all. As if nothing had happened, Ling Xiao picked up a few chopsticks and put them in Ling Yun's bowl. Then he took advantage of Ling Yun's moment of daze, and spoke first. This morning, your second uncle came here and let me listen to the recording of what you said to him. Ling Yun was surprised. Recording? Mobile phones now have a recording function. Ling Xiao glanced at his son, and said with a smile, the decisive battle of life and death was well fought. That's needless to say? Ling Yun got his father's praise, and his face was full of pride, very arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled lovingly. Your second uncle is a sensible person, and you are also a sensible person. What you said is right, but before becoming a father, it was really wrong. Father will support you for the thoughts you said. From now on, our Ling family will be taken care of by me and your second uncle. Go out as much as you want, remember to protect yourself, and don't let us worry about you. Father, you. This time it was really Ling Yun's turn to be dumbfounded. He never expected that after Ling Zhao's thoughts were reversed, he would be so straightforward and open-minded. Your grandfather has figured it out a long time ago, earlier than I figured it out. Ling Zhen should really be killed. Ling Zhao's tone at the moment was very light, even though he was talking about a topic that he absolutely didn't want to face before, but now he said that Ling Zhen should be killed, as if he was talking about trampling a cockroach to death, neither excited nor angry, only calm and indifferent. Ling Yong, you don't have to worry about it, just leave it to me. This is a good and honest boy, and he will definitely listen to what I say. Ling Yun. In the morning, I have already agreed with your second uncle that your Ling's other courtyard, after the place is bought, my father will build it for you. Ling Yun was completely shocked. It is absolutely natural for me to build a house for my son. Over the years, because of my relationship, your sister has felt some resistance to our Ling family, including you. I know you can feel it too, but you can't blame her. She is still young and has a stubborn temper. This time Ling Yun had something to say. He scratched his head. Hey, how can it be? Ling Shui is my real sister. In the kitchen, Dong Rulan, who had been eavesdropping on the father and son's conversation with her ears open all the time, heard the last conversation between the two. She couldn't help, but tears welled up in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth turned up and she smiled. I can see from my father that the brothers and friends you brought from Qingshui City, as well as your classmates, are very good. Our Ling family will not treat them badly. Your sister, Ning Lingyu, has excellent qualifications. I, as well as our Ling family, like her very much. If she is willing, we will let her live in our Ling family in the future. After Ling Xiao said so much in one breath, Ling Yun could only nod his head frequently. Only at this moment did he deeply feel that it wasn't just Ling Yu, his biological father Ling Xiao cared for him, that was the real meticulousness. Thinking of the few bites of food that Ling Xiao personally made for him just now, Ling Yun suddenly regretted, why did he wait until today to break the ice? To be continued. Yuner, you did a great job. Father is very pleased. Ling Xiao suddenly put down his chopsticks, stood up, leaned over, raised his hand and patted Ling Yun's shoulder, and then sat down again. After saying what he needed to say in one breath, this simple action of Ling Xiao moved Ling Yun very much. This is the approval from the father. Between father and son, what else needs to be said? No need at all. One action is enough. Then, there was a moment of silence. Ling Xiao and Ling Yun began to eat in peace. Come on, try the stewed fish that Aunt Dong gave you. It's something that Luma just bought today. It's so fresh. Dong Rulan came out of the kitchen, carefully brought a basin of fish over, and placed it on the dining table. Her eyes were a little red, but her face was full of spring breeze, and she said to Ling Yun, it's just that Aunt Dong doesn't know what kind of food you like, so I made it according to your father's usual taste. Thank you, Aunt Dong, I can take any flavor. As Ling Yun said, he picked up a large piece of fish with his chopsticks, tasted it first and said, it's really fresh, it's really delicious. This is not Ling Yun's flattery, Dong Rulan's culinary skills are beyond words, Ling Yun is full of praise. Dong Rulan smiled, then you two eat, and I'll make stewed chicken with mushrooms. As she spoke, she turned her head and left. Seeing Dong Rulan busy before and after, Ling Yun couldn't bear it. He hurriedly said, Aunt Dong, you see that there are so many dishes here, it's enough to eat, you don't have to work so hard, sit down and eat together. Aunt Dong is happy today, so I will treat you specially. Eat quickly. Dong Rulan dropped a word, and ran back to the kitchen in another gust of wind. The father and son in the living room looked at each other without speaking, and began to eat fish silently. Father, Aunt Dong is such a good woman. Suddenly, after Ling Yun swallowed the food in his mouth, he threw his chopsticks and said to Ling Xiao, but this time he used sound transmission to enter the secret. Ling Xiao was silent, and nodded after a while, yes, it's rare, but unfortunately. It was also a sound transmission. My mother will never blame you. Ling Yun couldn't bear it anymore, and said what he had been wanting to say, and then said, you can't hold back your life, why are you a saint? Ling Xiao was silent again, a long silence. Stinky boy, eat your food. So many dishes can't stop your mouth? Ling Xiao didn't answer, and simply showed the majesty of the elders again. Hey hey. Ling Yin had a hippie smile, and said tentatively, how about I go to Xingchen, my mother's place, to make an application for you? This mother, of course, is in Qingxian. Snapped. Ling Xiao couldn't bear it anymore. He put down his chopsticks heavily, stared at Ling Yun and said, how dare you? Okay. Ling Yun had no choice but to admit defeat. Can I stop talking? Let's change the subject. He changed the subject and said seriously, Father, can't you suppress your realm? That's about the same. Ling Xiao picked up the chopsticks again. Indeed, I can't hold it anymore. Since I broke through to the peak of the 6th level of innate, after listening to your suggestion, I will use the xuanhuan scriptures of our Ling family. I never practiced on purpose. After such a long period of recuperation, Ling Xiao's body has already fully recovered, including the old diseases before, and hidden dangers have been completely eliminated. He does not dare to practice the xuanhuan mantra now, because the xuanhuan mantra belongs to the cultivation method. It will inevitably break through the realm and directly enter the innate late stage. After dinner, shall we go to the dungeon? Ling Yun carefully proposed his idea. However, Ling Yun was undoubtedly worrying too much this time. Ling Xiao didn't have the struggle and excitement he imagined. His expression was very calm. He just nodded slightly. Well, it should have been like this a long time ago. After dinner, call your Aunt Qingyao, let's go there together. At this moment, Ling Yun wanted to shout in his heart. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would suddenly change his mind, so he nodded quickly and said, go, go. At 9 o'clock in the evening, under the watchful eyes of Dong Rulan, Ling Xiao and Ling Yun walked out of the yard side by side and went straight to the 8th courtyard of the Ling family. Everyone in the Ling family, come to the backyard. On the way to the dungeon of the Ling family, Ling Yun decisively ordered everyone from the Ling family to gather in the 8th courtyard. Brother Ling, Yuner. When they passed the 7th courtyard, Qingniao had already been waiting in the courtyard. When they saw Ling Xiao and his son coming, they immediately greeted them with a smile. At this moment, all the Ling family members who knew about it already knew that Ling Xiao and his son were going to kill Xikong too. Aunt Qingniao, let's go. So the three of them quickly came to the 8th courtyard, entered the dungeon of the Ling family, and went straight to the room where Xikong too was imprisoned. Paul, who was guarding in the dungeon, came forward. Boss. Is the person still alive? Because Ling Yun wanted to wait for Ling Xiao to get rid of his inner demons, he decided to let Xikong Tu live 10 days longer, but as of today, he has already lived an extra half a month. Paul nodded respectfully and said, not dead yet. It is true that Xikong Tu is not dead yet, but he has already been tortured to the brink of death. His entire body was nailed to the wall of the dungeon, his hair disheveled and his body covered in rotten sores. As if aware of someone coming in, Xikong Tu tried his best to lift his drooping head. After seeing the three people in front of him clearly, a look of madness appeared in his eyes, and his body struggled desperately. Unfortunately, his jaw was taken off and he couldn't speak at all. Ling Xiao entered the room and looked at Xikong Tu in front of him with a very calm expression. Xikong Tu, tonight, I, Ling Xiao, will kill you to take revenge and send you on your way. Hearing this, Ling Yan turned to Paul and said, take him out. Now that things have happened, there is no need to say anything more, everything is nonsense. In this way, the three of Ling Yun quickly left the dungeon of the Ling family, and Paul carried Xikong Tu and followed closely behind them. After leaving the dungeon, the 8th courtyard of the Ling family was already crowded with people. Except for Ling Yong, everyone in the Ling family came, even Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu appeared in the courtyard. Of course, this kind of scene is definitely not suitable for Zhang Ling and Qi Xiaoqing to watch. Ling Yan had already told Chao Shanshan to stay in the front yard with them. Fuck, what the hell is this? Sure enough, even though Tang Meng experienced the tragic battle in Villa No. 1 in Qingshui City, when he saw Sikong Tu being thrown out like a living ghost, he closed his eyes in fright and retreated directly behind Tai Xiaohu. Sikong Tu's current appearance is really terrifying. There is no whole place on his body, full of holes, his flesh is rolled up. How disgusting he looks, it is impossible to describe. Fortunately, Paul is a blood race, so he doesn't care about these. This is the great enemy of our Ling family, Sikong Tu, also Sikong Wuji's father. Ling Yan casually revealed Sikong Tu's identity, not only to answer Tang Meng, but also to inform everyone in the yard. As he spoke, he released his true energy, turned into a big hand of true energy, and then urged it with his thoughts, and with a click, he put Sikong Tu's jaw on. Ling Lai strode out. He was tall and mighty, with his beard and hair all stretched out. He nodded at Ling Xiao and Ling Yun, then lowered his head and yelled at Sikong Tu, "Sikong Tu, back then you provoked black and white and bullied me. Home, have you ever thought that today will happen? Ha 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 ha." When Sikong Tu heard Ling Lai's question, he tried his best to get used to the newly installed chin, and then he lay on the ground and laughed wildly. Up to now, Sikong Tu only wanted to die quickly. He knew that the time limit for tonight had come, so he had no scruples for a long time. Ling Lai. Ling Xiao. You said that I provoked black and white. I really laughed to death. I admit that I was indeed the one who provoked the people of the demon sect, but do you know who provoked those people of the righteous way? Today, I will tell you that it is the head of your Ling family, your eldest son Ling Lai, and your eldest brother Ling Xiao, Ling Zhen. Sikong Tu took a deep breath and revealed this shocking secret, then he twisted his neck vigorously, trying to observe the reactions of everyone in the Ling family. However, he was disappointed in an instant. After hearing this, the members of the Ling family were very calm. His words did not cause any disturbance among the Ling family. What? Are you all deaf? Sikong Tu couldn't believe it. Before he died, he told such a big secret. After hearing this, the Ling family didn't respond. What I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can check it out. 18 years ago. Ling Yan stepped forward, looked down at Sikong Tu, and interrupted him with a sneer. Needless to say, we already knew about this. What? Sikong Tu was stunned. He never expected that his death blow to the Ling family would completely lose its effect. Have you kept this secret in your heart for a long time? It's a pity that your efforts were wasted. Ling Yan smiled lightly, then with a thought, he took out a long knife from Taishu's ring, and handed it to Ling Xiao beside him. Ling Xiao stepped forward with the saber in hand, looking at the astonished Sikong Tu on the ground. His eyes were calm and unwavering. Sikong Tu, my son will save me, but your son didn't come to save you. After a while, my son and I will enter the main altar of the demon sect, rescue Qing Xian, and our family will be reunited. But all of this has nothing to do with you. So, go to hell. After finishing speaking, Ling Xiao didn't give Sikong Tu any chance to speak anymore. He calmly swung his knife, first chopped Sikong Tu into pieces, and finally chopped off his head. Ling Xiao finally got his revenge. After killing Sikong Tu with his own hands, Ling Xiao dropped the knife casually, turned to Ling Yun and said, Yuner, immediately issue an order from the head of the family to hunt down Ling Zhen, the traitor of the Ling family. If you live, you want to see people, and if you die, you want to see the corpse. The secret that Sikong Tu said at the end is still useful. It further confirms that the perpetrator of the tragedy of the Ling family 18 years ago was indeed Ling Zhen. Yes. Father. Without hesitation, Ling Yun immediately nodded and agreed. At this moment, father and son are of the same heart. On the other side, the corners of Ling Lai's mouth twitched, but in the end he didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Recommend a book. Zhang Juanbao's new work Vitality Boys, the #1 god on the youth campus, has been released with enthusiasm. It is 100% positive and 100% wonderful. You can read it. To be continued. For mobile phone users, please visit M-Reading for a better reading experience. Because of Ling Xiao and Yin Qingxuan's love, there were two people who caused the Ling family to be almost wiped out 18 years ago. One was Xikong II and the other was Ling Zhen. After Xikong II was captured alive by Ling Yun, in just 20 days, he experienced all the tortures in the world. He was tortured until he wanted to die quickly. Now he was chopped into pieces by Ling Xiao and finally cut off his head. Ling Xiao killed Xikong II, the whole process was crisp and neat, without hesitation at all. He didn't hesitate, let alone agitated, his face was calm, his eyes were indifferent, even the hand holding the knife didn't tremble at all. He chopped Xikong II into pieces, it's as common as chopping a chicken. Afterwards, Ling Xiao immediately proposed to Ling Yun that he issued a hunting order to Ling Zhen, who had escaped from Ling's house, demanding to see people alive and corpses dead. He was equally calm and composed, not even the slightest wave in his tone, and even a kind of indifference. Ling Xiao has changed. This is the feeling of every Ling family present. Ling Xiao is no longer decadent, no longer hesitant. He has escaped from the heavy pain that has tortured him for 18 years, and has recast himself. He became confident and decisive. Standing there with his waist straight, he exuded a powerful spirit. Even before killing Xikong II, Ling Xiao publicly announced that he and Ling Yun would go to the main altar of the demon sect, rescue Yin Qingxian, and reunite his family. This is what Ling Xiao said to Xikong II, to everyone present at the moment, and even more to himself. Everyone heard the firm meaning in those words. Yes, Ling Xiao once made a heavy oath that he would never see Yin Qingxian again in this life, but what is the difference between such an oath and extorting a confession through torture? From the moment he uttered those words and decided to break his vow, Ling Xiao finally made his choice not to be a saint anymore. Among all the people present, the one who could most clearly feel Ling Xiao's changes was of course Ling Lai. Knowing a son is like a father. When he saw Ling Xiao killing Xikong II, he proposed to issue an order to hunt down Ling Zhen. Just by looking at Ling Xiao's expression and movements, he was sure that his son before the accident 18 years ago was the one that reassured him the most and the one who could his proud son is back. Certainly. People are always there, and what comes back is not people, but hearts. Ling Zhen was afraid that the matter would be exposed, so he ran away, but Ling Xiao regained his confidence and came back again. Ling Yin returned to the Ling family and recognized his ancestors. Ling Hao died and was beheaded by Ling Yun himself. Ling Lai went through untold hardships to find a grandson who was so outstanding, but lost a grandson because of this. His eldest son ran away, but the third son regained his faith and came back strongly. It's all life. Thinking of this, Ling Lai couldn't help but look up to the sky and sigh. Plop. Ling Xiao suddenly fell to his knees in front of Ling Lai, and he said firmly, "Father, my child has been sinking for many years, and now she wakes up and decides not to bear it anymore. She will swear to kill Ling Zhen, avenge the deaths of those who died in the Ling family, and comfort the ancestors. The spirit of liaison in heaven. I hope my father will be fulfilled." Well said, Ling Zhen deserves to be killed. Ling Lai stepped forward and bent down to help Ling Xiao up. However, the whereabouts of that Nizi is unknown now, and his whereabouts cannot be traced for the time being. How to find him in the future, we have to discuss in the long run. In just a few words, Ling Lai had already clearly expressed his attitude. Of course, Ling Lai mainly said these words to Ling Yun next to him. Then Ling Lai looked at all the people in the courtyard, waved his hands and said, "Okay, leave a few people here to deal with Xikong II's body, everyone else should disperse. If there is anything, we will talk about it tomorrow." After the old man spoke, everyone around naturally dispersed quickly and went back to each courtyard. In the end, there were only Ling Lai, Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yun left here. You guys, follow me back to the house. After Ling Lai waited for everyone to leave, he raised his hand again, left a word, and went to his small courtyard first. Ling Xiao, Ling Yu, and Ling Yun looked at each other and naturally followed closely. Yuner, until now, Grandpa won't hide anything from you. Regarding Ling Zhen's matter, before Qinjing Tian exposed him, Grandpa hesitated again and again, but never brought it up to him. This is because Grandpa has selfish intentions. Will you blame Grandpa? As soon as the four of them returned to the house, Ling Lai opened the skylight and couldn't wait to clarify the matter with Ling Yun. Ling Yun understood as soon as he heard it. What the old man said here was that he was cured of his old injuries by Ling Yun. After his realm reached the 8th level of innate, his strength could completely crush Ling Zhen. The truth of the year, this matter. Grandpa, I can fully understand your feelings. We are a family. Don't mention such trivial matters in the future. As the saying goes, tiger poison doesn't eat its babies. This is human nature, how could Ling Yun not understand? Ling Lai was taken aback when he heard that. He had already started talking, and he was thinking of explaining this matter to Ling Yun, but he didn't expect Ling Yun's simple sentence that I completely understand, plus a small matter like this, so I don't need to mention it in the future. All the words he had prepared were blocked back. I don't care at all. That's right, whether it's Ling Lai or Ling Xiao, Ling Yun has never cared about those complicated thoughts in their hearts, because Ling Yun is very clear that everyone has these family affections and selfishness, and he can't change them at all. When something happened, just solve it. Ling Yun only insisted on doing what he should do. He decided to kill Ling Zhen. No matter what others think, he will kill him sooner or later. Ling Yun didn't go home for 5 days, just to give his family time enough to digest, adjust their mentality, and adapt to this matter in their own way, but he himself would not change any of his decisions. If it is an abscess, it must be squeezed out. What Ling Yun has to do is to get the Ling family to get together as soon as possible to do what they should do, instead of going back and forth on this matter, tossing endlessly, making the Ling family restless. In that case, the Ling family would have really fallen for Chen Jingtian's tricks. Now, Ling Zhao's demons are gone, Ling Lai has made a decision, Ling Yong is the only one left in the Ling family, how can he have the mood to waste time and energy on such trivial matters? For Ling Zhen, the next thing is to find him and kill him. Then what do you mean, these things don't need to be explained by Grandpa? After being dazed, Ling Lai felt a little unwilling, and he couldn't help asking. Ling Yun smiled slightly. Explain? Grandpa, what do you want to explain to me? Explain that when my father abolished his martial arts, you were seriously injured, so although he guessed in his heart that it was Ling Zhen who caused the trouble, he still had to give him the position of patriarch of the Ling family? Or explain that after you reached the 8th level of Xiantian, because you didn't want to cause chaos in the Ling family, or because you didn't want to kill Ling Zhen after hearing the truth, you didn't ask Ling Zhen about the past? What you have done is the most correct decision. It is all human nature. No one can do better than you. What do you need to explain? Ling Lai was completely speechless. Finally, Ling Yun smiled again and said, Grandpa, Father, the matter of Ling Zhen has troubled you, as well as our Ling family for many years. Now the truth of this matter is revealed, and we have issued a hunting order for him. This matter, that's it, let's go. Speaking of which, we have to thank Qinjing Tian. He revealed Ling Zhen's matter, which is equivalent to allowing us to pull out the rotten sores in the family. From now on, our Ling family will no longer have anything worthy of being manipulated by others. This is a good thing. What Yuner said is very true. After we wiped out the Sunchen Alliance, we have completely solved Ling Zhen's matter. Our Ling family has no internal and external troubles at once, and we can just unite with the outside world. At this time, Ling Yu, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up and expressed his opinion. "Hey." Ling Lai shook his head and sighed, then said, "After all, I think the old man thinks too much. Since Yuner can think so clearly, let's let this matter pass." After Ling Lai said these words, he instantly felt his heart clear up, and most of the gloom in his heart disappeared in an instant. "Then now, the four of us will add up the total. What should our Ling family do next?" Sure enough, Ling Lai stopped talking about Ling Zhen. He changed the subject and began to focus on the future of the Ling family. Ling Yin smiled and said, "Hey, Grandpa, you and my second uncle can make up your mind about these matters. I have more important things to do now." Ling Lai raised his head. "Oh? What is so important?" Ling Yin pointed at Ling Xiao. "My father's breakthrough is imminent, and we can't wait any longer. I think it's just tonight. Ling Xiao's vengeance has been avenged, his inner demons are gone, his self-confidence is regained, and he is extremely firm. This is the best time to break through the realm." When Ling Lai heard this, he slapped his thigh immediately, cough. "You see, I'm so confused, I didn't even pay attention to Shower's breakthrough." "That's fine, then don't stay here anymore, hurry up and go to the practice room." "Do you want me to protect you?" "Haha, in our own home, where do we need Dharma protectors? Your old man can just rest here." After speaking, Ling Yun and Ling Xiao got up at the same time, bid farewell to Ling Lai, and they went directly to the practice room. "Father, it doesn't matter which level your realm rises to in this breakthrough, as long as everything goes with the flow. The key is to break through the entrance between the brows and possess divine consciousness." After coming to the practice room, Ling Yun gave Ling Xiao thousands of instructions. Ling Xiao couldn't help laughing and said, "Silly boy, your grandfather and your aunt Qingniao have told me many times about these things, don't worry." "So, shall we start now?" "Let's start." This night, Ling Yin first used the marrow washing pill to thoroughly wash Ling Xiao's tendons and marrow to force out the impurities in his body, and then used 2 clear water charms to let Ling Xiao wash it clean. After just washing his tendons and cutting his marrow, Ling Xiao naturally stepped into the 7th level of innateness, and reached the peak of the 7th level of innateness in one fell swoop. Then, Ling Yin took out the dragon saliva and the dragon and tiger pills, and gave them to Ling Xiao in turn, and burned 100 drops of divine essence at once, trying his best to help Ling Xiao break through the entrance between eyebrows. In the end, with Ling Yan's help, Ling Xiao easily advanced to the 1st level of the divine ability realm, and possessed a powerful divine consciousness. To be continued. The 8th courtyard of the Ling family, in the practice room. Ling Yun and Ling Xiao sat cross-legged facing each other, with their palms facing each other, and they worked together to run the xuanhuan mantra. After helping Ling Xiao break through to the 1st level of supernatural powers, Ling Yun did not give up. He stimulated the xuanhuan zhenqi in his body to help his father flush out the meridians and consolidate the realm thoroughly, ensuring that there would be no obstacles for Ling Xiao to practice in the future. The tyrannical xuanhuan zhenqi formed a closed perfect big circle in the dantian meridian of the father and son's body, and it moved slowly, without rushing or slowing down, and it has been running for 36 big circles. After this practice, another 2 hours passed, and it was not until Ling Yun confirmed that there was no problem, that he slowly withdrew his mysterious yellow energy, and withdrew his palm, and then floated up. Ling Xiao didn't get up immediately, but kept his eyes closed, practiced for another half an hour, and finally opened his eyes. "Yuner, helping raise your father's level will consume a lot of your true energy, right?" When Ling Xiao practiced alone and experienced the new realm, he had already entered the state of forgetting both things and himself. Now he opened his eyes, saw Ling Yun was still in the practice room, and immediately asked with concern. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun shook his head after hearing this. "No, our father and son are connected by blood, and what we practiced just now are all the xuanhuan scriptures handed down by our family. Instead of consuming it, I have benefited a lot." What Ling Yan said was the truth. Their father and son were of the same blood, and Ling Zhao's body was full of the mysterious and yellow fairy aura absorbed from Guishan Lu. The two palms were facing each other just now, and these mysterious and yellow fairy aura naturally circulated in Ling Yan's body. Therefore, not only did Ling Yan not consume, but he also made some progress. At this moment, Ling Yan felt that the mysterious and yellow Zhenqi in his body had become stronger, and the mysterious and yellow qi flowing through his meridians was almost comparable to his yin and yang Zhenqi in terms of thickness. As far as consumption is concerned, of course there is, that is, the 100 drops of divine energy that Ling Yan burned to completely ensure that Ling Zhao's charge would not be a problem, but now Ling Yan's eyebrows can condense a drop of divine essence in a minute. He doesn't care about these at all. After practicing for such a long time just now, those consumed spirits have long been replenished. We are about to step into the peak of the 3rd level of qi training. This is Ling Yan's accurate judgment of his own state now. Ling Yan asked, "Father, what is the scope of your spiritual consciousness now?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and immediately let go of his spiritual sense to feel it, and then said in a deep voice, "It's about 1,700 to 800 meters, less than 2,000 meters. Ling Yan was overjoyed when he heard that. He explained, "From the perspective of comprehension, you should be at the peak of the 1st level of qi training, and close to the 2nd level of qi training." "Yuner, what about you now?" Ling Xiao naturally asked immediately. The blue shadow flying sword comes out. With a movement of Ling Yan's mind, the Qingying Feijian instantly transformed into a huge broadsword in front of him. He flew up, and the Yujian volleyed in the air, hovering motionless. This. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. Hey. Ling Yan smiled as if showing off, and then used his thoughts to activate the Qingying flying sword, and quickly shuttled back and forth in the practice room, making Ling Xiao dazzled by the sight. Brush. Finally, Ling Yun Yujian came to Ling Xiao again, and the blue shadow flying sword was only 1 foot away from the ground, just suspended like that, and stopped. You can't fly too high. The opposite is Ling Yan's father. If you fly too high, you will be disrespected. Yuner, who taught you this self-cultivation spell? Seeing that his son was so capable, Ling Xiao naturally felt relieved, but he couldn't help asking curiously. The master of the Immortal Doctor sect, a master who is invincible in the world. Well, Ling Yun can't tell the truth, and he doesn't want to lie to his father, so that's all he can say. This. Ling Xiao was speechless, thinking that if he said it, it didn't mean he didn't say it, but he saw that his son didn't want to mention his fate, so he stopped asking. Father, how are you doing with the combat skills I left to the family? Shall we prove it here? Sure enough, Ling Yun immediately changed the subject. Since the night of July 14th, when the willows of ghosts and gods changed suddenly, and Ling Xiao reached the peak of the 6th level of the innate with the help of the xuanhuan fairy aura, for more than half a month, Ling Xiao could not practice the xuanhuan scriptures, but could only practice Ling Yun's combat skills every day up. If it weren't for this, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to defeat the Chen family with 1 against 2. This De Yan gathering star treasure, for my father, I have already cultivated to the peak of the 1st great realm. Ling Xiao said, and then his figure flashed, and the phantom walked like a dragon. Then he gave a soft drink, and punched the air in front of him loudly. Boom! The airflow surged, and the air was blasted by this punch. Then Ling Xiao was moving quickly, his palms staggered one after another, drawing a series of mysterious tracks in front of him. This is the palm of the sky. Soon, Ling Xiao finished the whole set of palm techniques. With a thought, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Ling Xiaojian walked with him and swung it continuously. It was the Xiao Wuxiang sword technique. It is good. Ling Yan was shocked by the sight, and couldn't help applauding loudly, thinking that his family members said that his father's talent was against the heavens. This is true, no matter his body or understanding, he is definitely a genius far beyond the average. Combat skills are only related to the way the true energy moves. Ling Yan's skills are all against the sky. After entering the room, any kind can be used to defeat immortals in reverse. Next. However, the more powerful the technique, the more difficult it is to practice. It is very difficult for people with less aptitude, let alone entering the room, even getting started. However, after Ling Xiao was rescued by Ling Yun, within 20 days, he was able to. All these exercises have been mastered. Not only have they entered the room, but they have obviously been integrated. Just when Ling Yun was thinking about this, suddenly, Ling Xiao's murderous aura surged, and at the same time, his sword posture changed. The 9-kill sword art was displayed. I haven't practiced the Mietian sword technique much yet. My father used to use a sword, so I only practiced these 2 sets of sword techniques during this period of time. After Ling Xiao finished using the 9-kill sword technique, he suddenly withdrew his sword and said, "It's amazing, father is really amazing." Ling Yun was full of praise. "With your current strength, you can easily crush the 2nd-level masters of the supernatural powers. Even the 3rd-level masters of the supernatural powers can easily fight." Ling Yun has already killed masters at the 3rd level of the supernatural power realm, so it is natural to see Ling Xiao's true combat power now. As he spoke, Ling Yun moved his mind, and took out 3 precious swords from Taishu's ring. He couldn't control these 3 swords, but he used his true energy to let them hover in the air at the same time, without any problem. These 3 swords originally belonged to Reverend Liahua, Reverend Ziyu, and Diyu Tong. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Father, you can pick one that is convenient for you, or take all 3, and use it for self-defense for the time being." Since Ling Xiao was good at using swords, Ling Yun, as a son, of course had to plan for his father, and immediately took out all the spoils he got. "What a good sword!" Ling Xiaofei stepped forward, took a closer look, and immediately unleashed a wave of true energy, grabbing Ziyu's long sword in his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the sword and waved it casually a few times, feeling very comfortable in his hand, so he said with a smile, "You won't need that much, just this sword will do." "Okay, then this one." Ling Yun put away the other 2 swords, and then took out a bottle of De Huan Dan, which he also gave to Ling Xiao. This elixir was obtained from that Jikong from Shaolin Temple. I saw that it was not bad. It can be used to restore energy when one's true energy is low during battle. In this way, after Ling Yun raised Ling Xiao's realm, he immediately armed him. Of course Ling Xiao would not be polite to his son. He nodded with a smile, and took it over to put in the space ring. Then Ling Yun put away the green shadow flying sword, fell to the ground, and asked Ling Xiao, tentatively, "Father, do you want to have a sparring?" Ling Yan's move is to help Ling Xiao adapt to the new realm through actual combat as soon as possible. After all, Ling Xiao has directly stepped into the supernatural realm from the peak of the 6th level of the innate, and has crossed the 3 major barriers of the first 7, the 8th and the first 9. Directly from the mid-innate peak to the late innate peak. Only through actual combat can one truly adapt to one's new realm, and at the same time be able to discover one's own deficiencies, learn from each other's strengths to make up for one's weaknesses, and continue to practice after reaching perfection. Yuner, isn't it too late? Why don't you go to rest earlier, so you can spend time with your classmates and friends tomorrow? It was already past 1 in the morning. Ling Xiao, of course, still thought of his son first. Ling Yun scratched his head and said, "I'm now close to the peak of the 3rd level of Qi training. At this level, going without sleep for 3 to 5 days won't affect me much." Ling Yun is going to rest in his own room now? He has nowhere to hide tonight. "Why, father, are you tired?" Not tired, not tired." Ling Xiao thought of Dong Ruolan's performance today. His expression became even more awkward, and he hurriedly said, "Since you're not tired, let's have a sparring session?" Ling Yun chuckled in his heart. Of course he knew what Ling Xiao was avoiding right now. So, next, the father and son began to spar in this practice room. From fist to sword, the two sparred and stopped, immediately pointed it out without hesitation, and did not forget to explain some key points of cultivation to his father to improve Ling Xiao's cognition. Before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yun was going to leave the capital and go to the Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference. He would definitely leave the Ling family. Ling Yun is not in the Ling family, so of course the Ling family needs someone to sit in charge. Ling Xiao has already advanced to the first level of the supernatural powers. He is not yet 40 years old, and he is in his prime. Doubt, Ling Xiao will be the mainstay of the Ling family in the future. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more at ease Ling Yun would be outside, so he spared no effort to help his father improve. This night, in the repeated discussions and exchanges between the father and son, it just passed. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the father and son no longer competed, but both left the practice room and began to practice the Diyan Ju Xing Ju. At around 7 o'clock in the morning, Ling Yun got up first, greeted Ling Xiao, and then went straight to the front yard. To be continued. Driven by Ling Yun, the current Ling family is absolutely unprecedented. There are definitely many people who stay up all night and practice all night. Just take last night as an example, except for Ling Yun and his son, all the direct lineages of the Ling family, from Ling Lai to Ling Shui, all practiced unceasingly and stepped up to improve their cultivation. The inheritance of the Ling family was opened, and the blood of the direct line of the Ling family, everyone has the xuanhuan fairy aura obtained from the ghost and god willow in their bodies. After the brief promotion that night, it has not been completely absorbed and digested. Moreover, Ling Yun has set up a large spirit gathering array in the Ling family, and the aura of the entire Ling family's ancestral house is extremely rich. Although it is not as good as a real cave, Ling Yun knows that the environment of the Ling family, even compared with the ordinary environment of the big world of cultivation, is already not much to give up. Of course, the ordinary environment mentioned here is just a random place in the big world of comprehension. The aura released by the entire capital is absorbed by the spirit gathering array, which is at this level. But that is compared with the great world of cultivation, but on the earth where spiritual energy is exhausted, with such a cultivation environment, it will definitely make others envious. If the Ling family has such an opportunity and does not seize it tightly, then it is really a shame. Not only did Ling Yun's painstaking efforts not to be mentioned, but also the talk about his rise was not even mentioned. If you don't work hard on your own, even if you soak yourself in spiritual liquid every day and eat elixir every meal, you will still be useless, dragged down to death. Not only the Ling family cherishes this hard-won opportunity, but Jade Bird is even more so. She has nothing to do every day, but now she is practicing day and night, and her progress is rapid, and she is about to break through and enter the second level of supernatural powers. Moreover, Ning Lingyu and Tai Xiaohu, who had just arrived at the Ling family yesterday, obviously also noticed the strong aura of the Ling family. They didn't need anyone to remind them, they just practiced all night and didn't care about rest at all. After leaving the practice room, Ling Yin swept away his habitual spiritual sense, feeling very relieved in his heart, and couldn't help nodding secretly. Of course, there are also those who don't know how to practice, such as Dong Rulan, Zhang Ling from Qingshui City, Qi Xiaoqing, and Tang Meng. Give you. At this moment, Ling Yin came to Tang Meng's room. Tang Meng didn't sleep late, he had already woken up. Brother Yun, this is my ring? Tang Meng held his own ring in his hand, and after identifying it for a long time, he suddenly recognized that it was exactly the platinum ring that Ling Yun wanted at the beginning. Didn't you always want a space ring? Now bite your fingertips and drip a few drops of blood on it. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, and then directly let Tang Meng bleed to recognize the master. What? Tang Meng was taken aback, pinching his ring with one hand, and raising the other hand in the air, staring blankly at his 5 fingers, unable to bear the heart to bite them down. How about I help you? As soon as Ling Yin moved his mind, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he asked murderously. No, no, no. Damn, are you crazy? Do you need it? Are you trying to chop off my hand? Tang Meng was shocked when he saw this, and without hesitation bit his index finger hard, screamed, and then quickly dripped the gushing blood on the ring, instantly staining the entire ring red. But soon, the blood was completely absorbed by the space ring. Okay, put it on yourself. Ling Yin nodded with a smile. He had already put away his long sword, and asked Tang Meng, do you feel the blood connection with this ring? After Tang Meng put it on, he felt it vaguely, and then he nodded unconfidently. Ling Yin smiled and said, use your mind to communicate with this ring, try to see if it works. Communicate with mind? Damn, Brother Yun, aren't you rushing ducks to the shelves? I can't come here. Ling Yin had no choice but to spread his hands. Tang Meng had never cultivated before, except that Ling Yin washed his tendons and cut his marrow, transformed his body, and had a fairy aura from the human emperor's pen in his body. This is the difference between a cultivator and an ordinary person. Cultivation must go through meditation, and you must also feel the dantian and meridians in the body, as well as the movement of the breath inside. These are actually the category of communication, so the space ring, a cultivator can use it directly after a few drops of blood to recognize the master after a few tries, but of course Tang Meng can't do it. So. Ling Yin thought for a long time, and then had no choice but to say, you just think that this interspatial ring is an empty box, and then you want to reach in to get something, repeatedly want to touch it, try a few more times. After recognizing the owner with a drop of blood, the ring has established a connection with Tang Meng, and it will only belong to Tang Meng from now on. Ling Yin can only use this method to guide him, which is the most stupid way. Tang Meng frowned, gritted his teeth, followed Ling Yin's method, tried repeatedly more than a dozen times, but all ended in failure, and his face was filled with frustration, as if he was constipated. This is because Yubaishan couldn't get in and returned empty-handed. Tang Meng felt itchy right now. Can he not be depressed? Relax your mind. Do you think you really reached out to get something out of the box? Are you still gnashing your teeth? Don't try it in a hurry, and practice more every day when you have nothing to do. Maybe you can use it consciously or unconsciously. All right. Tang Meng was not reconciled, and after repeated trials 7 or 8 times, he had no choice but to admit defeat and stop trying. It's a different dimensional space inside. If you can use it, remember that no living things can be placed in it, especially living animals, any animals. Also, you must remember that you are not allowed to use it in front of anyone. No matter whether you put something in or take it out, you must not let anyone notice it, otherwise. Be careful of others looking for money. Ling Yin was very cautious about these 2 points, so of course he had to be serious and warn Tang Meng. But Brother Yun, you are not. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yin once did a program on Jiangnan TV station, performing magic tricks in front of many people, and was even recorded. Humph. Ling Yin sneered, and said calmly, I will kill anyone who wants to steal my things. So what else can Tang Meng say? He was speechless, and finally sighed and said, okay. Remember everything? Remember. That's good. If you are innocent, you are guilty. Now the people you come into contact with are high enough. Once a master finds out that you are carrying a treasure, Wang Feihu alone cannot protect you. Spatial rings, cultivators would snap their heads if they saw them. Tang Meng used it by a mortal. If people saw it, it would be like telling a bunch of robbers that I have treasures here. It doesn't matter if you come and grab them. Seek death. Why didn't Wang Feihu come? But when it came to Wang Feihu, Ling Yin asked one more question. Tang Meng chuckled, hey, Brother Yun, I brought hundreds of people here this time, and I still came to your place. Do I need his protection on the way? I asked him to watch the house at Villa number 1. Your life is very valuable now, there is nothing wrong with being careful. Although what Tang Meng said was reasonable, Ling Yun still did not forget to give him serious instructions. Brother Yun. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu finished training, he heard Ling Yun and Tang Meng talking, and ran over. Ling Yun responded, and asked with a smile, have you practiced all night? Kindness. Tai Xiaohu's eyes were full of excitement, Brother Yun, this place is very suitable for cultivation. The aura is rich, more than 10 times that of Villa number 1. If you practice here for one night, you can practice for half a month in Qingshui City. Tang Meng was dumbfounded when he heard this. Although he didn't practice, he did feel refreshed and happy when he came to the Ling family. He even slept soundly, but he never thought that the Ling family would have such a big impact on Tai Xiaohu's cultivation. Help. You said less, at least 20 times. Ling Yin pointed out Tai Xiaohu's mistake with a smile, and then asked, is the realm unstoppable? Ling Yin could see that if it wasn't for Tai Xiaohu's special physique, he was a genius in cultivation, and he had also practiced the Diyan Gathering Stars treasure, his body could hold enough aura, otherwise, Tai Xiaohu would have been able to take advantage of the trend in just one night last night breakthrough and directly enter the innate realm. I can't hold back Brother Yun for a long time, and I can advance to the next level at any time. I can feel that Rendu's second channel is about to pass. Tai Xiaohu practiced the inner strength of the raging waves, and cultivated all his meridians like a big river. The true energy in his body was surging, and once he exercised the energy, he could make a loud bang, like a stormy wave crashing on the shore, which is really amazing. Don't worry, just be patient for another day, and I will help you break through tonight. While Ling Yun was talking, he took out another platinum ring, which of course was tailor-made by him for Tai Xiaohu. When he produced space rings in large quantities, it was of course impossible for him to forget about Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu's eyes lit up immediately, Brother Yun, this is space ring. Ling Yun smiled, threw it to Tai Xiaohu casually, and then did the same thing, let Tai Xiaohu bleed to recognize the owner, and then put it on to try to communicate with the space inside. Wow! It's 3 meters square, such a big space? It's really amazing. Tai Xiaohu was able to fully communicate with his space ring after a few tries. After he felt the space inside, he was immediately excited. Tang Meng wanted to cry, but he couldn't help but secretly tried to communicate with his space ring again. What else could he say? It's really embarrassing. Ling Yun glanced at Tang Meng, and said at the right time, hey, it's really hard to compare people to people, and to compare things with goods. When Tang Meng heard this, he wanted to die. Brush. With a thought, Ling Yun took out the 2 judgments that Tai Xiaohu had forged long ago from Tai Xiu's ring. This is your weapon, try to take advantage of it. I rely on it. Tai Xiaohu was almost robbing, holding 2 judgments in his hands, he held them with pads, and felt that the weight was just right. Tai Xiaohu couldn't put it down, he immediately laughed happily. Ling Yun watched Tai Xiaohu wield the 2 judgment vigorously, and couldn't help being a little excited. This judgment stick is not only made of purple gold and copper, but also mixed with black iron, each of which weighs more than 200 caddies. Xiaohu holds it like chopsticks in his hand, the strength is really astonishing. Thank you, Brother Yun. Put it away first. As for the stick technique, I will teach you a few more after you advance to the level of innate. Tai Xiaohu obeyed, and immediately put the 2 judgments into his space ring. Ling Yun also gave some instructions, and finally said, let's go, Ling Yu and the others are in the front yard, let's go have breakfast with them. Proudly recommend a new book by Big Brother, Beauty in the River and Mountains, Riding the Tide, Boundless Officials author Rui Zhen's new book Feng Huang, a historical fantasy genre, Rising in the Grass, Flourishing in the Battlefield, and vertically and horizontally in the temple. This book will bring you a different fantasy experience. Everyone is welcome to step on it. To be continued. Hey, wait. Wait. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu, before they walked out of the courtyard, they saw Mo Wudao rushing up from the house, and with a frantic look on his face, he shouted at Ling Yun, "Damn, I say you going to have breakfast, why don't you call me? Are you a brother? Can you show some loyalty?" Ling Yun kept walking, still striding forward, and said with a light smile, "Oh? When did breakfast have something to do with brother's loyalty?" Mo Wudao chased after Ling Yun quickly, and shouted anxiously, "Damn, of course having breakfast has nothing to do with brotherhood, but didn't we agree yesterday that we would go out and play together after breakfast? Don't you want to have breakfast? Leave me alone at home?" The other three brothers all laughed. Indeed, yesterday evening when a few people chatted, they had already made an appointment, and today they would do nothing but go out for fun. Now Ling Yun and the three went to the front yard together, but they didn't call Mo Wudao, of course he was in a hurry. Ling Yun turned his head and glanced at Mo Wudao. "Who told you to be lazy last night and not practice hard?" Mo Wudao suddenly felt overwhelmed with grievances. "Ling Yun, you really wronged me. I practiced until 1 o'clock in the morning last night." Ling Yun finally stopped, looked at Mo Wudao for a long time, and then said with a smile, "Then I started surfing the internet until 5 o'clock in the morning, am I right?" Mo Wudao was caught and immediately felt embarrassed. He blushed, scratched his head, and said, "Nonsense, I care about national affairs." Ling Yun didn't speak, just kept staring at Mo Wudao, which made his heart shudder. "Okay, occasionally I will chat with my girls when I have time, and help them study horoscopes, fortune-telling, and so on." Ling Yun suppressed a smile. "How many?" Mo Wudao finally became anxious. "Damn. Is it interesting for you to peep at others like this?" 12, okay?" He was forced to tell the truth. When Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu next to him heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes and scorned Mo Wudao. Ling Yun chuckled and said, "Oh? Then you still have time to care about state affairs?" Seeing Ling Yun's unrelenting posture, Mo Wudao felt so much hatred in his heart, he murmured for a long time and finally said, "I see everything with my eyes and my ears listen to everything. Tang Meng, why don't you die? Tai Xiaohu, how shameless. There is no lower limit. Look at your shameless look." In the end Ling Yun made a final decision, but he didn't bother to embarrass Mo Wudao anymore. He smiled casually, then waved his hand, and the brothers went straight to the front yard. Elder brother Ning Lingyu, in the front yard, had already heard the noise of the four brothers in the backyard. She was already standing at the gate of Lingxiu's courtyard, waiting for Ling Yun. Seeing the four of Ling Yun approaching, Ning Lingyu immediately came forward to say hello, and at the same time did not forget to say hello to the other three, but when she looked at Mo Wudao, she couldn't help laughing. Ning Lingyu is in the Ling family, so naturally she will not use her spiritual sense indiscriminately, but now she has strong five senses, and when she heard Ling Yun and the others speak, of course she paid attention to it with her spiritual sense, so everything that happened in the seventh courtyard just now, she saw it all. Spiritual rain. Ling Yun strode forward and touched Ning Lingyu's head affectionately, with a smile in his eyes. "Are you hungry? Let's have breakfast." "Hey, Ling Yun, you guys just wait outside, we'll be fine soon." Ling Xiu's voice came from the room. Today everyone just went out to play together. Of course Ling Yun was not in a hurry, he responded with a smile, and then chatted with Ning Lingyu. What Ling Yun talked with Ning Lingyu was nothing more than the situation of cultivation, whether he got used to it after coming to the capital, and some trivial matters of life. As for Ning Lingyu's affairs in the Qin family, he didn't even ask. "Come on, there's a nice restaurant near our house, I'll take you there to eat." Sure enough, Ling Xiu didn't keep Ling Yun and the others waiting for too long, and quickly came out of the room. Accompanying her is Qi Shaoqing. Ling Yan called out to be big sister first, then raised her hand and greeted Qi Shaoqing with a smile. Qi Shaoqing just nodded to Ling Yun. Ling Xiu came to Ling Yun, glanced left and right, and immediately asked, "Hey? Where are Shanshan and Zhang Ling? Why haven't they come here? Haven't you woken up yet?" Ling Yun was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I don't think we need to wait for them for now, right? Anyway, it's just breakfast, and it's the same for the two of them at home." Ling Xiu stared. "Nonsense. It's the same for eating at home? We agreed yesterday, and today we all eat and play together. Why did you change your mind?" Everyone around laughed. Especially Mo Wudao. He squinted at Ling Yun, not to mention how proud he was. He thought he was stupid, right? Just bully me. Okay. Then I'll call them. Ling Yun couldn't care about Mo Wudao at this time. He had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Chao Shanshan, and asked her and Zhang Ling to come and join everyone. Last night, Zhang Ling lived with Chao Shanshan, and Chao Shanshan didn't shy away from it, and directly dragged her into Ling Yun's room. The two girlfriends got together and whispered a lot. Late practice, there is no reason to go back to the house after being beaten to death. Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling had already woken up at this time. When they heard Ling Yun calling them, they tidied up a bit, and soon came to the front yard and greeted everyone. Seeing Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling chatting and laughing, Ling Yun was even more embarrassed. He could feel all kinds of subtleties in the surrounding atmosphere, but he could only pretend not to know. "Is everyone here now? Let's go and eat." Ling Yun was the first to urge, and as he spoke, he was about to walk outside. "Hey, wait for us." Ling Feng and Ling Li also ran out from their yard at this time, but the two brothers lived together. There are so many people going out to play together, how could they not come forward for such a thing? "Humph, you two are not allowed to go anywhere today, let me practice at home." Before Ling Yun could speak, Ling Xiu acted like a big sister and rejected the two of them on the spot. When Ling Feng and Ling Li heard this, they burst into tears. They looked at Ling Yun at the same time, obviously wanting him to intercede. Seeing the pitiful appearance of these two people, Ling Yun couldn't bear it, so he hurriedly interceded, "Eldest sister, let's go out to play." Everyone finally got together. There are more people and it's lively. The two times Ling Yun came to the capital, they were almost always fighting and killing. There had never been such a relaxed and leisurely moment like now. Since it was decided to have a good 2 days of fun, of course, the more people the better. Anyway, this time he went all out. Ling Xiu was thoughtful. She didn't let Ling Feng and Ling Li go with her. In fact, it was because there were already enough people. After all, the main purpose of going out today was to entertain Ming Lingyu and his group. Ling Xiu was worried that they would go. Everyone adds to the chaos. But now that Ling Yun took the initiative to speak for them, it was obvious that Ling Yun didn't mind, so Ling Xiu had no choice but to let go. "Well, I have to buy a lot of things today, and I happen to be short of 2 bags, so I'll take you 2 with me." "Okay. No problem, as long as we can go out, let us do whatever we want." When Ling Feng and Ling Li heard this, he immediately nodded in agreement as if he had received an amnesty. Ling Xiu smiled and gave her 2 younger brothers a white look. "Promise. However, since everyone is here, we must call Ling Shui." While talking, Ling Xiu glanced at Ling Yun, seeing what she meant. She wanted Ling Yun to shout. Don't look at Ling Xiu's tough personality, who is always in a hurry all day long, but she is ice and snow smart. The barrier between Ling Yun and Ling Shui is like a bright mirror in her heart. Let Ling Yun call Ling Shui, of course, is to give him a chance, so that he can slowly draw closer to Ling Shui. Of course Ling Yun complied, and still called Ling Shui over with the sound transmission. Ling Shui was only 16 years old, and she was the youngest of the younger generation of the Ling family. She knew that everyone was going to go out to play together today, and she couldn't hold back for a long time. Therefore, when Ling Yun called her, she didn't care much, and came over directly using lightness kung fu up. Sister Ling Yu. As soon as Ling Shui showed up, she took the initiative to greet Ning Ling Yu first. Hello, Sister Ling Shui. Ning Ling Yu quickly responded with a smile, and stepped forward to hold Ling Shui's little hand. In this way, if none of these young people is left behind, it will be considered as a whole. Well, we 6 beauties, it happens that 6 of them are carrying bags, not bad. Let's go. Ling Xiu waited for everyone to arrive. She scanned left and right, and found that there were no more, no less, 6 men and 6 women, exactly 12 people, so she made a joke and announced directly. Arriving at the gate of the Ling family, the driver of the Ling family knew that the head of the family was going out today, and had already been waiting on the bus. Ling Xiu greeted everyone, all got on the bus, sat down casually, then told the driver a place, and the bus started. They went to a restaurant near the Ling family's ancestral house, and after breakfast, they quickly returned to the car. Everyone listens to my arrangement today, do you have any objections? As soon as Ling Xiu got into the car, she immediately became enthusiastic and took the initiative to be a tour guide. Everyone naturally expressed no opinion. Then we don't have to go home, just go out and play. The first goal, the Forbidden City. When Ling Yin heard this, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the first place that Ling Xiu, the elder sister, came out to play was the Forbidden City, the Forbidden City. Ling Yin couldn't help turning his head, and looked at Mo Wudao who was sitting behind him, but found that the boy's eyes were full of unconcealable excitement. Ling Xiu was standing at the front of the carriage at the moment, only 2 seats away from Ling Yun, facing each other. Of course she noticed Ling Yun's momentary daze. What's the matter? Is there any problem visiting the Forbidden City? Ling Yun quickly calmed down, and he smiled calmly, there is no problem. Cut. No problem. What are you doing with that expression? You scared me. Let's go. The master bus driver received the order, nodded slightly, and immediately drove to the Forbidden City. The Ling family's bus is specially customized. Although it looks similar to an ordinary bus in appearance, the compartment is much wider, and the number of seats in the compartment is 1/3 less than that of a normal bus for carrying passengers. Therefore, there is a lot of space in the carriage, and each seat in the carriage is also large. The distance between the front and rear seats is very wide, and everyone sits in their own seat, which is very comfortable. As for the level of luxury in the carriage, let alone everything that one expects to find. It can even be said that after removing the rows of seats, this luxury bus is no different from a luxury car. Oh, by the way, just to remind everyone, there is free Wi-Fi in the car, and the speed is super fast. If you want to surf the internet, you can use your mobile phone to surf the internet. After Ling Xiu sat down, she took out her mobile phone, and suddenly turned around to remind everyone. Mo Wudao was overjoyed, and suddenly slapped his thigh, wow, big sister, why didn't you say it earlier? Then he was the first to take out his mobile phone and was about to start surfing the internet. After this little Taoist came down from Maoshan, he didn't learn anything else, but he learned to surf the internet without a teacher. Now he is definitely an out-and-out netizen. Since he bought a smartphone in Qingshui City, he quickly learned to use the mobile phone to surf the internet. For him, surfing the internet is his greatest pleasure. Ling Shui was sitting behind Mo Wudao. She stood up quietly, turned her head to look in front of her, and then said with a grin, "Hey, brother Wudao, you say you are a Taoist priest, why do you think about surfing the internet all day long?" Hearing Ling Shui calling brother Mo Wudao, and calling him so naturally and kindly, Ling Yin burst into tears and ran to Reed's. However, speaking of it, Mo Wudao is Ling Zhao's savior. Ling Xiao is not only Ling Yun's father, but also Ling Shui's father. He has much more time than Ling Yun, therefore, with this kid's cleverness and cunning, it is only logical that he can get along with these Ling family juniors. caring about national affairs. Sure enough, Mo Wudao waved his hand, casually, and sent Ling Shui away. Cut. After hearing this, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu and the others made contemptuous sounds at the same time. However, apart from Tai Xiaohu, Ling Yun, Tang Meng and the others also took out their mobile phones and started surfing the internet. Damn, this internet speed is faster than my 4G. Tang Meng took out his mobile phone to swipe the screen, tried the internet speed, and immediately expressed his opinion, and then he quickly entered a busy working state. Tang Meng is now managing the Tiandi Group with assets exceeding 100 billion. How could he not be busy? After tossing around with the phone for a long time, Tang Meng suddenly raised his head and asked Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, do you want to pull you into a group?" Ling Yun asked, "Join the group?" "What group?" After Yiming's previous life merged with the present life, Ling Yun can now be said to have fully integrated with the modern society, and he is actually no stranger to things like chat groups. However, in the past 6 months, he has been cultivating crazily all the way, but he has no time to play with these modern society things. Of course, this has something to do with his identity, and he actually resists these things in his heart. Because Ling Yun is a cultivator, this bustling city and this technologically advanced modern society are just a temporary place to stay for Ling Yun, and his real goals are not at all. What Ling Yun wants is spiritual energy, and what he pursues is the realm he once had. What he is doing now is a process he has to go through, but it is not a goal. This is the biggest difference between Ling Yun and Mo Wudao. Mo Wudao grew up in Maoshan, but when he left the mountain, he only wanted to enter the world and fully integrate into this bustling world, while Ling Yun wanted to seek tranquility in the place of immortality, live in the place of cultivating immortals. However, after using modern computers and TVs, refrigerators and air conditioners, mobile phone communicators, and seeing cars and planes, etc., Ling Yun's mentality and views are gradually changing. The reason is simple, since it is convenient. Why not? It's the same as if Ling Yun had a space ring, he had to use it no matter what. What kind of group can it be? It's the top management WeChat group of our Tiandi Group. You are our boss. There are more than 100 people inside now. How about it, are you interested in coming in? Of course Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun didn't like to get mixed up in these things, and there was some temptation in his words. Not interested, do you think I'm not busy enough? Ling Yun was browsing all kinds of information about the Forbidden City on his mobile phone. He glanced at 10 lines, swiped the screen of the mobile phone quickly, and ruthlessly rejected Tang Meng's invitation to Reed's, the best husband, the little heart of the president. Depend on. Tang Meng immediately rolled his eyes, and said helplessly, "You are really no one to be a big shopkeeper." Everyone laughed. By the way, tell Chen Jiantao that our Tiandi Group has to change its name. Ling Yun suddenly said something to Tang Meng. Damn, boss, you're changing the topic too quickly, right? I asked you to join the group, but you told me to change the name of Tiandi Group? When Tang Meng heard it, he exploded. Our Tiandi Group has only been established for a month. Oh, no, we opened the ribbon-cutting ceremony on August 8th. Tomorrow is exactly 1 month. You changed your name in just 1 month? One moment and another moment. Ling Yun said indifferently, from now on, the Tiandi Group will be the property of our Ling family. If we want to become bigger and stronger, we must bear the name of the Ling family. Let's change it to the Ling family. That's right. Tang Meng was at a loss for words immediately, because Ling Yun's reason was completely messed up. But at this time, Ling Xiao suddenly said, Stinky boy, although what you say is reasonable, Qingshui Tiandi Group is your own property, and it cannot suddenly become the property of our Ling family. Although our Ling family is united as one, but what belongs to the family belongs to the family, what belongs to the individual belongs to the individual, this should not be confused. Ling Xiao's expression and tone were unusually serious. Ling Yun smiled and said, I am the head of the family, so what I say doesn't count. Ling Xiu was furious when she heard this. Brat, how dare you show me the patriarch's score in front of me again? She stood up, turned around, and raised her hand to pinch Ling Yun's ear. Don't dare. Elder sister, I was joking with you. Ling Yun raised his hands and begged for mercy. That's about the same. Ling Xiu withdrew her jade hand, and then got back to business. Boy, I can tell you in advance that our grandpa, my dad, and my third uncle will definitely not agree to your decision. If you don't believe me, just ask those two guys. That's the rule. Ling Feng, who took the initiative to sit in the back row, immediately nodded as soon as Ling Li heard it, like a chicken pecking at rice. Eldest sister is wise, mighty, and domineering. Tang Meng never expected that the decision made by Ling Yun would be changed by Ling Xiu in an instant, and he immediately seized the opportunity to flatter him wildly. Ling Xiu smiled at Tang Meng. During the few days when she went to Qingshui City, Tang Meng arranged for her to take care of her very thoughtfully. Although it was under Ling Yun's instruction, Ling Xiu still remembered Tang Meng's intentions. Oh? Can't it be changed? Ling Yun, however, didn't bother to pay attention to Tang Meng, and continued to ask. Public is public, private is private, public and private are distinct, and that is your personal property. Ling Xiu blocked Ling Yun's thoughts with one sentence, and continued, besides, our Ling family now also has its own group business, which is the Ling Group Reads, Concubine AI gave me the scalpel. Then she changed the subject. However, if you want to change the name of your group, it's not bad to call it Ling Yun Group instead of Ling Yun Group. In that case, we can guarantee that any business in the future will be smooth. Agree. At this moment, Mo Wudao suddenly raised his head and took the initiative to express his support for Ling Xiu's idea. Tang Meng slapped his thigh again. Hey, this is good. I also support this. Isn't the headquarters of our Chandi Group Ling Yun building now? Changing the name of the group to Ling Yun Group is justified. In fact, what this kid thinks in his heart is that if he changes his name to this name, he will find a bank loan and handle business, especially business with the capital, and it will definitely be smooth and convenient. The Ling Yun Group bears the name of Ling Yun, who would dare to interfere with it? Ling Yun was thoughtful, turned his head and glanced at Mo Wudao, and finally made a decision. Okay, let's tentatively decide on Ling Yun Group. Damn, what is a tentative decision? It's Ling Yun Group, and it won't be changed in the future. Tang Mei was crying, and now he wished he could slap his mouth, thinking that he was looking for trouble for nothing. His original idea was just to let Ling Yun join the group. Why did it suddenly become Chandi Group and changed its name? Brother Yun, I also support changing the name to Ling Yun Group. Tai Xiaohu also chimed in, but quickly said, why don't you come to my group to play? Hearing Tai Xiaohu's first sentence, Tang Meng wanted to say something insightful, but when he heard the second sentence, he immediately cried and passed out in the toilet. I'm sorry, Old Iron, you said that you can cultivate yourself if you have nothing to do. What are you doing? Brother Yun said not to join the group. Didn't you hear it just now? Tai Xiaohu laughed and said, my group is different from yours. In my QQ group, there are all 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect. During Ling Yun's departure from Qingshui City, Tai Xiaohu led these guys to practice. He also set up a QQ group for the convenience of contact. Oh? You can have this, then pull me in. Tang Meng was completely dumbfounded. Brother Yun, if you don't take you to play like this, what's wrong with people who don't practice? Do you despise people who don't practice? Do you want to reject us if you don't practice? He was thinking about it here, and everyone else laughed, but Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu ignored him. What are you guys doing? Everyone pay attention, I'm going to make a big move. Before Tai Xiaohu pulled Ling Yun into the group, he excitedly sent a message in the group. Immediately responded. The next moment, Tai Xiaohu pulled Ling Yun into the group. Boss is coming, Brother Yun is here, everyone kneel down and greet him. The group was screened instantly. To be continued. Wow. Brother Yun. It's really Brother Yun. Greetings, Brother Yun, hello. Hello, boss. Greetings, boss. Sure enough, it's OSS. Excited. Tears streaming down my face. I'm going crazy. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time. Master. There is even someone named Master. I waited for a long time and finally waited until today. I dreamed for a long time and finally realized my dream. Some people were so excited that they used the lyrics directly. Brother who is awesome. He actually pulled the boss in. Except for Tai Xiaohu, all 72 people in the group appeared and swiped the screen collectively. The scene was very spectacular. Swipe the screen, just swipe the screen. Ling Yan lowered his head and looked at the messages that flashed by in his mobile phone. Thanks to his consciousness, otherwise he would have been blinded. What is this mess? After reading the chat messages for a while, Ling Yan simply turned his head away and questioned Tai Xiaohu. Brother Yun, you just came in, these guys are just too excited. Tai Xiaohu was a little embarrassed, he smiled and said, I'll just let them be quiet. So Tai Xiaohu immediately sent a message in the group, you all calm down, I don't care if you are so fierce and scare Brother Yun away. The group fell silent in an instant. In the eyes of the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect, Ling Yun is like a god. He came in with great difficulty. If he really quit after that, they would have no place to cry. Listen to Brother Yun's lecture. Seeing that the group was quiet, Tai Xiaohu immediately sent another message. Okay, you little tiger, you are really majestic. After swiping the screen, Ling Yun suddenly felt much calmer. He smiled and praised Tai Xiaohu. Immediately afterwards, Ling Yun typed on the keyboard of the mobile phone, and entered the first sentence after joining the group, everyone practice hard, the first one to reach the innate realm, I will have a reward. Seeing Ling Yun's message, everyone in the group just endured for 10 seconds, and after 10 seconds, they swiped the screen again. Go to practice. Excited. I'm going to practice too. Those who are lagging behind have to work hard, I'm going to be on the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. Hey, I'm also at the peak of the 6th floor the day after tomorrow. What reward does Brother Yun want? Is it a red envelope? I want to grab Brother Yun's red envelope. It's crooked. I also want to grab. Speaking of which, shouldn't newcomers get a red envelope when they join the group? Those with a funny personality started to play tricks. As soon as this message came out, the group fell silent. Tai Xiaohu kept staring at the group, he saw that someone dared to ask Ling Yun for a red envelope, and he was so frightened that his face turned pale with such a tone. However, seeing this sentence, Ling Yun burst out laughing on the spot. This kid has character. I like it. After laughing, Ling Yun actually opened his mouth to praise. How could Ling Yun care about such a small matter, so he continued typing and sent another message, Tai Zia Hudai. Wow. As soon as Ling Yun sent the second message, the group immediately became a sea of joy. I think it's necessary for me to enter this group to rectify it. These boys are too big and small. At this moment, Tang Meng had already run to Tai Xiaohu's side, and he was also staring at Tai Xiaohu's cell phone with envy on his face. Get the hell out of here, didn't you agree that well water won't interfere with river water? You don't practice, so what are you doing in our group? Tai Xiaohu refused on the spot. Damn. Ruthless and ungrateful. Tang Meng was furious, I don't care, quickly pull me in. Little tiger, pull me in. Emma Wudao asked to join the group. As soon as he opened his mouth, the carriage immediately became lively. I'm going in. Eldest sister Ling Xiu was the first to express her opinion. Ling Feng, I'll join too. Ling Li, hey, I want to go in too, haha, there are so many people. I can teach them how to practice. Brother, can I go in? Ning Lingyu asked Ling Yun directly. These people said they wanted to join the group, but it was not Tai Xiaohu's turn to decide. He was a little at a loss, just looked at Ling Yun and listened to him. Well, you can improve your martial arts. Ling Yun pondered for a while, and finally made a decision. He didn't go to Tang Meng's group, but joined the group established by Tai Xiaohu. Of course, he had his own ideas, because Ling Yun called the 72 disciples of the Immortal Doctor sect to the capital for the purpose of instructing them in cultivation. The chat group tool is really convenient for communication, there is no doubt about it. As soon as Ling Yun entered the group, he immediately felt it and confirmed it. Moreover, there is another point that Ling Yun finds the last sentence of the funny guy in the group very interesting and fun. With his current net worth, of course he doesn't care about traffic, since it is convenient and fun, he will naturally use it. So everyone joined the group one after another, and shocked the 72 people in the group again. In the end, even Ling Shui was added to the group, only Tang Meng, Zheng Ling, and Qi Shaoqing were left. Among the 12 people, only these 3 people do not know martial arts. As a result, there were only 73 people in the chat group including Tai Xiaohu, but now there are 8 more people, making it 81 people. Zhang Ling and Qi Shaoqing didn't show anything special, but Tang Meng was really impatient. Let me in? If you don't let me in again, I will turn against you. Tang Meng yelled at Tai Xiaohu. No. Tai Xiaohu was very firm. Brother Yun said that those who know martial arts can join the group, will you? Break off. Tang Meng directly sacrificed the big killer. At this moment, Ling Yun laughed and said, Tang Meng, I joined this group to teach them exercises, and I will talk about cultivation from now on. Why are you here to join in the fun? Brother Yun, I don't need to go in this group, but you can't treat one more favorably than another. Tang Meng naturally understood what Ling Yun said, but seeing Ling Yun join Tai Xiaohu's group, but not his, he was very depressed. If I go into your group, it will affect my cultivation. Ling Yun finally told Tang Meng the truth. Tang Meng understood in seconds. The group established by Tang Meng is Ling Yun Group, which must be renamed. It will be called Ling Yun Group in the future. The executives of the headquarters and various branches are used to manage the company, maintain the normal operation of Ling Yun Group, and make money. But making money is just a means for Ling Yun, and the money and law are all for cultivation. Ling Yunji is not here, he is a big shopkeeper, it is really meaningless after entering. This principle is the same as Tang Mengjin Tai Xiaohu's group, which is meaningless after entering. Ling Yun doesn't manage the group, so why does he join the group's executive group? On the other hand, it was almost as good for Ling Yu to go in. In the same way, if Tang Meng didn't practice, going to Tai Xiaohu's practice group was not only a waste of time and energy, but also useless. All right. Tang Meng had no choice but to accept it first. Then if I start to practice, you have to pull me in? But he still didn't give up, and finally said something more. Do not worry. Ling Yun chuckled, this matter is over. After Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Ling Shou Ling Xue, Ling Feng Lingli and others entered the group was completely boiling, very lively. However, after reading those 2 messages, Ling Yun stopped talking. He temporarily blocked the group chat, and then continued to browse information about the Forbidden City. Of the 12 people in the carriage, there were only 5 who had never been to the Forbidden City, Ling Yun, Ning Lingyu, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, and Qi Shaoqing. Except for these 5 people, the others, even Zhang Ling, whose family conditions are relatively poor, have all visited the Forbidden City. Today, when I went out to play, Ling Xiao chose the Forbidden City as her first target. Of course, there was a reason. She mainly wanted to show Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu around. After all, Ling Yun has come to the capital twice, and has never really visited the places of interest in the capital. As for these, Ling Xiao, the eldest sister, can see all of them. Now that the Sun and Chen families have been wiped out, the turmoil has gradually passed, and the situation in the capital is relatively calm. If they don't go out for a stroll at this time, Ling Yun will leave the capital again. Ling Xiao knew Ling Yun's plan. He would definitely attend the Mid-Autumn Festival and the Demon Subduing Conference in Wind and Thunder Valley in Longhu Mountain. However, for Ning Lingyu, Tai Xiaohu, and Qi Xiaoqing, they were just out to play, but for Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, it was different. Because they went to the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City is the royal palace of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China. It was formerly known as the Forbidden City. It is located in the center of the central axis of the capital and is the essence of ancient Chinese palace architecture. Centered on the three main halls, the Forbidden City covers an area of 720,000 square meters, with a construction area of about 150,000 square meters. There are more than 70 palaces of various sizes and more than 9,000 houses. It is one of the largest and best preserved wooden structure ancient buildings in the world. Forbidden City. Royal Palace. The House of the Son of Heaven. Ling Yun knew in his heart that 10 days ago, he and Chao Shanshan got engaged, and when the two of them bridal chamber, a dragon bed released a huge dragon Emperor Qi. It's just a dragon bed, and it's already so heaven-defying. So, what about such a big forbidden city? Ling Yun was really looking forward to it. Even when Ling Yun was staying in the Ling family's ancestral house, because of the effect of the Great Spirit Gathering formation, he could feel the faint dragon emperor's qi attracted by the Great Spirit Gathering formation, but the amount was so small that it was almost negligible. This is because the entire Forbidden City is also a large formation, which is dedicated to gathering the dragon emperor spirit, and the power of that formation is even stronger, and it is many times stronger than the effect of Ling Yun's spirit gathering formation. The Forbidden City is within the second ring, which is the root cause of Ling Yun's refusal to enter within the third ring. Because Ling Yun thinks the time is not ripe. However, the more he couldn't enter, the more Ling Yun wanted to explore, not only because of the Forbidden City, but he also had a bigger reason, that is the underground palace. Mo Wudao said that there is an underground palace under the Forbidden City, and Ling Yun took it seriously. Such a huge palace complex has a history of more than 500 years. The place where the emperors of the two dynasties lived has been in operation for so long. How could there be no underground palace? Ling Yun is the master of the formation. He has already seen that the entire capital is secretly forming the formation. The Forbidden City is the center of the formation, but it is not the eye of the formation. The eye of the formation must be in the underground palace. So, what will be in the underground palace? Not only Mo Wudao was curious, but Ling Yun was even more curious. In the midst of the bustle, the bus slowly moved forward, the fourth ring, the third ring, the second ring. Soon, the Ling family's bus arrived at the most famous street in the capital. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. Ling Yun's expression became more and more solemn, because as the distance from the Forbidden City got closer, the detection range of Ling Yun's consciousness became smaller and smaller. Isolate the consciousness. What a powerful formation. Parking is not allowed in front, let's get off here. Just when Ling Yun's spiritual sense detection range was squeezed to within 10 meters, Ling Xiao asked the driver to stop and told everyone to get off. So with Ling Yun as the leader, all the 12 young people got out of the car, and then Ling Xiao gave the driver a few words, then beat him and drove away. Great place, amazing. After getting out of the car, Ling Yun turned his head, looked around, took a look at the overall environment around him, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The range of spiritual consciousness is only 10 meters away. Now it is better to use the spiritual consciousness to see directly with the eyes. Fortunately, only the spiritual consciousness is isolated here, but it does not affect people's 5 senses and 6 senses. Ling Yan's eyesight is so good now, although he only glances at it. But what he saw was far more than others. It's really a big deal. When Mo Wudao got out of the car, he took the initiative to post it. He stood beside Ling Yan, his eyes were darting around non-stop, and his eyes were full of excitement and excitement. Ling Yan, my spiritual consciousness is completely gone, what about you? Mo Wudao looked at the surrounding environment and asked secretly through sound transmission. There's only a range of 10 meters left, so it's better than nothing. Ling Yan also answered through sound transmission, then he took a deep breath and said, let's go, and see. Let's go. Everyone cheered, and a group of people walked forward at the same time. The distance was not far, and soon, the group of them arrived under the most famous city tower in China. Above their heads, the bright national flag fluttered in the wind. So many people! Mo Wudao exclaimed. At the same time, he stopped and looked around again. Finally, his gaze crossed the street and landed on the huge square opposite the city tower. Of course Ling Yun was also watching, but he was not looking at the people, but at the monument. Looking at the majestic and huge monument, he stared at it for a long time, a little lost in thought. There must be more people, not too many. Hearing Mo Wudao's exclamation, Ling Yun said this, with a little emotion. Yes, there must be more people, not too many. Mo Wudao understood in his heart that he was the only one present who could understand the meaning of Ling Yun's words, and he emphasized one more sentence. What are you two talking about there? This is the largest city central square in the world. What's so strange about the crowd? Tang Meng stood beside the two of them, seeing how they sighed, and what they said was inexplicable, so he couldn't help asking in wonder. You don't understand, just follow the scenery. With one word from Mo Wudao, Tang Meng was beaten. TCH, I've been here no less than 10 times, who doesn't understand? Idiot. Tang Meng replied contemptuously to Mo Wudao, and didn't bother to talk to him. What do you think? Mo Wudao also stared at the majestic monument, and suddenly sent another sound transmission, to ask Ling Yundao. Ling Yun smiled, the position is correct. Mo Wudao praised, expert. That is. Ling Yun was not modest, then he turned his head and said to Mo Wudao, I warn you, don't make random decisions. If you don't die, you won't die. Mo Wudao sweated furiously, I wouldn't even dare to lend me 10,000 guts. Hey, I said, can you two still leave? If you are interested in this square, we will go directly there. Anyway, there is plenty of time today. Seeing that the two came here, Ling Xiu stared blankly at the opposite square, seeming to be communicating in secret, and said with a smile. Ling Yin shook his head immediately, it's just to see, today's goal is not here, let's go to the Forbidden City. September in the Golden Autumn is the peak tourist season for the Forbidden City, and there are many tourists here, rubbing shoulders. When you come here, you don't need others to lead the way, just follow the tourists. They walked through the tower, along the central axis, talking and laughing all the way, stop and go, and soon came to the south gate of the Forbidden City. This is also the main entrance of the Forbidden City, the Meridian Gate, commonly known as Wufeng Tower. Enter from the Meridian Gate and exit from the Shenwu Gate. This is the standard route for visiting the Forbidden City. Forbidden City. In front is the House of the Son of Heaven. After coming here, Ling Yun's consciousness was further suppressed, and the detection range of his consciousness was less than 3 meters away. Hey, take a look, isn't the shape of the Meridian Gate very similar to the Mang Mountain we went to the day before yesterday? Ling Yun stopped, with a smile on his face, looked at the majestic Meridian Gate, and couldn't help reminding everyone. The Meridian Gate faces south from the north, and its plan view is concave when viewed from above. There is a heavy building in the middle, which is a 9-room hall with double eaves and hip roofs. On the left and right sides of the city wall, there are 4 pavilions with eaves and ridges, connected by bright corridors, and there are 13 halls on each wing. The house stretches out to the south, and there are tall corner pavilions in each corner, supporting the main hall. This group of buildings on the city is the highest peak in the Forbidden City Palace group. Ling Feng was dumbfounded. Damn, third brother, it's really true when you say that. The day before yesterday afternoon, Ling Yin had gone to Mongshan Mountain to choose a site for his Ling family courtyard. At the moment, all 6 people were there that day. After hearing Ling Yin's reminder, the other people were immediately excited. The phoenix spreads its wings, the dragon and the phoenix bring prosperity. Mo Wudao didn't need Ling Yin's reminder, he just glanced at the Meridian Gate, and he already saw the doorway. And it's still on the same line. It's south and north. Not only did Mo Wudao have seen it, but he also took out his mobile phone, opened the map of a mobile phone, compared it carefully, and then came to a conclusion. Brat, you. On Lingxiu's side, the shock was beyond description. Grandpa, you must find a way to buy the place that Ling Yun took a fancy to the day before yesterday. On the other side, Chao Shanshan has already taken out her phone and urged Chao Ju and Xiong again. Ling Feng Ling Li, what are you two still doing? Hurry up and buy tickets, don't forget to find a tour guide. Visiting places of interest is different from visiting mountains and rivers. You not only need to see, but more importantly, you have to listen. Without the narration of the tour guide, it is just a quick tour. Ling Feng and Ling Li bought tickets immediately. Soon, they bought 12 unanimous tickets and hired a female guide to come. Hi everyone, my name is Li Fei, I'm very happy to be able to, wow, you guys. The female tour guide's name was Li Fei. As soon as she came, she first introduced herself, and then, she was shocked by the appearance of Ling Yun and his group. Needless to say, Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao has different appearances and extraordinary momentum. As for Ling Xiu, Ling Xuanning, Ling Yu, Chao Shanshan, Qi Xiaoqing, etc., they are even more beautiful than each other. The average face value has risen to the sky-defying level. The beauty of the handsome men and women, standing here, is a beautiful scenery in itself, attracting the surrounding tourists to stop one after another, becoming the focus of the tourists. Haha, can it be free? Seeing Li Fei staring at him in a daze, Ling Yin raised the corners of his mouth, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, revealing his signature smile. No, no problem. Li Fei's face turned red in an instant, and her usually eloquent teeth suddenly became stuttering. Haha, it's just a joke, let's go. Sensing several murderous gazes from around him, Ling Yin quickly stopped joking, winked at his brothers, and walked forward first. Ling Feng and Ling Li handed over the tickets to the tour guide long ago, and a group of 13 people quickly passed the ticket gate, then entered the Meridian Gate, and started the tour of the Forbidden City. The Forbidden City is the royal palace of the Ming and Qing dynasties in China. It has a history of nearly 600 years. After passing the ticket gate, Li Fei started her explanation with familiarity. The Forbidden City, also known as the Forbidden City, is the imperial palace of the Ming and Qing dynasties, where 24 emperors lived successively. Walking into the world's largest ancient palaces, you can't tell what is legend, what is truth, and what is history. The ancient palace walls, the vicissitudes of the palace, and even bricks and tiles, plants and trees, are like 500 years of wind and frost scattered all over the ground. You will have the illusion that one day you will travel through 100 years of time and space, and look back at the wonderful chapters of the two dynasties in the infinite fascination. Li Fei is very skilled in business. She started with the history of the Forbidden City, and soon talked about the Meridian Gate. The place we are walking at the moment is the southern starting point of the Forbidden City, the Meridian Gate. The Meridian Gate is the most suitable place for the emperor to display the majesty of the empire. The high walls stand tall and the momentum is formidable. In the Ming dynasty, it was not only the place where the fate of the offended officials pushed out of the Meridian Gate ended, but also the place where the prisoner offering ceremony was held. Place. When the army returned in triumph, the emperor received his ministers here, and the soldiers presented prisoners of war to the emperor. The emperor symbolically pardoned the prisoners of war to show the greatness of the emperor's grace. Ling Yin admired the surrounding environment, listened to Li Fei's explanation, and nodded frequently. Although on the way here, Ling Yin had read a lot of information about the Forbidden City on his mobile phone and remembered it in his heart, he still listened carefully, because the tour guide could always tell some anecdotes that could not be found on the internet. However, that is to listen to see, nothing more. Such a palace complex may be rare for Chinese people, but for Ling Yin, the big world of comprehension he once lived in, can be said to be everywhere. Those majestic palaces, those towering palace walls, those angled cornices, those white stone steps. It seems familiar, but it seems like a lifetime away. It's so similar, how could it be so similar? Ling Yin became suspicious, separated by hundreds of millions of miles, maybe even in time and space, how could the ancient language and ancient architecture of this world and the cultivation world be so consistent? However, this thought did not stay in Ling Yin's heart for long, it just passed by in a flash. Because at this moment, Ling Yin has already set off shocking waves in his heart. For others, entering the Meridian Gate means entering the Forbidden City, but for Ling Yin, entering the Meridian Gate is entering a shocking formation. After entering the Meridian Gate, Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness was completely suppressed, and he couldn't release it at all. Moreover, it is not only the divine consciousness that is suppressed, but also Ling Yin's dantian and the movement of true qi in the meridians. After a while, Ling Yin used sound transmission to enter the secret, and asked Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, Ling Xiu, etc. one by one, and found that everyone was the same regardless of their level. All were suppressed, below the innate realm. People above the innate realm, without exception, are all suppressed by the formation. Of course, Ling Yin had expected this point, so he didn't feel surprised at all, but just took it lightly. What really makes Ling Yin feel excited is not outside his body, but inside him. Ling Yin's spiritual consciousness was suppressed, but it just couldn't be used externally, but it didn't affect his internal vision. At this moment, the miraculous dantian in Ling Yin's body had already rotated extremely slowly. Similarly, his yin and yang zhenqi also moved very slowly in his meridians, almost stagnant. However, Ling Yin's body doesn't just have yin and yang zhenqi, and the yin and yang formula is just his main practice method. In his body, there is also the golden fairy aura of the human emperor's pen, the mysterious yellow fairy aura of the earth emperor's book, and the golden dragon aura. Especially the dragon aura in the dantian and the meridian. As soon as he entered the Meridian Gate, Ling Yin started to look inside. He saw the dragon-shaped curve in the magical dantian, which was shining like never before. The golden light reflected in the dantian is dazzling. The house of the Son of Heaven, the spirit of the Dragon Emperor. Why did Ling Yin come to the Forbidden City? Of course it's not purely for fun, the Dragon Emperor's aura here is Ling Yin's biggest goal. In fact, this Forbidden City did not disappoint Ling Yin. It was worthy of being the imperial palace of 2 dynasties, where 24 emperors once lived. In the 500 years of the emperor's house, the grand formation has never been broken, and the Dragon Emperor's aura has always been condensed and never lost. Now it's all cheaper than Ling Yin. Dragon Qi, Emperor Qi, the combination of the two is the Qi of the Emperor, the Qi of the Son of Heaven, and the Qi of the Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's aura here is too much and too strong, so strong that Ling Yun feels a little embarrassed. Ever since he walked into the aisle of the Meridian Gate, those thick and intractable Dragon Emperor Qi gathered towards Ling Yunxuan as if a torrent had found a breakthrough, and crazily poured into Ling Yun's body. Ling Yun naturally accepted everything he ordered. He has already completely let go of his body, all the pores and acupoints in his body are open, and he can absorb as much Dragon Emperor Qi as he comes. The Golden Fairy Aura is growing, the Xuanhuan Fairy Aura is also growing, and the Golden Dragon Aura in the meridians is rapidly becoming thicker. In Ling Yan's magical dantian, the golden dragon-shaped curve is more shining and vivid. After passing the Meridian Gate, everyone's eyes suddenly opened up, and what appeared in front of them was a huge square with extraordinary momentum and a vast area, the square in front of Taihe Gate. As soon as Ling Yun stepped onto the square, the Dragon Emperor's aura in the entire Forbidden City rushed towards it, forming a strong wind. Hey, is it windy? Some tourists walked past Ling Yun and felt the howling wind, and couldn't help wondering. Ling Yun ignored it, and secretly moved away from the surrounding tourists, walking straight forward. As the Dragon Emperor's aura in his body gathered more and more, Ling Yun seemed to feel some kind of call subconsciously, waiting for his arrival somewhere in the palace group ahead. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Walking through the square, you will come to the tall and splendid Hall of Supreme Harmony, also known as the Golden Luan Hall. The Hall of Supreme Harmony is the tallest and largest palace in the Forbidden City and even in the country. The Hall of Supreme Harmony is 35 meters high, 64 meters long from east to west, and 33 meters wide from north to south. It covers an area of 2,377 square meters. It is 11 rooms wide and 5 rooms deep. The most in the hall. Listening to the narration of the tour guide Li Fei behind him, Ling Yun climbed up the steps and entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony first. The floor of the hall is paved with gold bricks, and there is a golden lacquer-carved dragon throne in the middle of the hall. A spherical xuanhuan mirror hangs upside down on the golden dragon caisson just above it. Noble. The Hall of Supreme Harmony can only be used when the emperor holds grand ceremonies, such as the new emperor's enthronement, big wedding, edict, and appointment of the queen. As soon as he entered the main hall, Ling Yun only took a few steps forward, and then stopped. He raised his head slightly, and looked at the emperor's throne in front of him, without marveling, his eyes were indifferent. Once upon a time, generations of emperors sat on the throne of the Hall of Supreme Harmony overlooking the country. Give pointers. Hey, it's really a royal atmosphere, do you want to go up and sit? Emma Wudao followed closely, and stood shoulder to shoulder with Ling Yun. After being amazed, he couldn't help bewitching Ling Yun and said, "Not sitting. Not interested." Ling Yun shook his head and said lightly, "Emperor?" In the end, it was nothing more than a pile of dead bones. However, Ling Yun could feel that the emperor's aura on the carved dragon throne in front of him was particularly strong, and it was one of the biggest sources of the dragon emperor's aura in the entire Forbidden City. Therefore, he stood still for a long time in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Just when Ling Yun felt that he had absorbed the Dragon Emperor's qi on the carved dragon throne, suddenly, with a movement of his mind, he felt a phantom in the shape of a dragon, detached from the golden pillar of the dragon, and quickly rushed into Ling Yun's body, followed by the dragon-shaped curves in his magical dantian merged into one. Immediately afterwards, the second, third, a total of 6. This. Ling Yun felt that he really made a lot of money this trip. Because he didn't need to do anything, Ling Yun kept looking inside and observed his own changes. He noticed that as he absorbed more dragon energy and imperial energy, his spine, the top 7 cervical vertebrae, had also changed. It started to be dyed pale gold, and the color became more and more dazzling golden. As for the original 8 pale gold thoracic vertebrae, they have already turned into pure gold, and the bone marrow inside has also begun to be stained with gold. Up to now, it is not Ling Yun who is absorbing the Dragon Emperor's qi, but the dragon-shaped curve in his dantian, as well as the entire spine, are madly absorbing the dragon's chi. That's right, it's just dragon air. Because all the imperial energy absorbed by Ling Yun was integrated into the golden fairy aura and the black and yellow fairy aura. Following the movement of these two auras, they rushed into Ling Yun's brow center consciousness Si and Qi Si Dantian, respectively, and were drawn by the Emperor's pen respectively. He and Dai Wangshu absorbed it away. Therefore, Ling Yun is not worried at all about his body being exploded. After visiting the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Ling Yun and the others, led by tour guide Li Fei, visited the Hall of Central Harmony and the Hall of Preserving Harmony in turn. Coming out of the three main halls, the Dragon Emperor Qi absorbed by Ling Yun has already reached a terrifying level in his body. The entire spine, 26 vertebrae, from the surface of the bone to the marrow inside, have all been dyed pure gold. For 2 hours, Ling Yun visited half of the Forbidden City, and the entire spine was completely golden, connecting with the thicker golden dragon-shaped curve in Dantian, like a big golden dragon, which is extremely shocking. It looks good, but how can it be used? Is it to make the whole spine hard and strong? Ling Yun looked inwardly at himself, muttering to himself. We've finished shopping in the 3 halls, shall we stop and have a rest? Have some water. Li Fei was very thoughtful and asked everyone to take a break. She talked for more than 2 hours at a stretch, and her mouth was really dry. Among the 12 members of Ling Yun's group, there are 9 ancient martial arts practitioners, and it takes only 2 hours. Of course they don't need to rest, but the other 3 do. Tang Meng, Zhang Ling, Qi Shaoqing. Then you all and the tour guide take a break. I'll go around the neighborhood again. Is there anyone together? Ling Yun greeted everyone, then winked at Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and others. It is not only Ling Yun who has a physique against the sky, but also Ning Lingyu, who has a fairy body. After she entered the Forbidden City, her body automatically absorbed all kinds of spiritual energy here, and she also successfully attracted Ling Yun, who was attacked by Ling Yun at the beginning. The fairy aura sealed in the body. So, Ling Yun took Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Mo Wudao, and Tai Xiaohu to continue the tour, and the remaining 7 people found a place to rest at random. Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Ling Feng and Ling Li grew up in the capital. They have come to the Forbidden City countless times. This time, they are purely studying with the prince, so of course they are not very interested. Hey, it's okay for you guys to play by yourself, but remember the precautions I said. Some taboo places, don't go in without authorization. Li Fei drank half a bottle of mineral water in one go, and then shouted at Ling Yun. Know it. Ling Yun waved his hand casually, expressing his understanding. Ling Yun, where are we going? After walking away, Chao Shanshan took the initiative to speak and asked Ling Yun. Among the 5 members of the team, Chao Shanshan was of course the one who was most familiar with the Forbidden City. After being separated from the tour guide, she took the initiative to lead the way. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao looked at each other, their eyes met, and they immediately said at the same time, 9 Dragon Wall. These 5 people acted alone. Of course Ling Yun and Mo Wudao didn't need to cover up, they directly stated the biggest purpose of this trip. After hearing this, Chao Shanshan couldn't help but chuckle, and said coquettishly, I've already seen that you 2 have ghosts. Ling Yun and Mo Wudao laughed at the same time. Let's go. 9 Dragon Wall is a kind of screen wall, which is a wall used to block sight in traditional Han buildings. The 9 Dragon Wall of the Forbidden City is located outside the Huangji Gate in the Ningxiu Palace district of the Forbidden City. It is a single-sided glazed screen wall built against the palace wall. Of course, there are 9 dragons on the 9 Dragon Wall. Among yang numbers, 9 is the extreme number, and 5 is in the middle. The 9th 5-year planned system is an important embodiment of the Emperor's respect. The design of the entire screen wall not only divides the 9 dragons into 5 spaces, but also decorates the main ridge of the top of the wall with a dragon sitting in the center and 4 walking dragons on each side. Pretty. Perfect. The 5 people didn't linger in other palaces, they moved very fast, and soon came to the 9-dragon wall of the Forbidden City. From a distance, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao praised each other. Then the two began to speed up. If there are no accidents, the 9-dragon wall should be one of the mechanisms to enter the underground palace. While walking in a hurry, Ling Yun said to Mo Wudao via voice transmission. Boom. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, when he was less than 10 meters away from the 9-dragon wall, he felt an inexplicable bang, and then, the 9 lifelike real dragon reliefs on the 9-dragon wall seemed to come to life. Swipe, swipe, swipe. A total of 9 dragon-shaped phantoms broke away from the 9 real dragon reliefs and rushed into Ling Yun's body at the same time. 9 dragons. 9 shocking dragon chi rushed into Ling Yun's body, but did not enter the dantian, but rushed into Ling Yun's meridians, connected tail to each other, and quickly traveled through the meridians. At this moment, the Dragon Emperor's aura in Ling Yun's body exploded instantly. Not good. Ling Yun was terrified, because he felt the sudden surge of Dragon Emperor chi, and his body was about to explode. However, just when Ling Yun couldn't take it anymore, the Human Emperor's pen fairy aura, the Earth Emperor's book fairy aura, and the Dragon aura in his body, under the influence of the 9 dragon auras, merged into a real Dragon Emperor. Breath. This indescribably powerful aura of the Dragon Emperor only wandered through Ling Yun's body for a large circle, and a small part remained in Ling Yun's dantian, blending into the dragon-shaped curve, while the more part was all rushed into Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between eyebrows. They rushed into the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows, couldn't help compressing, condensing, and finally turned into a small golden sword. This is the Dragon Emperor sword. The Human Emperor Fuxi and the Earth Emperor Shenong are 2 of the 3 ancient emperors. Since they are the ancient 3 emperors, they are of course the ancient emperors. The Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book, the fairy aura released by them, of course, carries the majesty of the ancient emperor. At this moment, the fairy aura of the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book, and the dragon aura absorbed in Ling Yun's body, under the influence of the 9 dragon-shaped auras that had just rushed into Ling Yun's body, the 3 powerful auras were perfectly integrated, turning into the real Dragon Emperor's aura, rushing into Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between the brows, and finally condensed into a small golden fist sword. The sword condensed by the Dragon Emperor's chi is of course the Dragon Emperor sword. What is the Son of Heaven? Only the person who has really performed the sacrificial ceremony, ascended the throne, and became the emperor is the real Son of Heaven. The golden mouth and the jade words, the law follows the words. It's for the Dragon Emperor sword. The Dragon Emperor's magic sword was condensed, right in the sea of consciousness between Ling Yun's eyebrows. He immediately felt the aura of Godless Emperor possessed by that sword. A piece of golden light, although the sword body is small, there are 9 living dragons entrenched on the sword body, vivid and lifelike, connected tail to tail in the dazzling golden light, circling and flying, releasing powerful dragon power with their teeth and claws. The Emperor's aura on the Dragon Emperor's law sword, coupled with the powerful dragon power released by it, made Ling Yun feel that this sword is a real kingly sword. Ling Yun exclaimed in his heart, Dragon Emperor's sword has a real royal aura, it is a quasi-Dao weapon. And it is the best. The treasures used by cultivators are generally divided into 5 types, according to the level from low to high. They are divided into magical weapons, spiritual weapons, treasure weapons, Tao weapons, and fairy weapons. Ling Yun is a master of refining weapons. He only felt the breath of the Dragon Emperor's sword, and he knew that the sword had just been condensed, and it was already a magic weapon of the Taoist level. However, Ling Yun said that the Dragon Emperor's law sword is now only a quasi-Dao weapon, but it is because it is only formed by the condensation of the Dragon Emperor's chi, and there is no real physical sword body, so it can only be called a quasi-Dao weapon. It has been condensed into a top-grade magic sword. This is the common will of the two great weapon spirits, the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book. Such a huge Dragon Emperor's aura almost exploded Ling Yun's body just now. Of course Ling Yun couldn't control them, so the condensed Dragon Emperor's aura into a sword shape was naturally not caused by Ling Yun's will, but by human beings created by the joint will of the two spirits of the Huanbi and the Daiwanshu. I made a lot of money. I really made a lot of money. Just by absorbing the Dragon Emperor's aura, this trip to the Forbidden City will not be in vain. Who knows that by chance, I got this Dragon Emperor's magic sword. At this moment, although Ling Yun's Human Emperor's pen fairy aura, Earth Emperor's book fairy aura, and all the dragon aura were all taken out of his body, only the yin and yang true energy flow remained in his meridians, which made his originally full and overflowing the Dantian meridians suddenly became much more open, but Ling Yun didn't care. That's because Ling Yun clearly understands the value of a quasi-Dao device. One must know that in Ling Yun's miraculous Dantian, the yin-yang stellar qi sword formed by condensing yin-yang stellar qi can only be called a top-grade spiritual weapon at best. Seeing the Dragon Emperor's sword occupying the center of the sea of consciousness between his brows, the whole body exuding a blazing dazzling golden light, and even the Human Emperor's brush being squeezed out of position, Ling Yun couldn't help but be overjoyed. Not easy. However, the Dragon Emperor's magic sword was condensed, but the matter is not over yet. Boom! In an instant, the Forbidden City, which had been quiet for centuries, shook violently. At this time, everyone in the Forbidden City experienced shaking like an earthquake, and the entire Forbidden City shook for a while. Swipe swipe. In the Forbidden City, all the large and small palaces, pavilions, eaves, and the surface of the pillars, wherever there are dragons carved, there are phantoms of dragons coming out. They are of different sizes and shapes, but they are all different. Fly in one direction. Tens of thousands of dragon-shaped auras flew towards Ling Yun together. Immediately afterwards, a scene against the sky appeared. Outside the gate of Huangji, in front of the 9-dragon wall, 10,000 dragons soar into the sky, taking the place where Ling Yun stands as the center. Countless dragon-shaped phantoms, they dance around Ling Yun non-stop, as if on a pilgrimage. In the end, all these dragon-shaped phantoms got into Ling Yun's body and were divided into 3 parts. One part entered Ling Yun's sea of consciousness between the brows, and was absorbed by the Dragon Emperor's sword, and continued to grow the Dragon Emperor's sword. The other part entered Ling Yun's magical Dantian and was absorbed by the golden dragon-shaped curve. The dragon-shaped curve changed again. On its left and right sides, there were 4 curved golden forks, like a main river. There are 4 more tributaries, but they are more like 4 claws of a dragon. What's the situation? Ling Yun was completely shocked. He was not stupid, nor did he lack imagination. He immediately thought that the dragon-shaped curve now has extra limbs. Isn't this a dragon? My own Dantian was already miraculous enough, but now it is completely against the sky. The Dragon Emperor's Dharma sword is condensed in the sea of consciousness between the brows, but a golden dragon seems to be conceived in the Dantian. Stab. Ling Yun looked inside, and the moment he discovered that the dragon-shaped curve protruded from his limbs, the lightning power wrapped around the inner and outer surfaces of his Dantian began to move. The power of thunder and lightning, those golden and silver electric snakes, seemed to be summoned, and they began to blend into the dragon-shaped curve. At this moment, Ling Yun's Dantian was still rotating slowly, but the massive yin and yang qi in his Dantian were mixed together and turned into a gray air current, as if it was the chaotic state before the creation of the world, deep and ethereal. The dragon-shaped curve with limbs grew out, like a golden dragon, running through the entire Dantian, slowly absorbing the power of thunder and lightning. Yin and yang, chaos, golden dragon, thunder, and lightning. This is the form of the primordial universe. Even though Ling Yun does not want to admit this, but at this moment, intuitively, with a little imagination, Ling Yun's dantian has become like this. As for the smallest part of dragon energy, it penetrated directly into Ling Yun's body, scattered into Ling Yun's whole body, bones, flesh and blood, meridians and acupoints, and internal organs. Of course, the golden spine behind Ling Yun was the source of the most. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ling Yun has benefited greatly from this trip to the Forbidden City. What a great benefit! Even Ling Yun himself was inexplicably shocked. He never imagined that as soon as he entered the Forbidden City, he felt the call to him here, and after rushing here in person, he would get such a heaven-defying encounter. Whether it was the 9-dragon wall calling Ling Yun, or the human emperor's brush and the earth emperor's artifact spirit in Ling Yun's body hinting at him, urging him, or Ling Yun's own subconscious mind, by this time, he couldn't tell the difference at all. Oh my God, what happened just now? Was there an earthquake? Hey, I said don't press me down, get up. It hurts me to death. Due to the violent shaking just now, many tourists fell to the ground one after another, and the entire Forbidden City is now in chaos. Exclamations and screams were everywhere in every corner of the Forbidden City, one after another. Fortunately, the violent shaking only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds, and the Forbidden City was guarded by a large array, so no one was injured. The Forbidden City is very strong, not even a single tile fell off. Everything that happened just now, from the 9 dragon-shaped phantoms detaching from the 9-dragon wall, to the time when Wanlong pilgrimage all entered Ling Yun's body, the whole process took only 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, an earth-shaking change took place in Ling Yun's body. Fuck, what happened just now? How could there be an earthquake? Could it be that the luck of the two of us was against the sky, and we stepped on the mechanism as soon as we came here, and opened the underground palace? Mo Wudao was caught off guard, and almost fell to the ground just now. He was a little out of breath, but in an instant, his face was full of infinite surprises. Those dragon-shaped phantoms, no matter whether they rushed out of the 9-dragon wall, or the heaven-defying scene of Wanlong's pilgrimage at the end, except for Ling Yun himself, no one else could see them, even Ning Lingyu and Mo Wudao at all are no exception. What everyone really felt was the violent shaking. Therefore, after Mo Wudao calmed down, he anxiously asked Ling Yun beside him. It's true that luck is against the sky. I did get some benefits just now, but it wasn't the opening of the underground palace. Ling Yun stepped forward quickly helped up several fallen tourists, but said in secret to Mo Wudao. Thanks. Nice lad. After being helped up by Ling Yun, those tourists thanked him one after another, but they didn't know that it was because of Ling Yun that they fell. You're welcome, you should. Ling Yun was busy saving people. Without saying much, he quickly helped many people up. Of course, besides him, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Tai Xiaohu and others also rushed forward one after another, helping the tourists in front of the 9-dragon wall one by one. The shock just now shocked many tourists. After they stood up, they didn't dare to stay any longer and left in a hurry. Finally, Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu and others stood in front of the 9-dragon wall. On the 9-dragon wall, of course, the relief sculptures of the 9 dragons are still there, still vivid and lifelike. In the eyes of ordinary tourists, there is no difference from the original ones. However, in Ling Yun's view, these reliefs have now become real sculptures, because the dragon aura on the 9-dragon wall has all disappeared. Moreover, not only the 9-dragon wall, but also the Dragon Emperor's aura in the entire Forbidden City has completely disappeared at this moment, and it will never be the same again. Have you found the agency? Mo Wudao walked back and forth along the huge 9-dragon wall several times, widening his eyes, but he couldn't find any mechanism hub. He was anxious and couldn't help but came to ask Ling Yun. Could not find it. Ling Yun also didn't realize it, but he has already earned a huge benefit, but he is not as eager as Mo Wudao, and now he is very calm. Moreover, unlike Mo Wudao, Ling Yan's search for the underground palace mechanism was targeted. Because at this moment, Ling Yan has one more thing in his hand. The Azure Dragon Jade Pendant, the key to the underground palace. Azure Dragon Jade Pendant. When Long Kuan handed the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant to Ling Yan, he once told him that this jade pendant hides a big secret, and that he will tell Ling Yan this secret when he has enough strength. Before coming to Beijing, through the surveillance video of Long Kuan's home, Ling Yan finally knew that for 18 years, the Long family had been trying to open an underground palace, and the green dragon jade pendant in his hand was the key to open that underground palace. This green dragon jade pendant is definitely the key to the underground palace, but where is the underground palace? Regarding this point, Ling Yan did not know. There are many underground palaces in the world, not just this one in the Forbidden City. However, this green dragon jade pendant is a hollowed-out ornament, and the carving is extremely skillful, not extraordinary. The jade pendant also contains a powerful dragon aura, which is exactly the same as the dragon aura released by the Forbidden City, so Ling Yan took it out now, thinking take a chance. Mo Wudao was there, groping along the 9-dragon wall, knocking on the 9-dragon wall with the back of his hand for a while, listening to the sound coming from inside. That is purely a blind search. If this can open the entrance of the underground palace, then the underground palace under the Forbidden City has already been discovered by the world. Ling Yan had a clear goal, and he had retreated more than 10 meters away to observe the entire 9-dragon wall from a relatively far distance, trying to find patterns on the 9-dragon wall that matched the green dragon jade pendant. Since the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant is hollowed out, it must have been cut out from a door or a wall somewhere. As long as you find a pattern that matches the jade pendant and put the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant in, the underground palace will definitely be opened. However, Ling Yan was quickly disappointed. The 9-dragon wall is too big, all the dragon-shaped carvings are large and complete, and they are all embossed. There is no hollow place at all, even if there are many depressions on the wall. It does not match the shape of the green dragon jade pendant. What's more, the materials of the two are very different. The Qinglong jade pendant is an excellent jade, and the 9-dragon wall is completely incompatible with it. After thinking about this, Ling Yan immediately gave up searching, and with a thought, he put away the Azure Dragon Jade Pendant. Don't bother, there are none here. Ling Yan said to Mo Wudao via voice transmission. What? Mo Wudao turned his head, his voice obviously full of unwillingness. You knocked for a long time, didn't you find that the whole 9-dragon wall is solid? It's not hollow at all. Hey. Mo Wudao sighed regretfully. That's right, the entire 9-dragon wall is a solid hole. Ha ha. However, Ling Yan smiled casually, so, even if the 9-dragon wall is a mechanism, then it is a whole mechanism. If you want to use it as a breakthrough, you have to move the entire 9-dragon wall. As he spoke, Ling Yan looked around, his meaning was obvious, it was impossible to be surrounded by so many tourists in full view. Hiss. Mo Wudao sucked in a breath of cold air immediately. He looked at the huge 9-dragon wall again, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The entire 9-dragon wall is nearly 30 meters long, 3.5 meters high, and half a meter thick. How can such a big thing be pushed by human power? I'm just saying that, are you serious? Seeing Mo Wudao's appearance, Ling Yan felt a little funny, not to mention that he couldn't push it. Even if he could push it, he couldn't push it now. Isn't that just looking for trouble? Let's go elsewhere and have a look. If it doesn't work, we will use a stupid method. What stupid way? Mo Wudao also understood that there was nothing to be done, but he asked, curiously. Ling Yan smiled and said, you don't need to ask. To find the underground palace, of course we have to go underground to find it. We came here today, just to try the possibility. Since this road is blocked, then we will go down to look for it. How can I find it below? Take the waterway. Ling Yun already had an idea, such a big palace. To be able to stand for hundreds of years without falling down, the underground drainage system must be perfect, and it is not too difficult to get the drainage channel map of the Forbidden City underground. It's really a stupid way. Emma Wudao thought about it and said it very frankly. Ling Yun asked back, why don't you think of a better way to get out? Emma Wudao stopped talking. Ling Yun and Emma Wudao came here with the purpose of finding the entrance of the underground palace, but Ning Lingyu, Tai Xiaohu, and others were not. It was their first time visiting the Forbidden City, and they were shocked and excited when they suddenly saw such a huge 9-dragon wall. Therefore, Ling Yun didn't want to spoil his sister's interest, and when they had watched enough, he proposed to leave here and go elsewhere. Going forward, it is Shen woman, so Ling Yun and others directly returned the same way. Oh, I finally found you. Why did you come here after a while? Not long after, Ling Yun and the others ran into each other head-on, and they came to find Ling Xiao and the others all the way, and joined the main force again. Oh, we came to watch the 9-dragon wall. Ling Yun answered casually, and then asked, Sister, didn't you guys rest? Why did you come here? Hey, what happened to this beautiful tour guide? The tour guide, Li Fei, was being supported by Ling Shui and Qi Xiaoqing, one left and one right. She frowned, with a painful look on her face. Don't mention it, it's really bad luck. There was an inexplicable earthquake just now. I accidentally fell and sprained my foot. Li Fei gritted her teeth in pain and said. What? Ling Yun was overjoyed, and turned to Tang Meng and Zhang Ling and said, So you came to see me for treatment? Tang Meng laughed and said, Hey, we've only visited the Forbidden City for a little while, and the tour guide got injured, so what can we do? Brother Yun, you're not a miracle doctor, so let's treat her. Well, it should be. Ling Yun nodded immediately, and beckoned for someone to help Li Fei to sit on the leisure chair by the roadside, then squatted down to observe Li Fei's sprain. Hey! You really know how to heal? Li Fei sat there, looking at Ling Yun with a serious face, with some doubts on his face. Don't worry, you'll be fine soon. Ling Yun gave her a reassuring smile, then moved his hands and lifted Li Fei's sprained foot. Li Fei sprained her ankle, and now she has a big swelling, which looks scary. Fortunately no bone was hurt. As Ling Yun said, he gently placed his other hand on Li Fei's ankle, and then gently massaged it, while channeling spiritual energy into it. Then I saw that the redness and swelling of Li Fei's sprain subsided at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it returned to normal in less than a minute. Stand up and try to see if it still hurts? Ling Yun put Li Fei's feet down, stood up and said with a smile. Li Fei tried to use a little force, stepped on the ground, and found that the pain was gone, and then she stood up boldly. This. Then she was dumbfounded. Haha, what's the matter? I didn't lie to you, did I? What kind of plaster to put on, what kind of hospital to go to? It's not as good as my brother Yun's genius doctor. It seems that on the way here just now, Tang Mei was questioned by Li Fei, and now it is finally his turn to brag. The way Li Fei looked at Ling Yun was different. Ahem, it's a trivial matter, don't be moved to agree with me. Ling Yun made a kind of joke. Screw you. Li Fei also smiled. She is a tour guide, so she has good eyesight. She has already seen that, except for Ling Xiao and Ling Shui, the other beauties who follow Ling Yun are all closely related to Ling Yun. Promise with your body? It's impossible for her to take her turn no matter what. Li Fei has this self-knowledge. Li Fei said seriously, I really didn't expect that, thank you. Ling Yun didn't say anything this time, just nodded, and then said to everyone, let's rest for a while, eat something, and finish shopping in the Forbidden City in the afternoon. Although the entrance mechanism of the underground palace was not found at the 9-dragon wall, Ling Yun did not really give up, and since he decided to take everyone out to play, he didn't want to give up halfway. So Li Fei took everyone to the rest and dining area of the Forbidden City, and everyone began to have lunch. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the group of them returned to the Palace of Preserving Harmony under the guidance of the tour guide, and continued to visit the entire Forbidden City from here. Because of an inexplicable earthquake, many tourists left the Forbidden City early under the reminder of the staff, so there were few tourists in the afternoon, which made Ling Yun and his party feel a lot easier. Military Aircraft Department, Hall of Mental Cultivation, Yongshou Palace, Changchun Palace. Imperial Garden, Qianqing Palace, Qingqian Palace, Jingyang Palace, etc. Along the way, everyone listened to Li Fei's detailed explanation. In 3 hours, Ling Yun and the others basically, the famous scenic spots that opened the entire Forbidden City, have been visited. After receiving Ling Yun's treatment, Li Fei regarded Ling Yun as a heavenly being, and her explanation in the afternoon was obviously not so rigid. After visiting the Sangong and 6th Courtyard, there were endless secret histories of the palace, and the whole group was fascinated by it. Sangong 6th Courtyard. It seems that being an emperor is still beneficial. At 4:30 in the afternoon, when he arrived outside Huangji Gate again, Ling Yun couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. Everyone around laughed. Now the Forbidden City starts to clear the venue after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and we are almost at the Shenwu Gate. Let's walk out slowly. Can't you come tonight? In the end, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao did not find the hub of the underground palace, and Mo Wudao was especially unwilling, so he asked. Li Fei shook her head again and again. I really can't come, haven't I told you many times today? Some places in the Forbidden City are very evil. Even all the staff in the Forbidden City have to leave at night, let alone tourists. Mo Wudao actually wanted to say that I came here for the evil door, but unfortunately I forced myself to go back in the end. 20 minutes later, Shenwoman was in sight. Everyone stopped and admired Shenwoman again amidst Li Fei's explanation. Finally, Ling Yun said with a smile, this trip to the Forbidden City is really beneficial. Thank you for the wonderful explanation of the beautiful tour guide. Li Fei blushed and smiled, that's my job, I should thank you. While joking, Ling Yun and his party walked out of Shenwu Gate and left the Forbidden City. Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense, he really benefited a lot from this visit to the Forbidden City. These people are really... Outside the Shenwu Gate, Li Fei, the tour guide, was holding a bundle of bright red 100 yuan bills in his hand. Looking at the backs of Ling Yun and his group as they drifted away, it seemed as if they were in a dream. The tip of a total of 10,000 yuan was stuffed into her hands by Ling Yun involuntarily when she was parting. This was the easiest time since she became a tour guide, but it was the most money she earned. However, that guy is really handsome, and, so amazing. Li Fei thought, her face blushed again unconsciously, she stomped her foot vigorously, the sprained foot had already completely healed. After leaving the Forbidden City, Tang Meng started to hold his mobile phone and continued to deal with all the affairs of Ling Yun Group in Qingshui City. In fact, during the tour of the Forbidden City, he never really took time off. Mo Wudao was in a daze, shaking his head and sighing all the time. He didn't act like he just came out of the Forbidden City, but he just lost an extremely precious thing, because he came here on a whim, but he couldn't find the one in the underground palace. The entrance mechanism is equivalent to entering Baoshan and returning empty-handed, with nothing to gain. Tai Xiaohu was in the same way as usual, he was the same when he came, and he was still the same when he left. For him, the most exciting thing is to go shopping with Ling Yun for a day, and nothing else matters. As for the others, a day of visiting the Forbidden City is naturally something for everyone. They talked and laughed along the way, relaxed and happy, and they have already started discussing where to go for their next goal. Only Ling Yun, he gained a lot from this trip, coming out at this moment, he is carefully feeling the huge changes in his body. Boom boom boom. As the distance from the Forbidden City got farther and farther away, the range of Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness began to gradually increase again. The restraining formations around the Forbidden City were naturally still there, but after coming out of it, the invisible suppression seemed to be much smaller. Ling Yan's most obvious feeling is that his spiritual consciousness is more concise and more powerful than before. As long as it is within the range of the spiritual consciousness, there is no longer any distance. The place covered by the spiritual consciousness is equally clear and powerful. Even the edge of the spiritual consciousness is the same as the surroundings of his body. Wherever the consciousness is shrouded, it feels like it is within arm's length. This is really an extremely wonderful feeling. Ling Yan felt secretly refreshed. However, as soon as his consciousness came out, Ling Yan immediately confirmed that although he had absorbed so much Dragon Emperor Qi, his realm had not substantially improved, and he was still at the late stage of the third level of Qi training. This is because most of the Dragon Emperor's energy he absorbed was used to condense the Dragon Emperor's magic sword, while the other part was absorbed by the Human Emperor's pen, the Earth's Emperor's book, and the dragon-shaped curve in the Dantian. This time, he absorbed all the Dragon Emperor's Qi accumulated in the Forbidden City for 600 years, but it didn't help his cultivation level. The effect is the greatest. Even, in order to condense the Dragon Emperor's sword, the Dantian and meridians in Ling Yan's body, the Human Emperor's pen immortal aura, the Earth Emperor's xuanhuan immortal aura, and the dragon's aura that were originally flowing have all been consumed. Now in Ling Yan's meridians, there is only pure yin and yang true energy left. The golden dragon in the Dantian was still devouring the lightning power in Ling Yan's body, without any hurry, which made the power of lightning on the wall of Ling Yan's Dantian decrease obviously. Correspondingly, on the body of the golden dragon, the power of thunder and lightning began to twine, flicker, occasionally collide, and flashes of lightning light from time to time, dazzling the Dantian at that place. As the other three breaths in the meridians were exhausted, Ling Yan's Dantian rotated faster, and in the yin-yang fish eyes, the speed of yin-yang true qi spouted several times faster. They filled the Dantian, and then poured into the meridians. Quickly it fills the space vacated by the disappearance of the other three airflows. 49 Little Heavenly Tribulation. You shouldn't have to worry about it now, right? Ling Yan muttered secretly in his heart, calculating the power of Sijou Xiaoshenji, and then felt the strength of his current body. Cultivators who enter the fourth level of Qi training must undergo the test of the 4 or 9 small heavenly tribulations. No one can avoid it. Now, the dragon aura in Ling Yan's meridian is gone, but there is 100 times of dragon aura, scattered into his bones, flesh, and internal organs, making his body more than 10 times stronger than before. Especially the entire spine behind Ling Yan, now the 26 vertebrae, from top to bottom, are all golden in color, as hard and strong as gold. Such bones can already withstand ordinary thunder and lightning. The Dragon Emperor's sword is condensed and formed into a golden spine. The dragon-shaped curves in the Dantian transform into limbs, and the dragon's energy spreads into the limbs and bones. This is the trip to the Forbidden City, all the gains. If there is a regret, Ling Yan also has it, just like Mo Wudao, that is, he did not find the entrance to the underground palace, but since there is no one in the Forbidden City, he can only think of other ways. Brother, I seem to be about to break through again. As he was walking, Ning Lingyu suddenly transmitted his voice into secret, and said to Ling Yun. What? When Ling Yun heard this, he was not overjoyed, but surprised. He knew that Ning Lingyu had already reached the peak of the third level of Qi training. She was a fairy body. As she gradually absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy and accumulated to a certain level, Ning Lingyu could make a breakthrough and enter the middle stage of Qi training. Lingyu, how far is your spiritual sense detection distance now? In addition to the concentration of the divine essence, the detection distance of the divine consciousness is one of the criteria for dividing the realm of Qi training. It's already more than 3,000 meters away, still, expanding. Ning Lingyu frowned slightly, felt carefully, and replied. At this time, they had already left the Forbidden City more than 1,000 meters away, and the suppression of the Forbidden City's formation was negligible. Ling Yun's consciousness was released, no more, no less, just covering about 3,000 meters, reaching the limit, and Ning Lingyu, the scope of his spiritual consciousness is still expanding. As long as Ning Lingyu's spiritual consciousness reaches 4,000 meters, she can break through at any time and enter the 4th level of Qi training. And the 4 or 9 heavenly tribulations will definitely come on time. Lingyu, you have to control yourself a little bit. Now is not the time to break through. Ling Yun didn't care much at all. He came to Ning Lingyu's side in a blink of an eye, and grabbed her hand. With Ning Lingyu's strength, Ling Yun would not be worried if he survived a small catastrophe, but now they are within the 2nd ring road of the capital. If the thunder catastrophe comes down, it would be a big joke. Brother, don't worry, I can control it. Today's Ning Lingyu is no longer a rookie who knew nothing about cultivation. She is already able to control her realm very well. Breaking through the 4th level of Qi training, there will be a catastrophe. Ning Lingyu has heard Ling Yun say this more than once, so she knows it well. That's good. From now on, tell me your spiritual essence concentration and the detection range of your spiritual consciousness at any time. When everything is ready, you can go to Guanduji. Holding Ning Lingyu's hand, Ling Yun felt that the Jinqi in her body was still very stable, and he was relieved immediately, so he exhorted. At the same time, he was also shocked in his heart that the body of the fairy was against the sky. When Ning Lingyu cultivated, there would be almost no barriers. As long as the skill was reached, it was very normal to break through a realm while falling asleep. Stinky boy, why don't you talk for most of the day? Where shall we go to play next? Everyone is waiting for you? At this time, Ling Xiu had already discussed several places to go with everyone, but she didn't hear Ling Yun's statement. She was a little puzzled and turned her head to ask. Sister, you can go anywhere, just watch the arrangement. Seeing Ling Xiu asking, Ling Yun immediately said with a smile. Don't tell me sooner. Ling Xiu gave Ling Yun a white look, and then she waved her hand. Come on, let's go shopping in Wangfujing. Ling Xiu held back for a whole day, but couldn't help but turn on the shopping mode. Just head up. Wangfujing Street is not far from the east of the Forbidden City. It is the most famous commercial street in the capital. The themed commercial center is full of well-known domestic and foreign brands. It is a real shopping paradise. Sisters, let's go from north to south, buy whatever we want, and let Ling Yun pay for everything. What do you think? Well, Ling Xiu really didn't treat Ling Yun as an outsider. When she said this, Ning Lingyu, Chao Shanshan, Zhang Ling, Qi Shaoqing and others all laughed, but no one objected. Ling Yun vomited blood a little after hearing this, and wanted to make an opinion. What? Just now I tipped someone's tour guide, and the price was 10,000, but now I feel distressed? Seeing that Ling Yun still wanted to refute, Ling Xiu pinched her waist with both hands, and taught her a lesson. Hey, I'm afraid you bought too many things, and couldn't take them. Ling Yun quickly corrected himself with a smile. You want to take care of it? Ling Xiu chuckled, and then led a large group of people to start shopping, and they entered a commercial building in a blink of an eye. Although it is said that you can buy whatever you want, but does the Ling family have anything now? There is nothing missing that should be there. Therefore, Ling Xiu took everyone shopping, mainly to buy clothing, shoes, hats, women's cosmetics, and other things. However, the 6 beauties really entered the shopping mall, and the powerful spending power still stunned the 6 big men behind them. More than an hour later, when they came out of that shopping mall, boys like Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and Tai Xiaohu were already covered with large and small bags, turning into human-shaped shelves. Go to the front, the next one. When Ling Yun and the others heard this, they almost vomited blood. Just like that, after strolling through the commercial buildings, the goods purchased by the 6 beauties piled up like a mountain, with a dazzling array of everything. However, this problem is not difficult for Ling Yun and the others, because most of them have space rings. Ling Yun, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao, Ling Feng, Ling Li, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Chao Shanshan, these people all have space rings. They don't need to go out of the mall. After shopping, they just need to find a corner where no one is around. As soon as it moved, it was received into the interspatial ring, which was extremely convenient. They walked around Wangfujing for nearly 5 hours at a stretch, and it was not until around 10 o'clock in the evening that Ling Xiao announced that the shopping was over. Go home. After leaving the last commercial building, Ling Xiao announced with satisfaction. Ling Yun and his party consisted of 12 people. They came out of Wangfujing Street, walked eastward, not far, and soon came to the place where they got off in the morning. Because Ling Xiao had made arrangements earlier, the luxury bus of the Ling family arrived in a short time. Everyone got on the bus one after another, and the bus drove towards the Ling family. This time, Ling Xiao took the initiative to sit beside Ling Yun. Why, do you feel distressed? Ling Xiao was obviously timid, and asked Ling Yun in a low voice. Ling Yun just smiled indifferently. I bought things, and I didn't throw away the money. What's so distressing? This trip to the Forbidden City is really not expensive. A ticket is only 1 or 200 yuan. In addition to hiring a tour guide, their per capita consumption does not exceed 300 yuan. Of course, in the end, Ling Yun took the initiative to give a reward of 10,000 yuan to the tour guide's sister, which definitely couldn't be counted in it. However, after 5 hours of shopping, Ling Yun definitely bled profusely. He was definitely possessed by a super-local tyrant. He would buy whatever he saw without blinking his eyes. After visiting 4 or 5 high-end commercial buildings, Ling Yun spent a total of more than 200 million yuan without even counting the specific amount, which is completely sweeping those world-famous brand stores. The whole Wangfujing was shaken. The owners and managers of the commercial buildings on Wangfujing Street all knew that a super-local tyrant came today. No, it should be Shenhao. Among other things, Ling Yun bought almost 100 pieces of clothes that cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, and of course they mainly bought them for those beauties like Ming Lingyu. Naturally, if he just bought those clothes, shoes, and hats, even if Ling Yun was willing to spend money, he wouldn't be able to spend more than 200 million yuan in a few hours. The biggest sum he spent was at the Patek Philippe watch store, where he bought 12 watches in one go, and each watch was worth about 10 million yuan. 12 people, 1 piece per person. Because the price was so shocking, Qi Xiaoqing, Zheng Ling, Tai Xiaohu, and others all expressed their resolute rejection, but Ling Yun's light words made them speechless. It's only tens of millions of dollars. This amount of money is nothing in the eyes of you in the future. Ling Yun spent more than 100 million on these 12 famous watches alone. In addition, he bought wine for his family Ling Lai, tea for Ling Xiao and Ling Yu, and various other fancy things. Isn't it almost the Mid-Autumn Festival? Ling Yun took advantage of this shopping trip to buy gifts in advance, to honor the elderly at home, as a little show of filial piety. Because on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival, Ling Yun was going to the Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain to participate in the Demon Subduing Conference. At that time, he couldn't reunite with his family, so he did it all at once. Regarding Ling Yun's local tyrant's behavior, no one said much. The reason is very simple: Ling Yun is rich. Look at what he said to Ling Xiao next. Sister, who owns these commercial buildings on Wangfujing Street? Ling Xiao was stunned and couldn't help scratching her head and asked, commercial building? Whose house? What do you mean? What else do you mean? Go back and talk to Uncle Air, arrange someone to find out who is behind the scenes of these commercial buildings. Let's buy them. Buy it. Ling Xiao, this. Ling Feng, damn it. Mo Wudao, awesome. Ling Li gasped and said, third brother is still domineering. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. She raised her hand, put it on Ling Yun's forehead, and said blankly, I don't have a fever. Sitting behind Ling Yun, Tang Meng shook his head and laughed. Hey, I knew. If you want to know Ling Yun, you have to be Tang Meng. It was indeed difficult for other people's thoughts to keep up with Ling Yun's condescending way of thinking, so it was unavoidable to be shocked. It took a long time for Ling Xiao to put down her hand on Ling Yun's forehead. She was still immersed in the shock, and murmured, really buying it? Ling Yun laughed aloud. Sister, do you think I'm joking? Ling Xiao, I said my own brother. Do you know that this place is at the feet of the emperor? Every inch of land is precious. Ling Yun smiled and asked back, if it weren't for every inch of land and every inch of gold, why would you buy it? Ling Xiao was speechless again, and said in silence for a long time, this is a place where money can be made by sitting on the ground. Those who can own these commercial buildings have strong forces behind them. Even if we are willing to pay for it, we are afraid that the other party will not sell it. Ling Yun sneered directly, eldest sister, is our Ling family's power really bad? If I want to buy it, why don't he not sell it? Ling Xiao was really at a loss for words. It was the first time she really saw how arrogant Ling Yun was. But Ling Yun didn't finish his sentence yet. Not only here, every prosperous street in the capital, every place that can generate money must have our Ling family's property. Fully support. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun had turned on the domineering mode, so he simply expressed his opinion directly. Emma Wudao just complained, crazy. Compared with Ling Yun's current thinking, spending 200 or 300 million on shopping is nothing at all. After spending a long time in someone's commercial building, you have to buy the entire commercial building when you go out. How domineering is that? Reads, the ultimate mysterious god. Okay. Let's discuss it with my dad when I get home. Ling Xiao's thoughts turned, and she managed to raise her thoughts to the same level as Ling Yun's. She stopped looking for all kinds of useless reasons. She stretched out her spring green hand, poked Ling Yun's forehead, and said angrily, stinky boy, just don't have enough money when the time comes. Hey, if you don't have enough money, make it slowly, don't worry. Ling Yun finally spoke soft words. There is no way, now the Ling family is buying him a piece of land in the north to build the Ling family courtyard. It will cost hundreds of billions of dollars, and for that sum of money alone, all the available funds in the hands of the entire Ling family and Ling Yun will be used. Empty is not necessarily enough. But Ling Yun wasn't talking nonsense, because besides his own money, he also had the 5 blood clans. Edward, Pierce, Els, Paul, and Jester, these 5 blood clans have lived for so long, no matter which one of them, they all have at least billions of dollars in net worth. Especially Paul, his various industries spread all over the world, and the sum of all movable and immovable properties will not be less than tens of billions of dollars. This is what he told Ling Yun himself. The only problem is, through what channels did such a huge amount of funds enter China? So Ling Yun didn't worry about money at all. In fact, even if Ling Yun thinks this way, he is already worrying too much, because at this moment, Chao Shanshan is sitting behind and laughing lightly. Because he obviously underestimated the financial resources of the Chao family. There are also the Qin family, the Shui family, the Sun and Chen families that were just destroyed, and the Li family that is waving a huge amount of money but has not yet found a way to send it to the Ling family. Don't worry about money, there is plenty. Chao Shanshan chuckled for a while, then suddenly spoke to Ling Yun and Ling Xiao in front of her. The voice is not high, the cloud is calm and the wind is light, but the domineering in the words, even Ling Yun is moved. Ling Yun spread his hands, turned his head and said to Ling Xiao with a smile, look. Ling Xiao simply rolled her eyes, got up straight away, and sat at the back. As the eldest daughter of the big family of the Ling family, it was only at this moment that she was finally sure that the Ling family was really different from before. The car drove very fast, and half an hour later, the luxury bus drove into the gate of the Ling family's ancestral house. After getting off the car, Ling Yun didn't wait to enter the house. He casually walked a few steps forward and found an open space. With just a thought, he dumped all the things he just bought today on the ground. Sister, these are all the things I bought today. I have taken them out, so I don't care about them. You can deal with them yourself. Ling Yun doesn't have time to deal with so many things. Anyway, almost everyone here has a space ring, and it's very convenient to put it away and put it away. You are simply... Seeing Ling Yun's rascal behavior, Ling Xiao rolled her eyes angrily. I also have. After watching Ling Yun's gameplay, Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao followed suit. Apart from their own things, everything else was also Reed's. Divorce is a technical job. In that open space, all kinds of exquisite packaging boxes suddenly piled up into a mountain. You two dare to pour it out for me? When Ling Feng and Ling Li saw it, they also wanted to make such a move, but before they got there, Ling Xiao gave them a stare back. Everyone else laughed. Ling Yun became the hands-off shopkeeper again. In the end, Ling Xiao, Ling Shui, Ling Feng and Ling Li, 4 brothers and sisters, stayed to organize those things, and Zhang Ling, Qi Shaoqing, Chao Shanshan and others naturally helped. But Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao found an excuse to leave. Why are you 4 guys going? Seeing that Ling Yun and the others were about to go out again, Ling Xiao asked in surprise. Ling Yun chuckled, go ask for money, and by the way, let's settle your big sister's marriage. No matter how tough Ling Xiao's character was, she couldn't help but blushed when she heard about the important marriage. What nonsense are you talking about, brat? What kind of money do you want? What kind of marriage? That kid Yi Tianshui still owes me 15 billion. If I don't ask for such a large amount of money, how can I expect him to obediently deliver it to me? Ling Yun didn't show off, he explained something casually, and then blinked at Ling Xiao, eldest sister, you know. Get out. When Ling Xiao heard about Yi Tianshui, she couldn't bear it at that time. Of course, she knew the promise Ling Hao made to Yi Tianshui in order to borrow money from Yi Tianshui. She scolded first, and then said to Ling Yun, stinky boy, you have to listen to me. If Yi Tianshui's fat pig dares to mess with my idea again, I don't care what method you use, just let him lose weight on the spot. 100 caddies. Ling Yun was happy. Isn't it just to chop off his 2 legs, that's easy. After speaking, he turned his head and was about to go out. Third brother, I want to go too. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, Ling Li immediately became anxious again, begging pitifully. Ling Feng is naturally the same. Ling Xiao showed her power again, you 2 guys, you are not allowed to go anywhere tonight, help me divide these things at home. Let's go. Next, the 4 of Ling Yun got into a black commercial vehicle, drove away. The Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and the plot in the book happens to be close to the Mid-Autumn Festival, so Lao Bu writes a little more cheerfully, which will not affect the progress of the plot. At the same time, Lao Bu is also here to wish my dear book friends, Mid-Autumn Festival reunion, happiness, happy family, and all the best. To be continued. Late at night, on the wide road, a black commercial vehicle was speeding eastward. This time it was Tai Xiaohu who was driving, Mo Wudao was in the co-pilot, Ling Yun and Tang Meng were sitting in the back row. As soon as the group of debtors came out of the Ling family's ancestral house, without the suppression of the aura of Ling Xiao, Chao Shanshan and other beauties, they suddenly had the feeling of turning over like serfs singing, and they all behaved like wild horses running free. Cough cough, I said that the elder sister is really tough, she is about to cripple Yi Tianshui's 2 legs, how much hatred and hatred. Mo Wudao was still holding his mobile phone, surfing the internet with data turned on, he kept swiping the screen, typing and chatting with people from time to time, then suddenly stopped, and turned to Ling Yun and the 2 of them. Ling Yun smiled when he heard the words, please, tell me that I was the one who broke Yi Tianshui's legs, okay? Eldest sister just said that if he still dares to think twice about elder sister, let me make him lose 100 caddies on the spot. Losing 100 caddies on the spot. Emma Wudao scratched his head, lost his mind for a while. Upper body? Left body? Right body? Damn, then he has to break his 2 legs. At this moment, Tang Meng was still working hard on the divine tool space ring in his hand, but unfortunately, he couldn't figure it out. Hearing the conversation between the two, he couldn't help but raise his head, and interjected, "Little Taoist, you pig brain. Iyun brother's ability, without having to cripple his legs, can still make him lose 100 caddies without dying, just peeling off his skin is enough. Cut his flesh and really lose weight." Tai Xiaohu was originally concentrating on driving, but at this moment he suddenly opened his mouth to join in the fun. Won't that be a waste of healing talisman? There was a moment of silence in the car. Ha 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 ha. The 4 unscrupulous teenagers couldn't help but burst out laughing at the same time. After laughing, Ling Yin said easily, "Yi Tianxue is a member of the Yi family in the capital. The Yi family's background is too deep, and it is not easy to mess with. Moreover, as far as I know, Yi Tianxue is a direct descendant of the Yi family. The current patriarch, Yi Qingfeng, is his uncle. Ling Yin is now the patriarch of the Ling family, so he can of course consult the top secret files of the Ling family at any time. For the basic information of the 7 major families in the capital, Ling Yin already has a good idea, so he is not considered blind, but can talk freely. Otherwise, he has never been to Yi Tianxue's private club. How would he know the exact route after going out?" Tang Meng asked excitedly, "Brother Yun, what is going on with the 15 billion yuan?" Tang Meng couldn't help being curious about anything related to money. Ling Yin chuckled, and said casually, "It's a gambling debt. I wiped out the Sun and Chen families." Tang Meng is known as the little gambler, and his eyes lit up even more after hearing this. Gambling debt? Emma Wudao turned back and explained, "Haha, don't you understand? Let me tell you." So, Emma Wudao turned his head, word by word, and quickly finished the ins and outs of the whole thing. Fuck, earning 15 billion so easily, how much blood does Yi Tianxue vomit? Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Tang Meng was not surprised that Ling Yun could win. He could win 15 billion with 1 billion. This bet is really amazing, and he won a little too much. Ling Yun turned his head, glanced at Tang Meng lightly, with a half-smile, intentionally or unintentionally said, "Hee hee, the person who wants to bet on me, how can he not lose everything?" Tang Meng quickly covered his face, turned his head aside, and said, "Brother Yun, can we talk properly?" The reason why Tang Meng had the opportunity to become life and death brothers with Ling Yun also started from a game of gambling. How could Tang Meng forget that matter? Ling Yun understood immediately when Tang Meng saw it. He laughed for a while, and then said seriously, "The Yi family is different from the Sun and Chen families. This time we are going to meet Yi Tianxue. Asking for money is not the main purpose. I mainly want to pass this matter. Let's test the Yi family's attitude and see what their family thinks about my Ling family." Tang Meng nodded in agreement. That's the truth. Ling Yun at the end of June and beginning of August. He came to the capital twice successively. In fact, except for the secret activities, he still stayed at the Ling family most of the time, hiding in the dark. Except for the first time when Ling Yun came to the capital, the fierce battle between Ling Yun and the masters of the Chen family in the Sun's Yushanfang, and this time he came to the capital, on the day of the tomb sweeping on July 15th, in broad daylight, he slapped the Sun and Chen families in the face. In addition, he has almost no positive interaction with all the big shots in the capital. Therefore, even though it was night, Ling Yun took the initiative to go out of the house this time to find Yi Tianxue. Although it was to ask for money, it was also for him in the true sense, as the Ling family and as the head of the Ling family, to show his face alone. Moreover, the first person he wanted to fight head-on, he chose Yi Tianxue from the Yi family. This person was actually suitable for Ling Yun. Because although Ling Yun is less than 19 years old, his current identity is there, the head of the Ling family. If the other party's status is too low, Ling Yun will appear to be worthless, and there is no need for Ling Yun to take action against those people. Otherwise, what are the dead soldiers of the Ling family used for? And if the other party's status is too high, such as Long Haren, the head of the Long family, or Yi Qingfeng, the head of the Yi family, although they are both one of the 5 big family heads, but Ling Yun is new here, and he has just been the head of the family, and the two sides meet rashly, it is likely to lead to some unpredictable situations. And in that case, although Ling Yun is not afraid, it will not be good for the Ling family, who are now waiting to be reborn. Therefore, when Ling Yun went out this time, he chose to find Yi Tianxue for the first time. He was neither big nor small, neither high nor low, just right. Moreover, it is already the night of the 7th, and the next day, until the night of the 9th, Ling Yun is going to participate in the ancient martial arts auction held by Ye's family. He came to find Yi Tianxue at this moment, which can be regarded as a foreground for the day after tomorrow. This is Ling Yun, although he is domineering, he is never blind. Just like that, the 4 brothers in the car kept talking and laughing. Tai Xiaohu drove the business car very fast, and soon arrived at the East 3rd Ring Road of the capital. Yi Tianxue's private club is on this road. Keep going south. As soon as he arrived at the East 3rd Ring Road, Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, and the detection range covered a radius of 3 kilometers. They came from the north, so Tai Xiaohu was told to continue driving south. The commercial vehicle drove south for another 5 minutes, when Ling Yun suddenly said, "Stop." So, Tai Xiaohu found a remote place, stopped the car, and the 4 brothers got out of the car one after another. After Tai Xiaohu locked the car door, Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to an inconspicuous small door not far ahead. "That's it." Tang Mei raised his eyes and was immediately disappointed. "Damn, it's such a broken place. Isn't it too frustrating?" Ling Yun smiled mysteriously and said, "Don't look at the surface, there is something hidden inside. This is the typical style of the capital city. You must not just look at the surface and blindly judge the real essence inside, otherwise, you will be severely slapped in the face." Tai Xiaohu raised his chin and said to Tang Meng, "Hey, don't just watch the door, look at the cars parked at the door." "What the hell?" Tang Meng's eyes followed the past, and he was dumbfounded again. Maybachs, Ferraris, Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Porsches, all the way to the south, you can't see the end at all. Compared with these luxury cars, the Mercedes-Benz business car that Ling Yun and the others drove was really low-key, and a bit ashamed. Boom boom boom. The 4 brothers had just parked the car and were still admiring the lineup of luxurious vehicles in front of them, when they heard a roar of engines in the distance, like a lion roaring. The dazzling headlights made Tang Meng unable to open his eyes at all. Soon, the car came in front of the 4 of them and braked suddenly. That was another Maybach, but unfortunately, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao didn't recognize the car at all, and they didn't care what kind of car it was. However, although the 2 of them did not recognize the car, they would not be squinted by the dazzling headlights, and they had already seen clearly that there was a man and a woman sitting in the car. As soon as the Maybach stopped, the man in the car glanced at Ling Yun and the others through the car window, and then there was deep disdain in his eyes. As for the woman, she had a long shawl and heavy makeup. Although she was dressed very stylishly, she couldn't hide the dusty smell on her body. She didn't even bother to look at the 4 people on the side of the road. The window slowly fell. The man driving the luxury car pointed at the car that Ling Yun and the others had just parked, and asked impatiently, "Whose broken car is this?" When Ling Yun and Tang Meng heard this, they immediately laughed. Even Tai Xiaohu couldn't help laughing out loud, looking back at Mo Wudao. That guy just smiled happily. Sure enough, it's still fun to come out, Mo Wudao thought in his heart. Ling Yun smiled and said, "This broken car belongs to us. Hurry up and drive this broken car away, this parking space is mine." The man with the luxury car became even more impatient. He has been unlucky for the past few days, has been losing money, and is anxious to make money. Now that the parking space has been taken by someone else, he suddenly became angry. Ling Yun only smiled when he heard this, and looked back deliberately, and said in surprise, "Is the parking space yours? I didn't see your name written on this parking space." "Nonsense, people who come here every day, who don't know that this parking space belongs to me, young Master Yang, so hurry up and drive it for me." Yang Tsung is the prince of a large group in the capital, a standard dude in the capital, rich and powerful, well known in the rich circle of the capital, and very popular. He thought that as soon as he mentioned his name, the four guys who didn't know the heights of the sky and the earth would obediently drive away. Who knows, after he finished speaking, he found that the four people in front of him were completely indifferent. "I'm sorry, rooting to the ground, our car will not be moved." Ling Yun still smiled faintly. What a bad luck. At this moment, Ling Yun and the others heard the alluring woman in the car speak, with a look of disgust on her face. Yang Tsung was furious. "You don't want to drive away, do you? If I crash your car, don't regret it." "So arrogant?" Brother Ling Yun and the others looked at each other and laughed happily at the same time. It was Ling Yun who said again, "It's really okay if it crashes, but I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it." After Ling Yun finished speaking with a smile, he even took the initiative to take the lead, walked a few steps to the side, and left the parking space. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao naturally followed Ling Yun's lead and stepped aside. Seeing the calm performance of the four of them, Yang Tsung was taken aback for a moment and didn't react at all. "Afraid I can't afford it? Damn, wouldn't it be kicked on the iron plate?" This was the first reaction in Yang Tsung's mind, because this place is no different than other places. This is the capital city, at the foot of the emperor. It's okay to pretend to be aggressive, but it has to be divided into who. It can be said that Yang Tsung was born with a golden key in his mouth. He grew up in the capital, and he has never seen someone pretending to be an idiot. Therefore, although he is strong, he is well informed and not brain-twitching. So Yang Tsung lowered his head, stuck his head out of the car window as much as possible, and carefully looked at the faces of the four of Ling Yun mentioned. As a result, Yang Tsung racked his brains and thought about the invisible masters he knew or heard about, but none of them fit the image of the four people in front of him, so he immediately put his heart back in his stomach. What the hell, it's not that I'm pretending to be aggressive, but the other four guys who don't know the heights of heaven and earth are pretending to be aggressive with me. After confirming this point, Yang Tsung's heart immediately became clear. If you don't move away, I'm really bumped. Yang Tsung gave Ling Yun and the others another hard look, and then said threateningly with a playful face. Boom boom boom. At the same time, he stepped on the accelerator continuously. He wanted to use this kind of intimidation to observe the other party's performance again, to find out the panic on the faces of the other four, and then watch the other party drive away obediently with a satisfied face. However, he was disappointed again, let alone flustered. The other four stood there calmly, with all kinds of provocative smiles on their faces, not to mention flustered. They didn't even show a trace of unnatural behavior. What's more, the guy on the other side, who was wearing a tuxedo robe, was still adding oil and vinegar to him. Why are you talking so much nonsense? You should hurry up. I'm here waiting to record a video for you. While talking, Mo Wudao really raised his phone and pointed it at Yang Tsung's Maybach. Yang Tsung failed to intimidate the other party, but was defeated by the other party, and his heart beat up again. Of course, he is not afraid of hitting the other party's car, even if the other party records the video, he doesn't care, but frankly speaking, he still feels distressed when he has to crash the Maybach he just bought just for such a parking space. Another real reason for his heartbeat is that the other party is too calm from the beginning to the end. It can be said that, apart from the car he drives is not as good as his car, other things, no matter what he wears, or a certain temperament displayed on his body, are not weaker than him. Yang Tsung, who has been in the capital all year round, of course knows that this kind of person is actually very difficult to mess with, and it is the easiest to get kicked into a real iron plate. Just pretending to be awesome for the parking space, but really offended the awesome person. The price paid is really too high, not worth it. The most important thing is that the opponent's 4 guys obviously don't know the heights of heaven and earth. He really wants to hit someone's car. Even if he rolls up his sleeves to fight, he can't beat the opponent's 4 alone. A hero does not suffer from immediate losses. Damn, you guys are ruthless enough, just don't regret it later. Yang Tsung uttered a harsh word, and then shouted at the woman beside him impatiently, "Didn't you see that I was about to stop? What are you still doing in the car? Get off." Unfavorable start, Yang Tsung was furious. This time, he only brought an internet celebrity with him. Of course, he would not be polite. Oh. The woman saw that Yang Tsung was also angry with her, but she didn't dare to refute in the slightest. She immediately calmed down, obediently got out of the car, and walked a few steps to a distance. After Ling Yun said that "I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it," he never said anything again. He just looked at Yang Tsung quietly. Let's see if he dares to hit his own car. After the internet celebrity got out of the car, Yang Tsung turned the front of the car around, first reversed the car, then stepped on the accelerator, and accelerated suddenly. The traffic jam was tight. Then, Yang Tsung smiled triumphantly and got out of the car. He beckoned, called the coquettish girl over, grabbed the woman's waist, then raised his chin at Ling Yun and the others, smiled triumphantly, and said provocatively, "Don't you guys like this parking space? Tonight, brother will play all night in the clubhouse, and tomorrow I will send a car to pick me up, your car, just park here for a few more days." Yang Tsung was very happy in his heart, and said that although he didn't dare to bump into the opponent's car, this was tantamount to pretending to be a success. It turned out to be like this. Ling Yun smiled faintly, and the brothers glanced at each other again. He turned to Yang Tsung, who was about to lift his foot to leave, and said, "But if this is the case, your car might be the one that was hit." Hit my car? Yang Tsung was dumbfounded again, thinking how big the other party's brains must be to hit my car. Look clearly, Maybach Limited Edition. If you think you can afford it, just open it. Kindness. Ling Yin nodded, and then asked again, "Then I'm going to drive away now? Can I bump into it now?" Yang Tsung was in a daze. He threatened him for a long time, and he bumped into him casually, but in the end he didn't dare to do that. He just blocked the opponent's car inside, but he didn't finish his complacency, and now it was someone who threatened him in turn. Yang Tsung is going crazy, what the hell is going on? At this time, Ling Yan had already winked at Tai Xiaohu, and Tai Xiaohu had already walked towards the Mercedes-Benz. It seemed that he was about to collide right now. At this time, Tang Mei was not just watching the fun anymore. He lit a cigarette slowly, and said with a smile, "Dude, I only give you 20 seconds. If you don't drive the car away, your car will be destroyed. Believe it or not?" Tai Xiaohu didn't speak. He strode like flying, and he had already come to the side of the Maybach. Yang Tsung's driving skills are good. He parked in a good position, almost completely blocked the entire parking space. Even Tai Xiaohu couldn't get in. "Humph, hit him if you dare. I'll see how he gets in." Yang Tsung crossed his arms and looked at everything in front of him coldly, but his face became unnatural. Then, he saw Tai Xiaohu leap forward. Boom! A burly man of more than 1.9 meters, Tai Xiaohu was like an iron tower, and his body of 200 kilograms was solidly smashed on the roof of the Maybach. Tai Xiaohu used dark energy under his feet and threw a heavy weight. As soon as he fell, Yang Tsung watched the roof of his car sink suddenly, and at the same time the whole body trembled. Ah! Damn it! Yang Song was so distressed that he immediately threw away the female internet celebrity beside him, and rushed over quickly to observe his newly bought car. Well, apart from 2 clearly sunken footprints on the roof, there was no other damage. Tang Meng spread his hands beside him, sighed, and said, "Look, I reminded you a long time ago, didn't I?" At this time, Tai Xiao, who had already jumped off the roof, got into Ling Yan's business car, and started the car. After stepping on it, "Are you still afraid of bumping?" Yang Song pretended to be coercive, somewhat with a guilty conscience, but Ling Yan and the others were just pretending to be coercive, and they didn't give any discounts. Boom! Tai Xiaohu had stepped on the accelerator, the engine roared, and there was a lot of movement. Yang Song's complexion had already changed drastically. These changes were so fast that he almost didn't even have time to react. At this moment, he was distressed and angry, and he scolded loudly, "You really dare to bump into it?" Tang Meng spit out a smoke ring in a cool and unrestrained way, and said leisurely, "I kindly let you drive away, but you don't want to. Now I remind you, hurry up and stay away from your car, so as not to accidentally injure you." At this time, the luxury business car has already started to move. It rushed forward for more than 1 meter, almost hitting the wall, then Tai Xiaohu backed up and accelerated suddenly. Boom! I saw that the rear of the commercial vehicle collided with the right side of the Maybach suddenly, and the right side door of the Maybach was completely crushed, deeply sunken in, never to be the same again. At the same time, all the glass on the right side of the Maybach was smashed, and the entire body was knocked out by more than 1 meter. What? Yang Song never expected that the other party would bump into him as soon as he said to hit him. He tried his best to dodge, and finally he didn't get hurt. His face turned pale with fright, and he was already in a daze. The Maybach was severely damaged, and the commercial vehicle was not much better. The rear glass windows were all shattered, but Tai Xiaohu didn't care, drove forward again, hit the wall again, and then suddenly accelerated and reversed. Boom! Again, the 2 cars slammed into one place hard again. This time they really increased their speed, even harder than the first time, knocking the Maybach more than 3 meters away. Boom! 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 Then, the 3rd hit, the 4th hit, the 5th hit. Just like that, until the Maybach hit the middle of the road, Tai Xiaohu drove back the commercial vehicle whose rear was completely smashed, and stopped again. In place. At this moment, looking at that dazzling Maybach, it really has already turned into a pile of scrap iron, just parked in the middle of the road, so miserable. Yang Song was completely dumbfounded. In his head and in his eardrums, there was always the sound of crashing cars. The female internet celebrity has long been stunned, and it can even be said that she has been frightened. She opened her mouth to the limit, and her long and sharp chin almost touched her swollen chest, trembling all over. "Stop recording." Ling Yan raised his hand and patted Mo Wudao, who was videotaping beside him, then raised his finger and pointed at it. "There are cameras. What kind of image did you record?" Mo Wudao smiled happily. "It's fun." Ling Yan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and then walked slowly in front of Yang Song, waving at him. "Hey, wake up, it's all your responsibility, you still pay for it." "Don't afford it then," he kindly reminded. It took Yang Song a long time to come back to his senses. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. To be continued. If Yang Song lost all the money he lost in Yu Tianshui's private club in the past half-month, it would be enough to buy 20 of these Maybachs, but he has never felt so distressed. Watching his most beloved Maybach being smashed into a pile of scrap iron, even a super dude worth tens of billions cannot bear the impact. And distress is not the most important thing. The most important thing is face pain. This is a slap in the face. Face-to-face slap is extremely painful, and it was captured by the surrounding surveillance cameras. If it gets out, what will he do in the future? It has always been him, Yang Xiao, who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger, and slaps others in the face, but how did he know that he, Yang Tsung, just wanted a parking space today, but he was slapped in the face by 4 brats who came out of nowhere. So? A Maybach is a small matter, but a big shame. I think you are crazy? Don't die? Do you know the consequences of your actions? Yang Tsung's face was flushed red, and the veins on his forehead were jumping up. He gritted his teeth and stared at Ling Yun, and yelled wildly, "You guys smashed my beloved car like this in front of me, why don't you return it and say it's mine, responsibility?" Ling Yun chuckled, "Yeah, isn't that where you parked? I told you to move, but you didn't move." While talking, he raised his hand and pointed at his car. "Look, my car crashed like that, how do you deal with it? Is it going to be public or private?" Yang Tsung was almost driven mad by Ling Yun's anger. "It was obvious that you bumped into my car by yourself, and that's what happened. At this time, you asked me if I wanted to be public or private." Yang Tsung raised his hand angrily, wanting to point his finger at Ling Yun's face and curse, but at this time, Tai Xiaohu suddenly appeared at some point and grabbed Yang Tsung's wrist. Hiss. Yang Tsung suddenly gasped in pain, he felt his wrist was clamped by an iron pliers, and his whole right arm could not move instantly. Tai Xiaohu let go with a cold snort, and Yang Tsung's right arm drooped suddenly, unable to lift it any longer. Usually, it is Yang Tsung's habit to point at someone's nose and yell, but now, he doesn't even have the chance to stick out his finger. Iron plate, it must be iron plate. The other party simply ignored his car, his people, and all the aura and influence he might have behind him. "You, who the hell are you guys?" Up to now, Yang Tsung finally asked the most important question. In his mind, it should not be too late. After all, although he was arrogant for a while when he came up, he has always been the one who suffered. Ling Yun chuckled, and pointed at the gate of Yi Tianshui's private club. "Just like you, I came here to play, and I came here to ask for an account, but I was delayed by you for a long time." When Yang Tsung saw that the other party answered the wrong question, the fire in his heart almost came up again, but now he was under the eaves, but he really didn't dare to show it, he just insisted and said, "Do you know that this is Yi Xiao's territory? You made trouble at his door and offended his guests, young master, Yi will not let you go." Yang Tsung confirmed that the other party didn't take him seriously at all, so he quickly carried Yi Tianshui out in order to protect himself. "Oh? Really? We are here for the first time, and we really don't understand these rules." Ling Yun scratched his head and asked earnestly, "Then what should we do now?" "Humph, what should I do? When young master Yi finds out about this, you will soon know what to do." Yang Tsung was furious, and the 4 guys who cooperated with him were really stunned from other places, but he didn't expect to be bumped into by himself, and it was bad luck. "Well, hearing you say that, I'm really looking forward to it." Ling Yun rubbed his chin in a state of contemplation, then raised his hand and patted Yang Tsung's shoulder. "Then we'll go ahead, don't run away, our car crashed like this, we're still waiting, what about your compensation?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yun smiled broadly, waved at Tang Meng and the other 3, and left Yang Tsung in a daze. "Go straight to the gate of the private club." Looking at the backs of the 4 of them, Yang Tsung fell into a state of bewilderment again, thinking that Lao Tzu would go in and complain to young Master Yi soon, and these 4 guys dared to go in? At this moment, Yang Tsung was in a complete mess. He wanted to call the traffic police and let the officials come forward to help him resolve the matter, but he didn't dare. He also wanted to call someone immediately to make these 4 arrogant guys kneel down and beg for mercy, but he quickly dismissed the idea. In Yi Tianshui's territory, besides Yi Tianshui, who else can cover it better than him? We still have to find out the identities of these 4 people first. Otherwise, if I suffer a big loss, my father will not spare me. This is also the style of the capital. When encountering something that you can't handle, you have to consider the background of the other party at the first time, otherwise, the more you offend, the more you will be offended, and you may end up getting your whole family involved. Unless you are truly at the highest level, such as a member of the 7 great families back then, everything is nothing to talk about, it's just food. Thinking of this, Yang Tsung didn't care too much. He first made a phone call and asked someone to deal with his scrapped car, then hurriedly followed Ling Yun's footsteps and went straight to the door of Yi Tianshui's private club. The female internet celebrity was stunned for a while, not knowing why, so she hesitated for a long time, and as soon as she gritted her teeth, she immediately caught up with Yang Tsung and followed him step by step. It's a good hit. In front, Ling Yun turned his head with a smile and praised Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu chuckled, 20 years of professional crashing. After a pause, he scratched his head and asked Ling Yun, Brother Yun, I thought you would protect our car just now, but you ended up crashing like that. If Ling Yun used the yin and yang energy shield to protect the commercial vehicle when the car crashed just now, his car would definitely be unharmed. Tai Xiaohu couldn't figure out why Ling Yun didn't care about it. Anyway, someone paid us for a better car. Ling Yun's face was full of indifference. He pointed behind him with his thumb casually as he spoke. Look, didn't that just follow here? Hey. Tang Meng and Mo Wudao didn't have to turn their heads, and there were treacherous smiles on their faces at the same time. The 4 of them soon arrived at the main entrance of the private club. Yi Tianshui's private club is actually not directly facing the East 3rd Ring Road, but in an alley next to the East 3rd Ring Road. It faces south, has a high courtyard wall, and the main entrance is 5 meters wide, but it is just an ordinary electric car. The door, if you look in from the door, you can see the 5 floors inside. From the windows of each floor, there is a brilliant light, but it is still very inconspicuous from the outside. Such buildings can be found everywhere in the capital. From the outside, in terms of luxury, they can't even compare to a 4-star hotel. However, Ling Yun and Mo Wudao have divine senses, and they have already seen everything in the 5-story building through their spiritual senses. Of course, they know that the inside is actually magnificent, and the various decorations in the building are far from any 5-star hotel. It truly deduces the low-key luxury to the fullest. However, although the main entrance of the private club is inconspicuous, the 2 Pisho on both sides of the entrance are all proud and majestic, glaring at all the guests who come here, as if they want to swallow them into their stomachs. Pisho gathers wealth, sits on the ground and swallows gold. The city knows how to play. Mo Wudao's insistence on surfing the internet for so many days is really not for nothing. He opened his mouth to talk about some hot words on the internet at the moment, and after seeing clearly the secrets in the private club, he couldn't help but say something. Fuck, you kid, you can even use this word? Tang Meng couldn't help but look at Mo Wudao with admiration. But Ling Yun remained silent. He is now using his divine sense to look at a huge and luxurious room on the 5th floor of the building in the courtyard. That person is extremely fat, wearing a pair of fat pants, sitting on a luxurious sofa. Cigar smokers, watch carefully. According to the information in the Ling family file, this fat guy is Yi Tianshui. Ling Yun naturally recognized it at a glance, but he was puzzled that he couldn't see through Yi Tianshui's realm for a while, which made Ling Yun's heart shudder. Ling Yunxin said, Fuck, pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger? In terms of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, Ling Yun is definitely at the level of a master, but seeing Yi Tianshui's state now, Ling Yun almost abdicates to give way to the virtuous. Because although Yi Tianshui was smoking a cigar, Ling Yun could tell that he wasn't smoking a cigar, but that he was breathing in and out of the smoker to train his qi. Hey, it's interesting to meet an acquaintance. Ling Yun swept his consciousness again, couldn't help having a good time, then stepped forward, and soon came to the side door, and then winked at Tang Meng. Tang Meng stepped forward immediately, opened the door. The main entrance of the private club is of course closed now, only a side entrance is left beside it, of course there is a guard inside. The guard looked through the crack of the door, and saw that the 4 people standing at the door were all familiar faces, they had never seen each other before, and immediately sneered. He asked impatiently, "What's the matter? Do you know where this is?" Tang Meng chuckled, "I know, it's Yi Tianshui's private club. What do you think you're here for?" Hiss. When the guard heard Yi Tianshui's name directly from the other party, he gasped in fright. He shuddered shiveringly, and quickly changed his tone. "Ah, for young masters, I'm sorry, I've never met you before, I don't know who introduced you." Tang Meng laughed and said, "No one introduced me, I found it myself." When the doorman heard it, he was very surprised. This is a private club, and he can come here without introduction. How is that possible? At this time, Ling Yin added slowly, "Yi Tianshui invited us here, if you don't believe me, you can ask him now." This. When the doorman heard this, he was caught in a dilemma, because Ling Yin said that Yi Tianshui invited them here, which was too much face. If he really wanted to ask Yi Tianshui about it, it would be an offense. If the other party lets it in, that's another dereliction of duty. "I suggest you ask." Ling Yin understood the other party's difficulties at a glance, and said with a smile, "He can't afford to be a doorman." The doorman was also a smart person. When he heard it, he immediately understood it. He immediately grabbed the phone and called the manager of the clubhouse. "Oh? Yi Xiao didn't say to invite someone to play, you take over the surveillance video." After hearing what the doorman said, the manager of the clubhouse immediately asked him to take over the surveillance camera. After reporting layer by layer, soon, Yi Tianshui on the 5th floor received the news. He was sitting alone in the room smoking a cigar, and with a flash of his figure, he came to the front of a big screen. Then, I saw the 4 of Ling Yun who were waiting at the door. Slap. The cigar in Yi Tianshui's hand suddenly fell to the ground. Damn, the evil star has come to the door. Is Ling Yun an evil star? The answer is one word, yes. Not only that, but for Yi Tianshui at this moment, Ling Yun is the evil star among evil stars. Today is September 7th. 8 days have passed since Ling Yi and Ling Qi came to his private club on the night of August 30th and bet 1 billion yuan to buy Ling Jiaying. Yi Tianshui can be said to have trouble sleeping and eating, and restless, because he is afraid of this day. The Ling family really won. Although Yi Tianshui already knew that this would be the result, it was 15 billion, which is definitely not a small sum. If Ling Yun really took away the 15 billion, Yi Tianshui's trouble this year would be in vain. Tantamount to working for Ling Yun. Yi Tianshui was really distressed. Every time he thought of the 15 billion, he would want to slap himself 2 big mouths, seeing the fat in his hand, but it was easily taken away by Ling Yun. Moreover, since September 1st, when the real high-level officials in the capital knew the result of the life-and-death battle between the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families, Yi Tianshui has been living in dire conflict. It's good that this matter is over soon, and I hope that Ling Yun will not come. Let the 15 billion be kept in his wallet for a day. It is better for Ling Yun to forget about this matter, and never come. Of course, Yi Tianshui also knew that it was just a sweet dream. Of course Ling Yun would not stop coming. And now, Ling Yun finally came, really came. Yi Tianshui looked down at the big screen in front of him, staring at the handsome face on the screen, but the more he looked at it, the more he felt disgusted. In the end, he yelled angrily, "Let them wait at the door." Then his fat figure flashed, and he sat on the wide sofa again. Yi Tianshui made up his mind, no matter what, Ling Yun couldn't let Ling Yun take away such a large sum of money. At least let him have a closed door first. Yi Tianshui sat back on the sofa again, and he raised his hand. The cigar that fell on the ground suddenly lifted off the ground, and flew back to the space between his fingers, and it happened that the cigarette butt was outside and the cigarette holder was inside. It's so wonderful to play. Yi Tianshui didn't care that the cigar had dropped to the ground. He took a sip from the cigarette holder, and then suddenly spit it out again, then contemplated the hazy smoke in front of him for a while. At the same time, he heard the guard's voice from the surveillance camera. For young masters, I'm sorry, young master, Yi asked you to wait at the door for a while. Yi Tianshui's ears moved suddenly. He wanted to hear how Ling Yun would answer. In the end, he heard Ling Yun's voice, but he didn't say it to the guard, but directly said to him, Fatty, if you don't open the door again, believe it or not, I will smash your door down. Fuck. Yi Tianshui burst into tears immediately. Fatty? Looking at the entire capital, no one dared to call him that. However, based on Yi Tianshui's understanding of Ling Yun, he was more convinced than anyone else that if Ling Yun said it, he would definitely do it, so Yi Tianshui had no choice but to fly up again and came to the front of the big screen. Open the front door and invite them in. At the door, the guard had just finished speaking and asked Ling Yun and the others to wait for a while, and he was still muttering in his heart, wondering if the 4 people in front of him were friends of the boss, but he received the order to open the door within half a minute. And this is not the point is to open the front door. Open the front door and invite the other party in? What kind of person must he be to be worthy of Yi Tianshui's special instructions? Oh, gentlemen, please wait a moment, I will open the door now. The guard suddenly panicked, and he changed his words again without hesitation, no longer calling Ling Yun and the others young masters, but directly addressing them as masters. After saying this, the guard immediately pressed the button of the electric door, and the electric door began to open slowly. At this time, Yang Tsung had already arrived not far from the door. He saw that Ling Yun and the others couldn't even enter the door, and he was secretly feeling happy there. But before he really felt refreshed, he was dumbfounded when he saw the main entrance of the clubhouse opened for the first time. Because Yang Tsung knew that there were almost no people in the circle he was in the whole capital who could make Yi Tianshui open the main door of the private club. What are the identities of these 4 people in front of him? Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped off Yang Tsung's face in an instant. At this moment, he has fully confirmed that what he kicked this time is not a fake iron board, but a real iron board. Go in and complain to Yi Tianshui? Just kidding, Yang Tsung even planned to turn around and run away now, but he knew that this would never work. Because of the disaster, he had already broken in, and the 4 people in front of him did not make things difficult for him any further. He still wanted to know the identity of the other party, so that he could further remedy it. At the same time, Yang Tsung was also afraid for a while. Fortunately, he didn't pretend all the way to the end, otherwise, he would not be able to bear today's loss and would not mention it, and it is very likely that his family will be implicated. Young Master Yang, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable? Seeing that Yang Tsung's face was pale and his body was trembling, the female internet celebrity couldn't help asking. Shut up, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as dumb. At this moment, Yang Tsung was tired of the woman beside him. The front door was completely opened, Ling Yun took the lead, and walked into the courtyard at the first. He strode in unceremoniously, but he heard the voice of the guard next to him shouting again, Hey, gentlemen. Ling Yun stopped. What? The guard murmured, according to the rules, the masters have to carry on. Still have to verify. Everyone who came to Yi Tianshui's private club had to pass a capital verification to prove that he was worth more than 100 million yuan before he could enter to play. However, thinking that the few friends in front of him might really be Yi Tianshui's friends, the guard swallowed back the last few words. I just want to remind you guys that our boss should be on the 5th floor now. Ling Yun laughed, then thank you very much. After finishing speaking, he didn't stop, but raised his legs and walked into the building in front of him. The 4 of them quickly came to the living room on the 1st floor. Good evening, gentlemen, are you going to the lobby on the 2nd floor or the VIP room on the 3rd floor? Once you enter the clubhouse, it is of course different. Inside the clubhouse, there are dedicated receptionists, all of whom are all beautiful women. They are all tall, well-dressed, graceful, with standard smiles on their faces, and they come up to entertain Ling Yun and the others. Damn, this figure, this smile, Stewardess Yuan. When Tang Meng saw the two beauties approaching, his eyes turned a little straight, and he couldn't help admiring them. At the same time, Tang Meng said in his heart, there really is something hidden in this clubhouse. Ling Yun just smiled indifferently. He glanced at Tang Meng first. You have something to do, can't you? Then he smiled at the two beauties, waved his hands and said, no need, we'll just sit in this hall for a while. While talking, Ling Yun walked towards the sofa in the living room first, and sat down directly, where he waited for Yi Tianshui to come down. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao also took their seats in turn. Soon, the two beauties came back and served tea for the four of them respectfully. Tang Meng lit a cigarette, enjoyed the beauty's service, and couldn't help but click his tongue to praise. I can't imagine, the service here is really good, it feels like home, and it can definitely compete with the place in Macau. Thank you, for gentlemen, please use it slowly. For Tang Meng's teasing compliment, the two beauties were neither shy nor angry, but smiled naturally, just expressed their gratitude, put down the tea and stepped aside, waiting respectfully. Ling Yun looked at it and nodded secretly, and said in his heart that it was worthy of the gold-selling cave, and when rich people come to such a place, they are naturally reluctant to leave. However, for Ling Yun, these things are not important. He is waiting for Yi Tianshui to come down. In his consciousness, Yi Tianshui was putting on his clothes at this time. This time, Yi Tianshui didn't dare to keep Ling Yun waiting for a long time. He got dressed and took the elevator downstairs. Soon, he came out of the elevator alone and came to the hall. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the patriarch of the Ling family and Mr. Tang from the Tiandi group would come here at the same time. It really makes my small clubhouse full of glory. Yi Tianshui is really honored, ha 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 ha. As soon as Yi Tianshui came out, he was smiling all over his face, and the fat on his face was piled up in one place. As he walked, the fat on his body trembled, and he took the initiative to reach out his hand to Ling Yun. Unexpectedly, it was still a smiling tiger. Ling Yun sneered in his heart. He stood up calmly, stretched out his hand, and firmly held Yi Tianshui's fat hand together. You're doing a good job here. Ling Yun smiled and said something to Yi Tianshui half-truthfully. Yi Tianshui didn't make any small movements with Ling Yun. He held Ling Yun's hand, shook it vigorously a few times, and then went to find Tang Meng again. After meeting Tang Meng again, Yi Tianshui looked at Tai Xiaohu and Mo Wudao, and said with a smile, if my guess is correct, these two should be Tai Xiaohu from Qingshui City and the heir of Maoshan. Don't you have a long way to go? Ling Yun secretly sighed in his heart, and said in his heart about the Yi family's information. It was true that although he had never seen him, he had already investigated everything about Ling Yun, and Yi Tianshui did not cover up or conceal anything. But what about myself? Apart from knowing that the other person is Yi Tianshui from the Yi family, he doesn't know anything about other things. The background. Yes, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, Mo Wudao. Ling Yun thought so in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he smiled and introduced the three brothers to Yi Tianshui one by one. Ling Yun knew that this kind of smiling tiger was actually the most difficult to deal with. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling face. Yi Tianshui is smiling so brightly at the moment. Now that the two sides have met face to face, the next step is naturally to see each other. Sure enough, before Ling Yun could speak, Yi Tianshui took the initiative to speak. Young Master Ling, Mr. Tang, look, this floor is not a place to talk. Why don't we chat in another place? Yi Tianshui extended an invitation to Ling Yun very politely. Ling Yun came to ask for debts today, and because of Ling Xiu's incident, he was more or less looking for fault, and was going to show Yi Tianshui some color if he disagreed. Of course, this is also the main purpose of Ling Yun's visit this time, to test Yi Tianshui's strengths and the Yi family's attitude towards the Ling family. Otherwise, when he was outside the door just now, he wouldn't have called Yi Tianshui fatty as soon as he opened his mouth, let alone smashed his door. Ask for debts, find faults, and make things work out. But what Yi Tianshui opened was the main door, inviting Ling Yun and the others to come in. In this way, Ling Yun's move was easily resolved. After entering the door, they came to the hall on the first floor, but Ling Yun didn't go upstairs, and deliberately waited for Yi Tianshui to come down to meet them in person, but Yi Tianshui didn't make a gesture, and really came down very quickly. If something goes wrong, even if you want to find fault, you can't find it. It was just these 2 points that made Ling Yun look at Yi Tianshui with admiration. He felt that the smiling and inconspicuous fat man in front of him was actually unfathomable. So Yi Tianshui invited Ling Yun upstairs, and he immediately agreed, because this is really not a place to talk. Ling Yun smiled calmly, then let's change the place. Ha 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 ha, young Master Ling is really happy, let's go to the 5th floor and sit in my room for a while. Seeing that Ling Yun agreed, Yi Tianshui immediately laughed again, and then stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Ling Yun's shoulder without any notice, and the two looked very enthusiastic. Feeling that fat body sticking up, Ling Yun didn't mention the repulsion in his heart, but he didn't have any reason to push him away, so he could only force a smile, and went straight to the elevator with Yi Tianshui. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao naturally followed immediately. Fortunately, the elevator was not far away. After reaching the door of the elevator, Yi Tianshui took the initiative to let Ling Yun go. Because he is really too fat, with a width of more than 1 meter in the horizontal direction, and Ling Yun can't get in without letting go. The bell waiter had already opened the elevator, the 5 of them went in and closed it, and went straight to the 5th floor. At this time, the gate of the private club. After Ling Yun and the others entered through the main entrance, Yang Tsung brought the female internet celebrity with him. He wanted to follow them in through the main entrance, but he was ruthlessly stopped by the guard. Young Master Yang, I'm sorry, the main entrance is only for the boss's friends, please go through the side entrance. Yang Tsung stopped immediately, looking at the slowly closing door with an embarrassed expression. Xiao Wang, I'm not mean to you at ordinary times. Yang Tsung knew that he couldn't get through the main entrance, so in order to save face in front of the female internet celebrity, he immediately changed his face and said to the guard with earnestness. Although Ling Yun and others repeatedly slapped him in the face, Yang Tsung's identity, it is no problem to pretend to be aggressive in front of a guard. Hey, young Master Yang, I understand this, but you also know that the rules set by the boss, how can I dare to change them casually as a janitor? Don't you think so? I'm not talking about that. Yang Tsung quickly changed the subject, then lifted his chin into the inside, and asked in a low voice, Xiao Wang, I want to ask you, what are the identities of the 4 people who went in just now? Are they friends of young Master Yi? While talking, Yang Tsung opened his handbag, grabbed a stack of cash, and stuffed it into the hand of the doorman Xiao Wang. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang, the doorman, refused to accept him this time, and he was so frightened that he waved his hands again and again. Yang Tsung's face darkened slightly. Why, look down on me. What did young master say? How dare I look down on you? I really don't know their identities. The doorman Xiao Wang hurriedly said, and then he glanced cautiously into the lobby on the 1st floor, and then said, to tell you the truth, it is the first time for those masters to come here, and you heard it just now, he said to our boss that name, and also claimed to smash the door. Then the guard Xiao Wang stopped talking. He looked at Yang Tsung with his eyes, which means, you can think about the rest. Hiss. Yang Tsung gasped, suddenly felt a toothache, very painful. Looking around the capital, there is no one in Yang Tsung's circle who dares to call Yi Tianshui fatty to his face. Not to mention face to face, he has never met anyone who dared to call Yi Tianshui fat behind his back. As for the people who opened their mouths and were about to smash the door of Yi Tianshui's clubhouse, they were completely gone. Today was the first time in history. The most important thing is that after he flaunted his power and scolded Yi Tianshui, not only was he not cut off, nor was he thrown out, but he was welcomed in politely. What kind of reasoning is this? How could such a person give up the parking space to Yang Tsong? Young Master Yang, do you want to go in and play for a while? If you don't go in, my place will be closed. The front door had already been closed, so the doorman Xiao Wang was talking about the side door. Go in, of course you have to go in. Yang Tsong hurriedly expressed his opinion, and at the same time, he took out a business card from his body and handed it to Xiao Wang, the guard. Then he couldn't help but put the stack of big bills into Xiao Wang's hand, and finally said in a low voice, "Brother, do me a favor, when those people come out later, you can call me and tell me, is this okay?" Taking revenge on Ling Yun, Yang Tsong didn't even dare to think about it at the moment. What he was thinking about now was how to remedy it, because according to the other party's way of ignoring him at all, he knew that there was still time when he was only thinking about remedying it. Xiao Wang, the doorman, has never enjoyed this kind of treatment. Holding Yang Tsong's golden business card, he smiled happily and nodded repeatedly, "I will try my best." "You must hurry up then." "Then thank you, brother." Yang Tsong patted the guard Xiao Wang on the shoulder, turned his head and said to the snake face, "You still don't come in? What are you doing there?" On the 5th floor, Yi Tianshui's personal room. At this time, the four of Ling Yun had already sat down separately, watching Yi Tianshui, they're ordering his servants to pour tea and water. "Young Master Ling, since you are going to come to my place, you should say hello in advance. You see, I am not prepared here, are you neglecting?" While making arrangements, Yi Tianshui still turned his head and complained to Ling Yun, but it was a passionate complaint. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and what he said didn't give Yi Tianshui any face at all. "I'm afraid you will hide again." The fat on Yi Tianshui's body trembled again, and in the end he could only laugh dryly, saying Master Ling really knows how to joke, and then covered it up. At the same time, he was secretly scolding Ling Yun in his heart, he really didn't get in. After everything was arranged and the tea was served, Yi Tianshui sent someone out, and then sat on the sofa with a smile on his face. "How about it, young Master Ling, Mr. Tang, look at me, I'm doing well, right?" Yi Tianshui started the prologue. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun didn't pick up the quarrel, but simply said, "Since I came here, I think you also know why I came here, so stop talking nonsense and let's get down to business." Hearing Ling Yun's words, Yi Tianshui's heart suddenly twitched violently, "His heart aches, so don't mention it." But Yi Tianshui was still smiling, took a few cigars from the coffee table in front of him, and took the initiative to distribute them to Ling Yun, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao. At the same time, he said, "Young Master Ling, you see that you have come all the way here, and you just sat down, and you talk about money when you come up, how hurtful is this?" As a result, among the four, only Tang Meng took Yi Tianshui's cigar, and lighted it with a lighter as if nothing had happened. But Ling Yun just waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm afraid that if I talk too much with you, I'll hurt my money." Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianshui heard this, and after being taken aback for a while, he immediately laughed. He first sat down, and then slowly lit his cigar. A big mouthful of smoke was exhaled leisurely. This movement is coherent, calm, and extremely skilled. In addition, his figure of more than 300 kilograms is placed there, and he looks like a big guy. Yi Tianshui's aura at this moment was much more sophisticated than Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao, and Ling Yun, who was opposite him, was calm and composed, and was not affected by Yi Tianshui at all. "Young Master Ling, it seems that you are in a hurry?" Yi Tianshui said, slowly. Ling Yun smiled and nodded, "I can't help it. I can't compare to your family's great fortune. I'm very poor now. I'm just waiting for the money." Yi Tianshui narrowed his eyes, "It seems that you must take the money today?" Ling Yun was not polite, and asked indifferently, "What do you think?" Yi Tianshui, "Then what if I don't give it?" Ling Yun smiled, and leaned forward slightly, "You will not refuse." Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianshui laughed again suddenly, "It was just a joke just now. Hey, I have never had the habit of owing money to others since I was a child. If I win, I win, and if I lose, I lose. How could I deny my debt if I lose? Money, in fact, I have already prepared it for young Master Ling, but this time the amount is relatively large, and I don't want to pass it into other people's hands." While speaking, Yi Tianshui took out a black bank card from his body, and handed it to Ling Yun. "No more, no less, 15 billion, no password." Ling Yun took the black card and threw it to Tang Meng, who was beside him, without looking at it. Then he smiled at Yi Tianshui and said, "Enough fun." Yi Tianshui cursed inwardly, "I really don't like it, but is it okay?" Of course not. Just now Ling Yun put on a posture of fighting if he disagreed. Yi Tianshui just tried it out and felt it. But he was still smoking his cigar with a smile on his face, like a Maitreya Buddha, and said brilliantly, "So now, can we have a good chat?" Ling Yun smiled happily, "Well, we should have a good chat." Regarding Yi Tianshui's performance, Ling Yun was actually very shocked, because after this brief contact, he suddenly discovered that the big fat man opposite him was actually an invulnerable person. Thank you for your monthly pass. The third update will be around 5 o'clock in the morning. Continue to ask for a guaranteed monthly pass. Yi Tianshui not only performed impeccably, but now, Ling Yun can confirm that he must be pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Because Ling Yun has not seen Yi Tianshui's cultivation level so far. However, Ling Yun knew that Yi Tianshui must have martial arts, and his level was very high, even unfathomable. With martial arts in his body, Ling Yun couldn't see through his realm. Apart from the fact that Yi Tianshui's realm was extremely high, there was no other explanation at all. Since he has such a state, why is he so fat? Moreover, he was unbelievably fat. Yi Tianshui was a little shorter than Ling Yun, but weighed more than 300 caddies. He was sitting in the sand, but the pile of fat on his body was almost overflowing the sand at this moment. Every movement of Yi Tianshui would make the fat on his body tremble. What a genius, interesting. Ling Yun thought to himself, so he looked at Yi Tianshui with a hint of amusement. Just as Yi Tianshui said to have a good chat, he suddenly pressed a button on his sofa, and after a while, someone knocked on the door outside. "Come in," Yi Tianshui said in a deep voice. A man dressed in a suit and leather shoes and looking like a manager walked in. This man was Yi Tianshui's right-hand man, Wang Feng, the general manager of this private club. On the eve of the decisive battle between the Ling family and the Sun and Chen families, Yi Tianshui started the bet with the wins and losses of the two parties, and then asked for an increase in the odds. "Boss." After Wang Feng came in, he first greeted Yi Tianshui respectfully, then smiled and said to Ling Yun and the others, "Good evening, gentlemen." Neither humble nor overbearing. Ling Yun knew that Yi Tianshui must have something to arrange, but he didn't speak, just smiled and nodded at Wang Feng. "Manager Wang, take my friends to the VIP room on the 3rd floor, to try your luck." Yi Tianshui didn't look back, but just pointed at Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao. When Ling Yun saw it, he immediately understood that Yi Tianshui said that he wanted to have a good chat with Ling Yun, and that he wanted to talk alone, so he found such a reason and sent the other 3 away. "Okay boss, 3 please come here." Naturally, Wang Feng understood Yi Tianshui's meaning in an instant. He didn't talk nonsense, and immediately turned to Tang Meng and the other 3, making an inviting gesture. Tang Meng sat still, turned to look at Ling Yun. "Brother Yun?" Ling Yun smiled lightly. "I came here to play, you go and play first, but there are so many experts here, don't lose too much." "Okay. Hey, let's go down and play for a while." How shrewd Tang Meng is, He has already seen that Yi Tianxue and Ling Yan's next conversation actually did not want others to hear, so after getting Ling Yan's consent, he got up first and walked outside. In fact, Tang Meng is very excited now. Looking at the decoration style of Yi Tianxue's private club, it is not inferior to the big casinos in Macau at all. He is a self-proclaimed little gambler, so he naturally wants to compete with the masters here. As for winning or losing, it's 18 million. For Tang Meng, who is now the real leader of Ling Yun Group, he doesn't take it too seriously. The main thing is to play for excitement. After Tang Meng stood up, Mo Wudao, who had never spoken since entering the door, also stood up, but he did not move immediately, but stood with his hands behind his back, looked around, and then said intentionally or unintentionally, "Boss Yi, the skill is extraordinary, the layout of this room is really ingenious, generous, good feng shui." Then, Mo Wudao glanced at Ling Yun as if nothing had happened, and then walked out. Soon, Wang Feng took Tang Meng and the others out of Yi Tianxue's room, and went to the VIP room on the 3rd floor, to play money. Only Ling Yun and Yi Tianxue were left in the room. "Young Master Ling, please drink tea." After everyone left, Yi Tianxue took another sip of his cigar. Then he stretched out his hand and invited Ling Yun to drink tea. Ling Yun smiled, picked up the teacup as if nothing had happened, and drank it down in one gulp. In fact, there is no need for Mo Wudao to remind him. After he entered the room, he had already seen the layout of the room. Because this room is a gas-gathering array. Feng shui, the place where the wind gathers qi is good feng shui, but Yi Tianxue's room is specially used to gather qi. It seems that Ling Xiao was able to rise against the sky in Qingshui City, and there is no luck. Just look at the brothers you brought, they are all different, and they are all rare talents. When Yi Tianxue spoke, he boasted without hiding anything. Ling Yun smiled faintly. "Now we are the only two left in the room, you can say what you want to say, there is no need to beat around the bush, I am tired of this." Kindness. Yi Tianxue didn't smile this time, but was serious. He nodded, and then asked, 15 billion, I've already given it to you. Since I paid for such a big price, I think at least I can listen to the specific process of the life and death battle. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Yi Tianxue no longer squinted his eyes, but stared at Ling Yun with burning eyes, to see what he had to say. Ling Yunqin said, "Well, he hasn't really started to test Yi Tianxue yet, but the other party came to him first." Ling Yun smiled again, looked at Yi Tianxue with disdain, and then said leisurely, "The specific process of the life and death decisive battle, it's okay to tell you, but you don't know martial arts, so listening to these fighting and killing, what's the point of things?" Ling Yun deliberately provoked the general. Ha 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 ha. As soon as these words came out, Yi Tianxue burst out laughing, the fat on his face and body trembled repeatedly, almost dazzled Ling Yun's eyes. Suddenly, Yi Tianxue's smile disappeared, and he said seriously, "Young Master Ling, even if it's a joke, it's not like you. Whether I know martial arts, I can hide it from others, but I know that I can't hide it from you." After finishing speaking, Yi Tianxue took another sip of the cigar, first swallowed it all, and then spit it out suddenly. This time, Yi Tianxue spit out smoke rings one by one, each smoke ring was the same size, condensed but not scattered, and the distance between them was also the same, unbiased, continuous, and went straight to Ling Yun opposite the coffee table. "Good work." Seeing Yi Tianxue's sudden show, Ling Yun couldn't help admiring, but he neither blocked nor dodged, but let those eye circles attack him. Soon, the first smoke ring came in front of Ling Yun. The smoke ring was completely free, but with a kind of proud sort intent, when it was only 5 centimeters away from Ling Yun's face, it suddenly stopped moving. Then came the second one, and the third. There were dozens of smoke rings in total. Between Ling Yun and Yi Tianxue, it seemed as if a chain bridge was built with white smoke rings. Good concentration. Yi Tianxue saw that Ling Yun didn't dodge, and he didn't wave his hand to stop him. He was able to speak while manipulating the smoke ring with his breath. Ling Yun smiled slightly, but he didn't speak, just raised his hand, stretched out his index finger, and pointed at the dozens of smoke rings lined up side by side. Immediately, a chi sword shot out, passed through dozens of smoke rings in an instant, and reached Yi Tianshui's face, almost piercing his mouth, piercing the dozens of smoke rings into a string sun. "It's the same with you, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" Ling Yun didn't move his fingers, but he still had a bright smile on his face, and said lightly, "Hee, we have no grievances or enmities, why are you killing me?" Yi Tianshui said something casually, as if he felt bored, so he withdrew his energy, and the smoke rings between the two of them gradually became ethereal and began to disperse into the air. Ling Yun naturally also put away his chi sword. In this fight, neither of the two had any killing intent, and they behaved equally to each other, which can be regarded as evenly divided. The smoke rings scattered, the air sword was retracted, and the magical scene of the sword being drawn just now disappeared into nothingness in an instant. Ling Yun said, "Now, do you know how I won the decisive battle of life and death? Do you still need me to explain the specific process?" "Ha ha." Yi Tianshui looked up to the sky and laughed, but didn't mention it again. An expert stretches out his hand to know if there is any, and if he talks too much, it will be all nonsense. And with such a fight, the next chat will naturally be more casual. Ling Yun lay back, sat in the most comfortable position, and said, "Before the decisive battle of life and death, how did you know that I could win?" Yi Tianshui said calmly, "Our Yi family's intelligence system is barely passable." Ling Yun nodded to express his understanding, and then said, "So you are sure that I can win, and then you open this gamble that is sure to win?" When Yi Tianshui heard it, he immediately rolled his eyes. "Damn it. You won't lose money if you make a profit, isn't it all taken away by you?" Ling Yun naturally heard Yi Tianshui's displeasure, and he didn't take it seriously. He took 15 billion for nothing. If he still doesn't allow him to be dissatisfied, then it's his fault. However, the question of money is not the point at all, for the two people in front of him. Yi Tianshui immediately asked something else. "Ling Yun, what realm are you in, can you tell me?" "Third level of Qi training, late stage." At this moment Ling Yun already knew that if he didn't show enough whole cards, it would be very difficult to win against the guy in front of him. Since the opponent was open and honest, he didn't bother to hide it. Because the other party had already checked him out, and Ling Yun knew almost nothing about Yi Tianshui and the Yi family so far, so if everyone was honest, it was Ling Yun who took advantage of it. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun immediately asked curiously, "Then why are you so fat? Can you tell me?" Yi Tianshui sighed, looked down at his fat body again, and then said, "Nurture Qi, raise sword, there is no way." "Oh, I got it." Ling Yun understood in seconds. Yi Tianshui must have reached the realm of Qi training long ago. Ling Yun knew from the way he played just now that Yi Tianshui's Qi training method focuses on the word gathering, and it also cooperates with raising a sword. Well explained. In the late stage of the third level of Qi training, this is a way of cultivating truth. So how big is the scope of your spiritual consciousness now? Yi Tianshui thought for a while, and suddenly asked seriously again. "The range of my consciousness is about 3 kilometers. Speaking of which, the two sides have already expressed some intention of being open and honest. Regarding this kind of insignificant matter, Ling Yun naturally does not need to hide it, so he simply speaks out. "What about you? I don't seem to feel that you use your divine sense." Because Ling Yun possessed the formula of harmony with light, his spiritual sense could perceive other people's spiritual sense. Therefore, from the moment he met Yi Tianshui, he knew that the other party had never used his spiritual sense from the beginning to the end. Yi Tianshui looked down at himself again, and then smiled wryly. "My consciousness is all in this fat body, and it's all used to raise the sword, but if it's released." He raised his head and glanced at Ling Yun, his expression seemed quite complacent. "Then it's a little farther than you, maybe about 5 kilometers? What? The range of consciousness is 5 kilometers. That is the 5th level of qi training. Yi Tianxue possessed such a state that even Ling Yun couldn't help being moved, and there was an undisguised shocked expression on his face. Ling Yun couldn't believe it and asked, "Then, you've already passed the 4/9 tribulation?" Unexpectedly, Yi Tianxue shook his head. "I have been raising swords, and I haven't crossed the tribulation yet. However, the real genius of our Yi family, Yi Tiandu, has already succeeded in crossing the tribulation at the beginning of this year." Yi Tiandu? This was the first time Ling Yun had heard this name mentioned again after Yi Xingchen mentioned it. Seeing Ling Yun's expression, Yi Tianxue immediately smiled. "Well, Yi Tiandu, you should have heard of this name a long time ago, right?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "I have indeed heard of it." Yi Tianxue continued, "Yi Tiandu is my second uncle, the only son of the patriarch of the Yi family. He is a real genius. He has just turned 20 this year, but he can already fly with a sword. I am far inferior to him." Ling Yin sneered after hearing this. "Okay, is it interesting for you to pretend to be in front of me? What's so great about Yu Jin flying? You are no worse than him at all." Yi Tianxue just looked up to the sky and laughed, but didn't answer. Ling Yin immediately asked, "Now that we've mentioned Yi Tiandu, let me ask you, on the night of August 31st, the person who assassinated Chen Jing Tian with a purple flying sword was that guy?" After finishing speaking, Ling Yin stared straight at Yi Tianxue's eyes with burning eyes. Yi Tianxue pretended to be good at blocking, and smiled casually. "You don't have to look at me like that. Since I am willing to tell you so much, I don't intend to hide anything from you. Yes, the one who assassinated Chen Jing Tian that night was Yi Tiandu." Admitted so quickly? Before Ling Yin asked about that matter, he thought that Yi Tianxue would cover it up, but who knew that the other party would admit it out of his mouth, and didn't even cover it up. Yi Tianxue said again, "Originally, my family wanted to send me there, but I didn't want to confront you, so I found a reason to refuse, so I had to send Yi Tiandu to kill Chen Jing Tian." Ling Yin was surprised. "You don't want to confront me?" Yi Tianxue smiled. "Yes, in half a year, you have fought all the way without defeat. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you always win. Are you willing to provoke such an opponent?" "Depend on." For such an answer, Ling Yin scorned Yi Tianxue for a moment. He buried his head in thought for a while, and then simply opened the skylight to speak bluntly. "But aren't we enemies? It's just an opponent." Yi Tianxue immediately corrected, "In my eyes, opponents and enemies are completely different things." After a pause, he smiled again. "To be precise, our Yi family and your Ling family can only be regarded as rivals, but they are far from being enemies. Don't beat you to death. Bring it up to the level of family feuding." Yi Tianxue opened up the chatterbox, and he began to talk eloquently. "The Sun family was wiped out by you. To put it bluntly, it was just a brain-dead dude of their family, that is, Sun Xing, who provoked you in Qingshui City, and he was determined to fight you to the end, so the family was wiped out in the end, and he deserved it. As for the Chen family, I don't even bother to talk about it. The two brothers, Chen Jingxian and Chen Jingtian, thought that after so many years of fighting hard, they could rise to the top in one fell swoop. That's even more stupid. Their Chen family will continue to struggle for another 20 years. In the eyes of the Long family and our Yi family, that is not enough." Ling Yin was speechless when he heard this. In Yi Tianxue's eyes, the Sun family deserved to be wiped out, and the Chen family's desire to be in power was nonsense. No wonder Yi Tianxue had no hesitation in betting that the Sun-Chen alliance would lose. It can be said that what Yi Tianxue said was very arrogant, and his disdain for the Sun and Chen families was vividly reflected in his words, but Ling Yun didn't feel any sense of disobedience. Because what Yi Tianxue said was the truth. Crazy, of course there is a reason for being crazy. Ling Yun can wipe out the Sun and Chen family by himself, then he can be sure that if Yi Tianshui in front of him makes a move, the result will not change. Damn, the topic is getting too far. Yi Tianshui talked for a long time, and suddenly felt that what he said was off topic, and he quickly pulled it back. Ling Yun, what I mean is, now the capital, and even China's secular big families, to be honest, there are only 4 people left. Family. Our Yi family, your Ling family, and the Long family and Qin family. Family fighting is no more than personal vendetta. You are you, and the family is the family. Next, no matter how you fight at the family level, I hope you can distinguish this clearly. It's not that all problems can be solved by just fighting and killing. In fact, there are many things that everyone can sit down and talk about, just like the 2 of us today. Ling Yun was a little funny when he heard it, and suddenly couldn't help interjecting, "Are you giving me a lesson?" Yi Tianshui shut up immediately, rolled his eyes again and said, "Damn, this is chatting, okay?" Ling Yun laughed, "I understand what you mean." Even if it was confirmed that the person who murdered and silenced was Yi Tiandu from the Yi family, Ling Yun didn't have any thoughts for a while, because Yi Tianshui's views and Ling Yun's views actually coincided with each other at present. Clan battles are not just about destroying the opposing family. If that is the case, there are so many big and small families in Huaxia. It's still about the enemy. This time Ling Yun took the initiative to get back to the topic. Ling Yun said seriously, "I want to know what attitude your Yi family has towards our Ling family." Yi Tianshui spread his hands together. "What kind of attitude can you have? Isn't this letting you develop yourselves?" Ling Yun was not reconciled, and asked again, "No suppression?" Yi Tianshui chuckled, "My sister-in-law disagrees. My second uncle can only stare blankly, hee. Your sister? Yi Qingxin, you don't know if I tell you now, but you will be able to see it in the future." Ling Yun had no choice, but to nod again, understood. Up to now, Ling Yun is actually a little thankful to Yi Tianshui. No matter what he asks, Yi Tianshui puts on a posture of knowing everything, and tells him everything clearly and plainly. "Can you fight?" "It's impossible." But he still frowned and asked, "Why do you tell me these things so readily?" Yi Tianshui said with a smile, "I want to hide it, but I have to hide it. Anyway, you will know these things sooner or later. Tonight, I will simply treat it as a favor, so as to save you from guessing. It's a really good layout." After hearing this, Ling Yun couldn't help admiring. Yi Tianshui's pattern vision was really extraordinary. "Thank you. However, there is one very important thing that I still want to explain to you here." Yi Tianshui looked at Ling Yun with a half-smile, quietly waiting for his next words. "The reason why you are willing to tell me these things is probably not just for the sake of favor. I heard that you seem to like my eldest sister Ling Xiao?" This. Yi Tianshui didn't expect Ling Yun to change the subject and bring up this topic. No matter how old-fashioned he was, he couldn't help but blush. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Man, be a little bit." Yi Tianshui immediately nodded and admitted, "That's right. Kindness." Ling Yun smiled, and then said, "Shut up, my eldest sister doesn't like you at all. Have you accepted this idea?" "There is no way." Yi Tianshui refused on the spot, and then complained, "Is it wrong to like someone? Isn't it okay to like someone? I haven't done anything excessive." Ling Yun sneered and said, "You haven't done anything excessive? Please lie and see if the partner is good. I just slaughtered Ling Hao not long ago." Yi Tianshui suddenly stood up. He glanced at Ling Yun, then suddenly smiled and said, "I understand, what you're talking about is actually what I asked Ling Hao for." Ling Yun raised his head and said calmly, "That's right. Do you dare to say that you did the right thing?" Yi Tianshui didn't speak for a long time. He stood there, lowered his head and pondered for a long time, seemed to be considering his words, and finally said, "Oh, that boy Ling Hao is dying to cheat me." "Ling Yun, at that time Ling Hao asked me to borrow 500 million yuan to buy a killer. In fact, at that time, I knew that he wanted to deal with you. I actually didn't want to lend him that money, so I randomly found an excuse he couldn't agree to. Because I know that with his little ability, he definitely can't kill you, and if this matter gets out, the final trouble will definitely fall on me. Speaking of this, Yi Tianshui glanced at Ling Yun, and said, who knew that Ling Hao was so mad at that time that he actually agreed to all my unreasonable demands. 100 million lent to him. As he spoke, Yi Tianshui turned around, walked into the bedroom of the room, quickly took out a piece of paper, and when he raised his hand, the piece of paper flew straight towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun took it over with his hands, scanned the paper, and found that it was the IOU written by Ling Hao himself. What's the meaning? Yi Tianshui said sincerely, since Ling Hao is dead, I don't want this money anymore. How about just writing off the matter between you and me? The first update is delivered, as usual, and there are 2 more updates after midnight. Well, double monthly tickets during the National Day, today is the first day, the monthly ticket list is too crazy, please ask for a monthly ticket. A write-off? Ling Yun frowned slightly when he heard that, he glanced at the IOU again, thought for a while, and suddenly smiled evilly. How could it be so simple to write it off? In that case, wouldn't it be too cheap for you? Depend on. Yi Tianshui suddenly flew into a rage. Ling Yun, if you come to ask for money, I will give you 15 billion without saying a word. Ling Hao took 500 million from me. I don't take any money from the IOU written by him. I will give it to you, and I've been patient with you today, what else do you want? While speaking, Yi Tianshui started to roll up his sleeves. It seemed that he had reached the limit of his patience. If Ling Yun still wanted to force him, he was going to fight Ling Yun. Seeing Yi Tianshui's panic-stricken appearance, Ling Yun secretly laughed in his heart. He sat upright and said calmly, unless you promise me, you will stop having unreasonable thoughts about my elder sister. TCH, I told you just now, that's impossible. Yi Tianshui refused without hesitation, and started to roll up the sleeve of the other arm, but before he could do it, he stopped suddenly. You say unreasonable thoughts? What do you mean? Ling Yun looked at him with a half-smile, and said casually, it's literally. Yi Tianshui was taken aback for a moment, then. I like Ling Xiu in my heart, so that's not an unreasonable idea? Ling Yun stared at Yi Tianshui's trembling fat body, with a look of contempt on his face. Look at your fat body, and think about my eldest sister, do you think you have half a chance? Hey, then don't worry about it, that's my business. Yi Tianshui instantly understood what Ling Yun meant. As long as he didn't provoke Ling Xiu, Ling Yun wouldn't bother him. As for liking, Ling Yun wouldn't interfere. These days, who doesn't have a crush, not to mention that Ling Xiu is one of the top 10 beauties in the capital. In the upper circles of Huaxia, she is the goal pursued by many outstanding men. And as far as Ling Yun knew, Yi Tianshui had never acted outrageously towards Ling Xiu before. Seeing that Yi Tianshui calmed down, Ling Yun finally smiled and said, okay, then it's settled. If this is the case, the previous affairs between the two of us will be written off. It has to be written off. Ling Yun is the person who is most afraid of tyranny. If the other party dares to be tyrannical in front of him, Ling Yun will definitely be 10 times or 100 times stronger than the other party, until the crushed opponent can no longer hold his head up. But facing Yi Tianshui, Ling Yun really couldn't get up. Because after he came this time, Yi Tianshui really tolerated everything, always showing weakness to Ling Yun. 1 is 1, 2 is 2, and Ling Yun can't find fault in everything he does. Even if Ling Yun really wanted to make a big fuss in Yi Tianshui's private club tonight, he still couldn't find a suitable reason. During this trip, Ling Yun easily got 15 billion, and he also knew that Yi Tiandu was the one who murdered and silenced him. He also learned about Yi Tianshui's strength, and he also understood the Yi family's attitude towards the Ling family, and he also solved the problem along the way. solving the problems left by Ling Hao and saving 500 million for the Ling family. This trip can be said to be quite rewarding. However, all of this is based on Yi Tianshui's complete cooperation. If Yi Tianshui doesn't cooperate, Ling Yan can't do anything except make a big fuss here and smash Yi Tianshui's private club. Because Yi Tianshui's strength was not inferior to Ling Yan's, if they really wanted to fight, no one would be able to do anything to them. And Yi Tianshui has already explained everything he should say just now. If Ling Yan still refuses to let go, then he really doesn't know how to flatter him, and the reason is not on his side. Ling Yan won't do this kind of thing. Ling Yan understands, better than anyone, the principle of accepting as soon as he sees it. So, is the current Yi Tianshui an enemy, a rival, or a friend to Ling Yan? In a short time, Ling Yan couldn't figure it out. You can only take one step at a time. Poor T. Ling Yan first put away the 500 million IOU, and then said to Yi Tianshui, who was sitting opposite, "Damn, you're addicted to drinking." Yi Tianshui finally returned to his smiling face. Although he expressed his dissatisfaction, he bent down his fat body and poured tea for Ling Yan swiftly. "But after we write it off, what reason will I use to trouble you in the future?" Ling Yan drank the tea poured by others, but did not forget to tease the other party. "I wipe." Yi Tianshui trembled all over, and hurriedly raised the back of his hand to wipe the sweat. At the same time, he said with a wry smile, "I knew you must have no good intentions when you came here tonight. You really came here to find trouble. Hey. You're smart. Ling Yan is very frank." Yi Tianshui's face was full of sorrow. "Ling Yan, let me tell you that you have a bit of morality, okay? Let's all sit down and drink some tea and chat, isn't it good? If your hands are itchy, and you want to find someone to fight with, I'll find some people for you, you can go find them." Ling Yan's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked, "Who are you looking for?" Yi Tianshui said with a smile, "Yi Tiandu, Long Tianxing, Long Tianfeng, I promise, any one of them is enough for you to drink a pot." Ling Yan smiled, and suddenly said, "But, I think you are a good opponent. Why bother to look far away?" Yi Tianshui felt relaxed, so he lit another cigar, smoked it vigorously again, and then said to Ling Yan with a smile, "If you want to fight with me, you can, but we have to wait until I have succeeded in raising the sword. What's the harm in fighting with you for 2,000 rounds in this place?" This time it was Ling Yan's turn to roll his eyes. "Cut, if you wait until you grow a sword, then I'll give you a fart, so I will bully you now." Ha 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 ha. Yi Tianshui couldn't stop laughing, pointed at Ling Yan with his carrot-thick finger and said, "I thought you weren't afraid of anything, so it turns out that you are also afraid sometimes? Idiot." Ling Yan scolded the other party with a smile, and then said, "You only fight if you win the fight, and of course you have to run if you can't win. You think I'm stupid?" Yi Tianshui's expression froze, and he murmured, "I'm sure you're right, you really are the kind of person who has no integrity, you are the most difficult person to deal with." Ling Yan laughed and said, "So your performance tonight has far exceeded my expectations, and you can give it a perfect score." In this way, the two laughed for a while. Suddenly, Ling Yan's expression turned serious, and he asked Yi Tianshui, "Do you lock yourself up in this place all day long?" When Yi Tianshui saw that Ling Yan asked something serious, he immediately became serious. He looked around, and then said, "It's not a big deal, I actually hate fighting and killing. A few years ago, after opening this place, in order not to run around at both ends, I found someone to set up such a chi gathering formation, and I gathered chi and raise my sword in this room every day. Who knows that my cultivation is not slow?" Ling Yan nodded, and asked again, "What kind of sword do you have? Can you tell me?" Now, it is natural that the two young masters are discussing the matter of cultivation. Yi Tianshui still has the same attitude, completely undefended against Ling Yan. He said directly, "Of course it can be said. What I practice is Taiji sword. I use chi and blood to nourish the sword intent. When the blood chi transforms into the sword and the sword body condenses into a solid body, I can make the sword follow my heart and receive it all with one heart. Any part of the body can be used as a sword. Awesome. After Ling Yun heard this, he couldn't help applauding, and then asked, "What's the name of this sword technique?" Yi Tianxue answered truthfully, "It's hard to understand." After hearing this, Ling Yun was a little dumbfounded. He pondered for a long time, but he couldn't think of a more suitable and appropriate name for the sword technique than this. It's really difficult to understand. What a good name. Then, how far have you cultivated now? Yi Tianxue said, "The body of the sword has been developed, but it is not yet possible to let the sword go with the heart, and it cannot be taken with the heart." Ling Yun immediately spread his hands when he heard this, and said regretfully, "Then you missed a good opportunity tonight." What Ling Yun said was that if Yi Tianxue was tyrannical to the end tonight, and the two of them fought with swords and guns, maybe under his persecution, Yi Tianxue's potential could be forced out, which would be harmful to Yi Tianxue. Most favorable. Who said it wasn't? Yi Tianxue naturally understood the meaning of Ling Yun's words, and he added regretfully, but quickly said, "But I would rather miss this fight with you. Because provoking you is tantamount to making things difficult for me. Not as stupid as the others." Yi Tianxue's statement made Ling Yun laugh out loud. Finally he asked, "I heard that your Yi family is going to hold an ancient martial arts auction the night after tomorrow?" When Yi Tianxue heard it, he was instantly shocked and sat up straight. "What do you want?" Ling Yun laughed and said, "Why are you so nervous? Since your Yi family is holding an auction of ancient martial arts, why don't I go shopping?" Yi Tianxue was still very nervous. He still tensed his body and asked, "Is it really shopping? Are you sure you won't make trouble?" Ling Yun nodded and confirmed, "It's really shopping. As long as others don't provoke me, I will definitely not take the initiative to find trouble." "That's good." Yi Tianxue instantly felt relieved, and then he said, "Then why are you mentioning this to me?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "What else can you do? Ask for the address. Until now, I don't even know where the gate of your Guwu auction house is going to open." In fact, Ling Yun didn't need to ask at all, because Yi Xingchen definitely knew the address, but since he was in front of Yi Tianxue, he naturally asked. In the eastern suburbs of the capital, Tongzhou district, near the East 6th Ring Road, there is a Longwang village. Once you get there, go find the tallest building and go in. After Yi Tianxue confirmed that Ling Yun wasn't looking for trouble, he happily revealed the specific address. "Longwangswang, I see, thank you." After finishing speaking, Ling Yun stood up slowly. He stretched first, and then said with a smile, "Our business is finished, let's go down and play." "Ah?" Yi Tianxue was immediately dumbfounded. "Hey, wait." Seeing that Ling Yun said that he was going downstairs to play a few games, Yi Tianxue became impatient. He got up instantly, and stood in front of Ling Yun in a blink of an eye. "I said, you have spiritual consciousness, but you go down to play cards with those ordinary people, obviously to win their money. Are you embarrassed?" Ling Yun's face was full of innocence. "That's right, just go down and win money. Who stipulates that you can't play cards if you have spiritual consciousness?" Yi Tianxue stared. "I stipulated it." He paused, and then said, "You are not playing cards like this, but stealing money. Let alone me, no matter which venue knows your details, they will also put you on the blacklist." "Not at all. Let you go in and gamble." It's no wonder that Yi Tianxue was in a hurry. When he came to the casino to play cards, he gambled on uncertainty, but Ling Yun possessed a strong sense of consciousness. Even if it was money grabbing, no matter how generous Yi Tianxue was, he still couldn't let Ling Yun's temper go his own way. If Ling Yun is really allowed to go down to play, it will be the biggest bug, which will completely destroy the balance of the game. Ling Yun was very helpless when he heard that. He pointed to the floor under his feet, and asked with a smile, "But Mo Wudao has divine consciousness, and, I noticed just now, there are a lot of gambling skills in your place. The masters are playing. Yi Tianxue said angrily, damn, let Mo Wudao go down to play, isn't that giving you face? Besides, I don't care if they go down and win 18 million, it's just a small fight, just treat it as it's a lottery. As for the few gambling masters you saw, they are basically people I hired to help me watch the situation secretly. You can also directly think that they are nurses. The turnover here every night is more than 1 billion at the worst time, and some gambling masters from other places come here every now and then. How can I not find a few people to sit in the town? 10 gambles and 9 cheats. Yi Tianxue simply resorted to all tricks in order to prevent Ling Yun from playing cards. Ling Yun laughed when he heard this. It turns out that's the case. Then if you meet someone who can crush the audience just by gambling skills, how will you deal with it? Yi Tianxue said, gambling masters of this level are generally well known in the circle. They would never come to me at all. Deliberately keep winning more and losing less. If you feel that you have almost won, you will leave at will. Ling Yun asked again, then what if you meet someone who is really ignorant? Yi Tianxue rolled his eyes, in my opinion, you are the most ignorant. If we really meet that kind of person, our people will have a way to remind him, so that he will almost stop at will. If he still doesn't know what's going on, then I have no choice but to be polite. Ling Yun asked with a smile, why are you so impolite? Yi Tianxue said angrily, if it's light, chop off your hands, if it's serious, you'll die. Ling Yun smiled and said, you can't chop off my hand, let alone kill me, so why don't you let me gamble? Yi Tianxue admitted frankly, that's right. Ling Yun spread his hands, then since I'm here, you can't let me play a few hands? It's definitely okay to play a few hands, but we have to agree in advance that the winnings cannot exceed 100 million. If you win enough 100 million, you have to stop. Only 100 million? So stingy? I won't win your money. Nonsense. You're going to win all my guests, how can they come to play in the future, then I can't open my game. Okay, 100 million is 100 million. Are you going to play? It's not suitable for me to go down, so I won't accompany you. You go directly to the 3rd floor, and I will arrange for someone to get you chips. I agreed, 100 million, huh? Yi Tianxue was full of nervousness, repeatedly emphasizing that Ling Yun could only win 100 million. Haha, I see you are nervous, I know. After Ling Yun finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he had already arrived at the door. He opened the door, quickly left Yi Tianxue's room, and went straight to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. After Ling Yun left, Yi Tianxue sat back on the sofa. He lit a cigar again, took a deep puff, swallowed the smoke into his belly, and then exhaled it all, as if he let out a long breath. Generally. Damn, before you leave, you still openly accuse me of 100 million, how shameless. Yi Tianxue was talking to himself, he didn't care if Ling Yun could hear it. Then, Yi Tianxue took out his mobile phone and explained to Wang Feng, who had been guarding downstairs. Yes, he has already gone down, give him no matter how many chips he wants, but you have to be watched by others, the winnings cannot exceed 100 million, remember? When Yi Tianxue finished speaking, he almost gritted his teeth. After finishing the arrangements, Yi Tianxue threw the phone on the coffee table, and then recalled the meeting with Ling Yun this time. After a long time, he shook his head and said with a wry smile, what a difficult opponent, he is absolutely invulnerable. When Ling Yun and Yi Tianxue met for the first time, they secretly gave each other the same evaluation. Yi Tianxue's private club is actually a 5-story building. From the outside, this building is really inconspicuous, except for the magnificent and colorful lights from the windows at night. People who don't know it will not take a second look when they walk past the door during the day. However, once you come in, you will know that there is really something unique inside. The decoration and layout inside are far beyond the 5-star hotels, And even the service standards are far beyond the five-star hotels in Beijing. On the 5th floor, Yi Tianshui lives alone on the 5th floor, and the 4th floor is mainly a monitoring room, which is used to monitor the movement of the venue on the 2nd and 3rd floors. In a casino, monitoring is of course essential. The 3rd floor is the VIP room. Those who come here to play, and can exchange more than 10 million chips at a time, basically play on this floor. The 2nd floor is the lobby. The layout in the lobby is the same as that of casinos in Macau. Blackjack, baccarat, etc. are available in various ways, and there is a croupier in charge of each gaming table. Licensing. Of course, the 1st floor is the place to receive guests and give them a place to relax and chat. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao were of course on the 3rd floor at this time, but they were not in the lobby. They were taken directly by Wang Feng to a luxurious room. There were no other gamblers here, only the 3 of them, playing my son as baccarat, the simplest but most exciting form of gambling, which is betting against the dealer. Because the 3 of them were specially brought in by the manager Wang Feng, the croupier who dealt the cards naturally understood, so when the cards were dealt, they didn't make any moves, which was a normal deal, and among the 3 of Tang Meng, Mo Wudao, although he had divine sense, he knew the purpose of coming here today, so he didn't use divine sense to help Tang Meng. In this way of playing, winning or losing depends entirely on luck, and gambling is also luck, so after the actual gambling, it is very hot and exciting. And Tang Meng just wanted this feeling, 8 million? For Tang Meng now, his income for an hour during the day far exceeds this amount. Fortunately, Tang Meng's luck was really good tonight. After he came down, he asked for 5 million chips, which has tripled to 15 million. Ling Yun also came to the 3rd floor at this time, but instead of looking for Tang Meng and the other 3, he locked his target. After getting the tens of millions of chips handed over by Wang Feng himself, he went directly to another room in the VIP hall. Ling Yun said that he came downstairs to play 2 hands, although Yi Tianshui was very nervous, but of course he didn't come here to win a lot of money, not because Yi Tianshui refused, but because he is now the head of the Ling family, he must be scrupulous the identity of Ziji. Otherwise, even if Ling Yun wins billions in one night, if it gets out that the patriarch of the Ling family relies on gambling to make money, many people will laugh their ass off, and the loss outweighs the gain. Ling Yun came down to play because he discovered an old friend through his spiritual consciousness, who is currently in a room in the VIP hall on the 3rd floor, and is about to gamble. The Chinese god of gamblers, the daughter of Zheng Liuji, Asia's #1 gambler, Zheng Yingying. As the daughter of the god of gamblers, Zheng Yingying's various gambling skills are of course very high. Of course, Ling Yun has no sympathy for her appearing here, but since they met by chance, Ling Yun is still very interested in teasing her. Please come in, sir, please come and sit here. In the VIP hall on the 3rd floor, there are beauties who are responsible for reception and guidance in Ichia. As soon as Ling Yun reached the door, a beautiful waiter welcomed him in. The game is played in this room, there is only one gaming table, and a beautiful dealer is in charge of dealing the cards, but at this moment, there are already 8 people sitting on the table playing cards. Tonight, Yang Tsung, who was repeatedly slapped in the face by Ling Yun, is also here at the moment. He is really unlucky tonight, and he has lost more than 20 million in less than half an hour since he sat down. Seeing a newcomer coming in, the 8 guests naturally raised their heads subconsciously and observed Ling Yun at the same time. Among the 8 people, 6 of them only glanced at Ling Yun and immediately went to see the free cards, but 2 of them did not. Yang Tsung raised his head subconsciously, and when he saw Ling Yun, he immediately lowered his head in fright, but soon, he raised his head again, and smiled awkwardly at Ling Yun, as ugly as that smile was. The other person who is not calm is of course Ling Yun's old friend, Zheng Yingying. Zheng Yingying was not only not calm, but was extremely surprised. When she saw Ling Yun, she seemed to have seen a ghost. Her pretty face turned red and white, until the croupier asked her 3 times if she wanted to place a bet. I don't even know that the whole cards in front of me are taken away. Yes, it's you? Zheng Ying stared at Ling Yun, who had just sat down, and asked, dumbfounded. There was no way. At Gong Hongguang's venue in Qingshui City, Ling Yun had a big 4 and a grandma, completely humiliating Zheng Ying, leaving a deep impression on her. Ling Yun happened to be sitting on Yang Tsung's right hand, seat number 9 on the gaming table. He gently put the 10 million chips in his hand in front of him, and then smiled brightly at Zheng Ying, who was opposite him. Beauty, long time no see. To be continued. Zheng Ying is indeed a beauty. In Ling Yun's eyes, if Yi Xingchen, Ming Lingyu, and Bai Xianer were all very beautiful, if he were to rate Zheng Ying, it would have to be at least 9 points. In terms of appearance and figure, Zheng Ying is not inferior to the other beauties around Ling Yun. Moreover, after the confrontation between the two in Qingshui City, Ling Yun knows that this girl has a ruthless spirit. Yes, that's right, it's a kind of ferocity with wildness. Willing to tattoo a coquettish rose on Ziji's right chest, can such a woman not be ruthless? However, Zheng Ying today has long hair and a shawl, and she is wearing a fresh and soft dress. She is wearing a tight-fitting off-the-shoulder t-shirt with a slightly low neckline, allowing the 2 towering breasts to support the t-shirt. The tight body is very eye-catching. The lower body is wearing a pair of blue skinny jeans, which make the already straight legs look round and slender, and the overall look is capable and sexy. Zheng Ying is not from Yi Tianshui's place, she just likes to come here to play. She belongs to the kind of gambling master, Yi Tianshui said, who knows how to advance and retreat freely. Because of his father, Zheng Liuji's warning, Zheng Ying knew that this place was unusual. When she came here to play, she would never cheat, let alone win money from the dealer. Although she also relied on gambling skills, she mainly played this place. It's a skill-based gambling method, and you won't win too much each time, you just leave when you win almost. Therefore, even though the hired gambling masters in Yi Tianshui's private club knew Zheng Ying's identity, they would not embarrass her, but welcomed her. After all, such a beautiful woman is willing to come to their club to play. The card also has great benefits for Yi Tianshui's private club. For example, at this table now, there are at least 2 wealthy dudes who came here specially to see Zheng Ying, a beautiful gambling master, and they also have a fluke mentality in their hearts. What about this beauty? However, they went to the gambling table and played with this beauty for more than 3 hours. Everyone lost tens of millions of money, but Zheng Ying didn't even bother to look at them. It's just playing cards. Because of her family background, Zheng Ying just likes gambling and enjoys the excitement and process of playing cards. As for winning or losing, she really doesn't care too much about it. But who knew, as soon as Ling Yun came in, he successfully attracted the attention of this beautiful woman, and through the conversation between the two, the others immediately understood that the two knew each other. Besides, the 2 wealthy dandies who were originally competitors couldn't help but look at each other, and then they both glanced at Ling Yun, cursing each other in their hearts. Damn, you're so handsome? Okay, long time no see. Zheng Ying happened to be sitting in seat number 1, right next to the croupier, and she and Ling Yun happened to be diagonally opposite, so it was very convenient for them to talk without turning their heads. At this moment, Zheng Ying had mixed feelings in her heart, because after she lost to Ling Yun last time, she returned to the capital in desperation, and several senior brothers told Zheng Liuji about the matter, which caused Zheng Liuji to fly into a rage, and took the free baby. The girl scolded severely. Zheng Ying lost money and was scolded by her father. She remembered Ling Yun from the bottom of her heart. More than once she wanted to go to Qingshui City to seek revenge from Ling Yun, but who knew that her father took her so seriously that she didn't even think about it. Don't give her any chance. Until one day, his father slammed a newspaper in front of him, and the headline on the front page was a report on the ribbon-cutting and opening of Ling Yun's Tiandi group. Only then did Zheng Yingying know what kind of opponent Ziji had encountered. She gave up the idea of seeking revenge on Ling Yun at that time. Because Zheng Liuji also said something at that time, which made Zheng Yingying still fresh. Yingying, remember, it is no accident that a person can succeed to this point in a short period of time. Such a person, like us before gamblers who gamble for a living, will never be offended. So Zheng Yingying completely confessed, knowing that she lost this round, she would never even think about revenge in this life. She tidied up her mood and returned to her free life track. She still practiced her gambling skills hard every day, and went to the arena every now and then to have fun. She not only made money, but also was able to compete with masters, and her life was very comfortable. Tonight, she still came alone. She has been playing here for 4 hours and won a lot of money. The chips in front of her are already piled up very high. Here comes a big fish. Yang Tsong. In Zheng Yingying's eyes, as soon as Yang Tsong came in, she saw that the other party looked like an eggplant beaten by shuang, with a downcast moyang. In the eyes of gambling masters, this kind of person is just 4 words, come to give money of. So Zheng Yingying played for a while longer, and she really won. Yang Tsong lost more than half of the more than 20 million chips in front of her. But who knew, just after playing for a while, a person that she never dreamed of would suddenly appear in front of her. Seeing Ling Yun taking the initiative to greet her, Zheng Yingying slammed into the fire, and at the same time she was secretly happy. The opposite party was the one who won her a billion, took her 200 million for nothing, and forced her to write a 300 million IOU. It's time for revenge. And this time, it wasn't she who took the initiative to provoke Ling Yun, but the other party took the initiative to sit at the poker table, so she can't be blamed. Another point is that this time they are playing Texas Hold'em, poker, and they are comparing skills and probability calculations. It has nothing to do with eyesight, strength, or hand speed. Moreover, Zheng Yingying had more than 40 million chips in front of her at this moment, while Ling Yun on the opposite side only had 10 million chips. So, Zheng Yingying snickered in her heart, and immediately stopped thinking about leaving, but looked at Ling Yun with a charming face. Unexpectedly, you will appear here? Ling Yun smiled and said, yes, I heard that this place is good, come and play a few games, try your luck. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yingying giggled coquettishly and said, hey, this is Texas Hold'em, poker, can you play? Ling Yun shook his head resolutely, I've never played it before, I really don't know how to play it, why don't you tell me how to play it? I'm sorry, that's not my responsibility. If you want to know more, you can ask the beauty behind you. Zheng Yingying said with a smile. Ling Yun didn't mind either, he turned his head and said, Beauty, can you come over and tell me how to play this? So the beautiful hostess immediately stepped forward and began to explain to Ling Yun the specific ways of playing Texas Hold'em, poker. In fact, the gameplay is very simple and easy to understand. Ling Yun understood after only listening to the beauty reception, and then he waved the beauty away, and started to play. Hey, I asked someone how to play with beauties, and you don't know how to give a tip? Zheng Yingying looked at Ling Yun without blinking her beautiful eyes, and said provocatively. Ling Yun spread his hands, I don't have any change for the time being, after I win all the chips in front of you, it's not too late to give it to others. Pfft. Zheng Yingying smiled coquettishly, then looked up at Ling Yun and said, yes, but it depends on whether you have the ability. Try it. Ling Yun smiled slightly and didn't mind. Next the playing begins. Half an hour later, Ling Yun seized the opportunity and cleared the 2 people on the table with a stud. The chips in front of him suddenly increased and piled up to more than 30 million. Half an hour later, Ling Yun cleared 3 players on the poker table in a row, and the chips piled up to more than 80 million in front of him. However, What's interesting is that although Ling Yun cleared 5 people on the table in a row, he never started a duel with Zheng Yingying. This is because when he had a hand, Zheng Yingying was playing with a bad hand, and when Zheng Yingying had a good hand to bet, Ling Yun knew that a free hand would not win, so he chose to fold. And within this hour, Zheng Yingying also cleared a person and won all his chips. The chips in front of her had piled up to 60 million. At this moment, only Ling Yun, Zheng Yingying, and Yang Tsong were left on the gambling table. Yang Tsong had already stopped playing at this time, he was just playing blind bets with him. Look, beauty, now, the chips in front of me surpass you. Ling Yun held 1,000,000 chips in his hand, tapped the table lightly, looked at Zheng Yingying and said, he looked relaxed. You're pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger again. Zheng Yingying gritted her teeth and said, just now she played 3 good cards in a row, and also performed various performances at the actor's level, trying to lure Ling Yun into being fooled, but Ling Yun dodged them all. I don't have a card, so I can't give you money for nothing. Ling Yun said with a smile, then he paused, waiting for the croupier to shuffle the cards, and suddenly said, I know you are upset with me, and you want to win me big, right? That's right. Zheng Yingying admitted it frankly. But just the 2 of us playing like this, playing this kind of cards, even if we play until tomorrow morning, we can't tell whether we win or lose. Why don't we just rely on luck? How about winning or losing in the next game? This. Zheng Yingying hesitated. Ling Yun hurriedly bewitched and said, look, I have more than 80 million chips now, and you only have about 60 million. If I lose, all my chips will belong to you. It's really all about luck? After hesitating for a while, Zheng Yingying glanced at the cards that the croupier had shuffled, and asked, suddenly. Ling Yun sighed in his heart, he already knew what Zheng Yingying was going to say next, but he still nodded and said, not bad. Zheng Yingying smiled happily, then I want to reshuffle the cards, and the dealer can't do the shuffling, he has to do it. Zheng Yingying pointed at Yang Tsong while talking. Sure enough. Can. Ling Yun nodded and agreed without hesitation, and then he said to Yang Tsong beside him, since you have been holding back, then deal us a card. Yang Tsong was flattered immediately, he nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After confirming that both of them agreed, the croupier handed over the cards to Yang Tsong. Yang Tsong rewashed and rehaired. The 2 sides are really betting on luck. This time, the open cards were simply dealt. After the 2 whole cards were dealt out, 5 community cards were dealt, and the result came out. In the end, both sides were high cards, and they didn't even make a pair. Ling Yun used a K to win a chapter of Zheng Yingying's queue. Look, we are just betting on luck, and you lose. Ling Yun stood up, looked at the beautiful woman who was in a sinking mood, and said with a smile. In Zheng Yingying's eyes, that expression of harmlessness to humans and animals made her want to be beaten up so much. To be continued. Although something like luck is illusory, everyone has to admit that it does exist, and it actually acts on people and affects everyone. Undoubtedly, in the round just now, Ling Yun had better luck, and he won the game. Depression and embarrassment, as well as an unspeakable sense of frustration, were clearly reflected on Zheng Yingying's face, and the bitterness in her heart was indescribable for a moment. At this time, her father Zheng Liuji's words resounded in her ears again, we who make a living by gambling should never think about relying on luck, because we have already won too much money by gambling. If we suddenly want to compete with others for luck, God will often not be on our side. Just now when Ling Yun said that she wanted to gamble purely on luck, Zheng Yingying was hesitating, that's what she was hesitating about, but in the end, she still couldn't resist Ling Yun's temptation, or simply put it as a provocation. Because Zheng Yingying knew that it would be too difficult to beat Ling Yun with her poker skills, and she had no chance at all. Isn't it difficult? Ling Yun has divine sense. Before the croupier deals the cards in each round, he already knows the combination of cards that will be finally dealt to everyone. Unless Ling Yun deliberately wants to lose for the sake of acting, otherwise, he can even use the method of getting on and off at any time to avoid the big and small blinds that he should be betting. This is impossible. Zheng Yingying's body was stiff, and she watched the croupier sweep away all the more than 60 million chips in front of her eyes, and sent them to Ling Yun. She bit her delicate lips tightly with her white teeth, and said unconvinced. Ling Yun raised his chin slightly to the croupier, indicating that she can count free chips, then turned to Zheng Yingying with a smile, and said, "But this is the truth, and there is no way to change it. Hate, 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 hate. I'm so mad." Zheng Yingying was annoyed by Ling Yun's 4 words in a row. At the same time, she stood up and glared at Yang Tsung, who was shuffling and dealing the cards. "Yang, what kind of bad cards did you deal? You deliberately delayed until now? Don't go, are you two in the same group?" Zheng Yingying also came to the table with 10 million chips, not counting the 50 million chips she had won hard for more than 5 hours, and she had lost all of her free principal. Feeling ashamed, she simply let go of her anger. It all fell on Yang Tsung. 10 million, Zheng Yingying can't afford to lose. The main reason is that Ling Yun used AK to beat her with AQ, which was too coincidental. Because although Ling Yun didn't understand, Zheng Yingying knew in her heart that in the playing cards, K represents the king, and Q represents the queen. For ordinary people, a card is just a symbol, or just a number, but for people who make a living by gambling, every poker card has its unique meaning. Looking at the glaring K on the table and the even more glaring Q, Zheng Yingying's brain was congested and she was a little lost for a while. No, I have something else to do. When Yang Tsung dealt the cards just now, cold sweat was already oozing from his back. He was really afraid that Ling Yun would be beaten to death, and if Ling Yun lost 80 million, then he would be really miserable, but it was okay. In the end it was Ling Yun who won, and the heart he mentioned in his throat fell back into his stomach. However, although he didn't kill Ling Yun, he made the big beauty, Zheng Yingying, lose 60 million in one hand. At this time, the beauty got angry at him, and he had no choice but to bear it obediently no matter how big a dude he was. Because it was obvious that Zheng Yingying and Ling Yun were old acquaintances. Due to Yi Tianshui's relationship, in Yang Tsung's eyes, Ling Yun is an existence that cannot be offended. Therefore, anyone who has a relationship with Ling Yun, whether it is Ling Yun's friend or opponent, Yang Tsung thinks that he can't be offended. As an ordinary person, is he qualified to play a game with Ling Yun to determine the winner? You don't have to doubt that at all. Ling Yun spoke again, and he glanced at Yang Tsung. Although he and I came together, I can assure you that we are definitely not in the same group. The reason why he refused to leave is indeed something else. After explaining to Zheng Yingying, Ling Yun turned his head again and asked Yang Tsung to confirm, "You have something else to ask me, right?" Yang Tsung nodded his head in fright, yes. That's true. Ling Yun spread his hands and smiled at Zheng Yingying. "Look. Boss, your chips have been counted. After deducting the rake, there is a total of 148.6 million left. Do you want a check or a transfer?" The croupier had already counted Ling Yun's chips and was asking Ling Yun what to do. "Just write me a check." Ling Yun snapped his fingers casually, and then said with a smile, "Beauty, thank you tonight, I don't want the 600,000 change. I give you 500,000 as a tip, and the other 100,000 is for that beauty." "All right." The other beauty that Ling Yun mentioned was naturally the one who told him the details of how to play Texas Hold'em, poker, and poker at the beginning. "Thank you, boss. Congratulations. Welcome to come again next time." The beautiful croupier was overjoyed when she saw that there was a tip of 500,000 yuan. She kept looking at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, as ambiguous as her eyes could be. "It can't be helped, it's the first time I've seen this beautiful dealer with such a handsome face, such a good card player, and such a generous guest. Facing the bewitching eyes of the beautiful dealer, Ling Yun blinked at her. If there is a chance, I will definitely. Seeing the flirtatious look of these two people, Zheng Ying suddenly felt angry. She suddenly left her seat, came to Ling Yun's side, and said fiercely to Ling Yun, "Hey, I'm hungry now, you have to take me out to eat." Seeing that Zheng Ying finally couldn't hold back anymore, Ling Yun felt secretly refreshed, but said with a serious face, "Why should I invite you to dinner? Give me a reason first." Zheng Ying was furious. "Hey, you won more than 60 million from me, and the tips are hundreds of thousands. What's wrong with asking you to treat me to a meal?" Ling Yun chuckled, "They dealt cards for us all night, and I won money, so I should give you a tip, but I don't owe you anything, so why treat you to dinner?" Zheng Ying saw that it was not easy to be tough on Ling Yun, and she quickly put on a cute and pitiful expression, "But I'm hungry, and now I've lost everything, you can't just sit by and let it go." "Well, it's more or less like this." Ling Yun had a good time, and finally stopped playing tricks. He said with a smile, "For the sake of being so pitiful, I'll treat you to a meal. Gone." After speaking, Ling Yun turned his head and walked out. Zheng Ying stood behind Ling Yun and shouted, "Hey! Your chips." Ling Yun didn't even bother to turn his head back. "Don't worry about it. This is in Yi Tianshui's venue, why would Ling Yun use himself to clear those chips?" When Ling Yun left this room, he did not look for Tang Meng and the other three, but directly sent them a voice transmission to tell them to come out quickly. Tang Meng and the three of them had almost finished playing at the moment, and they had won a total of more than 20 million yuan. When they heard Ling Yun calling them, they quickly came out of the room. "Brother Yun, this game is not bad, I won more than 2,000. Tang Meng won the money, and he was excited to play tonight. He was holding a box full of chips, and now his face was full of red and spirited, and he looked unsatisfied. "Hey, this isn't. Before Tang Meng finished speaking, he noticed Zheng Ying standing beside Ling Yun. When Ling Yun and Zheng Liuji's 5 disciples faced off in Qingshui City, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both present. Of course, they both had seen Zheng Ying. "Hi, I'm Zheng Ying." Naturally, Zheng Ying also remembered Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. She didn't expect these two people to be here. Moreover, in the newspaper that Zheng Liuji gave her, Tang Meng was introduced more than Ling Yun, so the affection for Tang Meng is also very deep. As for Tai Xiaohu, let alone, Tai Xiaohu was the one who almost chopped off her hand with a knife. However, apart from Ling Yun, Zheng Ying didn't have much hatred for Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, so when she saw them, she took the initiative to step forward and introduced them freely. "Ha ha ha ha, big beauty, I never expected to see you here again." Tang Meng didn't know what happened to Ling Yun just now, but in his impression, the feud between Zheng Ying and them had already been turned over, so after realizing it, Tang Meng was very enthusiastic. This Ichia, of course, is because he knows that this beautiful woman in front of him is the precious daughter of Zheng Liuji, the Chinese gambling god. As for Tai Xiaohu, well, this guy has been so obsessed with cultivation recently that he has almost forgotten who this woman is. Only Mo Wudao, as soon as this guy came out of the room, he noticed that there was a big beautiful woman beside Ling Yun unexpectedly, needless to mention the envy in this kid's eyes. "That's awesome. Another one." Mo Wudao used sound transmission to enter the secret, and said to Ling Yun. "Normally, it's just a chance encounter." Ling Yun replied. So, Tang Meng handed over the box of chips he was holding to Wang Feng, who came over, and soon got a check from Wang Feng himself, no more, no less, 160 million. "Let's go." Before Ling Yun left, he did not forget to send a voice transmission to Yi Tianshui, who was on the 5th floor, and said hello. "Well, we agreed to win only 100 million yuan. Yi Tianshui responded on the 5th floor. Ling Yun chuckled, "Haha, it's not your money that won, besides, you are not short of tens of millions." Yi Tianshui, Do you want me to send you off? Ling Yun, no need, just go as you please. Yi Tianshui, it's best not to come here in the future. Ling Yun, let's see the love Kwang. Just like that, around 1:30 in the morning, Ling Yun and his party of 5 walked out of Yi Tianshui's private club. The harvest is full. To be continued. Brother Yun, how did that guy answer about the elder sister's matter? After coming out of Yi Tianshui's private club, the 5 of them walked towards the main road outside. Tang Meng couldn't wait to ask Ling Yun after walking a few steps. Greater than over equal to 1 novel greater than or equal to less than over equal to less than or equal to less than or equal to. Ling Yun couldn't help but stared at Tang Meng for a long time, and said in surprise, okay, after playing for so long, I still haven't forgotten the business. Ling Yun praised secretly in his heart, Tang Meng loves money and likes to gamble. Winning more than 20 million in 2 hours is something he has never experienced before, but just now he came out of Yi Tianshui's clubhouse. Tang Meng went from winning. Qian escaped from the excitement and took the initiative to ask about serious matters, which really impressed Ling Yun. Of course Tang Meng understood what Ling Yun was thinking. He chuckled, it's only 20 million, what is my status now? Ling Yun is growing fast, and so is Tang Meng. In any case, Tang Meng is now the president of the Ling Yun Group with assets worth hundreds of billions. This is a fact. From a purely business perspective, Tang Meng's current status is not inferior to that of any large state-owned enterprise. The most important thing is that he is too young. He is only in his early 18 years old, and he is tall and mighty. In the eyes of the Chinese people, such a Tang Meng must have all kinds of halos, which can be described as extremely dazzling, eye-catching. Of course, the Ling Yun Group is not owned by Tang Meng, but by Ling Yun, but Tang Meng is the full-power manager with real power, not a decoration or a puppet. He needs to sign or make decisions every day. Documents or contracts are all billions of yuan. Yuan level or above. Such a Tang Meng, of course, would not get excited about millions or tens of millions, let alone get carried away by yelling about it. Now he has truly understood that things are more important than money. It doesn't matter how much money you make, it's what you do that matters. Today's Tang Meng has gradually cultivated the aura of a superior. Good. Ling Yun really felt Tang Meng's change. He praised without hesitation, then looked away, and said casually, Yi Tianshui didn't agree. What? Tang Meng was taken aback, didn't agree? Damn, so arrogant, did you break his 2 legs? Break his 2 legs? Ling Yun smiled slightly. He stopped suddenly, turned his head to look at the building he had just walked out of, and said after a long silence, with our current strength, even if this building is demolished, it will still be broken. I can't lose Yi Tianshui's 2 legs. As soon as these words came out, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao were all stunned, with unbelievable expressions on their faces. Ling Yun suddenly sighed, Yi Tianshui's realm is higher than mine, and his strength is not inferior to mine. If the 2 of us fight each other, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. This, so strong? After Mo Wudao was shocked, he finally spoke, stammering. If it's really a life-and-death duel, maybe I can win him. Ling Yun nodded, however, I don't know how many rounds it will take to fight, and at most I will win a miserable victory. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun started to step forward again, shaking his head and said, he has such a cultivation level, but he hides it deeply, keeps a low profile and forbearance. The background of the Yi family is really terrifying. Tang Meng and the others fell silent for an instant after listening. However, even so, if he doesn't give me a perfect answer tonight, I will still beat him. Ling Yun first finished talking about his opponent's strength, and finally said harsh words. It's not wrong for him to say that he likes someone. Such a strong reason really prevents me from making a move. Hey, what are you guys talking about? There is a big beauty here, have you seen it? After Zheng Ying came out of the clubhouse with Ling Yun and the other four, she realized that she was completely ignored. Seeing the four guys in front of her walking around and chatting like no one else, she couldn't help but explode. Ling Yun turned his head immediately. Looking at Zheng Ying who was bursting out, she scratched her head and said, "We are summing up some things, but I didn't expect to forget you, I'm really sorry." Unexpectedly, it would be better not to explain. Seeing that Ling Yun had really forgotten her and dared to admit it, Zheng Ying became even more annoyed. "I said, do you have any humanity at all? Do you know how to write the word respect? Even if you want to talk about don't worry about other people's feelings when it comes to your own affairs? What big sister, what broken leg, what realm strength, what G family, what background?" None of this had anything to do with Zheng Ying. She naturally heard what Ling Yun, Tang Meng and others were talking about as if no one was watching, but she listened to a cloud of mist and didn't understand why. After all, Zheng Ying was just an 18-year-old beautiful girl. The things Ling Yun and others talked about aroused her strong curiosity, but what stimulated her most was the kind of ignorance of her. And it is a complete disregard. All secrets are not afraid of the disregard she hears. In the eyes of the four guys in front of her, the sense of existence turned out to be zero, which Zheng Ying couldn't bear. All right. Seeing that Zheng Ying was really crazy, Ling Yun felt like laughing, and finally he officially fell on Zheng Ying's face. His eyes seemed to be affectionate and gentle as water. "You, crazy. Why do you look at others like this?" This huge change in Ling Yun made the well-informed Zheng Ying unbearable at all. She was going crazy, and she used explosions to cover up her panic. "You are really beautiful." The corners of Ling Yun's mouth curled up, and he sincerely praised Zheng Ying, "But you see, if I show enthusiasm for you, I'm afraid you will think too much." Ling Yun saw that reasoning was useless, so he simply resorted to his trump card and used a curve to save the country. This trick really worked in one fell swoop. There is a fact that Ling Yun's current appearance is attractive to any girl, especially when his red phoenix eyes are staring at a woman affectionately. The lethality to the girl is absolutely fatal. Not inferior to his Lei Sha Lai Huadao. Otherwise, Zheng Ying lost more than 60 million to him in a single game. How could she take the initiative to invite him to treat her to dinner? How could Zheng Ying go crazy because Ling Yun ignored her? Ling Yun's arrogance and self-confidence, as well as the powerful strength that supports his self-confidence, coupled with her 2 defeats against Zheng Ying at the gambling table, aroused her strong curiosity and competitive spirit, and Zheng Ying developed a fatal feeling towards him. Appeal. "You are really beautiful." Zheng Ying had heard such compliments countless times before, and her ears were so calloused, but when it came out of Ling Yun's mouth, it was different. "Idiot. A ghost would think too much." Zheng Ying was stunned for a moment, but she still kept her mouth shut. She choked Ling Yun first, then suddenly turned her head away from Ling Yun's sight, and asked, "Tell me, where are you going to take me for dinner?" "The place is up to you." Ling Yun quickly borrowed the slope to get off the donkey, and he stepped forward. "I'm new to the capital, and I'm not familiar with it at all. It's so late, I really don't know where to eat." "Then, go to Samleton." Zheng Ying pondered and thought of a place. "It is good." Ling Yun has seen the detailed map of the capital many times before. He has divine sense and his memory is heaven-defying. He has already memorized the entire capital in his mind. Therefore, although he has never been to Samleton, he knows the approximate location. "That's about the same." Seeing Ling Yun, Zheng Ying readily agreed, and finally lost her temper. Seeing this, Tang Meng and Mo Wudao suddenly looked at each other, and both saw the envy and hatred in each other's eyes. "Hey, it really is that people are more deadly than others." "That's right, you have to throw it away." Ling Yun just smiled lightly when he heard this, but actually he didn't have any thoughts about Zheng Ying, the reason why he was willing to spend time with Zheng Yingying for dinner was because he had something serious to ask her. The matter of Qingyun Film and Television. Qingyun Film and Television once took action against Ling Yun. Maybe others have forgotten this matter, but Ling Yun has not. Since he dared to deal with Ling Yun, he would definitely have to pay a price. Ling Yun didn't mention this matter before, because he never freed his hand, but now, he has some free time. This time, Ling Yun wanted to collect both principal and interest. Since Qingyun Film and Television is using Zheng Yingying to trouble him, then of course, if Ling Yun wants to make a move, he must start from Zheng Yingying. The distance was not far away. Several people were talking, and soon they came to the side of the road and came to the place where they parked. Don't tell me, this is your car? Seeing Tai Xiaohu striding forward and walking to the side of the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle whose rear had been smashed into shape, Zheng Yingying asked dumbfounded. No one spoke to her, but Zheng Yingying quickly had an answer because Tai Xiaohu pressed the key and opened the car door. Zheng Yingying mechanically turned her head and looked at Ling Yun. Hey, what's going on? Do you still need to ask? Hit it. Ling Yun confessed frankly, and then said with a smile, so we have to wait. And many more? Ling Yun nodded, yes. Hey, for friends, wait. Before Ling Yun finished speaking, a person hurriedly chased him out from the alley behind, panting for breath. Yang Tsong? Zheng Yingying immediately recognized that the person chasing him was Yang Tsong, who was deliberately lingering. Friends, you made thousands of mistakes, all of them are my fault, I have blind eyes, but don't know Mount Tai, please forgive me this time. Panting, Yang Tsong came to Ling Yun, and without even taking a breath, he lowered his head and begged Ling Yun. Facing Ling Yun now, he really didn't dare to raise his head. Ling Yun just smiled and didn't speak, but Zheng Yingying looked at Yang Tsong and then at Ling Yun, thinking that they really weren't together. She is ice snow smart, seeing Ling Yun's car hit like this, and at this moment Yang Tsong rushed over to admit his mistake, and basically understood what happened. Of course, this kind of thing has to be done by Tang Meng, stop talking nonsense, let's talk about how to pay. Yang Tsong put his hands on his knees, concealing the panic in his heart, and said anxiously, it doesn't matter whether you lose the car or the money, I will do it. To be continued. 3 minutes later, there was an extra 30 million in Tang Meng's account. Yang Tsong pretended not to be struck by lightning, and the price was 30 million. You are stealing money. Stealing money. Watching Yang Tsong, the once invincible super playboy, obediently transfer 30 million yuan to Tang Meng's account through mobile banking, the worldview that Zheng Yingying had built up for many years collapsed in an instant. How much is your car worth? At most 2 million, okay, you. Zheng Yingying couldn't go on talking at all, the guy in front of her got money too easily and too fast, it was outrageous. Ling Yun had just won 160 million from Yi Tianshui's private club, and now he has collected another 30 million in the blink of an eye, which is 200 million. Of course, if Zheng Yingying knew that there were 15 billion stored in a black card on Tang Meng's body at this moment, she might go completely crazy. Ling Yun was very calm, I don't know how much this car is worth, but it's mine. Looking at the back of Yang Tsong leaving in desperation, he suddenly raised the corner of his mouth into a smile, speaking of which, he is smart enough, he is the one who made money tonight. What? Zheng Yingying's nose turned out of anger when she heard that, she yelled at Ling Yun, 30 million, 30 million. To buy a car like yours, 15 cars are enough, and you still say he made money? Unexpectedly, Ling Yun was still smiling, he looked at the hysterical Zheng Yingying, and reminded her, think about yourself. Zheng Yingying felt as if struck by lightning for a moment, and after a while she smiled coyly, let's go to Sanlitun, I'm really hungry. What more can she say? At the beginning, she agreed to the conditions of Qingyun Film and Television, and went to the underground casino of Qinglong in Qingshui City to make a big fuss. She first won 80 million yuan. Mistake, I lost 500 million more reeds. The worm fairy is here. If you don't pay, you can chop your hands, chop your hands. Zheng could fully imagine what would happen to Yang Tsung himself, and even his family business, if he refused to allow Tang Meng's lion to open his mouth. Look, I said he still made money, right? Seeing that Zheng took the initiative to change the subject, Ling Yun couldn't help but smile, and said with a smile, please get in the car. Damn, I'm talking about old iron, be careful when you hit someone's car just now, the back seat is deformed. Tai Xiaohu was still driving, Mo Wudao sat in the co-pilot, Ling Yun and Zheng sat in the second row, and Tang Meng was squeezed into the last row. He was very uncomfortable, so he rushed to Tai Xiaohu as soon as he got in the car, yelling, expressing dissatisfaction. Not only was the rear seat deformed, but almost all the rear windows of the commercial vehicle were shattered, and the same was true for the windows on both sides of the last row. If Ling Yun hadn't sent out a palm wind to clean up the glass debris, Tang Meng would not even be able to sit. Can't sit. Of course, Tang Meng suffered the most, but the 2 rows in front were basically unscathed. In fact, of course Zheng had a car herself, and she also drove here, but for some reason, she always felt that riding in this car tonight would be particularly cool, so she selectively forgot the fact that she had a car. How about it, does it feel special to go to Sanlitun in such a car? After the car started, there was air leaking from the window, Ling Yun asked Zheng, who was beside him at the right time. Zheng turned her head, brushed her hair that was blown by the wind with her plain hand, and smiled at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, have you ever heard that when a woman is really angry, she will bite? Ling Yun felt a bit pretentious, so he quickly changed the subject. What's so interesting about Sanlitun? Why isn't it closed at such a late hour? Pfft. Zheng couldn't hold back her laughter any longer, and burst out laughing. Yi Tianshui's private club. After confirming that Ling Yun had left, Yi Tianshui went directly downstairs and got into a large black car, and the door of the private club opened slowly. Go back to Ye's house. Yi Tianshui said something in a deep voice to the driver in a black suit. The black car left the private club, quickly rushed out of the alley, came to the road, and then drove all the way to the east. 15 minutes later, the black car arrived at the 5th Ring Road, and then continued to drive eastward. When it was about to approach the 6th Ring Road, it turned south, followed the North-South Avenue, and went straight for another 7 or 8 minutes, and then turned onto a quiet path. The driver speeded up, and after 10 minutes, he finally stopped in front of a huge house. This huge house is located in the southeast of the capital, close to the 6th Ring Road, facing south, with mountains behind and water behind, lush mountains behind, and a vast terrain in front of the gate, occupying another treasured land with excellent feng shui. Unlike the Ling family's ancestral house, this house does not have any modern atmosphere. It is completely antique, and there are pavilions, terraces, and pavilions everywhere, with corners and cornices. It is the architectural style of Suzhou Gardens, resembling an ancient palace reads, from widows to lady. However, although the gate is very tall, there are no stone lion town houses on both sides of the gate, just 2 ordinary and old gates. This is the Yi family, low-key, deep, secluded, and unfathomable. The young master is back. An old man heard the movement and quickly opened the door from the inside. His face was covered with deep wrinkles, and he came out hunchbacked with a pipe in his mouth. Grandpa Lei, I'm bothering you again at such a late hour. Yi Tianshui had already got off the car. He showed no disrespect to the old man in front of him. He bent down his obese body to say hello to the old man in front of him. Although he was just an old man at the gate, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with Yi Tianshui's respectful greeting, and he accepted it calmly, grinning, showing his yellowed teeth, and said, "Come in, the patriarch is here, I'm waiting for you inside." Yes. Yi Tianshui nodded, and then complained, Grandpa Lei, why are you smoking again? You have to pay attention to your body. While he was speaking, the old man surnamed Lei was taking another puff of cigarette, ahem. After coughing twice, he raised his cloudy eyes, as if observing Yi Tianshui's body, and said with a relieved smile, the old body, I know it in my own mind, but it is you, young master, now that the sword body is complete, as long as you add more heat, you can send and receive freely. After praising Yi Tianshui, the old man surnamed Lei patted him on the shoulder, go in quickly, don't keep the patriarch waiting. Yi Tianshui nodded silently, without further words, he entered the courtyard in a blink of an eye, and his obese figure disappeared in a blink of an eye again. After Yi Tianshui entered, the old man surnamed Lei didn't go back, but sat on the threshold with a pipe in his mouth, just guarding the door of Ye's house. His name is Lei Quanfeng, and he has been guarding the gate of the Yi family for more than 60 years. After Yi Tianshui entered the house, he went straight to the backyard. He was familiar with the road, and soon came to the outside of a quiet house. Tianshui is here? Come in quickly. In the small courtyard, there was a clear voice immediately. The voice was very soft and indifferent, but there was a sense of elegance and warmth, which made people feel like a spring breeze. Yi Tianshui pushed the door and entered, saw the person sitting in the courtyard, and called out, second uncle. The head of the Yi family, Yi Qingfeng. Yi Qingfeng is about 50 years old this year. He is slender and wears a green shirt. He has an ancient and handsome face, with sword eyebrows flying slantedly, and a straight nose. Majesty. He sat on the bamboo chair with a calm expression, but he was serious and drank tea alone. As long as you look at Yi Qingfeng's face and eyes, you can know that this person is a person who pays attention to rules, not only disciplines himself, but also disciplines others. Yi Tianshui came in front of Yi Qingfeng, lowered his head slightly, and stood there in a well-behaved manner. His super-fat figure looked a little funny. Shenfa has improved. Yi Tianshui quickly bent down, thank you, second uncle, for complimenting Reed's reborn business queen. Yi Qingfeng raised his hand slowly, sit down and talk. Yes. Yi Tianshui knew that Yi Qingfeng said what he said, so he didn't refuse, so he sat down immediately. Have you seen Ling Yun? I've seen it. What do you think of him? Invulnerable. Yi Qingfeng froze slightly when holding the teacup. How is his state? The late stage of the third level of Qi training, but we all know that it doesn't matter. If the two of us face off with all our cards, I will definitely not be his opponent. Yi Qingfeng frowned slightly when he heard that. Of course he knew Yi Tianshui's strength, but if Yi Tianshui commented on Ling Yun like this, it would inevitably make Yi Qingfeng feel a little tricky. How do you do it? I didn't mess with him, let him take advantage of it and leave. Seeing Yi Tianshui being so frank, Yi Qingfeng couldn't help but give him a sideways glance. Tell me about the specific process. So Yi Tianshui began to tell, from the time Ling Yun appeared at the door of his clubhouse to the time Ling Yun left, he narrated everything from the beginning to the end. After Yi Qingfeng finished listening, he pondered for a long time and suddenly said, he wants to fight with you tonight. Yi Tianshui nodded like pecking at rice, who says it's not? I can feel it. If I make a slight mistake in my response, he can tear down my building. This is a trial. Yi Qingfeng immediately waved his hand, stopped Yi Tianshui's complaints, and expressed his own opinion. Test my Yi family's strength, test my Yi family's attitude towards the Ling family and him. Yi Qingfeng smiled meaningfully. Our Yi family did not intervene in the life and death battle between the Ling family and the Sunchen alliance. He is a little confused. Ling Yun dares to put Longhauern first and then my Yi family before the decisive battle of life and death. What a formidable young man. Yi Tianshui scratched his head and asked wonderingly, second uncle, I don't understand. He knows that with his current strength, it is impossible to challenge the Sunchen alliance at the same time, plus our Yi family and Long family, why dare to be so arrogant? That's just your idea. Yi Qingfeng smiled lightly, but what he said next shocked Yi Tianshui. Because he still has a real whole card, because he is from Qingshui City, and because the legendary Renhuang pen and Dihuang book are likely to fall into his hands. What? Yi Tianshui couldn't sit still when he heard this, his obese body jumped up and down. To be continued. Why are you so excited? It's not like you haven't thought about it. Seeing Yi Tianshui soaring into the sky, Yi Qingfeng didn't even bother to raise his head, but drank his tea calmly, and only spoke slowly after his fat figure fell to the ground without a sound. Yi Tianshui's shock had already been released through the action just now. After he stood still, he said with a smile, "Second uncle, my guess is after all, but I have never really dared to make a judgment." "I'm guessing, too." Yi Qingfeng continued to drink tea, then smiled and said, "In the eyes of practitioners in China's ancient martial arts world, and even in the realm of comprehension, Qingshui City is really too sensitive. When the emperors of the world come out with clear water, the world should rely on only one person." This proverb, but almost all practitioners with sex and inheritance have heard of it. Ling Yun, he has been hiding very well, but there is one fact that he can never hide: he rises too fast. Yi Tianshui asked, "So the second uncle judged from this that the Renhuang pen and the Dihuang book are on Ling Yun's body?" Yi Qingfeng nodded, but shook his head again, "Not necessarily, but there is always a 60% certainty." Yi Tianshui was finally moved. He knew his second uncle. Because of Yi Qingfeng's always cautious style, when he said that he was 60% sure about a matter, then it was almost a certainty. Then, what should our Yi family do, or else, just find a way to grab it? Yi Qingfeng looked at him with a smile, "Then why don't you snatch it tonight?" Yi Tianshui's shoulders collapsed, and he said discouragedly, "Second uncle, I really can't beat him now." Yi Qingfeng chuckled, and nodded at his eldest nephew, which was regarded as approval. "Tonight, you did the right thing, especially when you frankly admitted that I sent Tiandu to assassinate Qin Jingtian. This matter must not be hidden, and there is no need to hide it from him. Because our Yi family also needs to know Ling Yun's attitude, especially Ling Yun's attitude after knowing some of the truth about what happened back then. We also need to observe his reaction." Yi Tianshui chuckled, which made all the fat on his face piled up in one place, making it look very stupid to outsiders, but anyone who really thinks this way will be fooled. Treasures at the level of Renhuang Pen and Daiwangshu all have weapon spirits, and they are unwilling to be born. Even if we dig Qingshui City 3 feet, it is impossible to find them. Some things are born with owners, and they are destined not to belong to my Yi family. Even if we snatch them, it will be useless, and it will be detrimental to the family. Yi Qingfeng drank another cup of tea. Yi Tianshui hurriedly refilled it, and then Yi Qingfeng put down the teacup and said, "Why do you think Ling Yun insists on destroying the Sun family? Is it because of a dude grandson, and Shuang Meifeng, who was forcibly taken away by Jingxinan? He obstinately destroyed the entire Sun family? Or because the Sun family did a bunch of ridiculous tricks, such as letting him take the college entrance examination? Going into something stupid like a 0. It's not Reed's, the world-defying holy king." From the perspective of a cultivator, Ling Yun's work is generally quite satisfactory. It seems that he is a bit ruthless, but he has never crossed the line, so the contradiction that could have been easily resolved. However, Ling Yun insisted on destroying the Sun family, and the main reason was that the Sun family sent people to Qingshui City in a large scale, and showed a strong desire for the Renhuang pen and the Dihuang book. Yi Tianshui. Not to mention that Yi Tianshui was speechless. Even if Ling Yun was present at this time, he couldn't help applauding Yi Qingfeng's analysis. Of course, maybe Ling Yun himself didn't realize this, he was just following his feeling. Yi Tianshui couldn't help asking, "Second uncle, since you have made a judgment, what do you mean next?" Yi Qingfeng drank tea calmly, smiled without saying a word. Seeing that Yi Qingfeng was playing tricks, Yi Tianshui became impatient. Second uncle? We'll wait and see. Yi Qingfeng finally said, we don't need to worry, because there is still the Long family. We still need to wait and see the attitude of the Long family. Only then can corresponding countermeasures be made. The Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book, regardless of whether they are born or not, actually have little impact on our Yi family, but they have a great impact on the Long family. Dragon is divided into many races. For example, the dragons in Western legends are completely different from the dragons in our Chinese legends. Our true dragon in China has been associated with the emperor and the true man since ancient times. Look at the places firmly occupied by the Long family. They covet the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin, which has been guarded by the Qin family for generations. They want to take care of the Great Wall. They also spy on the Kunlun dragon veins. They also want to guard the capital. Since ancient times, almost all the mausoleums of the emperors have been taken care of by the Long family. In addition, the main dragon veins in China, especially the places where the dragon energy gathers, the Long family will also send people there every now and then. And what are the Human Emperor's pen and the Earth Emperor's book? They are the inheritance of the ancient three emperors. Whoever gets them will be recognized by the ancient three emperors, so they are the ones who should be robbed in China. Speaking of this, Yi Qingfeng smiled leisurely. He looked at Yi Tianshui and said, Tianshui, if Lingyan really has the Human Emperor's brush and the Earth Emperor's book, should our Yi family be anxious or their Long family anxious? Yi Tianshui could only nod his head, and replied honestly, that must be the Long family. But, second uncle, why, you suddenly told me these things? As the young master of the Yi family, he naturally knew something about the legends of Ren Huangbi and Dai Wangshu. Once, Yi Qingfeng actually told him the truth, which naturally has a deep meaning. Yi Qingfeng smiled and said, didn't I just say it, because you performed well tonight? Tonight, Lingyan came to trouble you, but you tolerated everything and dealt with it flawlessly. The second uncle is very pleased. This shows that you are truly worthy of a great responsibility. Yi Tianshui raised his hand and scratched his head, and said with a sarcastic smile, second uncle, you praised me so much that I feel a little embarrassed. That guy is really difficult to deal with, actually. Actually, I almost couldn't help it. If you can endure it, it's not easy reads, Miss Supreme Dragon Guard. Yi Qingfeng nodded and said, the reason why second uncle told you so much tonight is because our China is about to change. Huaxia is about to change. This time, it came from the mouth of Yi Qingfeng, the head of the Yi family. So second uncle, what should I do next? Yi Tianshui finally asked about the second purpose of returning home this time, to report first and then ask for instructions. What happened in the past is what will happen in the future. However, you must hurry up and cultivate your sword as soon as possible, so that you can send and receive freely, so as to help our Yi family remain invincible in this unprecedented turmoil. After Yi Tianshui listened, determination finally appeared in his eyes. Second uncle, I understand, I will work hard to cultivate. Yi Qingfeng smiled. After you have passed through the 4 or 9 minor catastrophes, my title of patriarch will be passed on to you. What? Yi Tianshui was completely dumbfounded this time. After being stunned for a long time, Yi Tianshui hurriedly waved his hands and said, second uncle, don't be joking, you are so young now, why are you considering not taking the position of patriarch? Yi Tianshui was a little incoherent, paused, he collected his thoughts, and then said, besides, even if you want to pass on the title of patriarch, you should pass it on to Tiandu and Tianxing, they are all better than me. Much stronger. Yi Qingfeng remained calm, but observed deliberately, and after confirming that Yi Tianshui really didn't want to accept the position of the head of the family, he said with a relieved smile, it seems that the tradition of our Yi family can't be changed. Every generation, whom none of them are willing to take the position of patriarch. After hearing this, Yi Tianxue said in his heart, how tiring, I would be willing to be a ghost. Of course, in front of Yi Qingfeng, he wouldn't dare to say such words even if he was killed. Yi Qingfeng was a little uninterested at the moment, he said helplessly, but there is no way, now that the three-legged confrontation in the capital has been formed, and now the patriarch of the Ling family is that boy Ling Yun, if you don't become patriarchs, why don't you wait until the annual patriarch meeting? When the meeting is held, let me face that kid in person. Yi Tianxue was speechless for a moment. It turned out that this was the second uncle's idea. He was concerned about his seniority, and he didn't want to confront Ling Yun head-on. However, it's too early to say this right now, let's talk about it later. Fortunately, Yi Qingfeng didn't talk too much about this topic, he just told Yi Tianxue in advance so that he could be prepared. Yi Tianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, he asked respectfully, then second uncle, what is our attitude towards the Ling family in the future? Yi Qingfeng sighed and said, if we don't want to fight with the Ling family, we can only wait and see. Yi Tianxue asked, don't you even test the Ling family? Yi Qingfeng smiled wryly, I have this plan, but your sister-in-law firmly disagrees, what do you think I can do? To be continued. Yi Qingfeng's sister-in-law of Yi Tianxue is of course his own sister, Yi Qingxin is very happy. It was also one of the two who observed the entire battle process from a high altitude on the night of the decisive battle between Ling Yun and Sun Chen. My sister? Yi Tianxue was a little surprised, second uncle, there is one thing I don't understand. Why is my sister-in-law so nice to the Ling family? In fact, this kid ghost is pretending to be confused when he asks this sentence, but he needs to find out some facts immediately. With the background of the Yi family and Yi Tianxue's own strength, is he really afraid of Ling Yun? No, he tolerated Ling Yun everywhere, mainly because of his sister-in-law Yi Qingxin's attitude towards the Ling family, and because he really liked Ling Xiu in his heart. Because Yi Tianxue really likes Ling Xiu, and he is the boss of the younger generation of the Yi family, and Ling Xiu is the eldest sister of the younger generation of the Ling family. But what if he could catch up? That means the Yi family and the Ling family will form an alliance. Therefore, Yi Tianxue bit Ling Yun and refused to let go, refused to give up his liking for Ling Xiu, and barely got Ling Yun's acquiescence, then hurried home and repeatedly confirmed with Yi Qingfeng that the Yi family's strategic attitude towards the Ling family is what is it like. But Yi Qingfeng analyzed a lot, and after talking for a long time, the final attitude he expressed was to wait and see what happened, and to keep a wait-and-see attitude towards the Ling family. This was the attitude of the Yi family before, and this was the consistent attitude of the Yi family towards the Ling family in the past 20 years. It is Yi Qingfeng's consistent style to see through but not to tell the truth, operating secretly but rarely confronting directly. What use is this to Yi Tianxue? So when he heard that Yi Qingfeng finally mentioned Yi Qingxin, he immediately hit the snake with the stick, and at least this time he had to knock out something useful to him. You juniors, don't ask questions about matters between adults. Yi Qingfeng glared at Yi Tianxue, and blocked the question with just one sentence. Oh. Although Yi Tianxue was unwilling, Yi Qingfeng didn't want to talk about this matter. He also knew that he would definitely not get an answer, so he could only honestly agree. But Yi Tianxue quickly asked another question, second uncle, on the night of the life and death decisive battle, sister-in-law went to watch the battle, what kind of strength did she see Ling Yun possessed? Very strong. Yi Qingfeng raised his eyebrows slightly, the current Ling Yun can already pose a threat to most of our Yi family, and of course, it is the same to the Long family. However, regarding the battle process that night, your sister-in-law was a little secretive, and she was vague in many places. She just talked about Ling Yun's general strength, and said that his real strength can at least kill a master at the 5th level of the supernatural power. Middle period. TSK, Tisk. Yi Tianxue was speechless after hearing this, and couldn't help but said, "So when my sister-in-law came back, the first thing she did was to warn us not to provoke Ling Yun as much as possible, and it's best not to make him a direct enemy?" Yi Qingfeng said helplessly, "This is also for your own good. If you go to trouble with Ling Yun because you are competitive, if there are any casualties, then we and the Ling family will have no room for change." "Hey, sister-in-law is still facing our house." Yi Tianxue sighed, and then lowered his voice and asked, "Second uncle, the head of the Long family went to the Long family in the decisive battle that night, why don't you go and see for yourself?" Yi Qingfeng was a little annoyed. "Nonsense, is it right to ask knowingly? Your sister-in-law asked to talk about it, how can I go? Is it possible that I have to fight with your sister-in-law first?" "Of course not." Yi Tianxue chuckled in his heart. Of course he knew that Yi Qingfeng was at a loss as to who was going to watch the battle. "Okay, you don't have to test me here, kid." After Yi Qingfeng finished his business, he immediately pointed out Yi Tianxue's purpose with a smile, and said with a smile, "I heard that you have a special liking for that girl Ling Xiu, right?" Yi Tianxue's fat face flushed red when Yi Qingfeng said it suddenly, but although he was embarrassed, he still nodded resolutely. "Ling Xiu is indeed a good girl." Yi Qingfeng smiled, and said, "Unlike the Sun family and the Chen family, in fact, our Yi family, and their Ling family, do not have the kind of unresolvable hatred that others think. What happened back then naturally has what happened back then the reason, there are too many inside stories, I can't tell you clearly now. If you really like Ling Xiu, if the second uncle won't stop you, if the Yi family won't stop you, you can go after Ling Xiu boldly, but..." When Yi Tianxue heard that Yi Qingfeng had let him go after Ling Xiu, he was overjoyed, but when he heard Yi Qingfeng's topic changed, his heart turned cold, and he immediately asked, "But what?" Yi Qingfeng looked Yi Tianxue's obese figure up and down, "But you have developed such an obese body, because of the long-term maintenance of swords. It may be difficult to succeed in pursuing others like this." Yi Tianxue wanted to cry when he heard this. "Second uncle, you are hurting people too much." "Ha ha." Yi Qingfeng chuckled, and then said happily, "Fortunately, you have already cultivated a great sword. You only need to wait for 4 or 9 minor catastrophes to get rid of this burden. Maybe you will have a chance at that time." "Hey, thank you, second uncle, for your encouragement." Of course, Yi Tianxue knew how his body was so obese. He didn't really care about others laughing at his obesity. Of course, it also depends on who the other party is. "Come on, have a fight with second uncle, and let me see where you are now." Yi Qingfeng picked up the teacup and took a sip, but didn't put it down, and suddenly said, "Hey, the second uncle has to be careful." Yi Tianxue also sat still. After he responded, the next moment, his fat body like a mountain of meat suddenly released a powerful sword intent. In an instant, the entire courtyard was affected by this powerful sword intent, becoming fierce and chilling, and the sword intent soared to the sky. On the lush trees in the yard, there are countless green leaves falling without wind. But Yi Qingfeng on the opposite side was not affected by this powerful sword intent at all. He was still drinking tea calmly, while smiling and approving. "Well, this sword intent is enough, not bad. Chi. Yi Qingfeng hadn't finished speaking when he saw 2 sword auras suddenly emerge from Yi Tianxue's obese body, piercing the night sky like a sharp sword, piercing towards Yi Qingfeng as fast as lightning. Ding ding. Yi Qingfeng just raised his hand slightly, and with a slight shake of the teacup in his hand, he blocked the 2 fierce sword auras and made a crisp sound. Chi. In an instant, 4 more powerful sword chi rushed out of Yi Tianxue's body, stabbing at Yi Qingfeng from various tricky angles at the same time. Ding ding ding. Yi Qingfeng smiled, still just resisting with the teacup in his hand. None of them failed, and easily blocked all the 4 sword chi. The 4 sword chis were all dispersed. What was frightening was that Yi Qingfeng moved so fast, but not a single drop of the tea in the cup was spilled. Obviously, Yi Tianxue has experienced such a situation many times. He didn't feel the slightest shock. Instead, he stood up in a flash, and his obese figure suddenly approached Ji Qingfeng, and at the same time, 9 sword auras emerged from his body. Chi 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 chi. 9 powerful sword chis attacked Ji Qingfeng at the same time. Ding ding ding. 8 crisp sounds came out in a row, and Ji Qingfeng had no choice but to swipe his left hand lightly to disperse Yi Tianxue's last sword energy. What a boy, you can release 9 sword chi at the same time. Also take the second uncle's move. Yi Qingfeng praised unceasingly, and then he was still holding the teacup in his right hand, but with a thought, the tea in the teacup was spilled out at the same time, and instantly turned into 12 hair-thick water swords in the air, all pointing at Yi Qingfeng. Tianshui's body. Brush. In the blink of an eye, the 12 water swords pierced towards Yi Tianshui's body at the same time. Yi Tianshui's obese figure suddenly retreated, and at the same time, a fierce sword energy rushed out of him, which instantly transformed into a broad sword, blocking him like a wide door. Hee, can you stop it? Yi Qingfeng smiled carefreely. He stretched out his left hand suddenly, as if grabbing something in front of him in the void. He controlled 5 water swords in an instant, retreated back in the air, and then Yi Qingfeng suddenly spread his palm. Chi 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 chi. Of the 12 water swords, 7 pierced the broad sword in front of Yi Tianxue, while the other 5 water swords bypassed the broad sword and pierced Yi Tianshui's body rapidly from 5 directions. Bang bang bang. There was no way for Yi Tianxue to hide. He could only swing his palms wildly to scatter all 5 incoming sword chi. Yi Qingfeng didn't attack again. He had already poured himself another cup of tea at this time, and continued to drink tea calmly. Very good, both the sword intent and the control of the sword energy have made great progress. Yi Qingfeng took another sip of tea before commenting. Then he raised his head, looked at Yi Tianxue and said, "Look around." Yi Tianxue looked around, and found that around the yard, a layer of green leaves had fallen on the ground, but almost none of them were complete, and each leaf had traces of being cut by a sword. It's hard to calm down, but I still can't send and receive freely. Yi Tianxue sighed with a wry smile. The sword intent can cut off leaves, and the sword energy can be transmitted from all parts of the body, which is already very good. Yi Qingfeng was very satisfied with Yi Tianshui's performance. However, second uncle still wants to see that just now you used your own 12 sword chi to resist my 12 water swords. Yi Tianxue was speechless secretly, thinking that the second uncle's request was too high. Yi Qingfeng put down the teacup, and his thoughts moved. Brush. All the fallen leaves on the ground rose from the ground at the same time, each spinning in the air, and soon condensed into a big green sword. Yi Qingfeng smiled. Facing the big green sword that had just condensed, he stretched out his hand and pinched a sword formula, and then gently drew it. The great sword condensed from countless leaves rushed directly to the night sky, then turned in one direction at the height, and flew to nowhere. The ground in the courtyard was clean, as if nothing had happened just now. What Yi Qingfeng showed was the strength of the 6th-level peak of the supernatural powers. Tianxue, I just heard from you that Ling Yin wants to participate in our Yi family's ancient martial arts auction? To be continued. The Yi family and the Long family have officially entered the stage. The Khan period is over, and the big, climax, and tide drama begins. Late at night, the Forbidden City. After clearing the venue at 5 p.m., all the tourists had already evacuated, and even all the staff in the Forbidden City left before night fell. It's hard to imagine that the huge Forbidden City usually doesn't even have a night watchman at night. In the Forbidden City at this time, although all the lights outside the main palaces are turned on, it looks resplendent, and although the colorful floodlights on the 4 turrets shine brilliantly and colorfully, but because the Forbidden City is really too big, this little light is very important for the entire building. The role played by the lighting in the palace compound is really a drop in the bucket. Therefore, in places where the colorful lights cannot reach, more palace buildings in the Forbidden City stand in the dark night, but appear more quiet and deep. This is usually the case, every night is the case. But today is not normal. Outside the Huangji Gate, in front of the Nine-Dragon Wall, all the lights here have been turned on, reflecting the surroundings like daytime. Under the bright lights, there are 3 people standing silently in the shape of a character, steadfastly motionless. Long Haoran, Long Tianqing, Long Tianfeng. At this time, Long Haoran, the blue light covering his body had long since disappeared, finally showing his true face. He was wearing a dark blue gown. He was tall and slender, with a sharp face and 2 long hairs hanging naturally on his chest. He was completely dressed in an ancient costume. Long Haoran is about 50 years old now, but he looks less than 40 years old. He is as rich as jade, and his eyes flicker, showing a powerful momentum without anger. Behind Long Haoran, on the left and right, stood Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng, respectively. Long Tianqing is also wearing a blue gown. He is only in his 20s this year. He is slender and elegant, with long sword eyebrows and star eyes. He is handsome and extraordinary. He holds a folding fan in his hand, like an elegant scholar. Long Tianfeng was dressed in a pure black bunt suit. Although he was less than 20 years old, his figure looked more majestic, because his shoulders were broad and his body was thick, and he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, so he looked a bit bolder, like he was the kind of hero who came from a reckless background. If Ling Yan is here, it can be seen in an instant that the place where Long Haoran is standing is the place where he came to the Nine-Dragon Wall at noon during the day and inadvertently caused the dragon energy from the 9 dragon-shaped reliefs on the Nine-Dragon Wall to burst out. I don't know when the father and son of the Long family came here, let alone how long they have been standing here. Unexpectedly, the real dragon's aura that my Long family has worked so hard to accumulate for 600 years was absorbed by Ling Yun in an instant. Looking at the Nine-Dragon Wall, Long Haoran finally spoke. His usually clear and sonorous voice was very dry and hoarse at the moment, and his face was full of annoyance and unwillingness, and the flames of anger danced in his eyes. On the last night of August, Ling Yun and Sun Chen were in a life-and-death duel. After watching the entire battle, Long Haoran immediately issued an order from the Patriarch as soon as he returned home. Any conflicts? Sure enough, after the war, Ling Yun disappeared without a trace for several days in a row, and the Ling family was busy reaping the fruits of victory in the life-and-death decisive battle. The Ling family and the Long family have always lived in peace. But who knows, before it stopped for a few days, something happened to the Forbidden City, guarded by the Long family. At noon today, the Forbidden City experienced an inexplicable strong vibration, which almost caused serious injuries. But at that time, Long Haoran, Long Tianqing, Long Tianfeng, father and son were not in the capital, and the Long family had been very reassured about the Forbidden City for so many years, and did not believe that there would be problems in the Forbidden City. It was only after getting off work at night, according to the usual practice, that the Long family arranged for someone who was responsible for guarding the Forbidden City to report the abnormal situation that happened at noon during the day, which alarmed the Long family. There was an inexplicable vibration in the Forbidden City. Except for the tourists who were frightened at the time, no one else would have thought too much about it, but the Long family was different. Because the Forbidden City is of great significance to the Long family. The Long family knows that the Forbidden City is guarded by 2 large formations. One is the formation for accumulating spirits and raising dragons, and the other is the formation for subduing demons and shocking gods. With such 2 large arrays guarding it, the Forbidden City did not even shake when the earthquake that shocked the whole world occurred. Why would there be inexplicable vibrations on such an ordinary day? So after the Long family received the news, they immediately sent members of the family to the Forbidden City to investigate the reason, and at the same time directly reported it to the Patriarch Long Haoran, who was out of town. Unexpectedly, the patriarch of the Long family, who has always been calm and composed, reacted far beyond the expectations of the Long family after hearing about this incident. Long Hauran asked the core masters of the family to rush to the Forbidden City immediately to find out the reason, and asked them to fully investigate the monitoring during the day to see which tourists entered the Forbidden City during the day, and said that he would rush back to the capital immediately. At the same time, Long Hauran also notified his two most outstanding sons, telling them to put down everything at hand and return to the capital immediately. After Long Hauran got home, he immediately knew the result of the investigation. One is that the most important dragon aura to the Long family in the Forbidden City is gone, almost nothing left. The other is, according to the surveillance throughout the day, Ling Yun of the Ling family took more than a dozen young people to visit the Forbidden City during the day, and when the Forbidden City experienced an inexplicable vibration, they were all inside the Forbidden City. When Long Haokuan, who was in charge of investigating the matter in the family, told Long Hauran the results of the investigation with a bitter expression on his face, Long Hauran felt a chill in his heart at first, and then became furious. But he didn't care about getting angry at all, but hurried to the Forbidden City in person, first watched the surveillance, and then, while all the clansmen were stunned, he unfolded his movements, starting from the Meridian Gate, to the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and the Hall of Preserving Harmony. With the fastest speed, they turned around all the corners of the Forbidden City. The entire Forbidden City has lost its dragon spirit. After personally confirming this point, Long Hauran almost couldn't stand up, he couldn't accept it at all. In the end, he came to the 9-dragon wall, stood where Ling Yun had been, and never moved again. As for Long Tianqing and Long Tianfeng, they rushed over from behind. "Father, since the matter has already happened, it's useless for us to be angry. Why don't we think about how to solve this matter?" Long Tianqing was relatively indifferent, he was the first one to calm down. Seeing Long Hauran finally speak at this moment, he immediately spoke too. Long Hauran stared at the 9-dragon wall, but did not speak. Long Tianqing continued, "Father, my child has some doubts. I don't know if I should ask." Long Hauran said in a deep voice, "Speak." The 9-dragon wall is the eye of the formation for raising spirits and raising dragons. Originally, only my Long family knew about it. I don't know about Ling Yun. How did he know about it? Naturally, Long Tianqing had also watched the surveillance, and he came late. The tour route about Ling Yun and the surveillance had been specially edited, so he could see that Ling Yun and Mo Wudao came here specially during the day 9 Dragons Wall. Ling Yun's formation skills are very deep, he can wave his hands into formations, and relying on a formation that even his father can't understand, he can divide and kill 5 masters of the Sky Group. In fact, although Long Hauran's analysis made sense, but this time his analysis was really wrong. He never thought that Ling Yun came here by mistake, just to find out the entrance of the underground palace, relying on a kind of guidance from somewhere. This is in front of the 9 Dragons Wall. Long Tianqing was silent for a while, and then asked again, "But this dragon energy is only useful for our Long family's blood, why can Ling Yun absorb it?" Long Hauran first sighed, and then said, "Ling Yun has dragon saliva. As long as he drinks the dragon saliva in the process of cultivation, the dragon aura released by the dragon saliva can slowly change his physique." But that's just dragon saliva. How could it have such a powerful effect on his physique? Long Hauran turned his head, glanced at his son, and said in a deep voice, "Dragon saliva is only one of the reasons, and it can even be said to be insignificant to Ling Yun. Ling Yun owns the Dark Blood Demon knife, you all know, right? That knife is powerful because it locks the soul of a Dark Blood Demon dragon. On the day of the life and death battle, I saw with my own eyes that the Dark Blood Demon dragon once transformed into, and looking at the situation at the time, the magic dragon has already recognized him as its master." Hiss. Hearing Long Hauran's words, Long Tianqing couldn't help but gasped, and frowned. "Ling Yun has already been recognized by the Dark Blood Demon dragon?" Long Hauran nodded silently. This is the problem that most people in the upper class can't figure out. In the eyes of very few people, it is actually not much different from 1 + 1 = 2. Long Tianqing was puzzled and said, but even so, according to his state, how can he absorb all the dragon energy in the entire Forbidden City by just one person? And he didn't explode and die? This is too unbelievable, right? I've been thinking about this just now. Long Howren said depressedly, even if all the cultivators of our Long family came here to practice, they would absorb all the dragon energy in the entire Forbidden City, and they would not be able to absorb 1/10 of it in a year or so, but he, Ling Yun, could absorb them all. It can be said that after watching Ling Yun's life and death battle, Long Howren had a relatively comprehensive understanding of Ling Yun. What happened in the Forbidden City was definitely not due to Long Howren's carelessness. Because he knew that even if Ling Yun's physique was against the heavens, he drank the dragon's saliva, and he was recognized by the dark blood demon dragon, it was impossible to absorb much dragon energy. The capital is so big, and there are countless dragon veins around it. The Forbidden City has absorbed the dragon energy gathered from the dragon veins from all over the year and accumulated it for 600 years. How much dragon energy is that? Although it is said that most of the dragon energy collected by the Spirit Storage Dragon Array has gone to other places, the small part left outside can only be described as massive, even if Ling Yun comes to the Forbidden City every day to wander around, or in other words, staying in the Forbidden City to practice every day, he can't consume much. The reason is very simple, Ling Yun is not in the middle stage of Qi training, his realm is too low, and his body can't hold it. Therefore, although Long Howren thought that Ling Yun might have a physique that was against the sky, and that he had some talents and means, he might come to the Forbidden City to take advantage of it, but he did not fortify himself. And there is no way to fortify it. The Forbidden City is the most famous tourist attraction. If Ling Yun is going to visit, how dare your Long family stop him from entering? It's impossible. Unless Ling Yun is directly killed. Long Tianqing looked at his father, his eyes flickered, hesitantly said, there is only one possibility, unless he is carrying a fairy treasure. Long Howren's eyes widened suddenly, Human Emperor's pen. Earth Emperor's book. At this moment, Long Tianfeng, who had always stood aside and remained silent, spoke. Father, brother, can you two confirm it? If you can confirm it, I will go and grab it now. Grab it. Long Tianfeng's work has always been so simple and rude. Long Howren finally turned his head and took a look at his son. He knew that his son, who was suddenly outrageous, wanted to fight Ling Yun a long time ago. He glanced at Long Tianfeng indifferently, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Tianfeng, it's too early to fight Ling Yun. After a pause, Long Howren said angrily, however, since Ling Yun dares to take away the luck of my Long family, then he has to bear the anger of my Long family. Accumulated 600 years of dragon energy was absorbed by Ling Yun at once, the Long family was really angry. To be continued. Thank you for your support. The exciting plot will start soon. Brothers and sisters who have paid, please watch the genuine version, it is the cheapest here. At this time, Long Tianqing came to the front of the 9-dragon wall alone. He stretched out his palm and slid over the lifelike dragon-shaped relief. Dragon Qi. The entire Forbidden City has been standing for nearly 600 years, and it has accumulated such a huge amount of dragon energy, but it was sucked away by Ling Yun once, let alone Long Howren was not reconciled, Long Tianqing Long Tianfeng, and anyone in the Long family would not willing. This is like a family that has worked so hard to accumulate huge wealth for dozens of generations, and suddenly one day, it is all taken away by others at once. It makes sense, even worse. The entire 9-dragon wall is empty, even if Long Tianqing has cultivated the dragon control art to the peak of the 4th level, and possesses the strength of the peak of the 4th level of Qi training, he can't feel a trace of dragon energy leaking from the dragon-shaped relief. Tianxing, don't bother, the dragon energy in the entire Forbidden City has been absorbed by him. Seeing this, Longharen knew his son's reluctance, so he sighed and said, Father, I really don't understand. The Forbidden City is guarded by the demon-shocking god formation. Why did Ling Yun allow Ling Yun to absorb all the dragon energy in the Forbidden City? Longharen explained in a deep voice, although this demon-shocking formation is a top-level killing formation, its function is to firstly subdue demons and secondly to startle gods. Of course, the purpose of subduing demons is to prevent those monsters and evil spirits from invading here. The scope of action of the formation can even cover the entire capital. As for the shocking god, it is to suppress the spiritual consciousness and realm of the cultivator. Anyone who is below the golden core stage can never use the spiritual consciousness here, let alone fly in the sky or perform fighting. Otherwise, this place used to be the residence of the true Dragon Emperor, so what will happen? But Ling Yun is not a demon in the first place, and he didn't fight here. He just used his own special physique and inexplicable skills, combined with the magic weapon of the fairy family in his body, to absorb dragon energy. Him? Longharen quickly explained the function of the demon-shocking formation and why the killing formation did not work on Ling Yun, and then said in a deep voice, Fortunately, the spirit-raising dragon formation has not been destroyed. It is still exerting its effect, and it is still absorbing the dragon energy of the dragon veins around the capital. Otherwise, our Long family will really become a big joke. While speaking, Longharen gently stretched out his index finger, as if casually, pointing to the ground under his feet. Long Tianxing wanted to speak and ask, but Longharen shook his head lightly. I can only stop talking. Longharen suddenly raised his head, looked to the northwest, and said solemnly, however, from this point of view, the xuanhuan trapped dragon formation at Yenqing University was almost destroyed on the night of July 14th, and it must be Ling Yun's work. Long Tianxing said in amazement, but uncle said that after he rushed there that night, he had already used his spiritual sense to the limit, but he didn't find any trace of the enemy, and the target of the other party wasn't for that dragon either? Longharen pondered for a long time, then slowly said, Your uncle said that he was doing it for the Yin Qi there, but unexpectedly, he hit the right side and startled the dragon. Long Tianfeng was furious when he heard this, and cursed loudly, That guy must be crazy, why does he want to grab everything? Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to eat and will be stuffed to death? The person he scolded was of course Ling Yun. He is for cultivation. Longharen turned his head, and suddenly raised his hand to press Long Tianfeng's shoulder. Tianfeng, although you are the most powerful person in my Long family's generation, if you encounter Ling Yun, you must be more careful. That kid has too many cards. Long Tianfeng rolled his eyes. To me, what's the use of having more cards in his hole? Longharen knew his son's strength and temperament, so he didn't say anything, just smiled lightly, as if he wasn't too worried about his son. Long Tianxing flashed back from the nine-dragon wall, glanced at his father, and asked in a low voice, Father, what shall we do next? Longharen pondered for a while, and finally used the sound transmission to enter the secret. Of course the Forbidden City will not need to be managed in a short period of time, but our Long family has to focus on protecting three places, the xuanhuan trapped dragon formation located in Yenqing University, the Sulangjing in Baixinkyo, and under the Forbidden City. The current situation is already obvious. What Ling Yun needs in the process of cultivation is too similar to what our Long family needs. If you continue to let him develop and continue to practice like this, one will ebb and flow, which is tantamount to letting him step on our Long family's upper position. Of course it won't work. So, our Long family can no longer wait for Yi Qingfeng's attitude from that old fox. We must start now to compete with Ling Yun for various resources. Longharen is worthy of being the head of the Long family. Through his observation of Ling Yun in the life and death battle, as well as the incident in the Forbidden City, he has seen things very thoroughly. After a pause, Longharen frowned again and said, just 2 days before the decisive battle, some inexplicable ordinary people appeared near Sulongjing, and their behavior was very abnormal. Thinking about it now, it should be Ling Yun's method prepared in advance for our Long family in order to prevent our Long family from intervening in the life and death battle. He wanted to destroy the locked dragon, to cause trouble for our Long family and make us overwhelmed. At this point in the analysis, even Long Howren showed a look of horror. This kid is really good at tricks. But Long Tianqing was completely shocked. Father, could it be that Ling Yun has also seen the secret of chaining Long Jing? How is this possible? Long Howren said bitterly, Sulongjing is one of the most important hubs of the entire formation in the capital. With Ling Yun's skill in formation, he can find some important formations just by looking at the map, let alone Sulongjing. That's where it matters. Long Tianqing's face became more and more ugly, and he asked in amazement, Father, if that's the case, then our Long family will be subject to him everywhere in the future? However, Long Howren smiled lightly. Fortunately, our Long family has rich background and enough manpower. We can only guard the few places in the capital, and we can still see it. At most, Ling Yun will only cause me some small troubles. Long Tianqing suddenly flicked his wrist, opened the folding fan in his hand, and fanned himself, but as far as I know, in 2 days, Ling Yun will report to Yenqing University. On the side of the dragon formation, how do we protect it? Long Howren smiled and said, there is no need to worry about this. Ling Yun chose to major in clinical medicine. If he wants to go to school, he will go to Yenqing University School of Medicine, not Weiming Lake. Moreover, the locking trap dragon array is in there. If Ling Yun really wants to investigate or sabotage, we can't stop it no matter what we try to do. The current method can only make your uncle spend more energy. And last time, although your uncle didn't find him, he showed his strength on purpose. I guess it also deterred him at that time. He didn't dare to add trouble to my Long family by leaving him Ling Yun for a while. Long Tianqing nodded, and then asked, Father, then how do we deal with Ling Yun? Long Howren narrowed his eyes and said, Long Kuan and Long Wu are now in our Long family. This alone can make Ling Yun not dare to act rashly. Heavenly. Early tomorrow morning, you will rush to Qingshui City. At the beginning, I arranged for Long Tianjiao to investigate Ling Yun, but this idiot only found some bright things about him. He didn't even touch any of Ling Yun's cards. This time, you go in person, you are safe, you have to work hard in secret, investigate Ling Yun's affairs clearly, and then come back and report to me. Since he came to the capital to make trouble, then let's go to Qingshui to move his lair. Snapped. Long Tianqing snapped his folding fan together and said proudly, Father, don't worry. Heavenly release. I heard that recently, near Shenangjia, northern Hubei province, someone found a black dragon haunting it. You should go to Shenangjia early tomorrow morning to see if it is true. If it is true, bring me that dragon back. Long Tianfeng laughed excitedly after hearing this, rubbed his hands together and said, Hey, if it's really a flood dragon, then I don't have to worry about it for 3 or 5 years. Long Howren glared at Long Tianfeng, frowned and said, If you catch this dragon, you must not make decisions on your own, you must bring it back to my family, remember? When Long Tian listened to it, he immediately wilted like an eggplant beaten by frost. Furthermore, according to the secret report, I know that Ling Yun's upcoming itinerary will be on the night of the full moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. He will go to the Demon Subduing Conference in Fenglei Valley of Longhu Mountain. It is not far from Shenangjia. You can go there for a while. Meet him. Really? Okay, then I'll go. When Long Tianfeng heard that he could challenge Ling Yun one-on-one, he immediately became excited as if he had been beaten to death. Knowing his younger brother's virtues, Long Tianqing couldn't help but reminded him, Tianfeng, don't just focus on fighting Ling Yun, but don't forget about business. Long Tianfeng simply turned a deaf ear to this advice. After the explanation, Long Haren suddenly turned around, strode away from the Nine-Dragon Wall, and walked towards the outside of the Forbidden City. Long Tianxing and Long Tianfeng naturally followed closely. Tianxing, before you leave the capital, go to the Tian group and tell them that not all the people in the Tian group have died, and there is one who was captured alive by Ling Yun. Who? Tianshan Tianjianzong, Diyutong. Father, what do you mean? Long Haren said while walking, since Ling Yun has started to show up in the capital, he probably thinks that all parties in the capital will live in peace for the time being. In fact, this is indeed the case. However, no matter whether he intends to or not, since he has provoked our Long family, we have to make trouble for him. Let Tianzu take action, go to Lingjia Xingshi to inquire about the crime, and at the same time ask Ling Yun for someone. Also, I will immediately notify the Heavenly Sword sect of Tianshan about this matter. Hearing this, Long Tianfeng finally opened his eyes and smiled. Hey, that's what makes it exciting. I want to see how that guy Ling Yun can handle it. The dragon spirit in the Forbidden City is gone, but it is difficult to hurt the dragon family, because the ancient capital of China is more than one Yanjing. Luoyang is, and so is Chang'an. There are many. And besides those ancient capitals of previous dynasties, there are countless dragon veins and emperors' tombs in Huaxia. But precisely because of these, the real conflict between Ling Yun and the Long family has finally been brought to the fore. To be continued. It's 2:00 in the morning. Gongdi North Road, Sanlitun. Sanlitun got its name because it is 3 miles away from the inner city, and now it is famous for Sanlitun Bar Street. Sanlitun Bar Street is one of the busiest nightlife entertainment streets in Beijing. It is a place frequented by foreigners living in Beijing, as well as domestic celebrities and wealthy people. Although it was already 2:00 in the morning, Sanlitun was still bustling, with feasting lights everywhere, bustling crowds and bright lights, showing the hustle and bustle and luxury of this capital city. Look at that car, haha, I laughed so hard. Damn it, this car is awesome, it's crashed like this, and you still come to Sanlitun to play? Unique. How strong is the heart of the owner of this car? Ling Yan's broken car has just arrived here, and it has successfully attracted the attention of everyone around before it can find a place to park. There are people everywhere, and all the vehicles have to slow down when they arrive here, trying to find a place to stop in the surging flow of people. For the pointing of the troublemakers around, Ling Yun laughed it off. He didn't bother to pay attention, but let go of his powerful spiritual sense. Spiritual consciousness instantly enveloped a radius of 3 kilometers. Ling Yun had a clear view of the exterior layout of the entire bar street and the interior conditions of nearly 100 bars around. There are neon lights flashing everywhere, the lights are blurred, and the sounds from various stereos and musical instruments penetrate into Ling Yun's eardrums at the same time, making it noisy. In the bar, drinking, dancing, singing, beauties with revealing low-cut and long-legged clothes abound, all reflected in Ling Yun's consciousness. A group of demons danced wildly, drunk with money. This is Ling Yun's definition of Sanlitun Bar Street after observing, for a period of time. Just park over there, let's go to Lan Kwai Fong. As soon as she came to the bar street, Zheng Yingying's eyes immediately brightened up. She was familiar with the place and obviously came here often. Soon, Tai Xiaohu found a parking space, parked the car, and all 5 got out of the car. Wow, it feels so familiar. When Zheng Yingying got out of the car, she couldn't help opening her arms immediately, as if she wanted to embrace the sky. Her face was full of intoxication. Ling Yun was also very intoxicated, because he was standing beside Zheng Yingying. Due to Zheng Yingying's movements, the 2 plump lumps on her chest appeared more upright and plump. Ling Yun looked at her seriously. Sadder. Zheng Yingying noticed Ling Yun's gaze, immediately withdrew her arms, crossed her chest, and gave Ling Yun a hard look. I didn't look at you, but you blocked my sight. Ling Yin responded with a smile and turned his head. Quibble. Zheng Ying gave Ling Yin another white look, then looked back at the flamboyant, broken car, and asked, "Is the car parked here like this, is it all right?" Ling Yin smiled and said, "I'm afraid nothing will happen, we will make money if there is something to do." Pretend I didn't say it. Thinking of the gangster style of these guys, Zheng Ying knew that she was just worrying blindly, so she simply walked towards Lan Kuai-fang without saying a word. When the 5 people came to the door, there was naturally a waiter in charge of entertaining them. After they entered, Zheng Ying asked for a booth, with a good location, and then sat down. "Would you like some wine?" As soon as the 5 of them sat down, a waiter came over and asked. Zheng Ying didn't even think about it. Lafite from 1982, 5 bottles first. Tang Meng's heart tightened suddenly, and he thought that this girl was cruel enough. A bottle of Lafite in 1982 cost 20,000 yuan in a hotel, and of course it would be even more expensive in a bar. Ling Yin didn't care at all, he just glanced at Zheng Ying and said with a smile, "Hey, even if you want to take revenge, you have to take it easy, alcohol can mess with your sex." These words were too straightforward. Zheng Ying blushed obviously, bit her lip and said, "I want you to take care of it." The 2 of them were joking here, but the waiter over there knew that he had met the benefactor, and immediately smiled, showing respect from the bottom of his heart. Under the thoughtful service of the waiter, Zheng Ying skillfully ordered the fruit plate and some snacks, and then Tang Meng took charge of the checkout. "Are you satisfied now?" After the waiter turned and left, Ling Yin asked Zheng Ying with a smile. "Don't make noise, listen to music and relax." Zheng Ying didn't answer Ling Yin, but crossed her hands above her head, stretched her waist, then leaned back suddenly, and half-leaned on the comfortable sofa. Winning money by playing cards is actually a boring and exhausting task. After playing for more than 5 hours, Zheng Ying was of course tired. The music in Lan Kuai-fang at this time was relaxing and soothing, but Ling Yin couldn't understand it at all, he just smiled and waited for the wine to come. A lot of foreigners. Ling Yin looked around and found that the booths around were mostly foreigners, so he said with a smile, "Paul and Jester should be called tonight, they must like this place." Pfft. Zheng Ying smiled coquettishly, "Don't you understand? Around this street, there are embassies of 79 countries and many foreign institutions stationed in China. The most important thing here is foreigners." "Oh?" Ling Yin turned his head, glanced at Zheng Ying, and suddenly remembered that their Ling family was still in charge of a very important department in China, the Ministry of Commerce. The original Ling family controlled the Ministry of Water Resources and the Ministry of Commerce of Huaxia from behind the scenes. They had nothing to do with resources and could only be regarded as Qingshui Yamen. The Ling family took over, so now the Ling family has more education, medical and health, and transportation departments. Of course, this transfer of power means that the huge personnel transfer of Huaxia's top management cannot be done in a short while. Ling Yin even had no intention of participating in such matters. He had already made it clear that he would leave it to his second uncle, Ling Yu, to handle it all. But Ling Yin is the head of the Ling family after all, and if he doesn't participate, it doesn't mean that Ling Yin knows nothing about it. "Tang Meng, after our domestic affairs are on the right track, we have to think about dealing with these foreigners. You have to prepare early." Touching the scene, Ling Yin thought of the matter of the Ling family, and immediately turned to Tang Meng and said, "I understand, Brother Yun." Of course Tang Meng knew what Ling Yin was thinking, so he agreed with a smile. "Kindness." Ling Yin nodded, and then said, "I asked you to come this time, not to play. The main thing is to let you and my second uncle spend a while. There are many things that my second uncle will teach you personally, including many Ling Yin you have to figure out how to connect with Qingshui's business in the future." Tang Meng was dumbfounded. Could it be too big? It's just that Tang Meng still doesn't understand the stall in Qingshui City. Now that Ling Yun has asked him to deal with the Ling family's affairs, he is afraid that he won't be able to play around. Ling Yun leaned back and said with a smile, "If you say no, I can find someone else." Okay. Okay. Sure. Tang Meng quickly expressed his opinion. Hey. I said, who are you guys? Zheng Ying heard the unscrupulous conversation between Ling Yun and the two. She was confused. She couldn't help sitting up straight and asked, could it be that people who do what you do have to go abroad and go international yet? Well, until now, Zheng Ying's impression of Ling Yun and Tang Meng is still the same as it was a few months ago. Qinglong, an underground casino, smashing Qingyun film and television. As for the opening newspaper of Tiandi Group that Zheng Liuji threw to Zheng Ying, she had already selectively forgotten it. Well, we must go abroad and go international. Ling Yun suppressed a smile in his heart and solemnly repeated what Zheng Ying said. Fuck, that's not the point at all, okay? Zheng Ying saw that Ling Yun's answer was irrelevant, so she glared at Ling Yun angrily, then turned to look at Tang Meng. Brother Yun is right. Tang Meng shrugged his shoulders and said. Zheng Ying was so angry that she didn't hit a single place. Hey, look, there are so many beauties around here. Emma Wu Dao also has divine sense, and he quickly used his divine sense to watch the whole Lan Kuai-fong scene, and then he played with his mobile phone and searched for nearby people on WeChat. You dress so stylishly, there will be beautiful women coming to talk to you soon. Before Ling Yun and the others could speak, Zheng Ying spoke to Mo Wu Dao angrily, and she couldn't help laughing after she finished speaking. Have you ever seen someone wearing a Taoist robe to a Lan Kuai-fong bar? And after coming here, can you still play with your phone there so calmly? Before we could chat a few words, several waiters came over with wine, fruit plates, and snacks, and poured wine for them after saying hello. A bar is a place for drinking, relaxing and chatting. Lan Kuai-fong is very professional, and you don't need to worry about customers at all. Of course, the premise is that you can afford it. So the five of them started clinking glasses and drinking. Amidst the music, the five chatted while drinking, and quickly drank 3 bottles of Lafite. Zheng Ying's drinking capacity was astounding, and after several glasses of wine, her cheeks turned reddish, and under the flickering lights, she looked even more charming. But Ling Yun did not forget the business. Hey, can we talk about something serious now? After Ling Yun drank a glass of wine, he smiled and asked Zheng Ying. What business? Zheng Ying was caught off guard and immediately became vigilant. Ling Yun shook his wine glass, and said slowly, I think, the only serious matter that we can talk about right now is Qingyun film and television, right? Qingyun film and television? Zheng Ying's heart trembled, she repeated in amazement, and suddenly understood the purpose of Ling Yun's willingness to invite her to dinner. What else could it be? It's the lice on the bald man's head, it's obvious, let's settle accounts after autumn. Zheng Ying was dumbfounded and said, You still want to trouble Qingyun film and television? Ling Yun laughed, what do you think? Zheng Ying put down her wine glass, lowered her head and thought for a long time, then suddenly looked at Ling Yun and said, It's not impossible to tell you about Qingyun film and television, but you have to tell me your true identities. Ling Yun smiled, and he said casually, It's simple. I am the boss of Ling Yun Group in Qingshui City. Then he pointed at Tang Meng with his wine glass. He is the president of Ling Yun Group. To be continued. Frankly speaking, the current Ling Yun doesn't need to tell others about his identity at all. Those who know it naturally, and those who don't know, it doesn't make much sense to tell the other party. For example, the Long family, such as the Yi family, Ling Yun needless to say, the other party knew him very well, and they tried their best to investigate secretly, wishing to slice him and put him under a microscope to study thoroughly before they were willing to reconcile. But other than that, the vast majority of people racked their brains and couldn't figure out what Ling Yun's identity was. For example, Yang Tsung pretended to be aggressive in front of Ling Yun. The price was 50 million, but in the end he didn't dare to ask Ling Yun's name and what background he had. Different identity backgrounds, different social levels. In short, the circles are different. If it is not necessary, Ling Yun does not need to flaunt himself by telling others his identity now. That will only increase troubles. But Zheng Ying is different. She doesn't need any other reason, because she is a beautiful woman. This one is enough. Ling Yun Group? Isn't it? Tiandi Group? When Zheng Ying saw Ling Yun casually revealing her identity, she was a little dazed. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the contents of the newspaper that Zheng Liuji threw to her. Ling Yun put the empty cup away and said with a casual smile, "The name has been changed." Renamed? Zheng Ying was dumbfounded. She blinked her big eyes, looked at Ling Yun and then at Tang Meng. "If I remember correctly, it seems that your Tiandi group has officially opened for a month, right?" Kindness. Ling Yun couldn't help but take another look at Zheng Ying. "As of today, it's just opened for 1 month. It's past midnight now, and it's already September 8th. It's only been open for a month. Why did you change the name? When did you change it?" Zheng Ying is obviously very interested in Ling Yun's affairs now, because she only knows so much about Ling Yun, so she asks whatever she catches. "Anyway, it's just drinking and chatting. It was changed yesterday. As for the reason, my name is Ling Yun, and our group wants to build a century-old brand." Of course Ling Yun would not tell her. The real reason why he changed the Tiandi group to Ling Yun group is just nonsense. All right. Zheng Ying took a sip of her wine, glanced at Ling Yun with a smile, and said, "I really listen." Ling Yun poured himself some wine, and at the same time said casually, "Now, can you tell me what's going on with Qingyun Film and Television?" In fact, Qingyun Film and Television is still operating normally, and in the film and television entertainment industry, Qingyun Film and Television is not a small name. If Ling Yun sends someone to investigate, he can also check the other party out. But since he met Zheng Ying today, of course I'm too lazy to bother. Pour me some too. Zheng Ying moved the wine glass in her hand, asked Ling Yun for wine, and then started chatting. It turns out that the real boss of Qingyun Film and Television is Wang Xingjun, who has strong financial resources. He established Qingyun Film and Television Company in the 1990s and also made some popular movies and TV series. After nearly 20 years of continuous development, he has his current status in the entertainment circle is that of an absolute boss. In the past 2 years, with the hot film market, Qingyun Film and Television has seen the opportunity and has opened many branches across the country. At the same time, it has signed contracts with famous directors and big stars, recruited troops, and expanded wildly. It is planning to go public, and now it has arrived at the most critical time. As for the Qingyun Film and Television branch in Qingshui City, it is the most important step forward in Wang Xingjun's national layout. The reason is simple, because Qingshui City is the capital of Jiangnan Province. The most famous film and television city in Huaxia is located in Jiangnan, not far from Qingshui. The status of Qingyun Film and Television Qingshui City branch can even be compared with the capital headquarters. However, it was such an important chess piece. Just after Wang Xingjun made it look good, it was smashed by Ling Yun and the other 3 guys. What's more, the 3 of Ling Yun smashed Qingyun Film and Television branch, and injured more than a dozen of them, knocking out 30 million yuan. Huang Feiyang, the general manager of Qingyun Film and Television branch, has not dared to set foot in Qingshui City until now after suffering a big loss at the hands of Ling Yun. Wang Xingjun was planning to go public this year, but he didn't expect to suffer such a big loss in Qingshui City, which made him lose face, so naturally he couldn't bear it. At that time, when Ling Yun's cultivation base and strength were advancing by leaps and bounds, after Wang Xingjun sent people to investigate, he found that Ling Yun's background was not small. Out of caution, he did not dare to challenge Ling Yun head-on, but wanted to pass the means on the rivers and lakes, went to Qingshui City to wrestle with Ling Yun. One of Wang Jingjuan's hobbies is playing cards and gambling money. It is precisely because of this that he was able to get to know Zheng Yingying and her brothers. Developed and wanted to be a big star, but the two sides had a few jokes in a game of poker, and hit it off in the end. Wang Jingjun contributed the money, Zheng Yingying contributed the people, first went to Qingshui City to gamble down Qinglong's underground casino, first won back the money lost, and then proceeded to the next step. As a result, Zheng Yingying returned triumphantly for the first time. With her extraordinary gambling skills, she won more than 80 million yuan in Qingshui City. She even got back her capital and profits, which gave Wang Jingjun a taste of the sweetness. That's why there is a story about going to the south of the Yangtze River with $1 billion in his pocket, and wanting to gamble Qinglong's underground casino completely. The final ending of the story, of course, is that the 5 brothers and sisters of Zheng Yingying were severely beaten in the face by Ling Yun alone. In one night, they left a total of 1.5 billion in Qingshui City, and fled back to the capital in disgrace. For this open and dark confrontation, the price Wang Jingjun paid was 1 billion, and Zheng Yingying's price was 500 million. That's how it happened. It took Zheng Yingying half an hour to tell the whole story of what happened, and then she put on a casual expression. People who have been addicted to gambling for a long time naturally have a good eye for reading words and deeds. Zheng Yingying is not stupid. By now, she of course understands that Ling Yun is someone she can't afford to offend. Ling Yun doesn't talk about his identity, he can eat Yang Tsung to death. Ling Yun was regarded as a guest of honor by Yi Tianshui's private club, and the other party gave him free chips to gamble, and won 160 million casually. Moreover, Zheng Yingying knew that Ling Yun and Tang Meng's bargaining chips at the time were at most a little over 150 million, but the other party finally wrote him a check for 160 million. In that clubhouse, Zheng Yingying once witnessed with her own eyes that a master gambler from out of town who wanted to win money by making money was chopped up with a knife. In such an awesome place, he was willing to let him win money at will, and in the end he gave away tens of millions for nothing. Why? Background. Ling Yun's background is no worse than the one at the beginning. Zheng Yingying took the initiative to ask Ling Yun to treat her to dinner tonight, not because she was really hungry, but because she had her own plan. Handsome guy, rich in gold, with a mysterious and powerful background, he even used AK to win her EQ. If such a person can make friends, there are countless people in the world. Zheng Yingying and Wang Jingjun didn't have much friendship in the first place, so what happened back then was just an exchange. Ling Yun wanted to find out, and she could find out by herself. She couldn't afford to risk offending Ling Yun to help Wang Jingjun hide it. After hearing Zheng Yingying's narration, Ling Yun just smiled. Then why didn't there be any movement after that? Don't dare. Zheng Yingying took a sip of her wine and expressed helplessness. After losing the 1 billion yuan, Wang Jingjun was really impatient, because his company's capital chain was almost broken, which also led to a big movie he wanted to invest in. It was snatched away by other film and television companies. But it is precisely because of this that Wang Jingjun seems to have sent someone to investigate you carefully again. I don't know what he found out. Anyway, he never mentioned this matter afterward. TSK Tisk. Ling Yun shook his head and sighed. It's really. That's called stop loss. Zheng Yingying immediately interrupted and said, after he investigated you seriously, he should know that even if he tried his best, he still couldn't beat you and would only get deeper and deeper, so he just admitted it. After a pause, Zheng Yingying added, the capital city is no different than other places. It is impossible to gain a firm foothold in the capital city and thrive without eyesight. Everyone has to keep their eyes wide open. Do things according to your own weight, otherwise, you will die without knowing how to die. It really is. Ling Yan approved, looked at Zheng Yingying and said. Ling Yan has also stayed in the capital for a while. From the eve of the decisive battle of life and death, when the 12 families went to the Ling family to force the palace, to the end when they knelt down and begged for mercy, to Yang Tsung, the rich man, to Wang Jingjun, the boss of Qingyun Film and Television, everyone was like this. He is the one who knows how to judge the situation best, and once he finds that he can't provoke the other party, he can immediately pretend to be his grandson and admit defeat, so that you can't find a reason to kill them all. This is the way of life in the capital. As long as you are not really awesome, don't think that you are invincible. There will always be someone who can crush you so that you can't hold your head up. Not to mention these people, even Yi Tianxue knew that Ling Yan had come to find fault, so he had to pretend to be cowardly, obediently agreed to all Ling Yan's demands, and chose to calm down. Of course, Yi Tianxue was willing to tolerate everything for many reasons, not because he was really afraid of Ling Yan. This Ling Yan was like a bright mirror in his heart. So. Ling Yan picked up the wine glass again, swirled the red wine in the glass, raised the corner of his mouth, and showed a charming smile. Where is the headquarters of Qingyun Film and Television? Hey, I've already confessed to being cowardly, are you still planning to let him go? Zheng Yingying couldn't see it, and asked with wide eyes. In any case, the 1 billion that Wang Jingjun lost was exported from her. Zheng Yingying. I didn't mean it against him. Ling Yan said decisively, it is between us that there are still some things that have not been settled. Of course, Ling Yan was responsible for Lin Minghan's account on Qingyun Film and Television. Although Lin Minghan has gone to North America, Ling Yan has come to the capital. Tell me, where is the company? Zheng Yingying said angrily, check it yourself. Ling Yan smiled and didn't care at all. He looked at Tang Meng and said, I'll leave the matter of Qingyun Film and Television to you. Tang Meng rubbed his hands excitedly, and laughed straight, his face showing greatness. To be continued. What do you want to do to Qingyun Film and Television? Thinking of the unlimited style of these guys in front of her, Zheng Yingying couldn't help but start to worry about Qingyun Film and Television. Ling Yan turned his head with a smile, and said meaningfully, don't be so busy worrying about others. Zheng Yingying felt her delicate body tighten, she looked at Ling Yan's gaze, and felt as if she was instantly stared at by a king cobra. Eggs, completely transparent. However, at any rate, she had already drank almost a bottle of Lafite. Taking advantage of the rising alcohol, Zheng Yingying did not avoid Ling Yan's gaze. Instead, she straightened her waist, sat up straight, and looked at Ling Yan fiercely. With. What else do you want? Although it was in a bar where the lights were feasting and the music was soothing, Zheng Yingying felt a kind of tragic coolness that the wind is rustling, the water is cold, and the strong man is gone and will never return. Zheng Yingying lost all of Wang Jingjuan's 1 billion yuan in Qingshui City, and also took advantage of the 200 million yuan collected by her 5 brothers and sisters, and also wrote a 300 million IOU for Ling Yan. After that, it was immediately transferred to Qinglong's account. When I ran into Ling Yan tonight, Zheng Yingying lost more than 60 million. If Ling Yan is still not satisfied, then she really has nothing to do, unless. Zheng Yingying thought of a possibility. At this time, Ling Yan's eyes just moved down, firmly landed on Zheng Yingying's plump breasts, and said with a half-smile, it's better to pay with flesh? Hearing this sentence, Zheng Yingying's first thought was to directly pick up the wine glass in front of her, and then pour a full glass of red wine on the top of this shameless bastard's head. In great grief and indignation, Zheng Yingying turned her head to look at the other 3 guys around her. Emma Wudao stopped playing with his mobile phone, Tang Meng was shaking the wine glass in his hand, Tai Xiaohu was indifferent, these 3 guys without exception, were all staring at Zheng Yingying, as if to see how she would respond, but they had no intention of being a hero to save the beauty. Zheng Yingying's mood plummeted into the ice cave, and she could only rely on herself. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and suddenly she smiled flirtatiously, and gave Ling Yan an extremely charming look. "It's okay, should we go to your house or mine?" As she spoke, her tender body softened, and she fell into Ling Yan's arms, throwing herself into Ling Yan's embrace. Ling Yan quickly stretched out his hand, pressed Zheng Yingying's fragrant shoulder and pushed her lightly, then pushed her back to the original position. "You win." Ling Yan took the initiative to admit defeat, and said with embarrassment, "From now on, the past between us will be written off." Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao couldn't help laughing loudly at the same time, laughing forward and backward without any scruples. Zheng Yingying didn't smile. At this moment, it seemed that Ling Yan's light push was still on her shoulders. It was very gentle, but also very firm. "Is it written off?" She was a little moved, but for some reason, an indescribable loss arose in her heart. "Now girls, why are they so fierce?" Looking at the three brothers who couldn't stop laughing, Ling Yan rubbed the bridge of his nose, shook his head, and sighed. "Is it really written off?" Zheng Yingying flicked the hair that fell in front of her back, and asked in disbelief. "A real write-off?" Ling Yan looked straight, and said with a smile, "As the saying goes, if you don't fight, you don't know each other. Without you, how would I earn the 1.5 billion, right?" Zheng Yingying rolled her eyes at him angrily, which was a response. Tang Meng finally stopped his laughter at this moment, and interjected, "Brother Yun, and I thought that after your misfortune that time, you would definitely make a comeback, and we wanted to make a bigger fortune, but who knew you? It's a pity that I didn't come." The waves on Zheng Yingying's chest rose and fell. Ever since seeing Ling Yan this time, Zheng Yingying has been paid, ignored, shocked, and threatened. Now he is still humiliated by the two of them holding guns and sticks. Who did my aunt provoke? But the opponent's strength is there, and what he said is his pride. She has no way to fight back, so Zheng Yingying can only pick up the wine glass and drink it down. "You drink too." After finishing the drink, Zheng Yingying gave Ling Yan a fierce look, then asked Ling Yan to accompany her to finish the drink, while staring at Tang Meng. Ling Yan and Tang Meng looked at each other with a smile, and drank the wine in their glasses. In this way, the feud between them and Zheng Yingying was completely over. "It seems that you two still have a bottom line?" When she spoke again at this time, Zheng Yingying completely changed her tone. When communicating with the two of them, she didn't have to be so tense, and it became much more natural. Ling Yan said solemnly, "Of course, we are all decent people. In high school, we were all three good students in the school." Pfft. Zheng Yingying couldn't help it, her smile trembled wildly. Tai Xiaohu picked up the last bottle of wine and poured it for everyone. Zheng Yingying said thank you, then she looked at Ling Yan and asked, "I'm curious about one thing, how did you catch that big four, and?" For a master of gambling, Ling Yan's ability at the gaming table is nothing short of a miracle, so now that the two of them are getting acquainted, the first thing she does is to ask about it. Ling Yan glanced at Zheng Yingying, and asked mysteriously, "I really want to know?" Zheng Yingying nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Ling Yan said with a smile, "It's actually very simple to say, it's nothing more than 4 words, with a sharp eye and a quick hand." Zheng Yingying put on an expression that only ghosts believe in you. "Don't believe me?" Ling Yan looked at the other party very calmly, and then said, "My wine glass and your wine glass, take a good look." Zheng Yingying immediately lowered her head, stretched her eyesight, and stared at the 2 wine glasses on the wine table without blinking. Ling Yan smiled and shot. Swipe swipe. In the blink of an eye, the 2 wine glasses began to switch positions, switching positions more than a dozen times in an instant. Zheng Yingying was dumbfounded. In that second, she didn't see Ling Yan's hand, nor did she see clearly the 2 wine glasses on the table, but only saw a bridge. It was the afterimage of the 2 wine glasses moving quickly, forming a bridge in the air. Moreover, everything was silent, the 2 wine glasses did not collide in any way, and not a single drop of wine was spilled. It can be seen how fast and steady Ling Yan's hands are. Until Ling Yan stopped, the two cups seemed to have not moved, everything was as usual, but the scene just now was forever imprinted in Zheng Yingying's heart. Oh my God! Zheng Yingying couldn't help exclaiming. She fixed her eyes on Ling Yan's hand, she couldn't believe it. Hurry up? Ling Yan smiled triumphantly. Today's Ling Yan, if he swung the dark blood demon knife in his hand, he could swing 9 knives in the blink of an eye, and the strength of the 9 knives was exactly the same, and they would all be chopped at the same place. How did you practice this? Zheng Yingying looked at Ling Yan, and couldn't help a little more admiration, because she knew that such a hand speed, even his father, the Chinese gambling god Zheng Liuji, couldn't match it. But Ling Yan started to drink, pretending to be profound. Zheng Yingying thought that the question she asked was a bit too much, so she immediately changed another question. Well, what about your eyesight? With such a fast hand speed, how can you see the cards clearly? Ling Yan laughed badly, and then his lips seemed to move. What? But Zheng Yingying heard Ling Yan's words, which told a shameful fact, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, and the next moment she blushed. Because Ling Yan was right, she was indeed wearing black today. You bastard! Zheng Yingying stood up abruptly with a blushing face, but instantly remembered Ling Yan's words just now. She immediately sat down in a hurry, then hugged her chest tightly. Her face was full of tension, as if she was facing an enemy. Hey, you have to ask, so I have to prove it to you. Ling Yan showed a very innocent look. Hate it. You can prove it in other ways? If you use another method, I'm afraid you won't believe it. What else did you see? I suggest you not be so loud. Look, many people are looking here. Zheng Yingying immediately shut up, and then she looked at Ling Yan with an incredulous expression, as if looking at a monster. Clairvoyance. Is there really such a thing as clairvoyance in this world? The facts are right in front of her eyes, and Zheng Yingying couldn't help but believe it. She finally believes that there are people beyond people, and there is a sky beyond the sky. Ahem. Tang Meng coughed suddenly, and asked in a low voice, Brother Yun, the 3 of us are almost done drinking, and want to go for a while, you continue? How good Tang Meng was at observing words and expressions. Seeing that Ling Yan and Zheng Yingying suddenly entered the stage of flirting, he immediately proposed to leave. After hearing this, Zheng Yingying, even though she was still in shock and shyness, couldn't help giving Tang Meng a grateful look. After drinking this bottle of wine, let's go together. Unexpectedly, Ling Yan refused, casually. Today he has finished all the things he should do, and has no intention of further strengthening his relationship with Zheng Yingying. Zheng Yingying's pretty face changed, she stepped from shy to furious. Where are you going? Ling Yan, you have to be responsible. This sound was like the roar of a lion in the east of the river, and it alarmed all the people in the bar. Many people looked over with tacitly ambiguous eyes. Watching the excitement is no big deal. Responsible? Ling Yan was stunned, and asked in astonishment, what are you responsible for? Zheng Yingying bit her lip tightly, she ignored Ling Yan, and signaled Tai Xiaohu to hand her the last bottle of wine. Tai Xiaohu naturally complied. Zheng Yingying took the initiative to pour wine, starting from Ling Yan, and filled everyone's glasses. Then she picked up the wine glass and smiled at the other 3 people except that bastard. It's nice to meet you all, I would like to toast you all. Zheng Yingying drank the full glass of wine in front of her eyes again. Of course, Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and Mo Wudao drank all of them in one go, and the wine glasses bottomed out at the same time. Mr. Tang, can you go out and wait for us first, this bastard, and I will come later. Tang Meng, no problem. He got up and pulled up Mo Wudao, who was waiting to watch the excitement beside him. Crap. To be continued. Tang Meng pushed and shoved Mo Wudao, Tai Xiaohu, and the others, and they left the booth quickly and walked towards the outside of Lan Kuai Fong. Hey, I bought you off with a glass of wine, are you still talking about brotherhood? Facing the backs of the three of them, Ling Yun stretched his neck and shouted. Tang Meng didn't turn his head back, but turned his back to Ling Yun, suddenly stretched out his right middle finger, and poked hard on the top of the head. Shut up. When Zheng Ying saw Tang Meng and the other three leaving the bar, she immediately yelled fiercely at Ling Yun. Ling Yun was alone at the moment, so he could only obediently keep his mouth shut. This woman is fierce enough, good men don't fight women. Zheng Ying turned her head to look directly at Ling Yun, and put on a negotiating posture. Tell me, you've seen me all, so you have to give me an explanation? You are spitting blood. Ling Yun rolled his eyes and refused to admit it at all. Zheng Ying got up slightly, then moved to Ling Yun's side, and sat down again, dignified and generous. Although I don't know what your identity is in the capital, I think you won't be able to hide it for long. Sooner or later, I will find you at your house. Still continue to negotiate. Beauty, we just met by chance today, and then I will deal with our holidays by the way, that's all. I said just now that we have written off everything. Ling Yin explained patiently, if you want to do this, you will be deceiving people too much, right? Zheng Ying calmly said, you bastard, Shameless. I admit. Ling Yin smiled calmly, spread his hands and said, so you'd better stay away from me. But before he finished speaking, Ling Yin's arm was embraced by Zheng Ying. Feeling drunk, Zheng Ying exhaled like blue, his voice was close to his ears, if you don't give me an explanation, don't even think about leaving today. Feeling the amazing elasticity of the two lumps on his right arm, Ling Yun felt that he had really overdone it this time. The beauty next to her was obviously drunk. So he giggled and lowered his voice to scare her. Do you really want to pay for it? As long as you are brave enough. I'm timid. Ling Yun smiled, drank the wine in the glass in front of him in one gulp, stretched out his arms to embrace Zheng Ying's limp and tender body, and started walking towards the outside of the bar. Hey, your brothers have gone out, wouldn't it be good to spend more time with them? Zheng Ying staggered and murmured. You drank too much, I'll take you home. Drinking tonight, Zheng Ying's drinking method can only be described as heroic. There are 5 bottles of Lafite in total. She drank almost 2 bottles herself, under the ups and downs of mood. If she said she didn't drink too much, it would be a lie. Seeing Ling Yun walking out with Zheng Ying in his arms, Tang Meng was dumbfounded. This is unscientific. She was drunk. Ling Yun smiled lightly, and then said, it's almost 4 o'clock in the morning, hurry up and send her home, we still need to practice when we go back. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun simply lifted Zheng Ying, who was hanging on him off the ground, and strode towards the parking place. Damn, still thinking about cultivation at this time, it's really inhumane. Tang Meng shook his head and sighed, but quickly chased after him. Capitalized clothes. Emma Wudao is an extremely wretched kid. Although he came out just now, he let go of his consciousness, so he naturally knows what happened in the bar just now. The big beauty threw herself into her arms with the help of alcohol, and Ling Yun sat in her arms. Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu went straight to the parking lot after going out and waited. Get in the car, let's go. The 5 quickly got into the car, and then Tai Xiaohu started the stylish Mercedes-Benz business, and quickly left Samleton. Hey, wake up, wake up. Ling Yun hugged Zheng Ying, who was drunk and hazy, and patted her on the shoulder, trying to wake her up. Since he wanted to send her home, he had to ask for the address. Unfortunately, not only did Zheng Ying not wake up, but she arched her head into Ling Yun's arms again. Her beautiful hair fell loosely on Ling Yun's body. The Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, for in the morning was the coolest time of the day. The windows of the car were broken, and the strong wind poured straight into the car. Worried that the woman in his arms would catch a cold, Ling Yun had no choice but to take out a brand new windbreaker from Taishu's ring with a direct thought. He gently wrapped the windbreaker around Zheng Yingying's body. "Brother Yun, why don't you just take her to open a room?" Tang Meng was sitting behind Ling Yun, winking his eyebrows and making up his mind, encouraging Ling Yun. What was waiting for him was Ling Yun's, "Get out." Emma Wudao turned back and smiled. "Hey, Tang Meng, believe it or not, I told Chao Shanshan exactly what you said?" Tang Meng had no pressure. "Fuck, if you're not afraid of death, go ahead and talk about it. Anyway, I've got someone to back me up." Of course, the person behind him is Ling Yun. Ling Yun smiled at Emma Wudao. "It's just a joke." Emma Wudao smiled sarcastically and turned his head away hastily. Ling Yun frowned. Zheng Yingying was in a mess now. Taking her back to the Ling family's ancestral house would definitely not work, but it would be very troublesome to send her home without knowing the address. Could it be that, as Tang Meng said, he went to a hotel to give Zheng Yingying a room and let her rest alone for the night? But in that case, Ling Yun was not very relieved. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Ling Yun's mind. "Tang Meng, if I remember correctly, you should have the contact information of senior brother Zheng Yingying, right?" When they were gambling back then, Zheng Yingying had issued Ling Yun an IOU of 300 million. Of course they had to leave their contact information to show their sincerity for such a large amount of money. Tang Mei raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. "Damn, you can remember this. I really lost to you." He finally confirmed that Ling Yun had no sign of touching the girl in his arms at the moment. Then Tang Meng didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out his mobile phone, searched for a number, and finally dialed. "I got the address, it's in Chaoyang district, not far to the east." After Tang Meng asked for the address, he opened the map on his phone, entered the specific address, and started the navigation. According to the navigation, they soon came to an extremely high-end residential area, and stopped at the gate of the residential area. This kind of high-end community, without the leadership or permission of the owner, outsiders can't enter at all, let alone it is 4 o'clock in the morning. Fortunately, there was a person standing at the gate at the moment. It was a man in his 50s, with a medium build and an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were like a falcon, piercing and extremely sharp. Seeing Ling Yun's car stop, he immediately walked away with his hands behind his back. "Come over." Tang Meng exclaimed in a startled voice, "Chinese god of gamblers, Zheng Liuji." Zheng Liuji is the Chinese god of gamblers, and Tang Meng's idol. Tang Meng has seen some of his videos. Now that he sees him, he will recognize him immediately. Ling Yun didn't need Tang Meng's introduction at all, because the other party was so easy to recognize. He has already seen clearly through his spiritual sense that the man's hands behind his back have one more finger on his right hand than ordinary people, and it is different from the normal 6 fingers. The 5 fingers are the same, growing on that hand, which looks very natural, flexible, and harmonious. Ling Yun was amazed in his heart, but he didn't forget to take Zheng Yingying out of the car immediately. Naturally, the 3 of Tang Meng got out of the car immediately. As for Tang Meng, he just jumped out of the car. "I have 6 fingers." Zheng Liuji stepped forward. He didn't seem to see the broken car that Ling Yun and the others were driving. He just glanced at his daughter first, and after seeing the brand new windbreaker on his daughter, he had a stern look on his face. His expression turned soothed, and he introduced himself directly. "Wow." Before Ling Yun could speak, Tang Meng had already rushed in front of Zheng Liuji, and directly stretched out his hands, wanting to shake hands with his idol. He still did not forget to introduce himself excitedly. "Hi senior, I am Tang Meng, nicknamed Little Gambler. You are my idol." Seeing Tang Meng's performance, the 3 of Ling Yun all looked contemptuous, as if they didn't know this guy at all. "The president of the famous Chandi group, you introduce yourself like this, but it doesn't match your name." Zheng Liuji chuckled, but instead of embarrassing Tang Meng, he stretched out his right hand and held Tang Meng together. He has a vivid memory of who Zheng Liuji is. He has seen the news of the opening of Tiandi Group, so he naturally knows Tang Meng in front of him. What's more, he had already received a call from his apprentice. Tang Meng saw that Zheng Liuji stretched out his right hand with 6 fingers, and he became even more excited. Senior Zheng, it's the first time we meet, you must give me an autograph. This guy completely forgot now. Just now he encouraged Ling Yun to take his precious daughter to open a room. I don't need to sign. If there is a chance in the future, let's play cards together. Zheng Liuji smiled casually and withdrew his palm calmly. What? Tang Meng felt like being struck by lightning. Zheng Liuji actually said that he wanted to play cards with him when he was free? How much face was given to him? Tang Meng was immediately overwhelmed with excitement. Oh, what a shame. Ling Yan shook his head and sighed, took 2 steps forward while supporting Zheng Yingying's shoulders, and handed her over to Zheng Liuji. Senior, I met your daughter by chance tonight, played a few cards together, and then went to Sanlitun to drink some wine. She was drunk. Ling Yan briefly described what happened, and at the same time, he did not forget to infuse a spirit energy into Zheng Yingying's body, forcing out most of the alcohol in Zheng Yingying's body. Zheng Liuji took his daughter, gently supported her, then stared at Ling Yun and said, Ling Yun. Ling Yun nodded. Zheng Liuji said, thank you very much. This child Yingying is spoiled by me, and she has a wild temper, causing trouble for you. Ling Yun smiled, no trouble, senior is polite, we are friends, as it should be. Zheng Liuji looked directly at Ling Yun, and smiled, oh? A friend? Ling Yun smiled casually, now it is. Zheng Liuji said again, since that's the case, why don't you go and sit at home? Ling Yun shook his head, then there's no need, there are still many things at home today, so I won't disturb senior's rest. Then I won't keep you guys. If you have time, come to my house for tea. No problem. The 2 sides answered a few words briefly, but they didn't mention anything about the past. Senior, let me take my leave first. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun nodded to Zheng Liuji, then kicked the still stupid Tang Meng, let's go. Under the gaze of Zheng Liuji, the 4 brothers got into the car and left. It really is a dragon among men. After Ling Yan's car disappeared, Zheng Liuji suddenly let go of Zheng Yingying's hand and said in admiration. Then he gave the baby girl, who stood on tiptoe, and raised her head a hard look. Sober? No one is there, what are you watching? Come home with me. Zheng Liuji had every reason to believe that his daughter was pretending to be drunk just now. Look what's wrong. Zheng Yingying said angrily, and at the same time she smiled and put on the brand new black windbreaker that was still wrapped around her body. To be continued. Zheng Yingying followed her father back home and was about to sneak into her room on tiptoe. Stop. Sure enough, there was a low shout from his father behind him. Zheng Yingying had no choice but to stop. She curled her lips, turned around and complained, Dad. I played cards all night and drank so much wine. Now I'm exhausted. What can I say tomorrow? Zheng Liuji was already sitting on the sofa, and he stared at his daughter's face with unconcealable love in his sharp eyes. Go take a bath first, I'll prepare you hangover soup, drink it before going to sleep. All right. Zheng Yingying made a face at her father, then turned and went straight to the bedroom. Seeing his daughter's lithe figure, Zheng Liuji shook his head with a wry smile, then stood up too, and went to the kitchen to serve hangover soup. 15 minutes later, Zheng Yingying finished washing, rubbed her wet body with a white towel, and came to the living room in her pajamas. When she sat down, Zheng Liuji personally picked up a bowl of soup for his daughter and handed it to her, drink it. Zheng Yingying drank 3 bowls in a row, and Zheng Liuji smiled and filled 3 bowls in a row. Drink this glass of water again. I'm so stuffed, I'll drink later. Zheng Yingying took the water glass from her father and put it aside. Zheng Liuji had been taking care of his daughter carefully, and at the same time secretly observed her, and found that her daughter did not suffer from drunkenness at all, so he finally felt relieved. However, as a father who loves his daughter to the extreme and is extremely responsible, Zheng Liuji also began to interrogate her. Why are you pretending to be drunk? Pretending to be drunk? Zheng Yingying immediately cried out for injustice. My dear father, 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite, who cannot get drunk after drinking it? Do you think your daughter is a wine fairy? What? 2 bottles? You girl, are you crazy? Zheng Liuji was shocked when he heard this. He knew his daughter's drinking capacity. 1 bottle of Lafite from 1982 was fine, but 2 bottles would definitely make her drunk. Why do you drink so much? Zheng Yingying's reaction at this time was a little lonely. It's nothing, it's just that I suddenly want to get drunk. Then Zheng Yingying suddenly said in doubt, until I got off the car just now, I didn't know how I got off, let alone where I was, but after that guy handed me over to you, he suddenly sobered up. It's really inexplicable. After listening, Zheng Liuji raised his eyebrows slightly. But he didn't ask too much, he just asked with concern, then, don't you feel uncomfortable now? It'll be fine when you go upstairs. That's good. Zheng Liuji nodded, then stared at his daughter, and asked seriously, Girl, tell Dad the truth, do you like that kid? Zheng Yingying blushed and pretended to be stupid. Who is it? Zheng Liuji chuckled. I want to say it's Tang Meng, would you like it? Dad. Zheng Yingying refused, and started acting like a baby while holding Zheng Liuji's arm. But Zheng Liuji said firmly, Girl, if it's about other things, Dad can follow you, but if you like Ling Yun, Dad still advises you to put this thought away as soon as possible. Zheng Yingying was struck by lightning. Why? We can't afford it. Zheng Liuji sighed, and then shook his head. If it's just an ordinary person, even if it's some wealthy son in the capital worth tens of billions, if Dad tries his best to give you all the wealth he has accumulated over the years as a dowry, we won't do it. Losing to others, but Ling Yun. What happened to Ling Yun? Zheng Yingying was a little unconvinced, but she remembered the scene before she got drunk, and she lacked confidence in what she said. Zheng Liuji raised his head and looked at the expensive and luxurious lighting decorations at home. Ling Yun's background is too deep. The background is too great. The future achievements will be unimaginable. Zheng Yingying was speechless for a while, and finally said quietly, Dad, how did you see this? That Tang Meng. Zheng Liuji suddenly mentioned Tang Meng. That Tang Meng, half a year ago, was just a high school student in Qingshui No. 1 Middle School in Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province. The son of the deputy chief. The son of a mere deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, of course, can't get into the eyes of the Chinese god of gamblers. But what do you think now? He is the president of Tiandi Group in Qingshui City. You have also seen the grand opening of Tiandi Group from the news reports. How many important people went there? Zheng Yingying couldn't help reminding, Dad, that Tiandi Group has now changed its name to Lingyun Group. Oh, it doesn't matter what it's called. Zheng Liuji responded casually, but then changed the topic. But do you know how Tang Meng behaved in front of me after we met just now? He said that I was his idol, and asked me for an autograph. Pfft. Zheng Yingying thought of Tang Meng, and couldn't help laughing. Those guys are very interesting. Zheng Liuji sighed. In your eyes, it's interesting, but in my eyes, these guys are really too smart. With Tang Meng's current status, although he is a junior, he may really like to play cards, but it would be a bit nonsense for him to take the initiative to ask me for an autograph. He did that because there was a feud between you brothers and Ling Yun. This is the first time I met them. He wanted to adjust the atmosphere so that the communication between me and Ling Yun would not be too awkward. Zheng Yingying was shocked. Why did he do that? Zheng Liuji smiled. Nonsense, that Ling Yun came out of the car with you in his arms. You said that I, a father, would feel how I felt when I saw it? Zheng Yingying's face was filled with surprise immediately. He really came down with me? Zheng Liuji glared at his daughter. You're so drunk, if people don't hug you down, why would they push you down? You silly girl, you don't know how much you have been taken advantage of all the way. Zheng Yingying was shy, but she was giggling foolishly, with a heartless look, but said, he won't. No. Otherwise, you wouldn't have an extra windbreaker. Zheng Liuji said, speaking of which, these little fellows who are less than 20 years old have been racing all the way in the past 6 months, meeting gods and killing gods, meeting Buddhas, and have assets of hundreds of billions. Hundreds of billions of assets. Do you know how many storms we have to go through to own such a huge amount of assets in China? And all these achievements, they only took less than half a year. In Qingshui City today, no one dares to move. This shows that they have established a firm foothold in Qingshui City and controlled the overall situation. That's why they came to the capital together. After a while, Zheng Yingying said, Dad is dad, you are amazing. Tang Meng already has such a status, but he is by Ling Yan's side, but he is still willing to do these unremarkable things for him, and he does it without any trace. It's completely natural. You said that a character like Ling Yan, how can we climb up? In the end, Zheng Liuji asked his daughter, directly. Zheng Yingying was silent. She picked up the glass in front of her and drank more than half of it in one go. At this time, Zheng Liuji said again, I'll tell you 2 more things. Do you know who suppressed the matter of Lingyun and Qingyun film and television back then? Who? It was naturally Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao who made the move in Qingshui City, but the one who made the move in the capital was from the military. It only took one phone call to settle it. What about the other thing? Girl, this is another matter. If you say it for your father, it will really hit you. Zheng Yingying said simply, then don't say it before it's too late. Zheng Liuji smiled, why, dare not listen? I'm not afraid. Zheng Liuji chuckled, tell me, Ling Yun is handsome, isn't he? Is he rich? Has a great background and influence? Do you think he will lack women around him? Zheng Yingying was greatly shocked. She lowered her head and said, Father, it's boring to talk like that. It's just the truth. Zheng Liuji said it easily, but at the moment when his daughter bowed her head, there was an incomparable distress in his sharp eyes. Because he has a wide range of friends and contacts are all top rich people, of course, mainly the gambling part of the rich circle, but there are countless excellent men around his daughter. But Zheng Yingying's vision is too high, and those people are not as attractive as her. Who knows that there is finally one, no matter how I compare myself, I can't compare with the other party. Can a father not feel distressed? Girl, are you playing cards with Ling Yun again tonight? There was no way. It hit her daughter for a long time, and brought Zheng Yingying's mood to the bottom. As a father, he had to be responsible for restoring her daughter's mood. Sure enough, Zheng Yingying said dully, it's done. Lost again? Zheng Yingying nodded, I don't have any temper for losing. Tell Dad about the specific process? As soon as Zheng Yingying talked about playing cards, she really became excited again. She quickly described the whole process after Ling Yun appeared on the poker table, and finally said, in the end we agreed, the 2 sides are purely luck, he uses AK, 1 my Q. Zheng Liuji listened with gusto, nodded, and finally commented with a smile, this is quite interesting. Zheng Yingying's eyes widened, Dad, it's your precious daughter who lost. Zheng Liuji glanced at her and said with a smile, of course you will lose. Why? Zheng Yingying blinked her beautiful eyes, suddenly a little annoyed, did he really play tricks? Zheng Liuji shook his head abruptly, that's not true, but just now I saw Ling Yan's face, his luck has been at its peak all day long, if you choose to bet on luck with him at that time, who will lose if you don't lose? Zheng Yingying was stunned. Of course she knew that her father's title as the Chinese god of gamblers was not only obtained by means of techniques and skills, Zheng Liuji also had extraordinary attainments in geomantic omen and matchmaking. Ling Yun possesses the appearance of a dragon, and he will surely roar to the 9 continents. In the end, Zheng Liuji closed the coffin and concluded. To be continued. 8. At this time, the man with the dragon's face that Zheng Liuji mentioned had just returned to the Ling family's ancestral house in that shabby broken car. Brother Yun, today we are going to climb the Great Wall, right? I have climbed the Great Wall many times, so I won't go this time. I will sleep until I wake up naturally. As soon as Tang Meng got out of the car, he hurriedly talked to Ling Yun. Tang Meng is not a Lianjiazi. He played with Ling Yun and others all day yesterday, stayed up all night and drank a lot of wine. Now that the excitement has passed, he is exhausted and almost paralyzed. Ling Yun smiled and said, "Okay, you go to rest. After waking up, go directly to my second uncle." During the 3 days on the 7th, 8th, and 9th, Ling Yun's main arrangement was to take Ning Lingyu and Zhang Ling to visit the capital. As for whether others went or not, he didn't care at all. After all, it's just for fun, and the scenic spots in the capital will not be lost, and it doesn't matter when you go to see them. The reason why Tang Meng rushed to participate in the tourism activities yesterday was mainly because he had just arrived in the capital, and he had just met Ling Yun, and the enthusiasm of the long-lost reunion had not yet passed, so he followed. Tired to death, knowing that he still has to climb the Great Wall today, of course he won't go. I was drunk and I went to bed too. Emma Wudao greeted Ling Yun, and flew straight to the backyard, slipping faster than Tang Meng. Ling Yun just smiled and didn't stop him this time, because he now understands Emma Wudao's physique and knows that this guy has a psychic body, and sleeping more is actually beneficial to his cultivation. Another point is that after Emma Wudao reached the peak of the 4th level of innate, it is difficult to make new breakthroughs in a short period of time, and he has spiritual consciousness, and sleeping helps to refresh his mind. So Ling Yun watched him slip away and let him go. Brother Yun, I'm going to practice. Tai Xiaohu parked the car, got out of the car, didn't say much, and directly told Ling Yun to practice. It was already 4:30 in the morning, and for Ling Yun and Tai Xiaohu, it was the best time to practice the Great Expansion Gathering Star's secret art. Ling Yun asked, "And Xiaohu, do you want to climb the Great Wall?" Tai Xiaohu scratched his head, and said with a silly smile, "Brother Yun, I still want to practice." "Alright, then you can practice at home for a day today and prepare everything. Tonight, I will help you break through the innate realm." "Hey, thank you Brother Yun." Breaking through innateness is something that Tai Xiaohu, the so-called Wu Qi, dreams of, and he can't wait for a long time. "Little tiger, go to the 6th floor courtyard and practice under that willow tree." That's the eye of the Ling family's entire spirit-gathering formation. It has the most aura and the fastest cultivation. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed, he agreed, and immediately rushed towards the 6th courtyard. After Tai Xiaohu disappeared, Ling Yun murmured to himself, "Xiaohu's internal strength of the raging waves has now been completed, and the true energy in his body is surging like a stormy wave hitting the shore, rolling like thunder, so accumulated. He will break through in one fell swoop tonight. With my help, I don't know how far it can reach." Ling Yun is looking forward to Tai Xiaohu very much, because Tai Xiaohu has been cultivated by Ling Yun bit by bit since the beginning of his own cultivation. He has washed his tendons and marrow more than twice, and from the beginning to the end, Ling Yun has he deliberately didn't let him swallow any pills. With Tai Xiaohu's strong physique, what realm will he reach tonight with the help of those pills? Others Ling Yun dare not say, at least he is stronger than Mo Wudao's realm, that is foolproof. Quack, quack. Before Ling Yun could move away, in the 6th floor courtyard of the Ling family, in the canopy of the willow tree, a big black bird soared into the sky, fluttered its wings in the air, and came straight to the front yard. Gold Raven. The flying speed of this big bird was very fast. Almost instantly, it came to the top of Ling Yun's head like lightning, and began to croak, gliding and circling at a height of 5 meters above Ling Yan's head. Ling Yan looked up at the golden-threaded crow, and said with a smile, "I ignored you, are you hungry?" Talking. Ling Yan stretched out his hand and used the divine martial, pure yang immortal art, to force the yang energy in his body out of his body. It turned into a white dazzling ball of light in the palm of his hand and threw it into the air. The golden crow's eyes were full of golden light. It fell down suddenly, opened its sharp mouth, swallowed the ball of light, and then croaked happily in excitement. "Hey! Ling Yan, let me ask you, can you take care of your crow, which calls you so early in the morning, and stop people from practicing it?" Ling Xiu flew out suddenly and landed directly in front of Ling Yan. She was so angry that her practice was interrupted because she woke up early, and she was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. Facing the berserk elder sister, Ling Yan looked embarrassed, and immediately waved to the air. The golden-threaded crow now knew that the Ling family would definitely not harm it, so seeing Ling Yan's movement, he immediately swooped down from the air. It landed directly on Ling Yan's arm. "Dejinzi, your cry is really special. You see, you are living in my house now. If you call it that often, it will definitely affect my family. Why don't we discuss it, and you usually just hold back? Stop barking, okay?" Facing this big bird that was bound to grow into a golden crow, Ling Yan used a completely negotiating tone. Since Miao Xiaomiao's top-quality golden silkworm was called Xiaojin, Ling Yan simply called this golden-threaded crow Dejin. Dejin stepped on Ling Yan's arm and remained motionless. It turned its head to look at Ling Yan. Its 2 golden eyes didn't blink. It was very strange. However, it was spiritually enlightened and could understand human language, and quickly connected its beak, agreeing to Ling Yan's request. Seeing this, Ling Yan smiled happily. "That's all right, now you are full, go and play by yourself." After speaking, he raised his arm. Dejin fluttered his wings and rushed straight into the sky. "Sister, you've reached the top 5 first, congratulations." Ling Yan sent the golden thread crow away, and hurriedly smiled and congratulated Ling Xiu, so that she could calm down. Today, among the juniors of the Ling family, the one with the worst realm is Ling Shui. After gradually digesting the mysterious and yellow fairy aura absorbed in her body, she can now reach the peak of the first 3, and will soon break through and enter the mid-innate stage. All the cultivators of the Ling family are still digesting the gift from Ghost God Willow. Ling Xiu is among the juniors, except for Ling Yan, who is always far ahead. There is no other reason, it is because Ling Yan is the first. When she came to the capital for the first time to help Ling Lai pass the barrier, she was close to the water and absorbed the huge aura that Ling Lai couldn't digest. She was the first to reach half a step in 9, so she was always 1 step ahead of others. Now even Ling Yong has reached the peak of the innate 4th level, not to mention Ling Xiu's understanding is a bit higher than Ling Yong's. Of course, Ling Yong, Ling Feng and Ling Li were able to break through to the mid-innate stage, because Ling Yan helped them clean their tendons and cut their marrow earlier. But Ling Xiu is not. Ling Xiu and Ling Xue, due to the difference between men and women, Ling Yan did not personally take action on the matter of washing the tendons and cutting the marrow. He handed over this matter to Qingmiao. But even if she hadn't experienced the real muscle cleaning and marrow washing, Ling Xiu is still the one with the highest realm, the first to reach the peak of the 5th innate level. In Ling Yan's view, as long as Qingmiao cleans her tendons and marrow, Ling Xiu will definitely be the one. The first to enter the innate late stage, and this time will not be too long. Humph. With Ling Yan's compliment, Ling Xiu looked a little better, but she just snorted coldly, then took Ling Yan's hand and ran to her yard. Ling Xiu asked as she walked, "Why did you come back now?" "After playing poker in Yi Tianshui's place for a while, I met an acquaintance who didn't know each other. Then I went to a bar in Sanlitun and had some drinks." Ling Yan spoke the truth. Tisk tut. Ling Xiu turned her head and looked at him. "It's all right, kid. If you go to that fat pig, you can always meet people you know, or don't you know each other? Sister, you should know that Zheng, the daughter of the Chinese gambling god Zheng, we have dealt with in Qingshui City. Ah? Is it her? Ling Xiu stopped and looked at Ling Yan a few more times. Her eyes were ambiguous and her face was full of suspicion. Ling Yan wondered with a smile, what? Among the top 10 beauties in the capital, she is the number one. I didn't expect you to know her a long time ago? Ling Yan was speechless, thinking that Zheng was one of the top 10 beauties in Beijing. However, considering Zheng beauty, she really deserves this title. Stinky boy, it seems that there are still many things I don't know about you in Qingshui, so I will tell you more about it later. Ling Xiu said with a smile, but I warn you, that girl is very wild. If you get involved, I can't get rid of it. Sister, it's not what you think. Ling Yan had no choice but to be vague, and took one sentence with him. Fortunately, Ling Xiu didn't bother too much. She pulled Ling Yan over, because she had more important matters to ask. What did I ask you to do? Did you do it? What did that fat pig say? As for the result of Ling Yan's going to ask for money, Ling Xiu didn't bother to ask at all. Just by looking at Ling Yan's appearance, he knew that he must have brought back the 15 billion. Drink wine. Big sister, although that guy is indeed too fat, but you don't want to call him a fat pig. Ling Xiu stared. You said he was so fat, why not call him a fat pig? Ling Yan straightened his expression, and said seriously, Sister, there is one thing you don't know, that Yi Tianshui's fatness is actually caused by practicing a kind of sword cultivation technique. The sword technique he cultivated is called Yinan Ping, and the current real strength does not lose much to me. What? After hearing this, Ling Xiu was shocked. She originally thought that Yi Tianshui was just a good-for-nothing playboy from the Yi family, but she didn't expect him to be so secretive. Ling Yan winked and said, Hey, is your heart fluttering now? Fart. Ling Xiumei opened her eyes. Don't say it's him. Even if Yi Tiandu and Yi Tianxing from the Yi family are standing in front of me, I won't be tempted. Ling Yan laughed. Sister, Yi Tianshui really loves you. I threatened him in every possible way last night, and he agreed to all my other unreasonable demands. The only thing that makes him give up on you is that he is going to live and die. Don't let go. Stinky boy, if you dare to say that to elder sister, believe it or not, I will strangle you to death. Ling Xiu pinched Ling Yan's arm forcefully, and said angrily, I'm so mad at you, I can't handle such a small thing. Ling Yan could only smile wryly. Sister, it's not that I can't do it, but the reason given by others is too strong. What reason? It's always right to like someone. Ling Yan said these words in a serious manner. You still say? Ling Xiu made a gesture to twist again. Okay, can you stop talking? But those are indeed Yi Tianshui's original words. Ling Yan begged for mercy first, then hurriedly added another sentence at the end. At this time, the two had arrived at Ling Xiu's room. Ling Xiu dragged Ling Yan to sit down, and asked directly, Tell me, what happened last night? To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. 161017025034. But it's always right to like someone. Just when Ling Yan said this to Ling Xiu, another daughter in the same city also said this to her father. Zheng Ying's face was calm, but her tone was firm. Loving someone does not require two people to hang out together day and night to slowly develop a relationship. Often just a glance is enough. Zheng Liuji sighed deeply in his heart, but this time, he did not hit Zheng Ying directly. He knew his daughter. As long as it was something she was sure of, even 10 cows would not be able to bring it back. He looked up at the bright lights. I'm afraid it will be difficult. I'm not afraid. Zheng Ying smiled sweetly, then got up, and walked straight to the bedroom. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped and turned around. Dad, you said that there are people in this world who have supernatural powers. In fact, I didn't believe it before, but now, I believe it. Zheng Liuji was taken aback for a moment, but before he could react, Zheng Yingying had already returned to the room. Special function? I'm afraid, it's not just that simple. Zheng Liuji pointed to the empty living room and muttered to himself. At 9 a.m. on September 8, Badaling Great Wall Scenic Area. Ling Yun, Mo Wudao, Ning Lingyu, Qi Shaoqing, Ling Xiao, and Ling Shui, a group of 6 people, walked out of the luxury bus of the Ling family. There were a total of 12 people visiting the Forbidden City yesterday, and today's team is half as small as yesterday. At this time, Tang Mei was still sound asleep, Tai Xiaohu was cultivating desperately, Ling Fenglingli was temporarily dragged by their father Lingyu, and went to the martial arts school that the Ling family had just bought to visit the fairy doctor. The 72 disciples of the sect went. As for Chao Shanshan and Zhang Ling, the 2 best friends went back to Chao's house today after staying together for 2 nights. Originally, Ling Yun thought that Mo Wudao would sleep until dark, but he got up at 7:30, and he insisted on climbing the Great Wall. He was more active than visiting the Forbidden City yesterday. Autumn is crisp and sunny. It really feels a little cold to come here. As soon as he got out of the car, Ling Yun felt the coolness in the air, and couldn't help but said with a smile. Ling Yun is now at the late stage of the 3rd level of Qi training, and he has reached the 2nd peak in his cultivation of the great expansion gathering stars treasure. His body has long since been afraid of water and fire. On the contrary, his current 5 senses and 6 senses are so powerful that even if there is a slight change in the temperature of the surrounding air, he can instantly detect it. Nonsense, this is a mountainous area, of course the temperature is lower than in the city. Ling Xiao was busy arguing with Ling Yun, but she didn't forget to ask Qi Shaoqing to put on the coat she brought. There are 6 people in this group, and the cultivation realm of the other 5 people has long been unafraid of seasons, except for Qi Shaoqing, who is still an ordinary person. Qi said thank you, and put on his coat. After she came to the capital, she seldom spoke. She just watched and listened silently, and absorbed and digested everything strange around her with great concentration. Ling Yan also didn't show special care to Qi Shaoqing. He would consider her in all group activities. He will also take her with him, but he doesn't force him, everything is up to her. Hey, that's strange. Didn't the internet say that this season is the peak tourist season for the Badaling Great Wall? Why didn't you see any other tourists? Mo Wudao was still wearing his dainty Taoist robe and holding a dust whisk in his hand. After he got off the car, he first looked solemnly and carefully looked at the surrounding feng shui pattern. When he came back to his senses, he noticed that the huge Badaling scenic area, there were no other tourists in the parking lot except them. Have we come to the wrong place? Soon, Mo Wudao noticed that several people around him were looking at him with strange eyes. Especially Ling Yun, looking at him was like looking at an idiot. Mo Wudao flicked his fly whisk. What's going on? Ling Yun smiled and said, this morning, important leaders came to inspect the Badaling Great Wall Scenic Area, so it is temporarily closed to tourists. Mo Wudao immediately asked, what important leader? Where is it? Damn, then we came here for nothing? Ling Yun immediately rolled his eyes, and said helplessly, idiot, we are the important leaders. The 4 beauties next to them couldn't help but sneered and laughed, and each took the field. Damn, so awesome? Mo Wudao finally came to his senses, and he shouted excitedly, does that mean that we are booking the venue today? Ling Yun nodded, it's just a morning. Let's go. It turned out that after everyone agreed to visit the Badaling Great Wall yesterday, Chao Shanshan called her grandfather when she returned home, using a little privilege. Welcome the leaders to come to Badaling to inspect and guide the work. A huge red banner hangs high above the ticket gate, as if welcoming the arrival of Ling Yun and 6 people. It feels really good. Ling Yun raised his head, looking at the red banner above his head, a strange feeling came from the bottom of his heart. The first sentence above, and the bottom run broken legs. This is privilege. At Badaling Great Wall Scenic Area, of course there was someone in charge of receiving them, but Ling Yun just gave his name and took the other 5 people through the ticket gate. He smiled and refused the other arrangements made by the leaders of the scenic area. Ling Yun said this, "We just go up to have a look, and we will come down in 2 hours at most." Gossip less. After entering the ticket gate, the 6 of Ling Yun directly started climbing the mountain and the Great Wall. Big sister, Mo Wudao, and I went up first. You guys play casually in the back, let's gather after we go up. Ling Yun greeted Ling Xiu and the others, then winked at Mo Wudao, and the 2 of them exerted force on their feet, and they accelerated their speed. These 2 guys, I don't know what's going on. Looking at the sneaky backs of Ling Yun and Ling Yun, Ling Xiu couldn't help muttering, and then said to the other 3, "We don't care about them, let's play with us, we should take pictures, we should enjoy the scenery." Ning Lingyu and Qi Xiaoqing smiled and nodded at the same time. For Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, the mountain peak of hundreds of meters was really easy. Although they didn't use lightness kung fu, they only took a few minutes to reach the wall of the Great Wall. The Great Wall, one of the 8 wonders of the world, really lives up to its reputation. This was the first sentence Ling Yun said while standing on the city wall after reaching the top. At the same time, he followed the trend of the Great Wall, looked around, and saw a winding and undulating dragon, circling between the mountains and mountains, extremely majestic and magnificent. Mo Wudao didn't speak, he walked all the way, and kept observing. Mo Wudao, take your time, I'll go around. Ling Yun dropped a sentence, and directly used apparatus, his figure disappeared in a flash, and the next moment, he was still on the city wall, but appeared 100 meters away. Ling Yun let go of his consciousness, his body flashed continuously, and the excitement in his eyes became stronger and stronger. This guy is incredible. Looking at Ling Yun's flickering figures one after another, Mo Wudao couldn't help sighing softly, feeling ashamed. Because although Ling Yun is performing lightness kung fu, the distance he crosses every time is according to the ups and downs of the Great Wall. The distances are different, but every place he stops has one thing in common. Above every air eye of a dragon vein. That's right, dragon veins. Badaling Great Wall, in the eyes of ordinary tourists, coming here, at most, is to satisfy the desire to travel. As the saying goes, no one is a hero if you don't have the Great Wall. They see the majesty of the Great Wall, the vicissitudes of history, and the wisdom of the ancients, and then it is take photos and commemorate. But in the eyes of Ling Yun and Mo Wudao, the Great Wall is another scene. What they saw was a huge dragon vein. The difference between the 2 was that Mo Wudao was shocked by the feng shui here, but Ling Yun felt the dragon aura here. Frankly speaking, Ling Yun came from the big world of comprehension. There are walls that are more majestic and taller than the Great Wall, and they are everywhere in that world. Therefore, in Ling Yun's eyes, the Great Wall does not feel strange at all. What Ling Yun cares about is the mountains and rivers here, the dragon veins. But before, in order to save his father Ling Xiao, Ling Yun went in and out of the depths of Yunming Mountain several times, and crossed the Great Wall back and forth many times, but he always came and went in a hurry, so he didn't have time to stop and feel. So this time, he came specially. This time is very different from the past, because Ling Yun went to the Forbidden City yesterday and absorbed the infinite Dragon Emperor Qi. Standing on such a dragon vein, a person with infinite Dragon Emperor Qi in his body, of course he can clearly feel every gas eye of this huge dragon vein. At this time, Ling Yun felt the golden dragon in his dantian, as if it was vibrating happily, it was swallowing the dragon energy here. In a short period of time, Ling Yun was more than 2,000 meters away from Mo Wudao, and he stepped on a total of 36 dragon veins along the way. After another minute, Ling Yun flew back. Just this time and again, Ling Yun felt that the golden dragon in his dantian had become a little thicker. Although the change was not big, Ling Yin could clearly feel it. What do you think? After standing still, Ling Yin smiled and asked Emma Wudao. Emma Wudao smiled slightly, the big dragon vein. Anything else? And, dare not say. Ling Yin smiled lightly, and said firmly, there is nothing to say. In my opinion, the Great Wall should connect the intermittent dragon veins in northern China to form a super-large dragon vein. This is 1,000 miles long dragon. Emma Wudao stretched out his thumb to Ling Yin. You are awesome. Ling Yin asked again, the textbooks say that the Qin dynasty built the Great Wall to defend against the Tartars in the north, do you believe it? Emma Wudao was non-committal and did not answer. Such a high mountain is enough to resist the northern cavalry, but the wall of the Great Wall is built on the ridge, obviously unnecessary. Ling Yin replied with a smile. To be continued. You. Not exactly what you said. Seeing Ling Yin asking and answering alone there, Emma Wudao couldn't help it anymore. He glanced at Ling Yin not far away who was leaning on the battlements and looking out, and interrupted him. The Great Wall was built on this. The mountains and rivers are true, but no matter what, its militarized city wall construction has played a very good role in deterring, warning, and defending against the Huns and Tartars in the north. And Emma Wudao said provocatively, the Badaling Great Wall is not the Qin Great Wall you mentioned, but the Ming Great Wall. I know. Ling Yin nodded and smiled. He suddenly turned his head, smiled and said to Mo Wudao, it seems that you did a good job in your homework. Emma Wudao resented, held back for a long time, and spit out 4 words from between his teeth, it's really shameless. Cut. Ling Yin retorted on the spot, don't forget, the person standing in front of you has just graduated from high school and was admitted to Yenqing University as the #1 student in the Jiangnan Provincial College entrance examination. My history and geography are full marks. How could you not know that this is the Ming Great Wall? Faced with this powerful fact, Emma Wudao was speechless, but he was still unwilling to say, then you just said Qin Great Wall? Just now we discussed the issue of the dragon's veins and the essence of the Great Wall. Naturally, we must start with the Qin Great Wall. Emma Wudao supported the battlements with both hands, looked up to the sky and sighed, you can really argue. There is no lower limit. Ling Yin was too lazy to quarrel with Emma Wudao. He straightened his expression and said, since Qin Shi Huang, our Chinese dynasties have almost built the Great Wall. It does have the military functions you mentioned, but that is only its superficial use. Emma Wudao nodded in acknowledgement. But you don't have it now. Although almost all dynasties built the Great Wall, the only ones that built the Great Wall over 10,000 miles were the Qin and Ming dynasties. Why do you think this is? Emma Wudao seemed to know what Ling Yin wanted to say. He was thinking, but he hesitated to speak. He didn't say anything, but Ling Yin refused to let go. Why, don't you want to say it? Emma Wudao simply rolled his eyes at Ling Yin. Ling Yin had no choice but to ask himself and answer again, because the Qin dynasty and the Ming dynasty each produced a Taoist figure who can be called a half-immortal. Su Fu and Lu Bowen. As he spoke, Ling Yin first raised his head to look to the west, then turned around and looked to the south. Going west from here is the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, and going south from here is the capital. And according to my guess, the shocking formation in the Forbidden City that can suppress our spiritual consciousness should be set up by Lu Bowen, an outstanding figure of your Taoism. After finishing speaking, Ling Yin smiled at Emma Wudao. Is there anything you want to say? Emma Wudao's heart shook violently, his face changed drastically, and the corners of his eyes twitched suddenly. You are awesome. Emma Wudao couldn't keep calm anymore. He could only turn around and give Ling Yin a thumbs up, expressing his complete admiration. He now completely believes that Ling Yin really knows that the Badaling Great Wall is the Ming Great Wall. The Qin dynasty built the Great Wall, and so did the Ming dynasty. The Qin Great Wall was built over 10,000 kilometers, while the Ming Great Wall was less than 9,000 kilometers long. The total length of the two together exceeds 20,000 kilometers. The Great Wall runs from west to east. Most of them are built on the dragon veins of the mountain ridges, winding and circling for more than 20,000 kilometers in total, connecting many dragon veins in the main mountains of northern China in series. But Ling Yun didn't talk about other dynasties, only the Qin dynasty and the Ming dynasty, and directly pointed out a common point of the Great Wall of the two dynasties. Because these two dynasties produced peerless figures of Taoism. In the Qin dynasty, there was Su Fu who asked Qin Shi Huang for the elixir of life. In the Ming dynasty, there was Lu Bowen, the founding hero. Moreover, according to Taoist legends, the site selection and construction of the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang were all related to Su Fu. And Lu Bowen built the imperial capital of Yanjing, especially the Forbidden City, which is not a Taoist legend at all, it is directly history. Mo Wudao may not have read the history in textbooks, but he has read countless Taoist classics since he was a child on Maoshan Mountain, and there are countless Taoist legends in them. It is widely circulated among the Chinese folks. Zhuge Liang divided the world into 3 parts, and Lu Bowen ruled the country. Zhuge Liang, the military advisor of the former dynasty, and Lu Bowen, the military advisor of the later dynasty. Lu Bowen assisted Zhu Yuanzhang to complete the imperial career, founded the Ming dynasty, and tried his best to maintain the stability of the country, so he became famous all over the world. His great achievements are comparable to Zhuge Wuhou. How could Mo Wudao not know these things and these people? Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have given up his sleep. After only resting for 2 or 3 hours, he would get up from the bed and come here to climb the Great Wall. But what he didn't expect was that standing on the Great Wall, Ling Yun would say such a thing, which shocked Mo Wudao extremely. Because from Mo Wudao's point of view, what Ling Yun saw was really thorough and far-reaching. And Ling Yun didn't just talk about it. That's why he was shocked and amazed. 2 sections of the Great Wall and 1 large dragon vein. In terms of time, there is Qin Yuming. In terms of strategy, they guard the imperial capital Xianying and Yanjing respectively. Ling Yun continued to talk eloquently. In terms of characters, there are Su Fu and Lu Bowen. Moreover, the Qin dynasty had the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, while the Ming dynasty had the underground palace under the Forbidden City. In the end, Ling Yun looked at Mo Wudao. His bright and deep eyes were full of wisdom, and asked seriously, "Tell me, why are there so many similarities?" Mo Wudao was very helpless. He simply spread his hands. "You ask me, who should I ask?" The corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched. "Then you are not sleeping at home today. What are you doing at the Great Wall?" "Listen to your bragging." "Ha ha." Ling Yun ignored him, but looked at the vast and majestic mountains and rivers in front of him, and sighed. This is really a big deal. Taoist figures, for their own wishes and merits, did not hesitate to help the dragon to found the country, and they did not hesitate to seek medicine for longevity. The Great Wall was built to connect the dragon's veins, and the emperor's capital was built to gather the dragon's energy. Using Jiangshan Sheiji as paper and painting with thousands of miles of mountains and rivers, this is of course a big deal. Since Mo Wudao didn't want to say more, Ling Yun didn't bother to ask, but after the two were silent for a while, he suddenly asked, "Wudao, do you want to surpass them?" Mo Wudao's eyes suddenly radiated endless brilliance, but they dimmed again in an instant. "I dare not think about it." "You want to go to the underground palace in the capital, and you also want to go to the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang." "I am the same." "Then let us explore together, and then personally unveil the mysterious veil of history, and see what the Taoist figures who have left countless mysterious legends in the history of China want to do. How about it?" In the end, Ling Yun met generously. Mo Wudao's heart was touched, the energy in his body was circulating, and the Taoist robe on his body was buzzing. Finally he nodded, "Okay." Ling Yun smiled and nodded. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance, and said, "Just now I went around, and you should be able to see the clues in the places I passed. Before Ling Yu and the others came up, you should go too. Let's go, there will be gains. Emma Wudao was moved in his heart, hesitantly asked, then I'm going? Get out. Emma Wudao glared at Ling Yun angrily, but immediately used his movement skills and flew away. Ling Yun was the only one left, standing alone on the city wall, holding on to the battlements with both hands, looking towards the northwest. Going from here, 100 kilometers away in a straight line to the northwest is Zhongjiago. When he came to the capital for the first time, Ling Yun once gave advice to the Ling family and asked the Ling family to help him with the layout there. A few days ago, Ling Yu personally told him that everything he asked for had already been done for him by the Ling family. Going there, it seems that we have to wait for a while. Ling Yun said secretly in his heart, he didn't know exactly where he was talking about. Su Fu, you went to the East China Sea to seek the immortal medicine. Did you really seek it for Qin Shi Huang? Suddenly, the corner of Ling Yun's mouth twitched, and he muttered this sentence to himself. Hey, brat, what are you looking at standing here alone? At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already climbed up, and Ling Xiao was naturally the first. Seeing Ling Yun leaning on the battlements, she couldn't help asking. Look at the scenery. Ling Yun suddenly turned his head, leaning against the city wall, and said with a lazy smile, as expected of a 5A level scenic spot, the Badaling Great Wall and the Forbidden City we went to yesterday are really different places to visit, and it's not in vain. Ling Yun's half-truth, half-false, naturally meant something. Ling Xiao sneered coquettishly, needless to say, the Badaling Great Wall and the Forbidden City are must-visit places for tourists who come to the capital. Otherwise, don't say you have been to the capital. Hey, where's Brother Wudao? Ling Shui also came up. Seeing that Ling Yun was alone, she couldn't help but look around and ask. After these 2 days of getting along, Ling Shui no longer has that cold and hostile attitude towards Ling Yun. Her attitude towards Ling Yun has obviously eased a lot. Although the performance is not so natural. But even so, until today, Ling Shui has never called Ling Yun her brother in front of him. There is a long way to go. Seeing Ling Shui asking himself a question, but her eyes looking around and not daring to look at her, Ling Yun sighed in his heart. But he still smiled and said, that guy, come up and brag to me about his feng shui skills, saying that the feng shui here is very against the sky, and then left me here, and went to wander around by himself. After Ling Shui listened, she moved her lips, but she didn't answer Ling Yun's words, but looked into the distance. Ling Shui has to take her time here, don't worry. Seeing this, Ling Xiao seemed to be worried that Ling Yun would have an idea, so she hurriedly transmitted her voice and said to Ling Yun. Thank you, sister, I'm not in a hurry. Ling Yun also responded via voice transmission. He knew very clearly that during the process of Ling Yun's integration into the Ling family, the seemingly hot-tempered and tough-looking elder sister in front of him was secretly worrying about him and helping him a lot. Otherwise, Ling Yun in this transitional period of the Ling family, the time span will be very long. Elder brother. At this time, Ning Lingyu and Qi Shaoqing also came to the city wall together. Ning Lingyu looked as usual, and Qi Shaoqing's smooth forehead was covered with sweat. It has to be said that accompanying Ning Lingyu, Ling Xiao, and Ling Shui, 3 innate masters, to climb the Great Wall, even if the other 3 deliberately slowed down, it would be very difficult for Qi Shaoqing to follow. Kindness. Ling Yin responded, and then he glanced at Qi Shaoqing calmly, and asked, casually, are you tired? Good. Qi Shaoqing responded lightly. To be continued. 8. Now that everyone has come to the Great Wall, the next step is to enjoy the scenery and take pictures together, which is no different from what ordinary tourists do when they come here. The only difference is that when they take pictures, no matter which direction they are facing, the background is pure scenery, and there are absolutely no tourists intruding. Ling Yun seldom took pictures, and he didn't want to take pictures, but he really couldn't stand the tough Ling Xiu and Ning Lingyu's begging eyes full of expectation, so he obediently cooperated and took many group photos with everyone. Mo Wu Dao went to step on the dragon vein gas eyes, but his speed was much slower than Ling Yun, because he stayed longer in each dragon vein gas hole, so he was able to return half an hour later, following the everyone reunited in one place. For beauties, come here. Mo Wu Dao was in good spirits, his face was full of red. As soon as he came back, he immediately offered to take a group photo. Let me take a few photos with you as a souvenir. As he spoke, he flicked his whisk in a serious manner, putting on an air of immortality. All the beauties couldn't help laughing and were amused by him. Brother Wu Dao, let's take a group photo together. Ling Shui was the first to step forward and took the initiative to take a few photos with Mo Wu Dao. In this way, the six of them talked and laughed, walked the entire Betaling Great Wall back and forth, took a lot of photos, and left many precious memories of laughter for this trip. At around 11 o'clock in the morning, they finished their tour and did not stay much. They went directly down the mountain. Sister, have you contacted my aunt these 2 days? When going down the mountain, Ling Yun and Ning Lingyu were at the end, and he took the initiative to care about Ning Lingyu. Yes, just now I sent our group photo to Moments, and my aunt gave me a thumbs up. Ning Lingyu took a lot of group photos with Ling Yun today. She was obviously very happy, smiling like a flower. Ling Yun asked in astonishment, circle of friends? Ning Lingyu sneered coquettishly, that's right, WeChat Moments, brother. You can't always think about cultivation all day long. You should also take out your mobile phone that you haven't used for thousands of years in the space ring, and use it well, otherwise, no one will be able to contact you. Well, I have to think carefully about it before I say it. Ling Yun pouted his chin and said in a thoughtful manner. Brother, it's time for you to keep up with the times. WeChat is developing very fast now. It's very convenient to use it to communicate. It's much easier to use than phone calls, text messages, etc. Ning Lingyu being Xue is smart, she can probably guess why Ling Yun can say such a reason, so she smiled and encouraged Ling Yun. Kindness. With a thought, Ling Yun also took out his mobile phone and handed it directly to Ning Lingyu. Tell me how to use it first, and then help me add my aunt as a friend. It has been more than 20 days since Ling Yun arrived in the capital this time, because he has too many things to do these days, and he has never been free, so apart from meeting Qin Dongxue a few times, the two of them really don't have much contact. So Ning Lingyu took Ling Yun's phone, first turned on the traffic, and then taught Ling Yun how to use WeChat. WeChat is really simple and convenient, it's so easy to use, Ling Yun only needs to read it once to fully understand it. Brother, you just need to click on the search to add friends, and then enter my aunt's mobile phone number to add her as a friend. I understand, but I don't need it now, let's talk about it after we leave here. Ling Yun responded with a smile, but did not immediately add Qin Dongxue. Brother, I have a group here, should I bring you in? Ning Lingyu hesitated a little, then suddenly asked with a blushing face. What group? Ling Yun was full of vigilance. Anyway, there are many beauties inside, such as Ninger, Xiaomiao, Sister Yarou, Teacher Kong, Zheng Ling, Qi Xiaoqing, Qi Xiaohong, they are all there. Oh, Chao Shanshan also came in yesterday. Ha 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 ha. Ling Yun smiled dryly, looked up at the sky solemnly, and said, well, today's weather is really good. Coward. Ning Lingyu gave Ling Yun a blank look, smiled, and didn't mention it again. Because Ning Lingyu mentioned it, Ling Yun couldn't help but see the faces of many beautiful women, and countless ripples appeared in his heart. Long time no see. How are you? However, these people are all in the same group, how do they get along with each other? Exit the ticket gate, get on the luxury bus, and return to the capital. Originally, according to the established itinerary, after Ling Yun and the others returned to the capital, they did not intend to go home, but went directly to the Summer Palace to continue touring. But when the car entered the 6th Ring Road, Ling Xiu suddenly received a message from home. After seeing the message, Ling Xiu, who was still talking and laughing, suddenly became serious. She immediately stood up and sat beside Ling Yun. "Sister, what's the matter?" Ling Xiu said in a deep voice, "People from the Huaxia group are at our house right now, and they are looking for you by name." After hearing this, Ling Yun raised his eyebrows slightly. 7 days have passed since the life-and-death battle between the Ling family and the Sunchen Alliance. Has Tianzu finally been unable to hold back and wants to make a move? For Tianzu to come to his door, Ling Yun was already prepared in his heart, so he was not surprised, so he immediately ordered the driver to change the route. "Hurry back to Ling's house as quickly as possible." "Yes." The driver heard the order and immediately accelerated the accelerator. Ling Yun asked, "Did you say how many people went?" Ling Xiu, "Just one." "What is your name?" Grandpa called him Mr. Zhou. Because the driver speeded up deliberately, they only took half an hour to return to the Ling family's ancestral house. As soon as the bus entered the door, Ling Yun immediately let go of his consciousness, covering the entire Ling family's ancestral house, and in an instant, he saw Mr. Zhou from the Tianzu. At this moment, that Mr. Zhou was drinking tea with Ling Lai in Ling Lai's small courtyard in the 9th courtyard of the Ling family's ancestral residence. He was wearing a tang suit, with a medium build, ordinary appearance, very inconspicuous, and he didn't exude a strong aura. He looked like an ordinary person, and he belonged to the kind that couldn't be found in the crowd. However, although Ling Yun knew that he was an old man, he couldn't tell how old he was, let alone what realm he was. After Ling Yun swept away with his divine sense, his heart sank at first. He knew that the person who came today is definitely a real expert. The people in Huaxia's group must be cultivators. However, Ling Yun knew that the other party was an ancient martial arts cultivator, but he couldn't see it no matter what. The back-to-nature state of the other party alone was enough to shock Ling Yun. Moreover, when Ling Yun got out of the car, he saw that Mr. Zhou suddenly smiled, and said to Ling Lai, who was opposite him, "Old Ling, I, Zhou Wenyi, really didn't expect that the Ling family now has such a great atmosphere." It turned out that this old man was called Zhou Wenyi. What he said just now obviously meant something else. "Oh? Mr. Zhou is really flattering." After Yuna recognized his ancestor and returned to his family, the Ling family has changed a little bit, but if you want to talk about the big picture, this is really shameless. Ling Lai also had a smile all over his face. He was neither humble nor overbearing, but between his words, there was a faint hint of joy. While speaking, Ling Lai turned his head slightly, looked in the direction of the front yard, and said without any concealment, "Hey, Yunner has rushed back, and he will come here soon, please Mr. Zhou to wait for a while." Now that Ling Lai had advanced to the peak of the first level of the divine ability realm, and possessed powerful spiritual consciousness, he knew that Ling Yun had arrived home, so he didn't hide it from Zhou Wenyi, but told him directly. Facing the person in front of him, even if he wanted to hide it, he couldn't hide it. Zhou Wenyi smiled and nodded. Before Ling Lai finished speaking, there was a slap, and a figure appeared in the small courtyard. It was Ling Yun. "Grandfather." Ling Yun flew over directly by using apparatus. As soon as he landed, he immediately greeted Ling Lai first. What kind of person is Ling Yun? He saw that as soon as he entered the Ling family, Zhou Wenyi couldn't wait to sign up for himself this week, and at the same time praised the Ling family for having a great atmosphere. Of course, he immediately understood that the other party didn't say this to Ling Lai, but to say for him. "Yunner is back?" Ling Lai stood up and waved to Ling Yun, "Come here quickly, Yunner. Let me introduce you. This old man is the first great elder of our Huaxia group, Mr. Zhou Wenyi Zhou." After hearing Ling Lai's introduction, Ling Yun stepped forward with a smile, and said to Zhou Wenyi, Ling Yun, the current head of the Ling family, has met Mr. Zhou. Zhou Wenyi sat still, staring intently at Ling Yun. Boom! In an instant, Ling Yun felt a powerful divine sense enveloping his whole body, and that divine sense was like overwhelming mountains and seas, oppressing Ling Yun in all directions, not only suppressing Ling Yun's divine sense, but even shock his body. Ling Lai was shocked when he saw this. Mr. Zhou is merciful. Ling Yun didn't have time to speak at all, but he didn't panic, and calmed down instantly. He used the harmony with light and dust art, trying his best to make his spiritual thoughts coincide with the other party's spiritual thoughts. Soon, Ling Yun himself seemed to become a giant in the middle of a huge wave. A stream of water, despite the oppression of the other party's divine sense, was unscathed. This scene was really thrilling. Even if it was Ling Yun, even if it was Ling Lai, his spiritual consciousness would have been greatly damaged just now. At least he would have to rest for half a month before he could recover. Good technique. After Zhou Wenyi tested Ling Yun, he quickly withdrew his divine sense. He praised Ling Yun, and then said indifferently, I heard that Ling Yun, the head of the Ling family, has killed all directions since his debut, and he has never lost a single defeat. Leading the Ling family to where it is today, the old man felt an itch when he saw it. Just when Zhou Wenyi was approving and wanted to comment on Ling Yun's performance, Ling Yun suddenly smiled inexplicably and interrupted Zhou Wenyi's words. Please teach me, Mr. Zhou. Brush. A chi sword the size of an index finger suddenly rushed out of Ling Yun's body, stabbing at Zhou Wenyi, who was close at hand like lightning. Come and don't reciprocate indecently, pretending to be aggressive in front of Ling Yun. No one can do it. Yin-yang gang chi sword. To be continued. You. The yin-yang stellar chi sword is only 4 fingers long and less than 1 finger wide. It looks like a willow leaf and is as thin as paper, but it is extremely sharp and indestructible. This sword was formed by Ling Yun absorbing a large amount of innate sword qi and turning it into yin and yang zhen qi, causing the yin and yang zhen qi in his own dantian to be extremely concentrated and turned into gang qi liquid. 7 days have passed since the yin-yang gang qi sword was formed in Ling Yun's dantian. During these 7 days, no matter what Ling Yun did, he used the yin-yang true air to nourish it all the time, and communicated with it with powerful divine thoughts. Just in time to come in handy today. Zhou Wenyi, the great elder of the Huaxia group, turned out to be the one who opened the front for the yin-yang chi sword. Laugh. Ling Yun used his divine sense to control the sword, and the speed of the yin-yang gang chi sword was unbelievably fast, appearing in front of Zhou Wenyi in the blink of an eye. Zhou Wenyi's face was solemn, and he didn't dare to push it too hard. He suddenly raised his palm, and a Tai Chi pattern with a diameter of about 10 centimeters suddenly rushed out from his palm. Sword. Zheng. It was like a steel nail being nailed hard to the steel plate by a sledgehammer, and there was a zhing sound of gold and iron. Although the Tai Chi pattern was pierced by the yin-yang gang chi sword in an instant, it could no longer move forward half a point. Was resisted by the Taiji diagram. As soon as Zhou Wenyi came up this time, he launched a spiritual attack on Ling Yun without saying a word. Ling Yun was very angry. It can be said that he did not hold back the sword at all, and he did not expect that Zhou Wenyi would block it in one go. But Ling Yun wasn't surprised. The opponent was the majestic elder Shi of the Huaxia group. If he couldn't even resist Ling Yun's sword, then the Huaxia group would be too weak. Brush. Ling Yun's mind moved again, and the yin-yang stellar chi sword retreated sharply, then circled in the air like lightning, changed direction, came to Zhou Wenyi's back, and stabbed at his back suddenly. Hee, good time. After seeing Ling Yun's methods, Zhou Wenyi only had time to speak at this time. He didn't turn around, but just when the yin-yang gang chi sword was about to stab his back, there was another palm-sized Taiji diagram that appeared from behind him. It suddenly appeared on the back, blocking Ling Yun's yin-yang gang chi sword again. Chi. Next, Ling Yun was not polite, and used his spiritual thoughts to activate the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword, which surrounded Zhou Wenyi's body up and down, like a butterfly piercing through flowers. However, the Tai Chi diagram that Zhou Wenyi used to defend could also appear in time every time, and successfully resisted every stab made by Ling Yun. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yun stabbed 100 swords, and Zhou Wenyi also withstood 100 swords. Do not fight. With a sudden thought, Ling Yun retracted the Yin-Yang stellar chi sword to his dantian, and said with a smile at the same time, "Senior is amazing. It should be formidable for younger generations." The blush on Zhou Wenyi's face disappeared in a flash. After Ling Yun accepted his move, he finally stopped sitting upright and stood up voluntarily. Just now Ling Yun stabbed a whole 100 swords. Although the attack was fierce and the moves were tricky and weird, he didn't have the idea of killing. Otherwise, Ling Yun wouldn't just go away every time he made a move. Although Zhou Wenyi forcibly took all these 100 swords, he seemed to be calm, but he also knew how much effort he had expended. Zhou Wenyi understood. If Ling Yun continued to stab 10 swords like this again, he would have to change his tactics to deal with it, or he would be unable to sit upright and be forced to stand up by Ling Yun. But if he changed his moves midway, or stood up to fight, then the fight between the two just now would be tantamount to him losing. After all, from the beginning to the end, Ling Yun was one person and one sword, and he was always standing still. Just now, the two stood and sat, attacked and defended, and fought 100 moves in the blink of an eye. They seemed to be calm and relaxed, but in fact the process was extremely exciting and extremely thrilling. What they competed for was the tyranny and condensing of their spiritual thoughts, their control over the subtle changes of their spiritual thoughts, and the strength and subtlety of their own true chi. As a result, on the surface, they looked like they were evenly divided. This result was enough to shock Zhou Wenyi. Don't forget, how old is he and what status is he? Elder Shi of the Huaxia group. And Ling Yun is just a young man less than 19 years old. Of course, Ling Yun was the attacker, and he had the upper hand, and his Yin-Yang Gang Chi sword is in a real physical form. Every time he uses a move, he doesn't need to mobilize new chi to transform it. It is enough to know how to control the sword and attack, so from this point of view, Ling Yun took advantage of it. For this, Ling Yun knew it well, so he saw Zhou Wenyi was always on the defensive, and after confirming that Zhou Wenyi didn't come to the Ling family just to find fault, he took the initiative to withdraw his moves. Ling Yun never does such things as Shameless. "Yuner is rude, why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Zhou?" 100 swords are actually useless for even half a minute, but Ling Lai watched the whole process just now. It was thrilling, his palms were already sweating, seeing the two of them stop at this moment. A stone in his heart finally fell to the ground, so he quickly winked at Ling Yun. "Old Ling, Zhou Wenyi, made the first move just now, so I don't blame little friend Ling Yun." Zhou Wenyi smiled and waved his hand lightly, rejecting Ling Lai's proposal, and looked at Ling Yun with admiration. In today's Huaxia, looking at the entire ancient martial arts world, who would dare to take the initiative to attack Zhou Wenyi? Based on this alone, Ling Yun won a certain recognition from Zhou Wenyi. What's more, the strength displayed by Ling Yun just now shocked Zhou Wenyi even more. Young and vigorous? Bold and arrogant? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers? All of these are not true. The reason why the young man in front of him dared to do this is that he is really capable and confident. Although the two of them were mostly trying to learn from each other just now, and Zhou Wenyi didn't show his whole cards, but he was very clear in his heart, and Ling Yun was the same. Ling Yun took a step forward, clasped his fists, and bowed his hands. "Junior Ling Yun, pay my respects to Mr. Zhou." This time, Ling Yun really paid a visit to Zhou Wenyi. Although he greeted Zhou Wenyi just now, he only used the word meet. There is a big difference between seeing, and there is a big difference. This is Ling Yun, no matter who the other party is. If you want to bully me as soon as you come up, there is no way. Even if you want to respect you, you have to win the respect of the other party before he will show it. Little friend Ling Yun lives up to his reputation. How about we sit down and talk? Zhou Wenyi actually accepted Ling Yun's junior gift calmly. He stretched out his hand and made an invitation gesture to Ling Yun. The three sat down. Ling Lai and Zhou Wenyi were still sitting facing each other, but Ling Yun was sitting in the horizontal position. Little friend Ling Yun, through the discussion just now, I can see that your spiritual sense is so powerful that you already have the strength in the middle stage of Qi training, and your control of your spiritual sense has reached the point of subtlety. The sort of stellar energy just now, even better than the sharpness of the sharp blade of a magic weapon, and it is invincible. From this point of view, if your Ling family can win the battle of life and death, the Sun-Chen alliance will not be wronged. As soon as Zhou Wenyi sat down, he couldn't help but nodded and commented. Senior has won the prize, but the junior is only at the late stage of the third level of Qi training. Ling Yun took the initiative to pour tea for Zhou Wenyi and Ling Lai, and at the same time smiled and told about his realm. Oh? The strength is beyond the realm. Young people should be like this. Zhou Wenyi was not surprised, just nodded, then looked around the small courtyard, and said with a smile, I came to Ling's house today, all the way to this backyard, and noticed these shot and iron balls around. Look at their positions. The placement is strange, but it is integrated with this compound, very harmonious. I, Zhou Wenyi, would like to ask, do you know if this is the study of formations? Ling Yun smiled when he heard this. It turns out that Senior has already seen it. To be honest, these shot puts are just a few small formations I set up for the Ling family. They are trivial skills and are not worth mentioning. Zhou Wenyi took a deep look at Ling Yun, then suddenly smiled and didn't speak. In fact, compared to the strength displayed by Ling Yun, the placement of these big shot and big iron balls of the Ling family is what really shocked Zhou Wenyi. Because Zhou Wenyi is a master of Confucianism and Taoism, he is also a master of formations, elixir, and feng shui. Of course, he can see that the Ling family is now guarded by a large formation, but in Ling Lai's small courtyard, Huntian the maze is not like the two big formations outside. It has not yet formed yet, and he still can't see any clues. Ling Yun is so young, just having the strength in the middle stage of Qi training is amazing enough. Where does he have the time to study formations? Thinking of this, Zhou Wenyi suddenly asked with a smile, I don't know where you come from, little friend Ling Yun? When he asked like this, the mystery inside was deep. Oh, I went to climb the Great Wall early this morning, and then I heard that the senior was visiting, so I hurried back. Ling Yun answered calmly. The smarter the question, the better the answer. Zhou Wenyi shook his head with a wry smile, knowing that Ling Yun didn't want to answer. He simply nodded and stopped asking. I don't know why the senior came to visit suddenly. Seeing that Zhou Wenyi was always talking about him from left to right, Ling Yun simply opened the skylight to speak frankly. This. Zhou Wenyi pondered slightly. Little friend Ling Yun, I've probably heard of your temper, but your Ling family and the Sun-Chen alliance are in a life and death battle. Including Chen Jingxian, we have a total of 6 members in the Sky team. No matter what, I, Zhou Wenyi, have to come to ask for an explanation. When Ling Lai heard this, his heart tensed up, but he didn't speak, but turned his head slightly to see what Ling Yun had to say. Live and die. Ling Yun said lightly, as for the mode of the Tian group, I probably know something about it now. Our Ling family and the Sun-Chen alliance are fighting to the death. Your Tian group is going to help you. My Ling family can't stop it and I can't control it. But since they are skilled, not as good as me, and they were asking for trouble if they were killed or injured by me. After finishing speaking, Ling Yun raised his head to stare at Zhou Wenyi, and said with a smile, I think, seniors should be familiar with the rules of life and death battle, right? To be continued. 8.